One second, he's lighting a cigarette with the bored look of a delinquent student. The next, a throwing knife slices through the air, painting the floor in fresh crimson blood. The man behind this horrifying spectacle is none other than Yi Xingchen. But don't let his scholarly appearance fool you. The soul ruling inside this student facade is a man who literally rose from the grave carrying the ruthless blood of a true underworld kingpin. From brutal bloody brawls in school corridors, coldly pressing a blade against the throats of self-proclaimed big bosses, to surviving a solo showdown against 100 bloodthirsty assassins, the more arrogant the enemy, the more ruthlessly Xingchen strikes. Reigning supreme and stepping over the bodies of his foes, he is building a dark empire of his own. If you're looking for a story with a brilliant, ruthlessly decisive protagonist possessing explosive combat power and absolutely zero concept of mercy, then this action-packed masterpiece is tailor-made for you. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Buckle your seatbelts because we're about to dive straight into the absolute badassery of Yi Xingchen right now. This young man was the son of the Underworld king, born with a profound hatred for studying. Yet today, despite his utmost reluctance, his parents had arranged for him to attend Yunlong High School in Jingai Town to begin his new academic life. The moment he crossed the school gates, a security guard bowed 90 degrees to him in respectful greeting. Rumor had it that the students at this school were either filthy rich or of noble birth, all backed by powerful forces. Judging by the guard's attitude, the rumors were clearly true, and Yi Xingchen's father was once the underworld king of Jingai Town himself. His family background was certainly nothing to be scoffed at. Yi Xingchen made his way toward the classroom, but the moment the door swung open, the scene before him caught him completely off guard. The students in the classroom didn't look like students at all. Instead, they resembled a crowd of young people letting loose in a bar. The girls in particular were dressed in incredibly revealing outfits. Their naturally stunning figures constantly bombarded Yi Xingchen's line of sight, making him struggle to keep from drooling. Just a moment ago, he had been grumbling and complaining about coming here, but now he felt that going to school here might not be such a bad thing after all. Fueled by this irrepressible excitement, Yi Xingchen reached his hand into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. Just as the cherry caught fire, a very gentle voice sounded near his ear. "Excuse me, student, you are still in school, you shouldn't be smoking." Yi Xingchen turned his head and saw a stunning beauty with incredibly long legs and an impressive bust standing right in front of him. Tisk, running into a top-tier beauty like this the moment he arrived at school. Not bad at all. Yi Xingchen stared at her blankly, completely speechless. "Excuse me, are you listening to me? Which class do you belong to?" Only then did Yi Xingchen snap out of his daze. He hurriedly took the cigarette out of his mouth and threw it into the trash can. "I'm a freshman in class 17, named Yi Xingchen. I'm late on my very first day. Looks like I've interrupted your lesson, teacher." "Oh, so you're Yi Xingchen." She suddenly stepped closer. At this proximity, her stunning bust made Yi Xingchen's heart flutter even more frantically. Then, in a daze, he heard the beauty introduce herself as Su Shan, his homeroom teacher. She mentioned she had been waiting for him in the office until her neck grew stiff, never expecting him to find the classroom on his own. Since it was his first day, she let his lateness slide but warned him never to let it happen again. With that, Su Shan turned and walked into the classroom. The person lecturing on the podium was a teacher named Mr. Liao. Su Shan asked him for a few minutes of his time to introduce the new student to the bunch of kids below. "Yi Xingchen, go ahead and introduce yourself." Yi Xingchen strode into the classroom with an imposing air. Standing on the podium, he swept his cold gaze across the room, making the students below feel a sudden wave of tension. Then Yi Xingchen dominantly uttered 3 words. "Yi Xingchen." It was indeed an introduction as brief as could be. The classroom fell dead silent for about 2 seconds before a wave of gasps erupted, all from the girls. "Wow, he's so handsome. Look at his bangs, so stylish, so cool. Even the way he talks has so much personality. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I wish he were my boyfriend." Yi Xingchen tried hard to suppress a smirk. This reaction was exactly what he had hoped for. Girls these days love the cool, aloof types. After the introduction, Su Shan pointed Yi Xingchen to his seat and handed the class back to Mr. Liao. However, in stark contrast to the girls' enthusiasm, the boys in the class despised Yi Xingchen's attitude, making mental notes to give him a good thrashing during recess as a welcoming gift. As Yi Xingchen walked toward his seat, someone deliberately stuck out a foot to trip him. However, the young man's reflexes were incredibly sharp. With a light leap, he easily cleared the malicious leg, landed steadily, and sat down at his desk. "Your grandfather here played this trick 10 years ago. He couldn't even be bothered with these wet behind-the-ears kids." Yi Xingchen thought to himself that his only goal now was to pay attention and study hard, so he could have a chance to get closer to his beautiful homeroom teacher. Fortunately, Yi Xingchen still remembered these high school formulas, so exams shouldn't be too difficult. But as he scanned the classroom once more, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but sigh. Why were all the young kids these days like this? Some were glued to their phones, others were busy touching up their makeup in class, and some were even sleeping with drool pooling all over their desks. The reason Yi Xingchen viewed his peers with such mature eyes was that he was actually a transmigrator. In his past life, he was a fresh college graduate who had taken a risky high-interest loan to make an investment. Consequently, the company he invested in went bankrupt, leaving him absolutely penniless and unable to repay. He had to run from his creditors, but he couldn't hide forever, eventually getting beaten half to death and left hanging by a thread. But Yi Xingchen never expected that he would survive that near-fatal beating. In truth, only his soul had survived. He had unexpectedly occupied the body and memories of this teenager who shared his exact name. Since this boy's father was the underworld king of Jingai Town, he no longer had to worry about loan shark debts in this new life. More importantly, this youth's physical fitness was far superior to his past self. This gave Yi Xingchen the confidence that he would never be easily bullied again. After spacing out for a bit, Yi Xingchen finally got through his first class back in high school. Sure enough, the moment the teacher stepped out of the classroom, a group of boys immediately swarmed and surrounded his desk. Wearing menacing expressions, they looked less like students and more like a pack of street thugs. Seeing this, the girls in the class began to worry for their new heartthrob. That crowd of boys, especially one named Zhao Hu, might occasionally do a good deed, but they were notoriously ruthless in a fight. The girls had even heard rumors of them beating up adults. "Excuse me, step aside." Yi Xingchen remained completely unfazed as he lit another cigarette. One of the two who had tried to trip him earlier was indeed Zhao Hu. At this, Zhao Hu flew into a rage and snarled, "Kid, you're new here, so you clearly don't know the rules. Today we're going to teach you how things work around here." "Are you their boss?" Yi Xingchen countered impatiently. It was a simple question, yet it instantly threw the guy into an awkward spot. He stammered for a while, unable to answer before instinctively stepping aside. Only then did Yi Xingchen notice another boy standing behind Zhao Hu. He looked entirely out of place next to the thugs around him. Fair-skinned, refined, and impeccably dressed, yet judging by everyone else's expressions, he was clearly the real boss. "So you're the actual boss here." Yi Xingchen stood up, closing the distance step by step. His voice was ice-cold, carrying the intimidating aura unique to the air of an underworld king, which sent a shiver down the guy's spine. Yi Xingchen walked right up to him, coldly spat out a single word, "Beat it," and brushed past him, deliberately slamming his shoulder hard against the boys as a warning. Faced with such blatant provocation, the guy actually didn't react at all. He just stood there frozen, desperately suppressing the sheer terror welling up inside him. Seeing this, his lackeys asked in confusion, "Boss, what's wrong? You're sweating buckets." "Ah, it's nothing. It's just a bit hot today." He hastily made up an excuse to save face, but there was no way he could just let Yi Xingchen walk away. All the freshmen called him boss. If he let Yi Xingchen humiliate him publicly in the classroom, how could he ever show his face again? With this thought, the boy ordered his gang to attack Yi Xingchen all at once. "What, you want to fight?" Yi Xingchen turned his head, his tone remaining ice-cold. The boys who had been charging forward aggressively instantly froze in their tracks, intimidated by his expression, and began exchanging uneasy glances. They were at a complete loss, but Zhao Hu alone remained fearless. He grabbed a chair, intending to use it as a weapon to strike Yi Xingchen. "Damn it, cut the crap!" Before his voice even faded, he swung the chair and lunged. Screams erupted from the girls in the classroom, drowning out a sharp swoosh as a blade cut through the air. When the dust settled, the girls were shocked to find that the situation wasn't what they had expected. Zhao Hu's attack had frozen mid-motion because Yi Xingchen was holding a razor-sharp dagger right against his throat. Although the blade didn't sink deep into his flesh, it was enough to draw blood. "You know what? You made a fatal mistake. Now don't look at me with those pleading eyes, it's useless." With that, Yi Xingchen pulled back the knife and stabbed viciously. "Ah, he's going to kill him," the girls screamed again. Fortunately, Yi Xingchen didn't go for the throat, plunging the blade straight into the guy's arm instead. The excruciating pain made Zhao Hu let go of the chair, which came crashing down heavily onto his own head, a fitting self-inflicted blow having dealt with him. Yi Xingchen calmly walked out of the classroom, but not before leaving a parting threat. "Remember, no one in this world is allowed to insult my mother. Otherwise, next time, even I don't know what I might do." The entire sequence of actions was seamless, fast as a scene from an action movie. Yi Xingchen successfully caught the attention of a beautiful girl sitting in the back row. However, he was in no mood to indulge his vanity. Once he cooled down, a sense of unease washed over him. What was wrong with him? Why had he actually wanted to take that big guy's life just now? Could it be that he had not only taken over this body and inherited the original owner's memories, but also inherited his personality? If that were the case, wouldn't he end up with split personalities? Crazy, he's a total lunatic, actually pulling a knife in the classroom. Several boys watching the commotion whispered among themselves. The scene was in utter chaos. until the beautiful girl stepped forward, urging the other boys to quickly carry Zhao Hu to the infirmary. The leader of the thugs, Ouyang Jun, regained his composure, pulled out his phone and sent a text message. He wanted to hire someone to beat a guy with a ponytail to a pulp after school, after Zhao Hu was carried away. The girl walked toward Yi Xingchen with a hint of trepidation. He hadn't paid much attention to her at first, but as she drew closer, he realized she was quite stunning, gentle, elegant, and exceedingly beautiful. "This is a classroom. Could you please put out your cigarette so it doesn't affect the other students?" "Yi Xingchen, I'm the class monitor Guan Tingting." Her voice was also incredibly melodious. Giving the beauty some face, Yi Xingchen stubbed out his cigarette, tossed it into the trash, and promised it wouldn't happen again. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was surprisingly reasonable, Guan Tingting gathered her courage to add one more thing. The gist of it was that although Zhao Hu's gang had initiated the provocation, she hoped he wouldn't repeat his actions in the future. After all, this was a classroom, not a battlefield. When Guan Tingting finished, Yi Xingchen cast a cold glance at her. Meeting his icy gaze, she couldn't help but shudder. The boys in the classroom tensed up as well, terrified that he might do something to their goddess. However, after a suffocating silence, he simply muttered flatly, "Understood." Only then did Guan Tingting and the rest of the class let out a sigh of relief. The remaining periods passed in uneasy peace. But how could a classroom brawl in Class 17 be hidden from the faculty? Sushan was quickly summoned to the principal's office. "That kid is an absolute magnet for trouble. Am I right, Sushan? He caused such a massive scene on his very first day," the principal grumbled, sighing repeatedly. "Haha, he's young. A bit of spirit isn't necessarily a bad thing. I'll keep a close eye on him," Sushan smiled. "I just hope he doesn't cause any chaos outside of school," the principal muttered, watching Yi Xingchen's departing figure through the window. At that moment, Yi Xingchen himself was sighing in frustration. On his very first day, besides the class monitor and his homeroom teacher, not a single female classmate had approached him. For someone like Yi Xingchen, who appreciated beautiful women, this was the ultimate failure of his school life. He was also slightly concerned about the severity of Zhao Hu's injury. He had nearly lost his mind back there, and was genuinely worried he had gone too far. As he walked, lost in thought, a jarring scene suddenly caught his eye. A group of hoodlums who had appeared out of nowhere were harassing a girl, shouting vulgarities and getting handsy. As someone who had always been a champion of justice, Yi Xingchen strode forward and barked, "Let her go," annoyed by the interruption. The thug leader glared back at Yi Xingchen and immediately noticed the small ponytail at the back of his head. As it turned out, these were the goons Ouyang Jun had called. Having identified their target, they pulled out their weapons. "Looks like you're the kid. You're in for a world of hurt today. Did Ouyang Jun send you to settle a score? I'm in a terrible mood right now and don't have time for this." "Beat it," Yi Xingchen said, looking thoroughly annoyed. His attitude only enraged the thugs further. The blonde leader charged with a weapon, but before he could even swing, a brutal fist connected squarely with his face. Yi Xingchen didn't hold back at all, sending the thug flying with a single blow. Seeing their leader foaming at the mouth and knocked unconscious, the thugs were shocked and furious. "Brother Jin Mao, are you okay?" Although they were intimidated by Yi Xingchen's sheer brutality, they couldn't just swallow this humiliation. Roaring, they swarmed him all at once. Yi Xingchen merely scoffed, moving with lightning speed. He sent another one flying in an instant. The rest were no match for him either, dropped one after another like dominoes. Ouyang Jun, who had been watching from a safe distance, was far too terrified to step in. Though burning with resentment, he knew that taking down someone as monstrously strong as Yi Xingchen would require a much better plan. Having beaten the thugs to a pulp, Yi Xingchen left the school grounds feeling rather exhausted. To shake off his gloomy mood, he decided to grab a drink. He had barely taken a few sips when a girl suddenly materialized out of nowhere, purring in a coquettish voice. "Hey handsome, let Linger keep you company for a few drinks. What do you say?" Yi Xingchen was in absolutely no mood for this, especially since the girl was nowhere near as stunning as Sushan or Guan Tingting. He waved her off as if shooing a stray chicken, yet this girl named Linger clung to him like a leech. "Handsome, I really like you. I won't even charge a service fee, just let me join you for a couple of drinks." "No thanks, you're too ugly," Yi Xingchen rejected her flatly, brushing her hand off. The girl was left utterly speechless by his bluntness, but Yi Xingchen didn't care in the slightest. He was seriously wondering if he needed to see a therapist otherwise. With the volatile temper of this body's original owner, it was only a matter of time before he killed someone over a minor disagreement. If things came to that, it would certainly not end well. "What, you dare call me ugly?" Meanwhile, Linger was still stomping her feet in rage after being rejected by Yi Xingchen. Just then, a gang boss walked into the bar with a crowd of henchmen. The moment she saw them, her face lit up, and she instantly switched her target of flattery. "Brother Hu, you're finally here? Come over, someone is bullying me." The old thug at the front, whom Linger called Brother Hu, looked like a textbook mobster at first glance. The men following closely behind him happened to be the very same crew that Yi Xingchen had nearly crippled that afternoon. "A bunch of useless trash. Do you guys do anything besides eat? A whole crowd of you couldn't even handle a single high school kid. Where am I supposed to put my face?" he barked loudly. "But Brother Hu, he's incredibly tough. None of the brothers stood a chance. You have to avenge us," the blonde thug whimpered. "Enough, feeding you lot is a complete waste of money," Lei Laohu roared. He resolved to call Yang Jun over another day. After all, they were helping him teach the kid a lesson, so Yang Jun would have to reimburse all their medical bills. With that, he pulled the girl beside him into his arms. "What's wrong, my little Linger? What blind fool dared to bully you?" "Who else? It's that punk with the ponytail. He actually had the nerve to call me ugly just now." "Brother Hu, am I really that ugly?" Linger whined coquettishly. The blonde thug looked in the direction of her finger. "Talk about a small world," he quickly reported to Lei Laohu that the ponytail punk was the very same guy who had beaten them up this afternoon. Hearing this, Lei Laohu grabbed a beer bottle from the table without a word and smashed it with a sharp crack, leaving him with a jagged lethal weapon in his hand. He puffed out his chest and snarled, "Damn it, this is my turf. Lei Laohu's bar, where the hell did you crawl out from, punk, to dare run wild here?" "Old Lei, your business seems to be booming lately," Yi Xingchen replied without even turning his head. But the moment Lei Laohu heard that voice, it sounded incredibly familiar. As Yi Xingchen turned around, Lei Laohu was so shocked that the broken bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. He quickly bent double in a deep bow, greeting him with absolute reverence. "Young Master Chen, when did you return?" Lei Laohu's sudden submission made his henchmen gulp in terror, the tension in the air skyrocketing. They couldn't comprehend why their boss was being so submissive. Who on earth was this teenager casually drinking in front of them? "My old man forced me to come back and finish school. I had nothing to do after class, so I came by for a few drinks," Yi Xingchen replied lazily. "So I hear you've been doing pretty well for yourself lately, even becoming the boss of Yunlong Street?" Lei Laohu had been in the Underworld for years, yet standing before Yi Xingchen he stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. This is all thanks to your family's favor, young master. Since you're back at Yunlong High, if there's ever anything you need from little Lei, just say the word, young master, and I will go through fire and water for you." With that, he turned and roared at his lackeys. "What are you idiots staring for? Greet young Master Chen right now." The thugs were dazed for a moment, but seeing Lei Laohu's reaction, they complied. They bent down in unison and greeted him loudly. Among them, the ones who had picked a fight with him that afternoon were sweating bullets. They now realized they had crossed a powerful figure whom even their boss dared not offend. They fully expected Yi Xingchen to torture them mercilessly, but to their surprise he merely said flatly, "Don't cause any more trouble at Yunlong High. I go to school there, and I don't want any hassle." Before the thugs could even open their mouths, Lei Laohu hastily chimed in, Yes, of course. Little Lei will definitely keep these bastards in line." At this point his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn as he barked brutally, "You idiots, hurry up and thank the young master for his mercy." The thugs immediately fell to their knees and began kowtowing to Yi Xingchen, but he didn't even spare them a glance. He simply told Lei Laohu to clear out his lackeys and take that girl Linger with them too, as looking at her was an eyesore. Additionally, Yi Xingchen added, "No one must know about my return to Yunlong. After all, carrying the identity of an underworld king's son will only invite trouble if too many people find out." Lei Laohu nodded repeatedly in agreement and hurriedly led his men out. The moment they stepped outside, the blonde thug, filled with suspicion, leaned in and whispered to ask about Yi Xingchen's background. After all, on the surface he looked like a mere high schooler, so he couldn't understand why Lei Laohu was so terrified. To his surprise, before he could even finish his sentence, a vicious slap sent stars spinning in his eyes. Lei Laohu pointed at his nose and cursed furiously, "Starting today, anyone who dares to stir up trouble at Yunlong High will face our house rules. No one is allowed to speak a word of what happened today, or I'll have their head." Lei Laohu's roaring echoed back into the bar. Yi Xingchen simply smiled faintly, amused that the old guy was still so hot-headed at his age. That brought him to another realization. The old Yi Xingchen would get a headache and feel dizzy after just a few drinks, so why was he completely fine today after drinking so much? Could it be that his physical improvements had also given him a much higher tolerance for alcohol? After having his fill of food and drinks, Yi Xingchen left the bar. Just as he stepped out of the entrance, he saw a young man being ganged up on and beaten by 3 or 4 guys. The world was a cruel place, something Yi Xingchen was long accustomed to. Normally he had no interest in meddling in other people's business, but seeing how helpless this young man was reminded him of his past self. He couldn't help but deliberately bump into one of the thugs as he walked past. Watch where you're going, punk. Are you blind? Can't you see your grandpa here is busy? As expected, the thug turned around and began cursing Yi Xingqian's ancestors. Do you want me to beat you so hard you won't know which way is north? Still cursing, he raised his hand to slap Yi Xingqian. However, just like many other arrogant fools, this suicidal idiot's wrist was instantly sliced open by Yi Xingqian's dagger, leaving a deep gash. The excruciating pain sent him straight to the ground, clutching his wrist tightly, though he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. If you're okay, you should head home. This is no place for you, Yi Xingqian said. This time he was speaking to the trembling youth who had been shielding his head. Only then did the young man dare to look up, though still shaking violently. The moment he saw Yi Xingqian, he recognized him instantly and struggled to shout out, "Thank you, Yi Xingqian. My name is Luo Xiaojun. I'm in class 17, just like you." Luo Xiaojun wanted to say more, but Yi Xingqian had already walked far away. The next morning, Yi Xingqian arrived at the classroom as usual, just as the class monitor Guan Tingting was taking roll call. He sat down and let out a long sigh, finding school life rather dull. He was preoccupied with the idea of going on a date with a beautiful girl, but unfortunately he had zero experience. Meanwhile, in a corner of the campus, students were in a state of chaos, screaming and fleeing in all directions. "Run, if that demon catches you, you're finished." Last time, a girl ran into him at the school gate and was dragged away by force. When she finally returned, she had to be admitted straight into a psychiatric hospital. As everyone fled in panic, a girl accidentally tripped and fell, only to be grabbed by the very demon they were fleeing. "Why are you so careless, student? Let the teacher help you. It's time for some private tutoring." With that, he closed in on the girl and, ignoring her terrified struggles, dragged her into an empty classroom. After ravaging her to satisfy his beastly desires, he casually adjusted his collar to put on a self-righteous front. Flashing a satisfied, sinister smile, he walked away, leaving the disheveled, trembling girl behind. All right, time for class. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the school goddess Mo Rongrong was chatting happily with her friends. Unlike usual, however, she would steal secret glances at Yi Xingqian from time to time. Since Mo Rongrong was the ultimate dream girl for the other boys, her every move was under close scrutiny. Seeing the goddess repeatedly stealing glances at Yi Xingqian, a boy nearby nudged Ouyang Jun with his elbow. "Hey, Ouyang, it looks like your Rongrong is pretty interested in that new transfer student." Ouyang Jun gritted his teeth in fury, but unable to lash out in public, he could only hiss in a low voice, "You bastard. Damn it, get your hands off me. Do you want to end up like Zhao Hu, bedridden at home for days?" In truth, Ouyang Jun's mind was also filled with questions. What puzzled him most was Yi Xingqian's background. Why had even Lei Lao Hu warned them to stay away from him? Just then, the classroom door was violently kicked open. The moment the students saw who entered, their faces turned deathly pale. "Yo, useless trash, I'm back. Wasn't this guy the very beast who had just assaulted that girl?" Seeing him, even Ouyang Jun, who usually ruled the school, broke into a cold sweat. This demonic figure had clearly been expelled before for severe school violence. So why was he back now? Yi Xingqian, unaware of the man's past, simply assumed he was a regular English teacher. Having zero interest in learning English, he decided to just lie down on his desk and sleep. Walking up to the podium, the demon suddenly remembered something. "Before we start today's lesson, let's have a little quiz to see if you've made any progress lately." After writing a question on the blackboard, the bastard directly called Mo Rongrong to come up and solve it. Below the podium, Ouyang Jun swallowed nervously, his hands clenched into tight fists. He swore in his heart that if this bastard dared to lay a finger on Mo Rongrong, he would fight him to the death. "Is that old pervert targeting our class beauty?" Several students couldn't help but whisper. "Keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish? The boyfriend of the girl he assaulted last time is still insane." Back then, 18 guys went to confront him. 11 were crippled, and the rest are still in the ICU. Mo Rongrong sat motionless in her seat. The demon teacher walked straight over to her desk and prompted her again. "Student Mo Rongrong, tell me your answer. If you can't answer, it means you haven't been paying attention in class. In that case, the teacher will have to give you some private tutoring." Everyone in the class knew exactly what this bastard meant by tutoring. Suppressing her inner terror, Mo Rongrong spoke up, saying the answer was A. However, the bastard declared on the spot, "Wrong. A is not the answer I want, but the answer is clearly A," Mo Rongrong insisted. The bastard's expression soured, and he suddenly grabbed her by the collar. He lifted the petite Mo Rongrong straight into the air. "Are you questioning my professional ability?" Facing this terrifying scene, the students below held their breath, too afraid to even gasp. At that exact moment, Yi Xingqian, who was dozing off with his head propped on his hand, accidentally let his elbow slip. His head slammed heavily onto the desk with a loud bang, yet even so, he actually kept snoring away. The noise caught the demon's attention. He finally let go of Mo Rongrong for the moment and marched angrily toward Yi Xingqian. The students broke into a cold sweat. "It's over, it's over. Li Ke hates disrespect more than anything. Yi Xingqian is in deep trouble now. Yang Jun also held his breath, staring at the demon's every move. He knew exactly how terrifying Li Ke was. Someone who could beat students to the point of withdrawal and still return to school safely was definitely not to be taken lightly. But after his first day at the new school, everyone also knew that Yi Xingqian's background was anything but ordinary. So, who would have the last laugh in this clash of titans? The great demon Li Ke stood in front of Yi Xingqian's desk for a long time, while Yi Xingqian's rhythmic snoring continued. Finally, losing all patience, he roared in fury, "You bastard, I waste my time teaching you useless trash and you dare to sleep in my class? Stand up!" Before his voice even faded, Li Ke threw a powerful punch, the wind whistling from his fist. Unfortunately, this time Li Ke had met his match. The moment the punch was thrown, Yi Xingqian suddenly opened his eyes. With the agility of a squirrel, he instantly stood up and dodged the blow. Li Ke's heavy fist slammed onto the desk, splitting the sturdy wooden table clean in half. If that had landed on Yi Xingqian, he would have ended up in the hospital with a severe concussion at the very least. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Yi Xingqian asked casually. His reaction shocked the teenagers in the classroom so much they forgot to breathe. They never expected him to dare challenge the great demon Li Ke face to face. After all, compared to Zhao Hu's gang, this guy was on a completely different level. As for the boys who had been gritting their teeth at Yi Xingqian yesterday, they were now cheering for him in their hearts. They had long detested Li Ke and had been hoping for someone to stand up and deliver justice. "You little bastard, I am your teacher after all. It seems I need to teach you some respect today." Having missed his target, Li Ke's rage flared even hotter. This time he adjusted his stance and threw a second punch with all his might. Unfortunately, he missed again. With a quick flash of his body, Yi Xingqian had already retreated. Li Ke was not about to give up, launching a flurry of rapid punches, but his opponent was just as quick. The faster he punched, the faster Yi Xingqian dodged. After several exchanges, Li Ke began to feel secretly shocked. He hadn't expected this thin, scholarly-looking student to be so incredibly agile. Just as he was thinking this, Yi Xingqian suddenly vanished from his sight. To evade Li Ke's fist, he had swiftly lowered his center of gravity. Then, before his opponent could even react, Yi Xingqian launched a sudden counterattack. At this close range and speed, Li Ke was completely unable to dodge, sent flying backward several meters by Yi Xingqian's punch. "Teacher, what's wrong now?" Yi Xingqian taunted. The veins on Li Ke's forehead throbbed violently, indicating he had completely lost his mind with rage. From the looks of it, Li Ke was determined to kill Yi Xingqian right here and now. But unfortunately, Yi Xingqian gave him no such chance. Before Li Ke could even steady himself, Yi Xingqian lunged forward, striking first. After all, the best defense is a good offense. Seeing Yi Xingqian's oncoming fist, Li Ke sneered, even mocking that such a weak punch was absolute garbage. But to his utter surprise, he couldn't even block this garbage punch. Sent spinning from the blow, Li Ke had to endure a torrential storm of punches from Yi Xingqian. Finally, Yi Xingqian delivered a sharp front kick right to his abdomen. Despite his massive build, Li Ke was sent flying backward, his heavy body crashing hard against the classroom door, breaking through the door and crashing out onto the hallway floor. Writhing in pain, Li Ke could not believe what was happening. Yi Xingqian was just a fresh high school kid, yet the power in his fists was far greater than his own, and he seemed to grow stronger as the fight progressed. But it wasn't over yet. As Li Ke looked up, he saw Yi Xingqian rushing out of the classroom. No, he would never allow himself to be defeated by a wet behind-the-ears kid. With this thought, Li Ke gritted his teeth, stood up and threw a fierce right hook. But this was just a decoy, as expected. Yi Xingqian sidestepped to the left, and at that exact moment, Li Ke's fully charged left fist launched outward in tandem, hoping to trap him in a pincer attack and smash his head in. Yet to everyone's shock, Yi Xingqian evaded the blow in an unbelievable manner, immediately returning the favor with a resounding uppercut. Li Ke took the punch head-on, his nosebleed instantly spurting like a geyser. Clearly, he had utterly lost this fight. "Mr. Li, do you have any idea how miserably you've lost?" Yi Xingqian said, his face filled with disdain. Facing this demon who took pleasure in abusing students, he had no intention of letting him off easily. After taking several heavy blows, Li Ke's energy was mostly depleted, and his reaction speed had drastically plummeted. Consequently, he found it increasingly difficult to defend against Yi Xingqian's relentless back-to-back onslaught. The sounds of this fierce brawl instantly echoed down the entire hallway. Not only the students of Class 17, but those from other classes also poked their heads out to watch the commotion. In the crowd, there was a boy whose face was covered in bandages. The moment he peeked out, he instantly recognized the great demon, Li Ke. Not long ago, he had been one of his victims. The bandages and bruises covering him were precisely Li Ke's masterpiece. That bastard not only beat up boys and assaulted girls, but had even shamelessly stolen his girlfriend. Back then, consumed by rage, he had gathered a large group to seek revenge on Li Kei. Unfortunately, every single one of them had ended up being beaten to a pulp, left groveling on the floor. You want revenge? Wait another 100 years. The boy still clearly remembered Li Kei's arrogant threat from that day. This bastard had long subjected students to inhumane oppression, while the school administration turned a blind eye, letting him run wild. The students had resigned themselves to never escaping his clutches, but who could have expected someone to stand up today and utterly crush this demon right now? Li Kei was like a bird with clipped wings, pathetically shielding his head, utterly powerless against Yi Xingqian's iron fists. Seeing this, the bandaged boy was beside himself with excitement, and couldn't help but roar, "Keep going, man, beat him down, kick him out of this school forever. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid Li Kei will come after you for revenge if he wins?" a nearby boy hissed in a low voice. But at this point, who cared about that? All they could see was the demon being unilaterally thrashed by Yi Xingqian. The rage they had suppressed for so long erupted completely in this single moment. Boys and girls alike burst into a deafening, earth-shattering roar. "Go, go, kick his ass." Yi Xingqian wasn't deaf. He naturally heard the roaring support. He glanced down at Li Kei and sneered mockingly. "Seems you've done plenty of good deeds around here. No wonder everyone hates your guts so much. Kid, you're indeed a decent fighter. But this isn't over. I'm going to slaughter you today." Li Kei snarled, gnashing his teeth. Yi Xingqian found it laughably pathetic. This bastard clearly didn't understand the reality of his situation, yet he still had the nerve to throw threats. Before the words could fully leave Li Kei's mouth, Yi Xingqian delivered another brutal punch straight to his face. He had originally intended to just teach him a light lesson to keep him from stirring up trouble at school. But seeing how deeply outraged the students were, he realized he had to give this guy a truly unforgettable lesson. Taking the punch dead on, Li Kei instantly saw stars, his vision turning into a blur, taking advantage of his disoriented state. Yi Xingqian's onslaught grew even more ferocious. A hail of fists rained down mercilessly, ultimately sending Li Kei flying through the air to roll across the floor like a rag doll. By now, Li Kei's face was completely swollen and disfigured, with several of his front teeth knocked out. "I hate threats more than anything. You should thank your lucky stars were at school today, or you'd be a corpse by now. If you've got any brains left, pack your bags and get lost. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to be called a teacher." With this, Yi Xingqian secured an absolute, overwhelming victory. Right after he finished dealing with Li Kei, the homeroom teacher Su Shan rushed over, having caught wind of the situation, and instructed Yi Xingqian to follow her to the office. Yi Xingqian obediently followed her out, while the rest of the students, urged by class monitor Guan Tingting, reluctantly returned to their seats since class was technically still in session. Watching Li Kei lie unconscious on the floor, several boys felt an unspeakable sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought this demon would finally get his comeuppance? It was poetic justice at its finest. After this incident, Yi Xingqian became an absolute superstar in the eyes of his peers. Not just the girls, but even quite a few boys were now seriously considering asking him to be their big boss. The entirety of Class 17 was buzzing with excited chatter about Yi Xingqian, with only Mo Rongrong remaining completely silent. She was deeply worried that he would be severely punished by Su Shan, and even more terrified that he might lose his temper and get physical again if the teacher scolded him. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian and Su Shan arrived outside the principal's office. Su Shan couldn't help but sigh, turning to him. Yi Xingqian physically assaulting a teacher on campus is grounds for immediate expulsion. Even though Mr. Li's behavior was utterly deplorable, still, Yi Xingqian cut her off gently. "Ms. Su, you don't need to worry about me. Since I caused this mess, I'll take full responsibility." Seeing how incredibly composed he was, Su Shan chose not to press further, simply telling him to go inside and explain things to the principal himself. Yi Xingqian pushed open the office door and strolled in, looking completely relaxed and unbothered. And the principal didn't look surprised at all to see him. "Take a seat. There's some Longjing tea in the cabinet. Brew some yourself if you want." "Uncle Chu, how did you know I like Longjing?" Yi Xingqian grinned. Since things had reached this stage, there was no point in playing polite. In reality, his family and Principal Chu shared a long-standing deep connection. "You're the spitting image of your old man, down to the exact same tastes. How could I not know?" With that, Principal Chu opened his cigar humidor and offered him one. Yi Xingqian sniffed the cigar lightly, then remarked, "Actually, I prefer Hong's cigarettes over cigars. It seems like during these past few years abroad, a lot has happened to you, hasn't it?" "You've changed quite a bit," Principal Chu observed with a sigh. "But now that you're here, you have to follow the school rules. Stop giving this old man a headache. He's an American," Yi Xingqian said slowly, lighting up a cigarette and exhaling a thin cloud of blue smoke. "A year ago on the battlefield of Iraq, a few of my brothers in arms were captured by American mercenaries and tortured to death. Besides, I couldn't stand the sight of Li Kei's pathetic behavior anyway. Principal Chu let out a heavy sigh, noting helplessly that the guy did have a powerful family backing him, which explained why he acted so untouchable around campus. He added that he had already dispatched staff to properly sweep the incident under the rug, before warning Yi Xingchen to keep a low profile in the future, or at the very least to avoid turning the school grounds into a slaughterhouse. "Since you put it that way, Uncle Chu, I'll happily comply," Yi Xingchen said, casually stubbing out his cigarette. Principal Chu nodded in approval. "All right, get back to class, and give your father my regards." Yi Xingchen nodded and turned to leave. Not long after his return, their homeroom teacher Su Shan stepped into the classroom to deliver a shocking announcement. Due to sudden health issues, Mr. Li had officially resigned and returned to his home country. The school would arrange a new English teacher for Class 17 as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in cheers. "He got beaten half to death and they're calling it sudden health issues? Ha ha ha, that bastard totally had it coming. Man, this is the best news ever." Yi Xingchen didn't join in on the gossip. He had only been enrolled for 2 days in this new life, yet he had already stirred up storm after storm, only to walk away completely unscathed every single time. It made him silently marvel at the sheer power of having an influential family and massive backing. If he had possessed this kind of background in his past life, he never would have met such a tragic end. Just as his mind was drifting, a girl dressed in an outfit flashier than a trendy rapper's suddenly materialized before his desk. Introducing herself as Huang Yifei, she got straight to the point and bluntly announced that she wanted to be his girlfriend. Even though it was their very first time meeting, this sudden, out-of-the-blue confession caught Yi Xingchen completely off guard. But Huang Yifei didn't have a shy bone in her body. Instead, she leaned in closer and closer, forcing Yi Xingchen to tilt backward so far he almost tipped over in his chair. "Do you have a girlfriend?" she asked, cutting straight to the chase once more. "No," Yi Xingchen replied, slightly dazed. "Excellent, then be my boyfriend." The moment the words left her mouth, the classroom erupted into chaos. The girls in the class clamored loudly, shouting at Yi Xingchen not to agree under any circumstances, accusing Huang Yifei of being a shameless loose vixen who had already seduced countless guys. "Yi Xingchen, don't listen to their lies. I am literally the most gentle, virtuous, and purest traditional girl on the face of the earth," Huang Yifei declared with absolute confidence. Yi Xingchen cringed inwardly. Were girls today really this bold, or had his look simply reached an irresistible level of hotness? Huang Yifei was undeniably pretty and cute, but this was their very first conversation. Why was she so dead set on being his girlfriend? Something was definitely fishy. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. She was probably up to no good. Besides, the school was packed with top-tier babes waiting for him to woo them, like their gorgeous class monitor Guan Tingting or their stunning homeroom teacher Su Shan. So regardless of how much of a playboy he was, he absolutely couldn't agree to her so easily. With that in mind, Yi Xingchen cooked up a random excuse, claiming he had promised his mother never to date before turning 18. "How about this? If you don't mind, you can be my adopted little sister. I can guarantee that from now on, nobody in Yunlong High will ever dare to lay a finger on you," Yi Xingchen suggested. "Sounds great, big brother Xingchen," Huang Yifei agreed instantly. Yi Xingchen was taken aback by how quickly she changed her tune. She definitely had an ulterior motive. But before he could dwell on it, the door to Class 17 was violently kicked open yet again. That door was remarkably resilient. Despite being kicked repeatedly by wave after wave of thugs, it somehow still hung intact on its hinges. This time the intruder was a guy named Zhang Tianba. One glance at his face, which was devastatingly ugly, was enough to tell he was bad news. He swaggered through the crowd and shamelessly announced that he was there to find his fiancée, Mo Rongrong. Hearing this, Mo Rongrong stood up in a fit of rage, stomping her foot. "Zhang Tianba, quit your lies, I have absolutely nothing to do with you." Seeing an outsider stirring up trouble in her classroom, Guan Tingting immediately stepped forward as the class monitor, coldly demanding that Zhang Tianba leave at once. Meanwhile, Mo Rongrong, for some inexplicable reason, glanced back toward the rear of the classroom, only to catch sight of Huang Yifei tightly wrapping her arms around Yi Xingchen's. As for Zhang Tianba, he was not only hideous but also possessed a bizarre, unfathomable confidence. Seeing Guan Tingting blocking his path, he sneered and asked in an incredibly narcissistic tone, "Guan Tingting, are you just bitter because I didn't try to hook up with you?" He leered at her, scanning her body from head to toe before letting his greasy gaze linger on her chest for several seconds, making her skin crawl with disgust. "To be fair, you're not bad looking, but unfortunately for you, I'm already engaged," Zhang Tianba continued to boast arrogantly. "Rongrong and I have been sweethearts since childhood, and our parents arranged our marriage long ago, so she is the only one I can marry. But hey, if you're willing, I wouldn't mind taking you in as a mistress. What do you think?" Guan Tingting trembled with rage. The students around them were utterly shocked that this shameless scoundrel would dare insult their class monitor so brazenly right in the classroom. With that, Zhang Tianba shoved Guan Tingting aside and marched straight toward Mo Rongrong. At the back of the classroom, though Yi Xingchen had no idea who this clown was, he could easily gather from the toxic and disgusting atmosphere that both Mo Rongrong and the rest of the class utterly loathed this narcissistic prick. If he stepped in and thrashed these punks, it would be the perfect opportunity to score major points with his new classmates. Already imagining his dream girl Mo Rongrong throwing herself into his arms and murmuring her sweet thanks, Yi Xingchen decided to put on a show. Striding forward with an imposing aura, he blocked Zhang Tianba's path and coldly ordered him to apologize to Guan Tingting immediately and get the hell out. Well, look at this punk. You must be the new kid, huh? You don't even know who the hell I am, Zhang Tianba barked with a contemptuous laugh. Meanwhile, watching from the back row, Ouyang Jun scoffed. He was thoroughly sick of Yi Xingchen constantly hogging the spotlight. After all, in this class, and honestly the entire grade, who didn't know Ouyang Jun was hopelessly in love with Mo Rongrong? Ouyang Jun had long viewed Zhang Tianba as his rival in love. Unfortunately, he was currently in a deeply awkward spot. His strongest lackey, Zhao Hu, was still hospitalized, and he himself was absolutely no match for Zhang Tianba in a fight. Another fight? Do you think Zhang Tianba stands a chance? The boys in the back whispered among themselves. Are you kidding me? No matter how tough Zhang Tianba is, can he possibly be stronger than that demon Li Ke? Seeing the class's admiration for Yi Xingchen reaching fever pitch, Ouyang Jun realized he couldn't just sit back and let his rival steal all the glory. Stealing his resolve, he decided that even if he got his face bashed in, it would still be 100 times better than being labeled a spineless coward. Seeing Ouyang Jun stride forward from the back of the room with his hands tucked into his pockets, the boys exploded with excitement. Whoa, is Ouyang Jun stepping up too? Is he actually going head-to-head with Zhang Tianba? Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen was still facing down the gang of thugs. He had intended to give them one final warning to apologize to Guan Tingting and get the hell out of Class 17, but they clearly preferred to let their fists do the talking. The outcome was entirely predictable. Before Zhang Tianba could even finish his trash talk, a heavy fist connected with his jaw, sending him stumbling backward until he crashed hard on his backside. His lackeys scrambled to help him up, but his smug, arrogant pride had already been completely shattered by that single punch. Humiliated and furious, Zhang Tianba lost his mind and ordered his entire crew to charge at once, determined to tear Yi Xingchen apart. Unfortunately, they were nothing but a pack of overconfident clowns. Yi Xingchen sneered inwardly. If even Lei Laohu's hardened thugs were beneath his notice, what could a bunch of sheltered high school brats possibly hope to achieve against him? Acting fast, he grabbed the wrist of the lead lackey and swung him around with brute force. Despite his massive frame, the guy was utterly helpless against Yi Xingchen's terrifying monstrous strength, crashing into rows of desks and chairs in a spectacular wreck that left his bones aching. Though momentarily startled, the remaining underlings still recklessly charged forward, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. But Yi Xingchen was not someone to be trifled with. Beyond his devastating punches, his footwork was incredibly agile. Shifting his strategy, he unleashed a flurry of rapid, vicious kicks, rewarding every single one of Zhang Tianba's lackeys with a heavy blow. After sending 3 or 4 goons flying across the room, Yi Xingchen turned around to find his classmates standing there with their jaws agape, staring at him like deer in headlights. He rolled his eyes in sheer disbelief and barked, "Are you kidding me? A bunch of outsiders are literally stomping all over our class and bullying your classmates, and you guys are just standing there watching the show?" These words snapped the boys of Class 17 out of their trance. Ouyang Jun was the fastest to react, charging forward and delivering a brutal stomp to a thug who had just been kicked down by Yi Xingchen. The other boys immediately went wild, tossing their textbooks aside and joining the chaotic brawl with roaring battle cries to defend their classroom. In an instant, the room was filled with the sounds of bone-crunching impacts and furious shouts. Zhang Tianba, who had scrambled back to his feet, was practically foaming at the mouth with humiliation. Disregarding everything, he lunged straight at Yi Xingchen to reclaim his honor. Yet despite his hulking frame, he couldn't even touch the hem of Yi Xingchen's shirt. Instead, Yi Xingchen grabbed him by the hair and violently yanked him forward. Showing absolutely no mercy, Yi Xingchen slammed his head face first into the wall. With a sickening thud, 3 of Zhang Tianba's front teeth shattered on impact, and a deep bloody gash opened up across his forehead. "Do you need me to remind you what to say, or can you figure it out yourself?" Yi Xingchen sneered threateningly. By now, Zhang Tianba was utterly terrified. If he dared to resist any further, he wouldn't have a single tooth left in his mouth by the end of the day. Trembling, he quickly spun around to face Guan Tingting, blubbering and sniffling as he begged for her forgiveness, swearing to the heavens that he would never step foot near her again. Gentle and soft-hearted by nature, Guan Tingting sighed and said calmly, Fine, just make sure you never barge into another class's room again. Yes, absolutely, I will never come back. Thank you, Monitor Guan, thank you for showing mercy. Though dying of embarrassment, Zhang Tianba could only swallow his pride and bow repeatedly in gratitude to save his skin. After they left in groups, Guan Tingting was deeply grateful and turned to thank Yi Xingchen. However, as the monitor of Class 17, she kept personal and professional matters strictly separate. Right after thanking him, she reminded him not to disrupt the classroom order in the future. Haha, no need to thank me. After all, you're our class monitor. If we didn't stand up for you when you got bullied by another class, what would that say about us? Besides, I'll clean this place up right away, Yi Xingchen replied with a smile, rolling up his sleeves to clean up the mess. The chaotic brawl just now had left the classroom's desks and chairs in a complete wreck. Watching Yi Xingchen put the messy desks and chairs back in place, Ouyang Jun was lost in thought for a moment before walking over to lend a hand. Seeing this, the other boys didn't dare to just stand around doing nothing either. The scene just now couldn't help but make Mo Rongrong and Huang Yifei wonder. Yi Xingchen had stepped up so dominantly, yet afterward, he obediently listened to Guan Tingting. Did he really like the class monitor? The next few classes passed rather peacefully with nothing special happening, until Ouyang Jun received an invitation to a football match. He was thrilled. Didn't their class just get a powerhouse? So Ouyang Jun mustered up his courage and went over to invite Yi Xingchen to join the football match. Although recent events still made his heart skip a beat whenever he faced Yi Xingchen, to Ouyang Jun's surprise, Yi Xingchen didn't hold a grudge at all and readily agreed. While the boys were changing, Yi Xingchen inadvertently bared his back, which was covered in a crisscross of scars and tattooed with a massive pair of bat wings. This sent a shiver down several classmates' spines. Out of curiosity, they asked, Yi Xingchen, what did you do before? How did you get so many scars? I was just wasting my days away abroad. I only returned to the country this year, and my old man dragged me here, Yi Xingchen replied. The boys exchanged glances, none of them daring to pry any further. They couldn't imagine what a high schooler could have done to get so many scars, but they guessed it certainly wasn't anything respectable. After Yi Xingchen changed, they didn't waste any time. Once everyone was dressed, they headed to the field together. There was a 10,000 yuan bet on this match, so Yi Xingchen didn't want to drag anyone down. Many girls had come to cheer, and most of them were there for Yi Xingchen. However, the moment the boys of Class 17 arrived at the field, they saw a crowd of people making a huge racket. What is that crowd doing? Yi Xingchen asked. No idea, came the reply. But over there is Class 113 of Yunlong High School, the ones we agreed to play against. One group was the boys from Class 113, and the other was a bunch of thuggish-looking street punks. The two sides were arguing heatedly. Damn it, we got to the field first. Why should we give it up to you? Screw you, don't you know this field has already been claimed by us? Cut the crap and get lost, and we might just let you off today. Oh, so they really were street thugs. However, the boys of Class 113 were not to be outdone. You bastards, Li Tianying. Don't think you're a big shot just because you have a mob boss backing you. You're the one who should beat it, or we'll beat you so hard you'll remember it for the rest of your life. The leading boy roared, pointing at his face. His words acted like a battle alarm for the thugs. The guy named Li Tianying immediately charged and threw a punch, and a chaotic brawl broke out between the two sides. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen's hands started to itch for a fight. After all, today was supposed to be a match between their two classes, so he planned to charge in and help Class 113. Besides, he heard from his classmates that the arrogant Li Tianying was a student from Class 116. He was Lei Laohu's underling, so he had always run rampant around the school, being far more arrogant than Zhang Tianba from this morning, and had even self-proclaimed himself the Giant Eagle of Yunlong. Hearing the title Giant Eagle of Yunlong, Yi Xingchen found it incredibly laughable. In that case, today he would have to clip this giant eagle's wings and show him what he was made of. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yi Xingchen saw Ouyang Jun pinned to the ground by a hulking guy, about to get beaten up. Although they weren't close and even had some bad blood, they were classmates after all, so he naturally couldn't stand by and watch. Yi Xingchen easily knocked several of them to the ground. Seeing this, Li Tianying instantly flew into a rage. He roared, "Damn it, you dare lay a hand on my men? In that case, today I'm going to beat you so hard even your mother won't recognize you." Cursing, he swung his fists and charged at Yi Xingchen. The boys of Class 17 could only click their tongues, thinking that Li Tianying had really bitten off more than he could chew this time. Sure enough, with lightning-fast reflexes, Yi Xingchen grabbed him by the hair, held his head down and delivered a brutal knee strike. Li Tianying's nosebleed instantly erupted like a geyser. The moment Yi Xingchen let go, he stumbled backward, his vision turning black, but Yi Xingchen immediately followed up with another punch. Li Tianying was sent flying by Yi Xingchen's punch, landing flat on his back. However, Yi Xingchen didn't stop there. He stepped forward and delivered a brutal stomp. A crisp snapping sound followed, and Li Tianying wailed in agony. The field fell into utter chaos, and the thugs had absolutely no power to fight back against Yi Xingchen. This is a school, so I'm sparing your pathetic lives. Now beat it. Li Tianying lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Given the state of his leg, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. Seeing things go south, Wu Yangjun suggested to the leading senior of class 113 that they skip the game for today. The football bet would have to be postponed. However, ever since an extraordinary figure like Yi Xingchen appeared, everyone knew that a massive storm was about to sweep through the school. In the locker room, Wu Yangjun pondered for a long time before finally speaking up to warn Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, today we completely offended both of the grade 11 overlords. There's going to be big trouble ahead. With our current strength, it'll be hard to fight both of them at the same time. Any suggestions? Oh, so there are quite a few gangs in this school? Yi Xingchen replied casually. Of course, the strongest forces in our school are known as the 5 Overlords of Yunlong, a straight student wearing glasses chimed in. In grade 11 there's Li Tianying, Zhang Tianba, and Lu Shuisong. In grade 12 we have Lu Dinglong and Cao Jia. Besides them, the ultimate boss of Yunlong High is Chu Tianshang, known as the Overlord of Western Chu, though he rarely gets involved in fights personally. Yi Xingchen became thoughtful upon hearing this. Trash like Zhang Tianba and Li Tianying actually made it onto the 5 overlords. They couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. So Yi Xingchen told the boys, if you get the chance, tell the remaining guys to surrender to me early so they don't regret it later. Then Wu Yangjun wanted to invite Yi Xingchen and the boys of class 17 out for a meal. He had even booked a table at a high-end restaurant. After all, they felt that although Yi Xingchen was somewhat violent, he was incredibly loyal and highly worthy of being followed. But were you serious just now about unifying all the gangs in Yunlong High? In the past, Wu Yangjun had failed to recognize his greatness, and even called Lei Laohu's men to teach Yi Xingchen a lesson, only for Lei Laohu himself to warn them never to mess with Yi Xingchen or they would pay with their lives. Now Wu Yangjun had finally seen the light and decided to submit to Yi Xingchen with his tone turning respectful. That being said, Chen Xiaolong still felt somewhat worried, because Li Tianying, after all, was Lei Laohu's right-hand man, and Zhang Tinba's family background was intricately connected with the Beishan group and the Underworld. Although Lu Shuisong came from an ordinary family, his fists were anything but ordinary. In short, these people had made a name for themselves in school purely through their fists. He worried that if they joined forces, Yi Xingchen would suffer a major setback. Chen Xiaolong, you only need to worry about notifying them to come and surrender to me. Leave the rest to me, got it? Yi Xingchen interrupted Chen Xiaolong, making him lower his head in embarrassment. All right everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. Yi Xingchen raised his beer glass while Huang Yifei clung to him like a vine. After a few beers, Huang Yifei's face flushed bright red, and her eyes grew slightly dazed. Wu Yangjun's gang had already headed back to school to prepare for afternoon classes, so Yi Xingchen planned to find a place for Huang Yifei to rest before going back. Who would have thought that just as he stepped out of the restaurant, Yi Xingchen would bump right into class monitor Guan Tingting and goddess Mo Rongrong. He cursed inwardly, terrified that the two girls would misunderstand him. But it was too late to push Huang Yifei away. Yi Xingchen could only brace himself and exchange polite greetings before quickly taking off with Huang Yifei. Mo Rongrong stared at his departing back for a long time. She even let out a heavy HMPH, clearly very displeased. Yi Xingchen took Huang Yifei to a quiet, secluded spot in the park, helped her sit on a bench and said, "There's no one else around now, so just spit it out." Huang Yifei opened her eyes. "You knew I wasn't drunk. Are you in some kind of trouble and need my help?" Yi Xingchen countered. Huang Yifei widened her eyes in surprise again, curious about how he had guessed. Yi Xingchen said that from the moment they first met she had been frowning constantly, yet she insisted on being his girlfriend. Besides, her eyes always carried a trace of lingering sorrow. Therefore, Yi Xingchen concluded that Huang Yifei must have something weighing heavily on her mind, which was why she wanted to lean on him. Who exactly are you?" Huang Yifei stammered. "You came looking for me without even looking into my background? Then are you in a gang? If not, you probably can't help me." In the face of this question, Yi Xingchen shook his head, indicating he wasn't a gang member. However, if she was really in trouble, since they were classmates and sworn siblings, he would definitely do his best to help. This time, however, Huang Yifei shook her head and sighed. "If you're not in the underworld, then there's no point in talking about this. Even though you're really good at fighting and your aura is intimidating enough, my dad offended Ji Yuxing, the boss of the Black Dragon Gang. The problem I'm facing can only be resolved by the rules of the Underworld. Black Dragon Gang." Yi Xingchen muttered under his breath. Then Huang Yifei recounted her family's plight in a heavy tone. As it turned out, while doing business, her father had accidentally offended Ji Yusheng, the boss of the Black Dragon Gang. As a result, he was hacked 37 times and was currently lying in the hospital, his life hanging in the balance. Even calling the police was useless because Ji Yusheng had already found a lackey to take the fall for him. While he himself had fled far away to France, filled with grief and indignation, Huang Yifei was single-mindedly bent on avenging her father. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen asked in confusion, "Why did you think I was in the underworld?" Blushing, Huang Yifei said she had heard Guo Jing's gang mention that Yi Xingchen had many scars on his body, so her intuition told her he must be a gangster. After hearing this, Yi Xingchen burst into loud laughter, then told her that even if he wasn't in the underworld, he could still help her get revenge on one condition. "What condition?" Huang Yifei asked hesitantly. "Find me a warm place." Yi Xingchen replied with a double entendre, but she didn't get it. What did a warm place mean? Sleep with me? Yi Xingchen's explicit words made Huang Yifei's eyes instantly widen, and she immediately began pounding his chest with her fists in embarrassment and anger, calling him a pervert. "Move away, it's broad daylight. What if someone sees us?" "Oh, so that means you'll agree as long as it's not broad daylight?" Yi Xingchen teased, grabbing her small hand. Huang Yifei stood up abruptly. "Talk to me after you settle this matter." With that, she ran off with a blushing face. Yi Xingchen watched her pretty back. Then he lit another cigarette. He suddenly felt that going to school was actually quite wonderful, something he had completely failed to notice before. With this thought, Yi Xingchen took out his phone and dialed a number. Although it was already past noon, the person on the other end of the line was still very annoyed when he picked up, clearly still in dreamland. "Damn it, who is it? Do you have a death wish, calling so early in the morning?" "Haha, young Master Feng, you call this early? Still cuddling with your girlfriend, I see," Yi Xingchen teased with a chuckle. Hearing his voice, the person on the other end instantly snapped awake, sat up and hurriedly put on his clothes. "Boss, you're back? Where are you now? I'll drive over to pick you up right away." He had been so arrogant a moment ago, but now he was chattering so much it gave Yi Xingchen a headache. Yi Xingchen told him to shut up, then got down to business, specifically asking if he knew Ji Yusheng, the boss of the Black Dragon Gang. The person on the other end thought for a moment and said they had met a few times, but didn't have much of a relationship with Ji Yusheng. "What's wrong? Did he offend you? Do you want me to send someone to take him out?" Yi Xingchen shook his head and said he only needed someone to secretly monitor Ji Yuzing's every move. He also took the opportunity to ask about the other brothers. His brother then reported that after Yi Xingchen went abroad, Uncle Yi, who was his dad, had also retired from the Tianmen sect. The brothers underneath had mostly scattered. Lao Lu had accidentally killed someone last year and ran away. Lao Qi got locked up for committing a crime. Now only Lao Wu and Lao Ba were still following him, barely scraping by running a few bars on Yulong Street. Yi Xingchen was speechless upon hearing this. How were these guys still causing so much worry? "Tell you what, contact Lao Lu immediately and get him to come back. I'll find a way to handle his issue. I'll handle Lao Qi's matter as well." After saying this, Yi Xingchen didn't forget to instruct him to keep a close eye on the movements of Ji Yusheng and his crew, and then wait for his instructions. After hanging up, the person on the other end hastily woke up his two subordinates. "Lao Wu, Lao Ba, wake up, Brother Chen is back, we've got work to do." After hanging up, Yi Xingchen dialed another number. This time it was a man he addressed as Uncle Zheng. The two seemed to have known each other for a long time, so Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate to ask for help directly. "Uncle Zheng, I have a brother locked up inside. Can you find a way to get him out?" A hearty laugh immediately came from the other end. "Haha, you brat. You didn't even come to see me after returning to the country, yet you're asking me for help first. Tell me, what's the silly kid's name?" "Wang Xiaohu, nicknamed Lao Qi." "All right, I'll see what I can do." Yi Xingchen hung up with peace of mind. "Since Uncle Zheng said so, it's as good as done." Saying this, he walked a few steps forward and realized that Huang Yifei, who had run off in a huff, was actually still waiting for him. "Come on, let bro give you a kiss," Yi Xingchen teased shamelessly. Sure enough, Huang Yifei's cheeks instantly flushed red like a cooked crab and she took off running. Afterward, they returned to school. Yi Xingchen gradually adjusted to the atmosphere here, so nothing else happened that afternoon. After school, he went to a bustling nightclub and ordered 2 bottles of Budweiser. While he was drinking alone, a sexy beauty wearing fishnets walked over gracefully. "Little brother, you're still in school, right? What brings you to a place like this?" "So what?" Yi Xingchen countered. "Is there a rule saying students can't come here?" "Not really, but you look like you're under 18. Come have a drink with big sister." Yi Xingchen gladly clinked glasses with her. After a while, the woman's face grew redder, her eyes filled with what seemed to be heavy thoughts. Yi Xingchen sincerely advised her to stop drinking. "It's not safe at all for a beautiful girl like you to be out here getting wasted all by herself." Who would have thought that this comment seemed to touch a raw nerve? The girl let out a heavy sigh. "So what? I'll have to marry someone else sooner or later anyway." With that, she suddenly clung to Yi Xingchen, saying half-jokingly and half-seriously, "How about this, why don't I give myself to you as your woman?" Looking at her smoking hot body, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but gulp. "Am I having some crazy luck with women lately?" Gorgeous beauties were throwing themselves into his arms one after another. Not far away, a few punks drinking together witnessed the whole scene. On one hand, they despised the girl for being too loose. On the other hand, they looked down on Yi Xingchen, thinking this pretty boy looked way too effeminate. But with just a bit of close observation, it wasn't hard for Yi Xingchen to see that this girl had clearly suffered some kind of emotional blow. Although he was no saint, and frankly quite a pervert, he would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. With this thought, he reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, saying, "Sister, you're drunk. If you stop drinking right now, I'll take good care of you. Now let me take you to get some rest." Yi Xingchen genuinely just wanted her to rest. However, in the girl's eyes, he was just trying to get her into a hotel room. Though drunk, the beauty still retained a shred of sobriety. She slapped away Yi Xingchen's hand from her waist, stepped back to create some distance, and muttered in annoyance, "All men in this world are the same, none of them are any good. Why are you putting on an act? If you want to hit on me, just say so. I hate hypocritical men who say one thing and do another the most." With that, she picked up her glass and continued drinking. Yi Xingchen had always heard that women change their minds faster than flipping pages, and today he had truly witnessed it firsthand. She was clearly the one who had just thrown herself into his arms. Yet she turned around and called him a duplicitous hypocrite in the blink of an eye. Just then, the group of punks walked over. The blonde leader stepped forward and invited the beauty to join them for a drink. Little did he know he was walking right into the line of fire, encountering her when she was in the absolute worst mood. The girl coldly spat out 2 words, "Get lost." This instantly enraged the punks, and they lunged forward to grab her hand. Seeing her sexy figure, a few of the guys couldn't control their beastly desires and attempted to drag her into a secluded corner to assault her. Seeing these scumbags bullying a decent girl in broad daylight, Yi Xingchen's anger flared. He smashed his beer bottle. "Let her go and get the hell out of here right now." Naturally, the punks didn't take him seriously at all, even mocking him. "Kid, did you have too much to drink? What kind of fool are you trying to play here? A beauty like her isn't into your type. If you know what's good for you, get lost and don't ruin our fun. We're in a good mood today, so we'll let you off easy." Yi Xingchen didn't bother wasting words with them. He grabbed the hand clutching the girl's wrist and twisted it violently, making the guy scream in agony. Then, taking advantage of his opponent's opening, he let go and pulled the girl to his side. Yi Xingchen's action was nothing short of a declaration of war. In an instant, the punks pulled out their daggers. Unfortunately, before their blades could even thrust forward, Yi Xingchen delivered a brutal kick to one of their stomachs. The blonde leader rolled on the ground in agony for a long time, too hurt to even stand up. Just then he saw 2 men walking out from inside the bar. He scrambled over on all 4s and grabbed their legs, crying out, "Brother Feng, you have to stand up for us." Of the 2 men who had just stepped out, one was Madman Zi Feng, also known as Young Master Feng, whom Yi Xingchen had called that afternoon to monitor Ji Yuxing. The other was Lao Ba, whose real name was Lu Donglin. Because of his stout build, he was nicknamed the Fat Pig King. However, the 2 of them didn't even bother to look at the man groveling at their feet. Instead, they stared intently at Yi Xingchen with highly complex expressions. Lu Donglin even cried out with dramatic tears and snot, "Brother Chen, is it really you?" "Young Master Feng, Lao Ba, I'm back," Yi Xingchen replied. The underling hurriedly raised his hands to beg for mercy. "Brother Ba, stop hitting us, we were wrong." The blonde guy also tried desperately to dodge, but to no avail. "Brother Ba, spare my life." Lu Donglin completely ignored their pleas, continuing to thrash them mercilessly. "Are you bastards trying to rebel? How dare you lay a hand on Brother Chen? Do you even know who he is? I'll beat you blind brainless idiots to death today." Seeing this, Xiao Ting kindly advised, "Lao Ba, you really need to change that explosive temper of yours." Upon hearing this, he quickly turned around to explain, "Brother Chen, I'm just venting your anger for you. These bastards must be taught a lesson. In the future, if you find anyone eyesore, just make your move. I'll take the fall for whatever happens." Facing his loyalty, Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly. "You guy!" Suddenly, Lu Donglin changed his face again, leaning in with extreme enthusiasm. "Brother Chen, you're finally back. The brothers missed you to death." To his surprise, Yi Xingchen kicked him without hesitation. "Get lost." This unexpected kick sent him rolling on the ground for several rounds. Yi Xingchen added, "I have absolutely no interest in men." Lu Donglin burst out laughing, slightly disappointed that he hadn't managed to gross Yi Xingchen out. At this moment, Lao Wu Wang Yu stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. "Brother Chen." Beside him, Zi Feng also suggested, "Brother Chen, let's move to a quieter place to talk." Hearing this, Lu Donglin immediately turned around and roared at the lackeys, "All of you beat it, go back to whatever you were doing." Soon, the 4 of them moved into a private room. Looking at Xiao Ting, Wang Yu asked in confusion, "Brother Chen, who is this?" Yi Xingchen glanced at the girl in his arms and replied casually, "No idea, I don't even know her name." He then ordered his underlings to book a room for her to rest. "Once she's settled, we brothers can have a proper reunion." Soon everyone was seated around the drinking table. Only then did Zifeng speak calmly. "Brother Chen, you're finally back." He raised his glass to toast Yi Xingchen. "On behalf of all the brothers, welcome back." Yi Xingchen happily accepted the glass. "Cheers!" The four of them raised their glasses and drained them in one gulp. Afterward, Zifeng spoke with emotion about the past, recalling how the brothers wouldn't even be alive today if they hadn't followed Brother Chen. At this point he fell silent for a moment. "Back then, if it weren't for you and your father's Tianmen sect taking us in, we would probably still be pathetic street rats, scraping by in the shadows and getting bullied. We probably would have been beaten to death long ago." Looking at Wang Yu and Lu Donglan, Zifeng poured his heart out emotionally. Lao Wu and Lao Ba have grown a lot over the last 2 years. But when he looked at the 2 remaining empty chairs, his tone grew incredibly heavy. But Lao Lu and Lao Qi, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Yi Xingchen patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Young Master Feng, since when did you become so sentimental? This doesn't look like you at all." Then, with a serious expression, Yi Xingchen brought up the past. "Back then, those beasts from the Azure Flame Gang killed my mother. The old man and I led the Tianmen sect and wiped them out completely." Zifeng recalled the bloody and brutal battles of those years. After experiencing those savage slaughters, almost all the rivers in Jingai town had been stained dark red. The scene in his memory shifted to a bustling metropolis. Later, the old man retired from the Tianmen sect and Yi Xingchen went abroad, leaving them behind to guard this place. Returning to reality, Yi Xingchen spoke in an unquestionably firm tone, "But now I am back. Lao Lu should be back in a few days, and I've already pulled some strings for Lao Qi. The name of our brotherhood will ring out through the underworld once again." Blood boiling, the 4 of them roared in unison, "Yes!" The morning sun poured through the window into the room. Looking at the 2 girls lying on the bed, Yi Xingchen rubbed his throbbing temples and muttered, "I really drank way too much last night." Walking over to them, he murmured with a hint of self-reproach, "I brought back 2 gorgeous beauties, yet I didn't do a single thing last night. What an absolute waste." Yi Xingchen reached out and gently nudged the girl lying on the bed. "Hey, wake up. Did Zifeng make you do this?" Luodan blushed and replied shyly, "No, we did this voluntarily." Yi Xingchen cast a helpless glance at the other girl next to her. "All right, I get it. Whatever Zifeng promised you, I'll make sure he delivers on it. You can head back now." With that, Yi Xingchen quickly spun around and strode out of the room. Seeing him leave, Luodan said sheepishly to Yi Yan beside her, "I still feel like we should pay him a visit." The other girl just gave a half-hearted hum. By then, Yi Xingchen had already walked out of the hotel lobby. As the school wall clock chimed, accompanied by the bright morning sun, Li Shouting walked into the classroom. Just as she began to introduce herself, Yi Xingchen happened to brush past her. "Hello everyone, I'm Li Shouting, your new homeroom teacher." With a face full of disbelief, Yi Xingchen pointed at her and asked, "Are you Xiao Ting?" She was also stunned, looking as if she couldn't believe her eyes. "You're a student in this class?" Then she massaged her forehead helplessly. "Hurry up and get back to your seat, class is starting." Yi Xingchen scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ms. Li, I'm so sorry." Mo Rongrong shot him a puzzled look while Huang Yifei stared at him intently, leaving Yi Xingchen utterly at a loss for words. As the soft morning light bathed the campus, a sharp, angry cry suddenly shattered the quiet. "No way, I don't agree." Huang Yifei clung tightly to Yi Xingchen's arm and protested, "Class monitor, I don't care how you group us, Brother Xingchen and I are absolutely not separating." Guan Tingting was left completely speechless by this. Beside them, Dongfang Lanluo couldn't help but chime in, "Huang Yifei, don't go too far. This is the class monitor's arrangement." Not one to back down, Huang Yifei retorted sharply, "Dongfang Lanluo, you're the one who loves seeking attention. Who knows if you're just looking for a chance to seduce my brother Xingchen," she even added furiously. "Do you think everyone is as shameless and two-faced as you?" Dongfang Lanluo's eyes widened in fury as she shrieked, "What did you say?" Seeing this, Guan Tingting quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. "All right, stop fighting, you two." Standing nearby, Yang Jun sighed helplessly. "This is literally a battle of the harem." Chen Xiaolong was also dumbfounded. "Yifei, why are you acting so out of character today?" Finally, Yi Xingchen spoke up to break the deadlock. "Are you guys done deciding?" To his surprise, all 5 girls answered in unison, "We want to be in your team." At dusk, the warm glow of the setting sun painted the nostalgic campus. Yi Xingchen and Huang Yifei walked side by side on their way home. He pulled out his phone and made a call. "Young Master Feng, meet at the Maple Leaf Tea House. Get ready. We're heading over right now." Huang Yifei clung tightly to his arm, whining coquettishly, "Brother Xingchen, can't you really hang out with me today? My dad's injuries are much better and he wants to thank you in person." Yi Xingchen explained patiently, "I really can't today. My cousin just told me that guy Ji Yuxing is going to show up tonight. Hearing this name, Huang Yifei froze, her eyes widening in shock. She let go of his arm with a trace of disappointment and turned her head slightly to hide her worry. Then, are you going too? Ji Yuxing's gang is incredibly powerful. Going to fight them is too dangerous. Seeing this, Yi Xingqian gently stroked her hair to comfort her. Don't worry, I'm just going to watch from the sidelines. He comforted Huang Yifei with these words, even boasting, my cousin is a beast at fighting. He'll protect me. In reality, he was thinking, even though I'm usually the one wiping their asses, I need to see if these boys have made any progress lately. He gave her a few reminders before turning around and striding away. Just wait for my good news, and don't forget what you promised me. As night fell and stars dotted the sky, the entire city was enveloped in darkness. Yi Xingqian arrived alone outside the Dragon Demon headquarters. He reached out and pushed open the door to the manager's office. As the heavy door swung open, the dimly lit scene inside was revealed. A crowd of extremely dangerous-looking guys stood there, carrying gleaming machetes over their shoulders. Lu Donglin was shouting loudly, issuing warnings, while Wang Yu watched calmly from the side. Seeing this massive setup, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, what on earth are you guys doing? Seeing him enter, Zifeng hurriedly rushed forward to report, Brother Chen, the brothers are all ready, just give the word. Yi Xingqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, asking back, we're just going to teach Ji Yuxing a lesson. Is there any need to act like we're going to war? At this point, Wang Yu stepped forward and explained, Brother Chen, when the brothers heard you were going to handle this personally, they all wanted to lend a hand, so everyone showed up. Lu Donglin then turned around and barked rudely at the lackeys. Hurry up and greet the boss. The crowd immediately bent double in unison, shouting respectfully, Boss? Yi Xingqian waved his hand helplessly and ordered, Lao Wu, don't you know my style by now? I've never liked making a big fuss. Keep 6 of the best fighters here and let the rest go back to their own business. Wang Yu scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond before stepping back. Understood. Zifeng began selecting his men from the crowd. Rat, Fox, the chosen core members immediately stepped forward. Da Zhou, Blade, Spear. Yi Xingqian swept his gaze over them and announced, you guys stay, the rest of you disperse. Yi Xingqian stared at them coldly and warned, you are all Zifeng's trusted men, but I must warn you this mission might cost you your lives. You'd better think it through, it's not too late to back out now. Upon hearing this, the tough guys not only showed no fear but grinned broadly, shouting their loyalty. For Brother Chen, Yi Xingqian walked at the front, leading the way out the door, and then ordered, Lao Ba, guard the base. The rest follow me. Before long, the group arrived outside a tea house. Yi Xingqian stood aggressively at the entrance with his men. Seeing this, a waitress ran out trembling and asked, May I ask who you are? Yi Xingqian got straight to the point, we are Bosku's guests. Please take us to see him. The waitress instinctively glanced at the clothes of one of the underlings and caught a glimpse of a hidden hilt. She didn't dare delay, quickly leading them inside. Seeing this lineup, Bosku's top fighter, Rui Sheng, gasped in surprise. He quickly stepped forward to block their path, asking with a fake smile, Boss Feng, what brings you here with so many men today? Zifeng snorted in displeasure. Boss Ji Yu really has no respect. He came to our Yulong Street and didn't even bother to give us a heads up. He narrowed his eyes threateningly. Do you really think my brothers are easy targets? Not backing down, the other man replied. My apologies, Boss Feng. Without Bosku's permission, I cannot let you in. Hearing this, Wang Yu flew into a rage and roared, Say that again, you motherfucker, I dare you. Just then, a hand pushed open the door from the inside. A man stepped out and announced politely, Gentleman, Boss Ji Yu invites you in. Watching Yi Xingqian and his crew file in one after another, Rui Sheng burned with jealousy. Where on earth did madman Zifeng recruit so many capable young men? But on second thought, he smugly reassured himself. What's there to fear? Zifeng only has 2 or 3 decent fighters. I have 10 guys here and all of them are packing heat. Inside the private room, Ji Yuxing smiled hypocritically. Ah, it's Boss Feng. Come, please take a seat. In stark contrast, Zifeng looked extremely solemn, getting straight to the point. Boss Ji Yu, no matter what, Yulong Street is still my turf. His face grew darker as he spoke. You graced us with your presence but didn't even bother to give us a heads up. Do you not have any respect for my brothers? Ji Yuxing burst out laughing, replying in an extremely arrogant tone, Boss Feng, you worry too much. I'm just here to have a few drinks with some friends. There's no need for you to lose sleep over such trivial matters. Yi Xingqian found this highly grating and couldn't help but retort sharply, A trivial matter? Hacking someone half to death over a minor business dispute is what you call a trivial matter? Ji Yuxing's face instantly darkened, and he glared contemptuously at Yi Xingqian. What kind of nobody are you, Boss Feng? It seems you have some ill-mannered brats under you. Yi Xingqian smiled playfully. Me, it's normal for a busy man like Boss Ji Yu to forget faces. Then his expression suddenly turned freezing cold as he warned. But since you operate in Jingai City, there's one saying you must have heard of. As his words fell, the temperature in the room instantly plunged to sub-zero. The heavenly dragon crosses the sea undefeated, the cloud dragon, god of slaughter, Yi Xingchen. Hearing this, Ji Yuxing was struck as if by lightning. Cold sweat poured down his face and he began to stammer in sheer terror. Why Yi Xingchen? Seeing that his identity was recognized, Yi Xingchen shoved his hands into his pockets, wearing a smug, victorious grin. Utterly terrified, Ji Yuxing lost his mind and shrieked hysterically to his henchmen, "Quick, kill him now." They drew their weapons, their faces tense. Seeing this, Zifeng and Wang Yu immediately rushed forward, shouting in warning, "Brother Chen, watch out." A proud smile tugged at the corner of Yi Xingchen's lips as he reached inside his jacket and pulled out 5 throwing knives. With a flick of his wrist, the razor-sharp blades whistled through the air toward the enemy. The knives hit their marks with absolute precision, piercing the backs of their hands one after another. One of the thugs stared in disbelief at his wounded hand, howling in agony. The others had their chests pierced straight through, dying in a single strike. None could evade the lethal blow. Zifeng delivered a brutal kick to another henchman's stomach, then turned his head, complaining to Yi Xingchen with a touch of admiration. "Damn, 5 knives at once? I haven't even mastered throwing a single one yet. Are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" Yi Xingchen was currently charging toward Ji Yuxing, but he still had the breath to shoot back a retort. "Who told you to spend all your time chasing girls?" Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed through the air. The final sharp throwing knife arced beautifully, plunging straight into the head of a bodyguard who was aiming a gun at Yi Xingchen. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Ji Yuxing pulled out his pistol, cursing viciously in a desperate bid for self-preservation. However, in the blink of an eye, the gun in his hand was kicked away, landing far beyond his reach. Ji Yuxing turned pale with fright, stammering helplessly, unable to utter a single coherent word. Suddenly, a foot slammed squarely into Ji Yuxing's face, sending him flying back to crash heavily against a metal rack. Only at this moment did true terror finally set in. He frantically begged for mercy. "Brother Chen, I was wrong. You are a great man. Please show mercy and spare my life." By now, Zifeng had finished off all the henchmen. Wang Yu sat casually on top of a knocked-out lackey, taking slow, leisurely drags from a cigarette. Yi Xingchen looked down, interrogating him. "I heard you plan to make a move on Yunlong Street." Ji Yuxing went pale with horror, desperately kowtowing to deny it. "No, Brother Chen, it wasn't me. It was all orchestrated by Yu Hu and his gang. He was the one who invited me here to discuss things." Hearing Yi Xingchen repeat the name, Ji Yuxing's heart sank with dread. Yu Hu, having run out of options, Ji Yuxing made a desperate final gamble to beg for mercy. "I was wrong, Brother Chen, spare me. I will hand over all of the Black Dragon Gang's assets to you, just please let me live. This negotiation lost its purpose long ago. As for your assets, there is no need for you to hand them over. Zifeng and his men will clean them out soon enough." A playful smile tugged at the corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth as he added, "Are you waiting for the reinforcements outside?" Hearing this, Ji Yuxing froze completely. "Don't worry, the men outside are being well looked after by my guys. I doubt they have the hands to spare to rescue you right now." At that moment, outside the tea house, the two factions were locked in a highly chaotic brawl. Just then, Zifeng walked up to him and reported, "Brother Chen, it's all cleaned up." "What should we do with this guy?" Ji Yuxing still had the nerve to beg, "Brother Chen, But before he could utter another word, Yi Xingchen's foot slammed heavily into his neck, snapping it instantly. With the job done, Yi Xingchen turned to head toward the exit, telling the man beside him, "Zifeng, you can handle the aftermath, right?" Zifeng immediately assured him, "Don't worry, Brother Chen, leave it to me." Yi Xingchen cast a cold glance back at the two of them and said flatly, "You guys head back first. I want to walk alone for a bit." Zifeng nodded, calling out as Yi Xingchen walked a few paces away, "All right then, Brother Chen, we'll head back first. Call us anytime if you need anything." Yi Xingchen paced slowly down the street. With a faint smile, he thought to himself, "All of this feels just like a dream." Crossing the street, he could clearly feel a brand new power coursing through his veins. The memories of two people and an entirely different body had now perfectly fused together, granting him a formidable fighting strength he had never possessed in his past life. Looking at his hands, a deep sense of familiarity welled up inside him. Those highly skilled masterclass fighting techniques felt as if they had long been etched into his very bones as natural instincts. Recalling the events of tonight, his fingers absent-mindedly twirled the throwing knife. Strangely enough, when he personally ended Ji Yuxing's life, his heart hadn't wavered in the slightest. "If this were my past life, my legs would have turned to jelly just laying eyes on a big boss of Ji Yuxing's caliber." A hint of confusion flashed through his eyes as a question arose in his mind. Had his personality really been influenced by the original owner of this body? In that case, was he still his original self? Yi Xingchen closed his eyes slightly, let out a soft sigh, and muttered to himself, "Whether it is reality or a dream, perhaps life itself is just a grand illusion." Just then, Mo Rongrong's voice suddenly rang out. "Yi Xingchen," he whipped his head around, asking in surprise, Mo Rongrong, what are you doing here? Mo Rongrong smiled sweetly, looking at him with mild curiosity. I live nearby and was just heading out to grab some food. What about you? Why aren't you home yet? Yi Xingqian lowered his head slightly and replied briefly, I'm just in a bit of a bad mood out for a stroll. Seeing him looking so lost, Mo Rongrong couldn't help but smile. Since you're in a bad mood, how about I treat you to some roast duck? Yi Xingqian nodded without a second thought. Sure. As soon as they ordered, Mo Rongrong took the initiative to ask, what on earth happened to you? Do you want to talk about it? You might feel better if you get it off your chest. Instead of answering directly, Yi Xingqian countered with a question. Tell me, what do people live for anyway? She softly repeated his words, what do people live for? As she recalled the past, Mo Rongrong's eyes dimmed with sadness. I was just speaking from personal experience. When I was young, I always wished my parents would take me to see the ocean and the sunrise. After saying this, she stared at the warm, laughter-filled scene of a family of 3 at a neighboring table. Her childhood dream of walking along the beach holding her parents' hands welling up in her mind once more. Just as the waiter brought over their drinks, her eyes began to redden. But they divorced later, and my wish was completely shattered. My dad is busy with work all day and has no time to see me. My mom remarried, even though they are both decent to me. I have never felt a single shred of warmth in that home. Mo Rongrong grabbed the bottle and poured herself a glass, her voice cracking slightly. 2 people who only care about work. Other than money, they left me with nothing. Yi Xingqian frowned slightly, wondering to himself, wait, I was the one who ordered the drinks. Why did she start drinking first? Mo Rongrong took a sip from her glass and continued with a bitter smile. Now that I've moved out to live on my own, although I don't feel sad all day like before, I don't feel particularly happy either. Staring at the pale yellow liquid in her glass, tears welled up in her eyes as she continued. But whenever I recall the painful self-blaming expression on my mother's face when I left, I tell myself that I must live a happy life. Only then will my mother stop living in guilt. Yi Xingqian raised his glass to drink with her, falling into silence. After a moment he asked thoughtfully, but why are you telling me all this? Mo Rongrong was slightly tipsy by now, her face flushed pink. Hearing his question, she suddenly looked flustered. This, she quickly averted her gaze, avoiding Yi Xingqian's eyes and answered shyly. I don't know either. Maybe because you seem like a trustworthy person? Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow, probing further. A trustworthy person? She nodded firmly, pouring her heart out to him. Yeah, that morning you didn't hesitate to teach Zhang Tianba a lesson for Guantingting's sake. Back then I felt you were a pretty reliable guy. At least you wouldn't just stand by when your classmates are in trouble. Hearing her high opinion of him, Yi Xingqian felt a surge of secret satisfaction. But at the same time he couldn't help but blurt out in surprise. For Guantingting? Yi Xingqian looked at her affectionately, a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Actually, I did it for you. Mo Rongrong's face instantly flushed deep red down to her ears, and she let out a soft cry. She then gave a few dry laughs, hurriedly changing the subject to hide her embarrassment. What are you talking about? Drink up. Don't think too much. I'll treat you to however much you can drink today. Watching her down cup after cup, Yi Xingqian thought to himself, is this girl not afraid of getting drunk? Once all the dishes were served, he laughed heartily and announced, all right, since you trust me so much, from now on we are friends. To our friendship, cheers. The two clinked their glasses, shouting cheers in unison. However, in the very next second, Mo Rongrong raised her hand and shouted loudly, Boss, bring us more beer. No, make it 2 bottles, I want 2 bottles. Seeing this, Yi Xingqian quickly tried to stop her. Don't drink anymore, you're about to pass out. Mo Rongrong began to sway slightly, arguing back with a breath full of alcohol. I'm not drunk, you're the one who's drunk. The morning sun fell across the high-end apartment building. The alarm clock by the bed rang incessantly. Yi Xingqian suddenly jolted awake. Rubbing his throbbing head, he muttered in bewilderment, my head hurts so much, did I really drink that much last night? As the memories of last night came rushing back like a flood, Yi Xingqian froze, screaming frantically in his mind. Drunk, Mo Rongrong, no way, right? Looking around, he realized the room was completely decked out in girly pink decor. The air was filled with a sweet, refreshing scent of perfume, making him wonder. It smells so good. Is this Mo Rongrong's room? A wild thought suddenly popped into his head. Oh my God, could she and I have... In a panic, Yi Xingqian threw off the blanket to check if he was still intact. When he saw that his clothes were still perfectly neat and tidy, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Thank heavens it was just a false alarm. Before he could even collect his thoughts, Mo Rongrong pushed open the door and walked in. She was wearing pajamas that perfectly matched the room's color scheme, and she said softly, Yi Xingqian, breakfast is ready. Come out and eat. Seeing him frantically leaning over the edge of the bed, she tilted her head curiously. What are you doing? Did you drop something under the bed? Feeling the sheer embarrassment of being caught red-handed, Yi Xingqian quickly tried to cover it up. It's nothing, I was just folding the blanket. It was just folding a blanket. In a matter of seconds he had the pink blanket folded into a neat tofu-like square. Mo Rongrong urged him shyly. It's fine, I can fold it myself. Go wash up first, I've already set out a toothbrush for you. As soon as he sat down at the dining table, Yi Xingchen spoke up in a hurry. Mo Rongrong, I am so sorry about last night. I got dead drunk and caused you so much trouble. Resting her chin in her hands, she looked at him with absolute sincerity. It's fine, we are friends after all. Yi Xingchen scratched his head awkwardly with a couple of dry laughs. You're right, if you ever need help with anything in the future, just let me know, don't stand on ceremony. Just then, Mo Rongrong checked the time and gasped. Oh no, we need to hurry, or we'll be late for school. Seeing the travel bag nearby, Yi Xingchen also suddenly remembered. Oh right, today is the school field trip, Mo Rongrong asked with concern. Do you need to go back home to pack your things? Yi Xingchen replied gently. No, it's fine, let's head straight to school. Soon the two walked toward the school side by side. Yi Xingchen's gaze constantly lingered on her back, an unfamiliar feeling welling up in his heart. He never expected her to be so gentle. Whoever married her would be the luckiest guy alive. Should he pursue her? While lost in thought, he cursed himself silently. Damn it, am I an idiot? How could I just hand over such a beautiful and virtuous girl to someone else? At this moment, groups of students were filing through the school gates. A whisper from nearby caught Huang Yifei's ear. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Yi Xingchen and Mo Rongrong? Why are they walking together? Huang Yifei whipped her head around to look at the school gates, her mind filled with confusion. What on earth is going on? Why have Mo Rongrong and my brother Xingchen become so close? Just then, Yi Xingchen's voice broke her train of thought. Hey Yifei, Lanluo and class monitor, you guys just arrived too, quite punctual. On the other side, Yang Jun slammed his backpack heavily onto the ground in a fit of rage, muttering curses through gritted teeth. Seeing his sudden fury, Xiao Ning approached with a malicious grin. What's wrong, feeling frustrated? Yang Jun glared at him and snapped. None of your business, beat it. Xiao Ning didn't back down, continuing to fan the flames. It has nothing to do with me indeed, but don't you find it embarrassing? The once mighty overlord of Southern No. 1 High, Yang Jun, has not only had his throne stolen, but even the woman he loves is walking side by side with another man. Yang Jun finally lost his temper. Grabbing Xiao Ning by the collar like a helpless chicken, he growled. Xiao Ning, cut the crap. You like Huang Yifei, but she clings to Yi Xingchen every day. You're just angry and trying to use me to do your dirty work, aren't you? An insidious coward like you should seek revenge yourself. I disdain to associate with your kind. With that, he shoved Xiao Ning hard, sending him tumbling to the ground before declaring proudly, I will defeat him fair and square to show Rongrong that I am her true destiny. Having had his sore spot hit, Xiao Ning's face turned incredibly gloomy. At this moment, the tour bus for the field trip arrived. As homeroom teacher Sushan stepped off the bus, she shouted excitedly, All right class, get ready to depart. The bus traveled smoothly down the sun-drenched highway. Before they knew it, Huang Yifei had snuggled into Yi Xingchen's chest and fallen fast asleep. The weather was bright and clear, perfectly setting the mood for the trip. Before long, the bus stopped by a lush grassy riverbank. The students began shouting excitedly, Ms. Su, let's set up camp here, it's easy to fetch water. Yi Xingchen scanned the surroundings, feeling somewhat concerned. This is too close to the lake. If it rains heavily tonight, the water level will easily rise and the air is far too damp. As Yi Xingchen spoke, his gaze shifted toward another empty plot of land nearby. Sleeping here for a night will easily cause joint pains. We had better change locations. That area over there is on higher ground, wide and flat, much more suitable for camping. Soon the tents were pitched neatly on the high ground he had chosen. Yi Xingchen was just about to sit next to Mo Rongrong when a figure suddenly approached, causing him to instinctively look up. He saw Huang Yifei, who had somehow gotten hold of a fishing rod, shouting excitedly, Brother Xingchen, let's go fishing. Before he could even answer, Huang Yifei grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. Let's go. Dragged away by her, Yi Xingchen could only turn back and call out to Mo Rongrong, I'll be right back. Mo Rongrong didn't say much in response. Huang Yifei chattered all the way, Come on, I'll cook you steamed fish once we catch some. The scenery along the riverbanks was incredibly quiet and scenic. Holding the fishing rod, Yi Xingchen looked at Huang Yifei skeptically and asked, Do you actually know how to fish? She didn't even try to hide it, her voice dripping with affection. Ah, looks like you caught me. I just wanted to have some quality alone time with you. Before long the bait was cast into the water, quickly followed by her highly jealous question, Brother Xingchen, why have you and Mo Rongrong suddenly become so close? Yi Xingchen kept his eyes fixed on the float, making up a half-hearted excuse. Have we? We just ran into each other and realized we don't dislike each other, that's all. Hearing this unsatisfactory answer, Huang Yifei pouted in frustration. HMPH, who would believe that? The float bobbed quietly on the water. Yi Xingchen suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, I forgot to tell you, Ji Yuxing is dead. This sudden news shocked Huang Yifei. Dead? Yi Xingchen simply explained briefly, Yeah, my cousin dealt with him. Your family doesn't have to worry about him seeking revenge anymore. I've already arranged everything. This sent Huang Yifei into a frenzy of joy, and she lunged forward to wrap her arms tightly around his. Brother Xingqian, thank you, my dad and I are so grateful to you. Perhaps too caught up in the moment, she leaned in and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Yi Xingqian took the opportunity to tease her. So about what you promised me before, shouldn't you pay some interest first? Huang Yifei's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she whispered shyly, do you mean the bed-warming thing? But this is a campsite, how about we wait until we get back? With that, her bell-like laughter echoed through the air. The two were chatting warmly, completely unaware that their every move was being watched from the shadows. Behind a tree not far away, Xiao Ning was gritting his teeth in fury. Just then, Ouyang Jun silently walked up. Save your energy and accept reality. Don't even think about pulling any dirty tricks on Yi Xingqian. Already burning with rage, Xiao Ning flew into a fury upon hearing this. Ouyang Jun, do you want to be his lackey now? Ouyang Jun maintained his indifferent attitude. I'm just worried you'll lose your life. Just then an urgent cry for help echoed from the nearby lakeside. Help, someone fell into the water, please help. Yi Xingqian immediately recognized the voice as Dongfang Lanluo's. Usually the other girls stayed close to her. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xingqian sprinted toward the scene, not forgetting to call out to Huang Yifei before leaving. I'll go check it out, keep an eye on the rod for me and see if any fish bite. Meanwhile, Dongfang Lanluo was struggling desperately in the water, crying out for help. Showing off his agility, Yi Xingqian dived into the lake with a loud splash. He swam rapidly toward her, shouting to calm her down. Stop struggling, I've got you, you're safe. Before long, the exhausted Lanluo lost consciousness in his arms. Protecting this delicate little princess, Yi Xingqian slowly swam back to the shore. Give me a hand, pull her up to the bank first. The surrounding students didn't dare to delay, replying in unison, right on it. Soon, Lanluo was laid flat on the ground after checking her over. Yi Xingqian reassured them softly. Don't worry, she didn't inhale too much water. Once she wakes up, help her change out of her wet clothes. Just as he turned around, Lanluo fluttered her eyes open, and that slightly blurry figure from behind quietly etched itself into her memory. Half awake, she murmured softly, thank you. Not long after, Yi Xingqian's nimble hands were busily and skillfully preparing the fresh fish, gutting them clean in no time. He handed a prepped fish to Mo Rongrong with one hand. Rongrong, the fish is all cleaned. I'll leave the rest to you. Mo Rongrong took it without hesitation. Okay, go get some rest. In no time, the mouth-watering scent of grilled fish filled the air. The others were incredibly grateful for the delicious meal. Thank you, Brother Xingqian, Yi Xingqian replied politely. You all worked hard too. All right, everyone, dig in. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ouyang Jun looked at the charred pitch-black food in front of him with utter disgust. What the hell is this garbage? His two nearby lackeys could only grit their teeth and force it down. Comparing themselves to Yi Xingqian was truly a recipe for frustration. As night fell, the students gathered around the bonfire, having a wonderful time. Class monitor Guan Tingting spoke up to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone, next up, let's welcome Dongfang Lanluo, Xia Shui, Lu Ying and Zhang Hanlei for a peacock dance performance. The moment her voice faded, several girls dressed in gorgeous dance attire took the stage gracefully. Yi Xingqian stared wide-eyed, completely captivated by the sight. His reaction made Huang Yifei a bit jealous. Rongrong, look at him. The second he heard Lanluo was going to dance, his eyes lit up. Standing beside her, Mo Rongrong fell somewhat silent. Maybe he just likes watching dances. Though she said this, she couldn't help but think, if only I knew how to dance too. Lanluo's figure was exceptionally elegant and light, seemingly merging with the rhythm. Under the moonlight, every single movement was breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Xingqian was completely spellbound, totally failing to notice that someone was calling his name. Yi Xingqian, what's wrong? Only after a good while did he snap out of his daze. Ah, is something the matter? Guan Tingting had stood in front of him at some point. Yi Xingqian, there are some really strange sounds coming from the opposite side of the lake. Everyone wants to hear your opinion. At the bend where the rivers converged, both banks were covered with thick, dense shrubs. Yi Xingqian carefully observed the area but didn't rush to conclusions. It's a bit too far to tell for sure. I'll take a few boys over to check it out first. The rest of you stay and guard the campsite. As the teacher in charge, Ms. Su naturally couldn't just stand by. Yi Xingqian, I'll go with you guys. Yi Xingqian agreed and reminded them, all right, Ms. Su, Ouyang Jun, you guys follow me. Ms. Li, you stay back at the campsite with the others to keep an eye on our surroundings. As they discussed their plan, they had no idea that a pair of eyes was staring at them intently from the shadows. The figure was acting highly suspicious, and their target was clearly the campsite. Third bro, you're in charge of stalling them. Wait for our signal before making a move. Before long, Yi Xingqian and his group drew closer. As he walked, Yi Xingqian listened alertly. Strange, this doesn't sound like the water. What is going on? Hearing this, Ms. Su guessed, could it be coming from the opposite bank? Ouyang Jun immediately dismissed the idea. No way. If it were from the opposite bank it wouldn't sound this clear. Suddenly, a boat cut through the waves from the middle of the lake. The people on board were banging on gongs and drums, looking extremely hostile. "Who are you? What the hell are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Looking at the boat that had suddenly appeared, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Xingqian's eyes. "It's a fishing boat." Beside him, Ouyang Jun muttered in confusion. "Then why are they banging gongs and drums?" Yi Xingqian sized them up, raising his guard. "Keep your guard up first." At this moment, Ms. Su stepped forward to explain. "We're from Yunlong High School, camping here today. Our campsite is just nearby. May I ask who you are?" Hearing the word camping, Wang Bu on the boat deliberately started picking a fight. "Who are we? We're locals. You came here to camp. Did you pay the site fee?" Ms. Su was taken aback by this question, a bad premonition welling up in her heart. Sensing the situation immediately, Yi Xingqian stretched out his arm to shield Ms. Su. "Ms. Su, I'm afraid these guys have bad intentions." Seeing this, the three thugs on the boat pushed their luck even further. "This is our turf. You trespass without even saying hello. It puts us in a very tight spot, you know." The scoundrel behind him arrogantly shouted with sheer shamelessness. "Exactly, hand over the money now. Also, this lady is quite a looker. Why don't you stay behind tonight to keep us brothers company?" Facing these hooligans, Yi Xingqian didn't back down in the slightest. "I've never heard of a fee for camping here. What exactly is your purpose sneaking around in the dead of night instead of sleeping?" Wang Bu didn't take Yi Xingqian seriously at all, his sinister intentions written all over his face. "You little brat, it's none of your damn business what I want to do. Tonight the woman behind you is ours. Get him." Hearing this, Yi Xingqian knew that words were completely useless with these people. His hand quietly slipped into his pocket, gripping his weapons. He squared his shoulders and turned to instruct Ms. Su. "Teacher, go back to the campsite first. Ouyang Jun, help me deal with these thugs." Before his voice even faded, several flying knives shot out from his hand, flying straight toward the men. Seeing this, Guo Jing immediately pulled Ms. Su to run back, shouting, "Ms. Su, let's go. Leaving this to Yi Xingqian will be absolutely fine." Meanwhile, Wang Bu watched the cold gleam of the knives flying toward him, completely losing his cool. "Holy shit, throwing knives?" He dodged with quick reflexes, but the lackey behind him wasn't so lucky, taking the hit and collapsing instantly. Yi Xingqian scoffed disdainfully. "What a bunch of useless trash, you're a disappointment." Before his words even settled, his ferocious iron fist was unleashed. Wang Bu barely dodged the first punch, but couldn't avoid the heavy follow-up kick. The massive force behind the kick sent him crashing to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Ouyang Jun shouted, "Brothers, let's get them. Teach them a lesson." This was exactly what everyone had been waiting for. They swarmed the remaining thugs, quickly subduing them. Driven into a corner like a desperate dog, Wang Bu pulled out a knife. "You little bastard, I'll kill you today." Grimacing savagely, he lunged forward with the sharp blade. Go to hell, but he never expected his lethal blow to be parried so easily. Using his opponent's own momentum against him, Yi Xingqian executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming Wang Bu onto the ground. The thug's back hit the floor with a sickening thud that made everyone's bones ache just listening to it. Yi Xingqian didn't give him a single chance to stand up, instantly pinning him down. "Who the hell are you guys? What are you after? Don't tell me this is just a coincidence." Even now, Wang Bu remained stubborn. "Kid, we just came out to have some fun. That chick is pretty hot. Well, have you tasted her yet?" Done wasting words, Yi Xingqian's eyes turned ice cold as he aimed his dagger straight at the thug's throat. "Go to hell." Just then, a blood-curdling shriek echoed from the direction of the campsite. "Help!" Hearing this, Yi Xingqian's expression changed dramatically as he realized instantly, "Damn it, we fell for a trap. They lured us away," he shouted in extreme panic. "Ouyang Jun, stop wasting time with these guys. Get back to the camp now." The group bolted back. When they reached the campsite, they saw Ms. Su lying pale-faced in Mo Rongrong's arms. Yi Xingqian rushed over to ask, "What happened?" Mo Rongrong explained frantically. "Just now, several men barged in and took Ms. Li. Ms. Su tried to stop them when she saw, but they beat her up." Standing aside, Guan Tingting was also in a panic. "Yi Xingqian, those guys looked incredibly dangerous. Is Ms. Li going to be alright? Please think of something. What do we do now?" Faced with this sudden chaos, Yi Xingqian surprisingly calmed down. He turned to Ms. Su. "Ms. Su, call the police immediately." He then began handing out tasks. "Ouyang Jun, take a few boys to tie up those bastards by the lake. Guard the camp and keep an eye on the surroundings. I'm going after Ms. Li. We can't afford to waste any time." Before they could respond, he urgently asked, "Which direction did they go?" Mo Rongrong pointed toward the pitch-black woods ahead. "They just ran that way." Hearing this, Yi Xingqian immediately sprinted off, Mo Rongrong's worried voice echoing behind him, "Please be careful." Under the shroud of the dark night, Yi Xingqian sprinted like a gust of wind across the wilderness. His mind raced. The people who kidnapped Xiao Ting must be working with the thugs by the lake. But why did they target Ms. Li? Meanwhile, by the roadside, two men were hauling Xiao Ting onto a white truck. Seeing that their prey was secure, Senhei gestured to his partner. Hurry up, Lao Zhang, get ready to drive. The engine roared to life and the license plate flickered under the faint light. Before long the truck sped off, disappearing down the quiet road. By sheer luck, Yi Xingchen arrived just in time to catch the license plate. It was registered in Jingai Town. I don't care who you work for. You dared to ruin my good time with the girls. You've got a death wish. Back at the campsite, the thugs who had caused the trouble had been tied up tightly, tossed haphazardly onto the empty ground. Yang Jun glared at them with a menacing expression. Ms. Su, leave these bastards to us. We'll deal with them. Fearing the students might do something reckless in the heat of the moment, Ms. Su hastily stopped them with an excuse. Don't do anything foolish, everyone. I've already called the police, they're on their way. Meanwhile, Mo Rongrong was extremely anxious. I wonder if Yi Xingchen caught up with Ms. Li. Please let them both be safe. On the other side, the white truck pulled up slowly outside an abandoned empty warehouse. The door was violently flung open, followed by a loud defiant protest. You bastards. Let me go. Her shout was met with a threatening harsh growl. Shut up, keep screaming and see if I don't slice up your face. Xiao Ting was dragged inside, fiercely demanding answers along the way. Who are you people? What do you want from me? But the thugs ignored her completely. Once they got her into the warehouse, Gang Huo turned to his lackey guarding the entrance. Keep a close eye on the outside. Let me know the second you notice anything unusual. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moonlight cast a faint glow through the thin layer of clouds. Unnoticed by anyone, Yi Xingchen had already crouched silently beneath a small window. Inside the warehouse, Xiao Ting was bound tightly to a wooden chair. Unable to move even an inch, Gang Huo walked in with a yawn, instructing his underlings, keep a close eye on her. I'm going to take a nap, the lackeys quickly chorused. Got it, boss. Xiao Ting glared coldly at them, a trace of unease in her heart. Things back at the campsite must be in utter chaos by now. Why did these people bring her here? Her mind was a complete mess. If only that brat Yi Xingchen were here. Wait, why is he the first person I think of when I'm in danger? Even if he can fight, he's no match for an entire gang. Right at that moment, Yi Xingchen materialized from the shadows, clamping his hand around Maozi's neck with lightning speed. In a single move, the thug collapsed onto the floor like a rag doll. The sight left Xiao Ting completely speechless. Having disposed of the troublesome guard, Yi Xingchen quickly stepped over. Looking at Yi Xingchen kneeling before her, Xiao Ting whispered with a mix of excitement and disbelief, Yi Xingchen. She scanned him with concern. Are you hurt anywhere? Before she could say another word, Yi Xingchen gently placed a finger over her lips. Ms. Li, quiet. I'm here to get you out. With that, his nimble fingers worked quickly to untie the thick ropes binding her. Before the newly freed Xiao Ting could even process what was happening, Yi Xingchen pointed toward the window he had climbed through and whispered, Teacher, climb out through the window. I'll boost you up. Xiao Ting hesitated. But this is too dangerous for you. They have several accomplices nearby. Yi Xingchen supported her weight, whispering gently, It's fine, leave them to me. Watch out for the broken glass on the floor, teacher. But right at that moment, a piece of broken glass slipped and hit the ground, making a sharp metallic clink. Sensing trouble, Yi Xingchen cursed under his breath. Damn it! Sure enough, a sharp, alert shout echoed from the depths of the warehouse. Maozi, what was that noise? When several seconds passed without a reply, Gang Huo grew suspicious and rushed over, knife in hand. Seeing Maozi knocked out on the floor, he cursed in a rage, useless trash. The sight of the empty chair enraged him even further. She escaped. Find them. Bring that woman back to me. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen had already scooped Xiao Ting up in his arms and was sprinting as fast as he could, not forgetting to complain. Sister who wears high heels to a wilderness campsite, you're a literal genius. Embarrassed, Xiao Ting's face flushed a light shade of red. I'm sorry. Clutching his weapon, Gang Huo barked furious orders at his lackeys. They must be nearby. Search the area. The henchmen dispersed instantly under his roaring command to bring them back at all costs. Suddenly, a couple of cold flashes cut through the air as two throwing knives flew like arrows, hitting two of the pursuers dead on, having shaken off their tail. Yi Xingchen didn't dare to ease up, holding Xiao Ting tightly as he continued his escape. Showing none of his usual gentleness, Yi Xingchen shoved her into the car. Hold on tight. He leapt into the driver's seat immediately after. Relying on his expertise, he expertly hot-wired the vehicle that didn't belong to him. Watching from the back seat, Xiao Ting broke into a cold sweat as the car failed to start right away. Yi Xingchen, hurry, they're catching up. Before she could even finish her sentence, the engine roared to life, and the car shot forward with a screech of tires. However, several figures suddenly blocked the road ahead, brandishing weapons and shouting, Stop the car and get out if you know what's good for you, or we'll tear you apart. Facing this peril, Yi Xingchen didn't show a single ounce of fear. Instead, he turned to shout at Xiao Ting in the back, Get down, don't look up. Before his words even faded, he spun the steering wheel violently. The tires screeched against the asphalt, throwing sparks as the car pulled off a wild 360-degree drift through a hail of bullets. The terrifying maneuver made Xiao Ting scream at the top of her lungs. Ah! The car sped away cleanly. Yi Xingchen's eyes locked onto the road ahead. Watching his prey slip away, Gang Huo roared in a fit of rage. "Where's the backup vehicle? Get it running now." A nearby henchman shrank back, stammering in terror. "Boss, the tires on the backup car are flat." Amid Gang Huo's hysterical screams, Yi Xingqian easily drove Xiao Ting away from the scene. Damn it! Inside the car, Yi Xingqian's injuries were clearly severe. He pressed a hand firmly against his wound to stop the bleeding, cursing under his breath. "Fuck, how many years has it been since I last got shot?" Unaware of his condition, Xiao Ting's mind was still replaying the terrifying encounter. "Yi Xingqian, did they follow us?" Fighting through the pain, Yi Xingqian reassured her. "Don't worry, I took care of their backup car. They can't catch us on foot." Leaning back against her seat with a sigh of relief, Xiao Ting whispered, "Thank you." She stared at the young man with a complex gaze, an unfamiliar emotion fluttering in her heart. "If only you weren't my student. Oh, if only I had met you sooner." The car sped through the darkness. Just when they thought they were completely safe, Xiao Ting finally noticed something amiss. "Yi Xingqian, are you all right?" Weak from the heavy blood loss and the intense adrenaline crash, Yi Xingqian's voice trembled slightly. I'm fine," but the dark stain on his shirt didn't escape her notice. "Blood, you're hurt?" By now, his face was as pale as paper. Gritting his teeth, he forced out, I really am fine." He weakly asked back, "Teacher, what about you?" Not wanting him to worry, she quickly replied, "I'm fine, I'm perfectly okay." But right at that moment, a sharp guardrail on a curve loomed directly ahead, leaving Xiao Ting pale with terror as she screamed, "Yi Xingqian, watch out ahead, stop the car." But his hand suddenly slipped from the wheel, falling limply to his side. Unable to hold on any longer, he lost consciousness completely, slumping over amid her terrified screams. The guardrail rushed toward them, and a pale-faced Xiao Ting froze in sheer horror. Propelled by sheer momentum, the out-of-control vehicle violently crashed through the guardrail, rolling over as it plunged down the cliff. Trapped inside, the two of them had no choice but to hold each other tightly in the terrifying sensation of freefall. The scene shifted to the city central hospital. All was quiet, save for a VIP ward whose door remained tightly shut. Yi Xingqian lay motionless on the bed, seemingly locked in an endless coma. Outside the door, Xiao Ting was arguing with several police officers, her attitude highly uncooperative. "Stop bothering me. I don't want to answer any questions until he wakes up." With that, Xiao Ting turned back into the ward and slammed the door shut with a heavy thud. She stared thoughtfully at the hospital bed, clearly deep in thought. Suddenly, a shout from the door startled her. Brother Xingqian, Huang Yifei and the others walked in, asking anxiously the moment they entered, "Ms. Li, how is Brother Xingqian?" Seeing this, Xiao Ting quickly raised a hand to gesture for silence. "Shish." Once everyone quieted down, Xiao Ting comforted them in a low voice. "Don't worry everyone, he is out of danger now. This hospital is owned by my family and I arranged for the best doctors to operate on him. The bullet has been removed." Su Li walked over, looking at the exhausted Xiao Ting with concern. "Ms. Li, you should go get some rest, look at you." Ignoring her own exhaustion, Xiao Ting insisted on staying. "I'm fine. He got hurt saving me, so I must stay until he wakes up." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire ward fell into a dead silence. The four girls instinctively looked at Yi Xingqian, each lost in her own thoughts. With a sorrowful look in her eyes, Huang Yifei couldn't help but speak up. "Why hasn't Brother Xingqian woken up yet?" Just then, Yi Xingqian slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the room packed with people, he felt a bit bewildered. "Am I dreaming? There are so many beauties here." Mo Rongrong was the first to notice him opening his eyes and spoke up to stop the argument between the other two. "All right, Yifei Lanluo, stop bickering. You've woken Xingqian up." Hearing this, Huang Yifei was ecstatic, throwing herself forward to hug him. "Brother Xingqian, you're finally awake. You scared me to death." Xiao Ting, standing nearby, also looked incredibly nervous, holding a cup of water she had fetched at some point. "Are you thirsty? Here, have some water. I poured it for you." Soon the cup in Xiao Ting's hand was filled with warm water. She slowly handed it to Yi Xingqian with one hand, still warning him out of concern. "Be careful, drink slowly." The ward didn't stay quiet for long before it buzzed with activity again. The girls scrambled to express their concern. "Xingqian, what do you want to eat? Let me brew some soup for you." "What? You're so sly, Brother Xingqian. Let me go buy some fruit for you." I'll go buy some flowers. Fresh air in the ward is very important too." Seeing the chaotic crowd before her, Su Li couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. So she simply shooed them all away. "You guys head back first. Yi Xingqian needs peace and quiet right now." Hearing this, Huang Yifei immediately looked aggrieved. "Oh, Teacher Su, how can you do this?" Leaning back against his hospital bed, Yi Xingqian watched this covert battle, and could only marvel inwardly. It seems getting injured might not be such a bad thing after all. Before long, night fell and the hospital quieted down. In the middle of the night, Lu Yuji, dressed in a nurse's uniform, walked into the ward. Hearing the noise, Yi Xingqian immediately sat up and gave a soft cough. Startled by the sudden sound, Lu Yuji turned around in a slight panic. "Ah, you're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Hearing this, Yi Xingqian immediately put on a weak front. I feel uncomfortable all over. Can you help me? Suspecting nothing, Lu Yuji walked over to check on him, saying, "Oh, how can that be? Your surgery was clearly a complete success. Let me check." Suddenly, Lu Yuji's wrist was firmly gripped, though the strength was measured perfectly so as not to hurt her. With a gentle pull, Yi Xingchen dragged her close to him, asking in an extremely affectionate voice, "What's your name?" Lu Yuji's face instantly flushed red, and she answered subconsciously, "Lu Yuji." Yi Xingchen didn't let go, immediately pressing for her phone number. For some reason, Lu Yuji obediently answered all his questions, her shy gaze drifting to the side. 1352, looking at her bashful expression, an indescribable strange feeling welled up in Yi Xingchen's heart. Could this girl be? At this moment, Yi Xingchen could no longer hold back. He suddenly pulled his face close to Lu Yuji's, his large hand wrapping around her slender waist so she had nowhere to escape. Before long, Lu Yuji's nurse uniform was stripped off piece by piece and tossed aside. The intimate and passionate scene between the two was by some unknown means completely recorded on a surveillance screen. In a room filled with a sensual, intimate air, Lu Ningqian sat before the monitor. Watching everything unfold as planned, he couldn't help but chuckle triumphantly. "You little brat, you just took my daughter's first time like that." Once the passion subsided, Yi Xingchen leaned against the headboard. He glanced at the sleeping Lu Yuji beside him, thinking to himself that they had been at it for over an hour. As he muttered, his gaze drifted to her still flushed, pretty face. Looking at her reaction, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Was she drugged? The moment she kissed me, that feeling was absolutely unmistakable. Faced with this situation, he felt somewhat at a loss, unable to find an answer even after pondering for a long time. But who on earth is she? This nurse is probably a victim too. It seems I can only ask her directly. With this thought, he immediately reached out, gripped her shoulder, and shook her. "Hey Yuji, wake up." Shaken awake, she slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, realizing something was wrong, she hurriedly grabbed the blanket to tightly cover her completely naked body. It took a long time for Lu Yuji to calm down and begin accepting the reality before her. It's real, it's actually real. So it wasn't a dream, but why did it turn out like this? What on earth happened to me? Disregarding her inner distress, Yi Xingchen cut straight to the chase. "Put your clothes on first, I have some questions for you. Did you eat or drink anything before you came here?" Turning her back to him, looking incredibly aggrieved from behind, she answered in a muffled voice, "No, I didn't eat anything." Skeptical, Yi Xingchen pressed further. "Really nothing?" Perhaps too shell-shocked by the blow to remember, Lu Yuji remained silent. Unwilling to stay in this awkward atmosphere any longer, she whispered, "Excuse me, I have to go." Just as she stepped out of the ward, Huang Yifei and Xiao Ting arrived at the door. Watching her retreating back, Huang Yifei spoke with a hint of jealousy. "Brother Xingchen, did you hit on the nurse while we were gone? She looked so angry when she left." Leaning obediently against his headboard, Yi Xingchen hurriedly denied it. "Hey, who would dare?" Meanwhile, the screen of the phone in his hand displayed a text message he had just sent out. "Young Master Feng, help me look up a nurse named Lu Yuji. She's an intern at Tianyi Orthopedic Hospital." Saw right through him. Xiao Ting looked at his expression and teased, "What's this? Has student Yi taken a liking to that girl? Do you want your teacher to play matchmaker for you?" Faced with her teasing, Yi Xingchen flatly denied it. "Teacher, stop joking." With that, he immediately changed the subject, patting the edge of the bed. "All right, come sit over here." This gesture caught both girls off guard. Huang Yifei pouted, "HMPH, what for?" With an entirely innocent face, though hiding who knew what intentions, Yi Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "To sleep, of course. You came all this way so late at night. If you're not sleeping here, did you just come to chat with me all night?" At these words, both girls were utterly embarrassed, their faces instantly flushing beet red. Despite her shyness, Huang Yifei still stubbornly shot back, "Are you crazy? Who wants to sleep with you?" Xiao Ting also hurriedly made an excuse to get out of it. "All right, now that we see you're fine, we'll head out." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen put on a disappointed look. "Are you really not planning to stay?" Meanwhile, in another office of the hospital, Lu Ningqian rested his face on his hands, staring intently at the person before him. He asked in a scrutinizing tone, "How are his injuries?" The other person immediately replied, "They're recovering well." Only then did Lu Ningqian's expression relax, a rare trace of concern appearing in his voice. "You've worked hard, Yuji. The task I assigned to you, how is it progressing?" Reading her reaction, he had a pretty good idea, but still wanted to confirm, "Have the two of you developed feelings?" For a moment, Lu Yuji didn't know how to answer. She guiltily averted her eyes to avoid his gaze. This reaction brought Lu Ningqian to a silent pause. "Yuji, I'm sorry. At first Dad just wanted you to pay more attention to that patient." With that, he clutched his head, feigning extreme agony and guilt. "He seems to have a good relationship with Principal Li's daughter," Li shouting. "Dad was hoping you could put in a good word for me." Unable to bear seeing her father tormenting himself like this, Lu Yuji quickly comforted him. "It's fine, Dad. Don't worry about it. As long as I can help you, it's only right that I contribute a little effort. At this point, Lu Yuji felt a bit of comfort. She couldn't help but recall the past if it weren't for her father. She really didn't know how badly those thugs would have beaten her. Compared to that, this little matter was nothing. Lu Ningqian had been waiting for exactly this response, so he smoothly made an excuse to let her leave. It's good that you don't blame Dad. It's late, go back and get some rest. The moment she stepped out, Lu Ningqian's face darkened instantly, his entire expression filled with absolute malice. Yi Xingqian, what do you plan to do next? Once Lu Yuji was far enough, Lu Ningqian turned toward a corner of the room and called out, "Come on out." A hidden door slowly slid open, accompanied by a playful mocking voice. "I didn't expect you to raise your daughter so well." The man who walked in was none other than Gang Huo, and his very first words were laying out his conditions. "I'll help you with this matter. When can she be mine?" The painful expression on Lu Ningqian's face vanished instantly, replaced by a shrewd, mercenary look of a rogue. She didn't do it entirely of her own free will. If it weren't for those 6 magic pills, but once this is done, if you're interested, I'll definitely have her give you a good time. Gang Huo was highly satisfied with this answer, laughing out loud. "Haha, looking at how she was just now, her skills must be pretty good. It seems you've put quite a bit of effort into training her, huh?" Hearing this, Lu Ningqian replied smugly, "I've never touched her myself. Buying her back then was solely to use her for a day like today." These words caught Gang Huo slightly by surprise. Staring at the video on the screen, he confirmed once more, "You mean to say just now was her first time? How is that possible?" At this point, Lu Ningqian abruptly changed the subject. "All right, let's talk about what you think of this Yi Xingqian." Gang Huo immediately chimed in, a hint of admiration in his voice. "It's honestly hard to believe. He took a bullet to the stomach, lost so much blood, and yet after only resting for a few hours he could engage in such intense physical exertion. Several of my brothers died at his hands. His skills are incredibly swift and lethal." Lu Ningqian remained unfazed, having already prepared a different plan. What's the use of relying solely on brute force? The adult world is governed by brains. This left Gang Huo a bit confused. "Do you really think you can take him down with just this video?" Stroking his chin in contemplation, Lu Ningqian had already made up his mind. It might be useless against him directly, but it will definitely work against Li Shouting. I've never seen Li Shouting look at anyone with such deep concern and care. She truly cares about that Yi Xingqian. Sensing an opportunity, Gang Huo asked excitedly, "Should we hand that over to Li Shouting right now?" However, Lu Ningqian remained perfectly composed, in no rush to show his hand. "No, now is not the time. This thing will only show its true power once Li Shouting has completely fallen for him." As he spoke, Lu Ningqian plugged a USB drive into the computer, his insidious plan slowly coming to light. The deeper the love, the sharper the pain. But for now, using this to give that brat a little scare isn't a bad choice either. Seeing the file transfer completion prompt on the screen, he finally said with relief, "Let's head out too." Meanwhile, in another small room, Lu Yuji sat slumped on her bed, recalling everything that had occurred the previous night. "What on earth is wrong with me?" She rested the back of her hand against her forehead, thinking deeply, yet unable to find an answer even after a long time. Could it be, I fell in love with him at first sight? That's why I did something like that. Just thinking about the scene made her blush furiously with shame. Burying her face in her pillow to hide her embarrassment. This is so humiliating. Am I really such a loose girl? Thinking of this, Lu Yuji fell into self-doubt again. But then she suddenly seemed to recall something, a thread of suspicion rising in her mind. Dad was the one who asked me to take care of him. Could it be because of that pill? Her memory flashed back to that moment when Lu Ningqian had slipped a pill into her hand and urged warmly, "Yuji, I heard you've been having trouble sleeping lately. Take this." Right after handing her the pill, he had immediately assigned her task. "By the way, your internship has been arranged. Go look after a patient in the VIP ward." Only now did Lu Yuji finally seem to understand the true intentions of the man she called her father, tears falling uncontrollably. "So in the end, I'm nothing more than a tool in my father's hands. I wonder what he thinks of me. He must think I'm a loose woman." She instinctively tried to find an excuse for her actions. "But if I tell him it was my first time, will he take responsibility? If I tell the truth, what will he do?" Her self-mutterings echoed in the quiet room. "If only I could be with him." That feeling just now was truly wonderful. On the other side, Yi Xingqian was speaking urgently into his phone. "Young Master Feng, have you found anything?" A helpless voice came from the other end. "Boss, do you think I'm some kind of god? How could I possibly dig up someone's entire background in just a few hours?" Complaints continued to ring out over the phone. "Lao Wu, didn't you say you'd take charge of this?" Yi Xingqian immediately understood upon hearing this. These guys were shifting blame onto each other again. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long before the details were sent over. Lu Yuji is a student at Jingai Tourism University, and the daughter of Lu Ningqian, the vice president of Tianyi Orthopedic Hospital. However, she seems to be an adopted daughter, only appearing by Lu Ningqian's side 4 years ago. I couldn't find a single trace of what she did before that. Receiving the information, Yi Xingqian pressed urgently. How is she usually at school? Is her social circle wide? On the other end, Wang Yu held a stack of documents, reporting continuously. At school, she's always been extremely diligent. Her grades are average, and she rarely associates with classmates, especially boys. She seems to have a certain aversion to men. Brother Chen, why are you suddenly so interested in this girl? Faced with this question, Yi Xingqian didn't answer directly, merely sticking to his original goal. Cut the crap and keep investigating her. While you're at it, dig up everything on Lu Ningqian too. After hanging up, he immediately fell into deep thought, his mind in a chaotic mess, based on the current situation. Lu Yuji was not a promiscuous woman at all. That meant she was actually the victim of last night's incident. Who wanted to harm her, or was someone trying to use her to plot against him? Suddenly, Yi Xingqian's gaze landed on a landscape painting hanging on the wall. Sensing something amiss, he walked over without hesitation and took the painting down. Sure enough, from behind the painting he pulled out an extremely well-hidden pinhole camera. Damn it, there really was a camera. The signal transmission range of this kind of surveillance and wiretapping equipment was limited. Relying on his sharp intuition, Yi Xingqian quickly narrowed down the range. The signal receiver terminal was highly likely near this very hospital. Staring at the camera he had crushed into pieces and tossed into the trash can, he grew increasingly certain of his suspicion. True to his naturally cautious character, Yi Xingqian stepped out of the ward to investigate. There was only one busy nurse in the corridor. Seeing someone approach, he stepped forward and asked probingly, "Excuse me, nurse, is there any hospital leader on duty right now?" The nurse, named Ning He, eagerly offered to help. "Oh, Vice President Lu seems to still be on duty. Mr. Yi, is there something you need? I can fetch him for you." Hearing the name, the doubt in Yi Xingqian's heart was instantly confirmed. Vice President Lu Ningqian, it really was him. With this realization, Yi Xingqian immediately went into action. "No need, just tell me where the vice president's office is. I'll go find him myself." Sensing nothing unusual, Ning He pointed toward the corner of the corridor. "Go this way. Once you round that corner ahead, you'll see the vice president's office." Having obtained the information he wanted, Yi Xingqian quickly leaned in close to Ning He and instructed in a lowered voice, "Thank you, but please don't tell anyone I asked about this. I have some private business to discuss with your vice president." His sudden proximity made the young nurse blush shyly. "All right." Unwilling to waste any more time, Yi Xingqian turned and walked in the direction she had pointed, leaving a dazed Ning He standing there. Finally, his footsteps stopped before a tightly shut wooden door. He looked up at the sign outside the door. Is this the room? The lock was no challenge for him at all, bypassed in the blink of an eye. Who would have thought that the lockpicking skills I picked up back when I was a mercenary would come in handy at a time like this? The door was noiselessly cracked open, and Yi Xingqian quickly slipped inside. He sat down in front of the laptop, its screen still glowing, hoping to find something useful. If it really was him, the receiver for the bugs would definitely be in here. However, he wasn't particularly tech-savvy. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a USB flash drive plugged into the side of the laptop. He navigated the mouse across the screen, finally stopping on a small folder. The moment the video opened, Yi Xingqian froze in his tracks. Watching the footage on the screen, he clenched his teeth in raw fury. What an absolute beast! He never expected the man to be so utterly shameless. Damn it, what kind of scumbag was Lu Ningqian? Even if she wasn't his biological daughter, how could he treat her like a mere tool? Damn it, I swear I'll kill him. But in the next second, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind, and a wave of excitement washed over him. But before that, he would play along with the man for a bit. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. Ning He walked out of the hospital ward, apparently having just finished checking on a patient. "Miss Li, Mr. Yi, I'll leave you two to talk. I'll take my leave first. Feel free to call me if you need anything." Out of worry, Li Shouting had arrived at the ward first thing in the morning. "Sure, go ahead and attend to your work," she said, walking over to the bedside. "You don't look very happy. Your precious Fei Fei, Rongrong, and that Lan Luo all have to attend class today. I'm terribly sorry that only an old woman like me is here to visit you." Yi Xingqian caught the jealousy in her voice and quickly tried to coax her. "None of them are mine, but Miss Li, I'm already thrilled that you made time to visit me." This response failed to satisfy Li Shouting, and she turned away with a playful pout. "HMPH, who knows if you're just paying lip service? But I can't stay here to keep you company forever. I have class in the afternoon." Yi Xingqian suddenly thought of something and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Miss Li, are there any leads on the group that kidnapped you?" Hearing him bring this up, a trace of disappointment flickered across Li Shouting's face. No, by the time the police arrived, they had all fled. Not even a body was found, and even the bloodstains and fingerprints were wiped completely clean. The investigation has hit a dead end. To get to the bottom of it, Yi Xingchen asked directly, "Do you know a man named Lu Ningqian?" Hearing this familiar name from his mouth, Li Shouting looked at him with a hint of confusion. "Uncle Lu, I only know he is the vice president of this hospital. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Is there something you need from him?" Yi Xingchen kept the secret he discovered last night to himself and made up a casual excuse. "Nothing really. It's just that the nurse from last night is his daughter, and I teased her a bit. I was worried he'd come looking for trouble." Li Shouting didn't suspect a thing. She rolled her eyes and said, "You pervert, you even dare to tease the vice president's daughter. If he really comes to settle scores with you, I won't help you." Yi Xingchen smiled playfully, leaning back against the headboard. "Am I really that shameless?" She didn't answer directly, but hurriedly turned to leave. "All right, I'll visit you again after school, okay?" Just as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped. Li Shouting turned around, her voice filled with deep gratitude. "Yi Xingchen, thank you. If you hadn't saved me this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it back." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen laughed heartily and deliberately teased her. "Haha, what does this minor injury matter? Saving you was entirely my own choice, Miss Li. But if you really feel that bad about it, you could always marry me." "I definitely wouldn't mind," she blushed and retorted. "Slick talker." After Li Shouting left, Yi Xingchen still felt a bit reluctant to let her go. "Miss Li is so wonderful. How amazing it would be if I could hold that body of hers." Before he could savor the thought for long, the ward door was violently thrown open. Lu Ningqian stormed in, wearing an aggressive look that clearly spelled trouble. "Mr. Yi, I have a few questions I need to clarify with you." Lu Ningqian immediately began putting on airs. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Lu Ningqian, the vice president of this hospital. Our chairman asked me to deliver a message to you." Yi Xingchen didn't even bother to sit up. Without so much as raising his eyelids, he casually glanced at this self-proclaimed representative. Which chairman? Lu Ningqian had been waiting for this very question, immediately assuming a smug expression. "The chairman of the Li Group, Li Zhengyang." Yi Xingchen maintained his casual, unbothered attitude. "Don't know him." Lu Ningqian didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. "Mr. Yi, let's not beat around the bush, and there's no need for you to play dumb. Name your price. How much money will it take for you to leave Miss Li?" Hearing this, Yi Xingchen finally lost his patience and bolted upright. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Lu Ningqian also went straight to the heart of the matter. "Mr. Yi, do you dare deny that your closeness to Miss Li and even risking your life to save her was all a plot to get your hands on the Li family fortune?" Too lazy to waste words, Yi Xingchen threatened coldly. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'll give you one last chance. Get the hell out of here right now. Or don't blame me for getting rough." Completely unfazed, Lu Ningqian kept a smug grin on his face. "Mr. Yi, it seems you're a bit too overconfident. Since you don't want to resolve this peacefully, then don't blame me for taking action." Before his voice even faded, he clapped his hands sharply. Immediately, two hulking brutes pushed the door open and walked in, their threatening presence unmistakable. Yi Xingchen didn't flinch, showing no fear on his face. "You want to force my hand?" Lu Ningqian took a step back, declaring confidently. "You brought this on yourself. Besides, this is the chairman's wish, all for the young lady's own good. She'll understand eventually." Yi Xingchen didn't wait for him to finish. His entire body shifted into a combat stance as he took a decisive step forward. "Understand my ass? Today I'm going to show you exactly what I'm capable of." Seeing Yi Xingchen make a move, one of the agile goons lunged forward to shield Lu Ningqian, attempting to pin Yi Xingchen down. Yi Xingchen sidestepped, easily dodging the tackle. The goon wasn't a complete pushover, smoothly throwing a punch. Yi Xingchen caught the blow effortlessly. Before he could counter, the guy gritted his teeth and threw a second punch, spotting a gap in the opponent's guard. A cold smirk curled onto Yi Xingchen's lips. He took a slight step back, easily dodging the hook. Right at that moment, he slammed his center of gravity low, delivering a sweeping kick to the guy's lower body. The goon instantly lost his balance. Seizing the opening, Yi Xingchen grabbed him by the collar and flung him backward with brute force. The man's face was a mask of disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as his burly frame crashed perfectly into his partner. The two tumbled in a messy heap right behind Lu Ningqian. The second guy refused to back down, struggling to get back on his feet to continue the fight. But his every move was clear to Yi Xingchen, too lazy to waste words. Yi Xingchen directly launched a fierce kick. A series of heavy blows landed, pinning him flat to the floor. Only after seeing that the guy was completely motionless did Yi Xingchen finally withdraw his foot. Trash. Having witnessed the entire display, Lu Ningqian finally showed fear, secretly marveling at how formidable he was. The two bodyguards he had brought were like helpless chickens in front of him. Although a bit panicked, he forced himself to calm down. After all, only someone with such formidable strength was qualified to be his partner, right? Lu Ningqian's mind was in a frenzy, a fine sweat breaking out on his forehead. The more he thought, the more he realized how tricky the situation had become. After a long silence, Lu Ningqian decided to compromise. "Mr. Yi, I think we can sit down and have a proper talk." Yi Xingqian curled his lip in disdain, casually probing him. "Oh, I wonder what Vice President Lu wants to talk about." Although his heart was still racing, Lu Ningqian had no choice but to bite the bullet and extend an olive branch of cooperation. A calculating smile appeared on his face. "Don't you think that if the two of us joined forces, we would be entirely capable of swallowing the Li group?" Highly alert, Yi Xingqian pushed away the cigarette the other offered. "How does Mr. Lu know that my target is the Li group?" Lu Ningqian smugly boasted about his skills, trying to pressure him. "Before coming here, I was a professional psychiatrist. I even received the internationally recognized title of one of the top 10 psychologists. So I can read a thing or two about your thoughts, Mr. Yi." Yi Xingqian secretly sized up the man. It seemed Lu Ningqian's ambition was indeed massive. A mere vice president actually dared to covet a powerhouse like the Li Group. He should have seen this coming. This must be his true purpose for visiting. "I'll see what kind of game you're playing." On the surface he maintained his calm and unbothered front. "Oh, Mr. Lu already knows my plan." Lu Ningqian slowly laid his cards on the table. "Naturally, which is why I came directly to you. We share a common goal. I believe Mr. Yi would also prefer an extra friend over an extra enemy." Lu Ningqian continued to tempt him. "Besides, with the Li Group being such a massive empire, isn't it more than enough for the two of us to split?" Instead of taking the bait, Yi Xingqian played along to lure the snake out of its hole. "Haha, so kidnapping Li Xiaoding was also part of your plan?" Lu Ningqian fell right into the trap. "Exactly, I used Li Xiaoding to throw the Li family into internal chaos. Soon my organization will put pressure on the Li Group, while I'm responsible for providing intelligence from the inside. In the end, the entire Li family will fall under our control." Yi Xingqian deliberately put on a skeptical look to extract more information. "Then didn't I ruin your plan?" Lu Ningqian walked to the window, slowly correcting him. "Haha, to be precise, you ruined the original plan. Now we have a new plan." Yi Xingqian played along, analyzing his words. "A new plan. Let me become Li Xiaoding's boyfriend to win the Li family's favor. Then we coordinate with your plan to swallow the Li Group step by step." Thinking the fish had taken the bait, Lu Ningqian enthusiastically tried to win him over. "Haha, Mr. Yi is indeed a smart man. Talking to smart people saves so much effort. What do you think? Shall we work together?" Yi Xingqian countered with a confident assumption. "If I really win over the Li family, I'll eventually become their son-in-law. Everything the Li family owns will be mine sooner or later anyway. So why would I need to cooperate with you?" Looking at his smug, arrogant appearance, Lu Ningqian let out a meaningful, cold laugh. "Haha, I know a thing or two about your affairs as well, Mr. Yi." Lu Ningqian mysteriously threw out the leverage he had acquired, particularly regarding women. "I wonder if the woman last night satisfied you, Mr. Yi." Yi Xingqian sneered in his heart but continued to play dumb on the surface. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Ningqian continued to lay out his cards. "Haha, smart people don't beat around the bush. As long as you agree to cooperate, my daughter's matter will absolutely never reach the Li family's ears. In fact, she can continue to stay and serve you in the future. You can do whatever you want with her." Yi Xingqian's eyes flickered as he continued to lay the bait to catch a bigger fish. "Is she really your biological daughter?" By this time, Lu Ningqian had completely let his guard down, confessing Yuji's background. "Haha, how is that possible? I bought her. 4 years ago, if I hadn't bought her, she would have lost her life long ago." He then voiced his disgusting thoughts without any reservation. "So what does doing this little favor for me matter? Besides, with how charming you are, Mr. Yi, this is her good fortune, isn't it?" Yi Xingqian pressed further, aiming to dig up more information. "Then what exactly was she doing 4 years ago?" Lu Ningqian didn't hesitate to reveal the truth. "Oh, you're interested in that? Well, there's no harm in telling you. 4 years ago, she..." After hearing the whole story, Yi Xingqian sneered, uttering a few cold words. "Very good, excellent." In truth, everything had finally clicked in his mind. No wonder she was so incredibly inexperienced in that area. Although some of her movements had been hesitant, it had indeed made him wonder if she was a loose woman. The deeper he thought about it, the hotter the fire of fury burned in his chest, making him silently curse Lu Ningqian's name. Yi Xingqian suddenly lunged forward and choked Lu Ningqian, leaving the man petrified. "Yi Xingqian, what on earth are you doing?" Although shaking like a leaf, Lu Ningqian still managed to muster the courage to threaten. "Aren't you afraid I'll send that video to Li Xiaoding?" he sputtered, trembling violently as cold sweat poured down his forehead. "Once Li Xiaoding discovers your true colors, forget about becoming the Li family's son-in-law. You won't even know how you died." Yi Xingqian radiated a murderous aura, commanding coldly. Lu Ningqian, shut your dog mouth. From beginning to end, I was never after the Li family fortune. I saved Li Shouting simply because she is my teacher. As Yi Xingqian slowly loosened his grip, he explained in a leisurely tone, besides, she is quite beautiful, and protecting beautiful women has always been my favorite thing to do. He paused before delivering his final verdict, but now, your existence threatens her safety, so I must eliminate you completely. Before his words even finished, he delivered a brutal kick straight to the man's stomach. The sheer force sent Lu Ningqian flying to crash heavily near the door. The moment he hit the floor, he began vomiting bile in agonizing pain. Yi Xingqian's eyes were filled with chilling, murderous intent. Go to hell, you trash. With that, he raised his foot, preparing to deliver a heavy finishing blow. Suddenly, the ward door was violently pushed open, accompanied by an urgent cry. Vice President Lu, the familiar voice forced Yi Xingqian to halt. Panting heavily from running, Li Shouting frantically tried to stop him. Yi Xingqian, what are you doing? Let go of Uncle Lu immediately. Slightly annoyed that his business had been interrupted, Yi Xingqian asked, Miss Li, why did you come back? As if grasping a lifeline, Lu Ningqian immediately began crying out for help. Miss Li, save me. This Yi Xingqian abused my daughter last night. I only came today to seek justice. Displaying superb acting skills, Lu Ningqian played the victim perfectly, weeping dramatically. But he actually turned on me and tried to kill me to silence me. He even knocked both of my bodyguards unconscious. He continued to fabricate his miserable tale, hoping Li Shouting would stand up for him. This Yi Xingqian is simply too much. Miss Li, you must seek justice for us. Hearing these accusations, Li Shouting looked at him skeptically. Yi Xingqian, is what Uncle Lu said true? Facing this sudden questioning, Yi Xingqian's mind spun rapidly before he simply decided to admit it flat out. Those two useless trash were indeed knocked down by me, and I did indeed want to kill him just now. However, Yi Xingqian paused, grabbing Lu Ningqian by the collar and throwing the ball back into his court. Regarding his daughter, I'd like Vice President Lu to explain it to you himself. Li Shouting stared at him, a thoughtful look appearing on her face. Why is this guy always so domineering? She replayed the scene in her mind. He actually hadn't denied having a relationship with the vice president's daughter. Her mind was a chaotic mess of thoughts, but she eventually came to a conclusion. Lu Ningqian seemed to regain his confidence, trying his best to convince her. Miss Li, I have proof. Once you see it, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. With that, Lu Ningqian prepared to show her the so-called evidence. At this moment, Li Shouting's mind was in a complete mess. Did I really misjudge him? But why does he look completely unbothered? A flash of disdain and absolute confidence crossed Yi Xingqian's eyes. Old bastard, let's see how you court your own death. Although her eyes were glued to the computer screen as Lu Ningqian navigated, Li Shouting was still skeptical. Would he really do such a thing to that nurse? How could he be the kind of person who forces a girl? Li Shouting's heart was torn. I don't believe it. There has to be another reason. But if he didn't do it, why would Uncle Lu frame him? Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian looked completely relaxed, even asking back with a hint of mockery, Vice President Lu, is this your so-called evidence? Lu Ningqian suddenly grew flustered, his face filled with utter bewilderment. How is this possible? I clearly... However, when the screen displayed nothing but a mundane entertainment show, Li Shouting let out a long sigh of relief, her racing heart finally settling. Just as she thought, there was nothing. How could he ever do such a thing? Meanwhile, cold sweat was already pouring down Lu Ningqian's forehead. Shocked, he blurted out the truth. How could this be? There was clearly surveillance in the ward last night. Lu Ningqian immediately began frantically searching through the various drives on his computer. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian continued to interrogate him sharply. Surveillance? You are invading my personal privacy. What on earth are you trying to do? Li Shouting also voiced her confusion. Uncle Lu, what exactly do you mean by this? In a state of extreme panic, Lu Ningqian tried to grab onto one last saving straw. Miss Li, I'm really not lying. I'll go call my daughter here right now. Then Lu Ningqian decisively gave orders to his subordinate. Abiao, quickly bring my daughter here. Abiao ran in flustered to report. Vice President Lu, Miss Yuji ran out by herself this morning. Her current whereabouts are unknown, and we don't know where she went either. On the surface, Yi Xingqian mocked his ridiculous farce. Vice President Lu, what else do you have to say now? But inside his mind was already in absolute turmoil. Yuji, if you left because of me, I will definitely find you. No matter what, I will take responsibility for you. Seeing that things had completely spiraled out of control, Lu Ningqian gritted his teeth in fury. Before he could even finish, Yi Xingqian was already preparing to make a move, scaring him out of his wits. Lu Ningqian could only shriek in sheer terror. Yi Xingqian, what are you trying to do? Yi Xingqian's face darkened, and he threw a sudden violent punch. This punch is for my friend. With just this single powerful blow, Lu Ningqian was sent flying, crashing heavily onto a chair. Anxious and impatient, Yi Xingchen immediately mobilized all his men. Damn it, cut the crap, call all the brothers to find Lu Yuji right now and search Lu Ningqian's house. Turn it completely upside down. However, the person on the other end of the line seemed to still be playing around and didn't take the order immediately. Hey, wait a second, I just won a hand of mahjong. This response instantly made Yi Xingchen explode with rage. Damn it, I said stop playing. This deafening roar made the person on the other end instinctively shudder. Everyone get out and find her right now. Get Lei Laohu's men to help too. Even if you have to turn this entire city upside down, you must find her for me. The person on the other end was filled with confusion, unable to help but mutter, "What's wrong with Brother Chen? He's as frantic as if his pants are on fire." Seeing Wang Yu still sitting there as steady as a mountain, stealthily drawing a card, the other person instantly got annoyed and cursed with a laugh. "You brat, are you still looking for the big two? I think you're itching for a beating." Meanwhile, inside another skyscraper that pierced the clouds, Hao Tian was also secretly gathering information on Yi Xingchen. "Have you found out about his family background?" Wei Ba reported truthfully. "I've checked, but I couldn't find any valuable leads. All I know is that he just returned from abroad and is currently studying at Yunlong High School." Hao Tian analyzed the situation calmly before issuing his instructions. "It seems his background is indeed not simple. Keep a close eye on him. Also destroy all evidence related to Lu Ningqian." Hao Tian ruthlessly severed his connection to the matter. "I don't want my dear Li shouting to find out that I am the mastermind behind this." Wei Ba respectfully accepted the order, though a trace of confusion remained on his face. "Yes, young master, but there is one thing I don't quite understand. Given your past relationship with Miss Li," this somewhat out-of-line question made Hao Tian halt abruptly as he warned coldly, "Wei Ba, there are some things you'd better not ask." Realizing he shouldn't pry into his master's private affairs, Wei Ba quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "Yes, young master, I will keep that in mind." Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen was braving the pouring rain, searching everywhere for that familiar figure. "Yuji, where on earth are you?" The dense raindrops felt just like the heavy thoughts weighing on his heart. "Tell me and let me take care of you, all right." Yi Xingchen's thoughts gradually drifted back to the dark memories of his past life. "In my past life I already endured too much pain. To prevent any future regrets, even though his old wounds had begun to bleed again, Yi Xingchen continued to run desperately through the rain. At least in this life I don't want the people around me to suffer such misfortune again." What caused him pain was not just the wounds on his body, but also the name deeply engraved in his heart, Yuji. With a slip of his footing, he was tripped by a protruding tile on the pavement, falling heavily to the ground in an incredibly pathetic state. Even so, in the very last second before his eyes closed completely, he still continuously murmured his lover's name, Yuji. Completely exhausted, Yi Xingchen finally collapsed right in front of two graceful figures. Yi Yan noticed the figure lying on the road and hurriedly called out, "Ruo Dan, look over there." By the time they combined their strength to carry him back to their apartment, the rain had also gradually stopped. Seeing that his condition was far from good, Yi Yan suggested with concern, "We should send Xingchen to the hospital. He's lost a lot of blood." Luo Dan disagreed, her hands still skillfully bandaging his wounds. "Have you ever seen any boss willing to go to the hospital when injured? Don't worry." Looking at the basin of water that had already been stained red with blood, she calculated rationally. "I'll give him some simple first aid first, then notify Brother Zi Feng. He will make the proper arrangements." However, no matter how many times she dialed, there was never any answer on the other end, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Brother Zi Feng isn't answering his phone. Could something have happened to him? Only the cold automated message of the customer service echoed from the receiver. "We're sorry. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." At this moment, Yi Xingchen gradually regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and comforted them in a soft voice. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Struggling to sit up, he asked, "Is this your room?" "How long have I been unconscious?" Luo Dan replied, somewhat shyly. "This is my room. It's a bit messy, so please don't mind it, Brother Chen." With the flush on her face not yet completely faded, she calmly recounted the process of rescuing him. "We were just about to go out when we saw you collapsed on the side of the road, so we quickly brought you back. It's probably been an hour or two." Yi Xingchen had some recollection of the faces in front of him, so he blurted out, "Tisk, have we met somewhere before? Around Zi Feng?" Hearing this, the two girls shyly introduced themselves. "My name is Luo Dan. My name is Yi Yan." Seeing how uneasy they looked, Yi Xingchen thought Zi Feng had mistreated them, so he frowned and asked, "Are you guys facing some kind of trouble? Did that kid Zi Feng fail to keep his promise?" The two best friends hurriedly took turns explaining and clarifying, "No, it's not like that time. Brother Zi Feng has actually been taking great care of us all along. Those guys who used to come cause trouble all the time don't dare to harass us anymore. This is all thanks to you, Brother Chen." Before anyone could react, Luo Dan suddenly stepped forward and pinned Yi Xingchen down onto the bed. So, she shyly pressed her impressive figure against him. Brother Chen, we want to serve you well, just this once, may we? Faced with this sudden, erotic situation, Yi Xingchen was momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth is going on right now? Yuji's matter still hasn't been resolved, and besides, Yi Xingchen gently patted her head, his tone incredibly tender. I'm sorry, but today probably won't do. Feeling rejected, Yi Yan felt somewhat hurt and confused. Why does Brother Chen think we are? Yi Xingchen immediately cut her off. Don't overthink things. Then he stood up and left the large bed, not forgetting to comfort them with a few words. Don't worry, I'll make time to take you guys out to have fun often in the future. As for right now, my wounds haven't been fully treated, and I really do have other matters to attend to. The taxi sped down the empty streets. After getting off, Yi Xingchen strolled to the ground floor of his apartment building and slowly climbed the stairs. Suddenly he sensed something unusual. Noticing signs that the door lock had been tampered with, he grew alert. Could someone have been here? At that moment, an incredibly voluptuous and charming silhouette was projected onto the bathroom door. He didn't have any deep recollection of this figure. He wondered to himself who it could be. Yi Xingchen shut the door heavily and alertly scanned his surroundings, unable to help but curse in a low voice. Damn it, the lights are actually on. I've only been gone for a little while. Could a thief have broken in? Looking at the peach-like curvaceous silhouette faintly visible behind the frosted glass of the bathroom, countless question marks popped up in his mind. What is this thief doing in the bathroom? Did they get tired from stealing and decide to take a bath? Treading softly, he walked over and grasped the bathroom doorknob. Despite being full of suspicions, he decided to just open the door directly to wash his face. Huang Yifei was caught completely off guard by this sudden intrusion, and Yi Xingchen was also frozen in his tracks, both of their faces written with massive question marks. Before he could register who was standing in front of him, Huang Yifei's face instantly flushed red as she let out a loud scream, then hurriedly slammed the door with a loud bang. Cursing cutely, "You pervert," read to the very tips of her ears. She roared, "Get the hell out right now." Although Yi Xingchen was used to being a playboy, he felt incredibly wronged at this moment. "I didn't do it on purpose, but why did you run to my house to take a bath anyway?" A voice full of embarrassment echoed from the bathroom. "Get out first, I'll explain to you in a bit." Just as Yi Xingchen took a step, he heard another bashful question from inside. "You smelly wolf, are you still standing there?" So he immediately answered. But the person inside was terrified he might still be peeping from outside the door, so after a short while she called out again to test him. "Smelly wolf, are you still there?" Receiving no reply, she asked loudly once more. "Brother Xingchen, are you still there? Did you really leave?" When she made sure there was nothing but dead silence outside, she felt inexplicably annoyed instead. This jerk, he actually didn't stay behind to peek. After a good while, a graceful figure finally pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. Hearing the movement, Yi Xingchen turned his head and asked in confusion, "What did you say you wanted to explain to me earlier?" However, the moment he saw the scene before him, he felt as if he had been petrified, freezing right on the spot at this moment. Huang Yifei's skin was soft and pink, looking just like a freshly steamed white bun. Under Yi Xingchen's astonished gaze, she charged toward him at an astonishing speed. Then she threw herself violently onto the sofa. Her movements were so incredibly fast and wild that she even sent one of her slippers flying, making Yi Xingchen let out an involuntary cry of surprise. After just going through a fierce mental struggle, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. That was too dangerous. I almost lost control just now, but how can this girl be so downright seductive? Anyone looking at her would have a massive nosebleed. Huang Yifei wiggled her voluptuous waist, leaning in closer to complain in a sweet, coquettish voice. "I rushed to the hospital to see you the moment school ended, but the teacher said you had already been discharged, so I had no choice but to find my way to your house." She lifted her head and pressed further with a face full of confusion. "Spill it, where on earth did you go? You didn't even pick up when I called." Yi Xingchen's mind spun rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he whipped up a perfect excuse. "I originally wanted to go out for some fresh air, but my phone got stolen and my wallet went missing, so I had to walk all the way back. But how did you manage to get in?" Huang Yifei raised her face proudly. "There's nothing in this world that this lady can't accomplish. I went to the property management, told them I was your girlfriend, and then slipped some cash to a locksmith to have him pry the door open for me." Yi Xingchen sharply caught the key phrase in her words, wearing a playful, cynical smile as he teased, "Oh, girlfriend." Huang Yifei's face turned beet red and she grumbled bashfully, "That was just a random excuse I made up. You're such a bad person, I don't want to be your girlfriend anyway." Yi Xingchen quickly went along with it, seizing the opportunity to show her the door. "Oh, since that's the case, it's getting late. Hurry up and go home, I'm getting ready to sleep too." Having gone through so much trouble to find her way to his door, how could she give up so easily? "I don't want to go back." She lounged on the sofa and began to complain with a pitiful, aggrieved face. Ever since my dad's health improved, his business has been getting busier and busier, and the house is terribly quiet every single day. Then she hesitantly blurted out her long-planned true intention. I want to move in and live with you. This decision hit him like a bolt from the blue, making Yi Xingchen blurt out a gasp. What? By the time he finally recovered from the shock, he rested his chin in his hand, falling into a state of blissful contemplation. Cohabiting with such a sexy and alluring beauty was absolutely every man's ultimate dream. If this were his past life, he would have jumped at the chance in sheer joy. While secretly sizing up this gorgeous blossom in front of him, Yi Xingchen weighed the pros and cons in his heart. But right now I still have Mo Rongrong, Su Li shouting, and Dongfang Lanluo around me. If Huang Yifei really moves in, wouldn't I be giving up the entire lush forest just for this single tree? At the thought of his grand harem dream, he fell into a bit of a dilemma. Although this single tree is indeed huge and incredibly tempting, it's still far from matching up to the entire forest. What on earth should I do? Despite all the inner conflict, Yi Xingchen ultimately compromised and agreed to let Huang Yifei stay at his place. However, the condition was that the two of them had to sleep separately in their own rooms. Even so, Huang Yifei didn't forget to remind him that if he planned to live with Mo Rongrong in the future, this current apartment would be a bit too cramped. After preparing a hearty breakfast, Yi Xingchen shouted toward the bedroom from the kitchen, "Yifei, wake up, time for school." But Huang Yifei was still deeply immersed in her sweet dreams, sleep-talking some rather NSFW words. "I'm up, brother Xingchen, don't touch there, I won't be able to handle it." Walking on the way to school, the two of them chatted to pass the time. "Brother Xingchen, will you make breakfast for me every day in the future? If you keep sleeping in every day, then no way." "Ah, that won't do, I'll definitely kick my habit of sleeping in from now on. I promise to sleep early and wake up early." The moment he arrived at school, Yi Xingchen was welcomed with meticulous care from everyone. Guan Tingting led a few female classmates over, saying gently, "Student Yi, Ms. Su Li has already requested half a month's leave for you. You could actually rest for a few more days and come back to school after your injuries are completely healed." Yi Xingchen laughed carelessly and shrugged it off. It's fine. A minor injury like this is nothing to me. Thank you for your concern, class monitor." Mo Rongrong also followed closely behind, asking with concern, "Xingchen, is your injury really okay now?" Instead of answering directly, Yi Xingchen began his usual flirting routine. "Being alone was just too boring, so I rushed back to attend class. By the way, you look exceptionally beautiful today." The commotion over here was a bit loud, instantly catching Huang Yifei's attention. "Why is it so noisy outside? Did something happen?" At that moment in the corridor outside the classroom, Dongfang Lanluo was rejecting a pursuer with a face full of annoyance. "What is wrong with you? I've already told you I don't like you. Please stop pestering me from now on, alright?" Faced with Dongfang Lanluo's cold rejection, Lu Shuisong still shamelessly expressed his passionate devotion. "Lanluo, I truly like you. Can't you just give me a chance?" Fearing he might disrupt everyone's studies, Guan Tingting stepped forward to politely stop him. "Lu Shuisong's self-study class is about to start. Please leave our classroom first." He wore an apologetic look on his face but refused to leave no matter what. "I'm sorry, I just want to chat with student Lanluo for a bit." Then he continued to shamelessly throw out invitations. "Lanluo, I'll wait for you at the school gate after school. Let's go grab a bite together, okay?" Dongfang Lanluo turned her back to him impatiently, rejecting him with absolute certainty. "Give up on that idea. I am absolutely not going anywhere with you." 1 second she was wearing a face of displeasure, but the very next second, upon seeing Yi Xingchen walk over, Dongfang Lanluo immediately beamed with smiles. "Yi Xingchen, how did you get to school? Have your wounds recovered?" Yi Xingchen smoothly rolled out the same excuse he had repeated countless times today. "I was practically dying of boredom at the hospital, so I just came straight back to class." But Lanluo was still a bit worried, so she could only bring up what she had previously planned with her desk mate. "But your injuries were clearly so severe. Rongrong and I actually planned to visit you at the hospital this afternoon." Feeling that they had chattered enough, Yi Xingchen gave a casual reply and then got straight to the point. "It's fine, this minor flesh wound is nothing. By the way, is that guy your boyfriend?" Dongfang Lanluo glanced in the direction he pointed, clarifying with absolute determination. "Please don't misunderstand, he is definitely not my boyfriend." Regarding this point, Mo Rongrong, who stood nearby, was also completely aware. Watching the girl of his dreams smile so warmly in front of another man, Lu Shuisong stared intently at Yi Xingchen, silently memorizing his love rival's name, yet Yi Xingchen completely ignored that hostile gaze. Seeing this, Lu Shuisong could only turn around in fury, swallowing his anger for now. "Fine, we'll see about that." Watching the tall back fade into the distance, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Sigh, it looks like there's going to be another self-righteous local tyrant in this school. The class bell had already rung, but Yi Xingchen was still slowly leaning against the windowsill, smoking. With his eyes slightly closed, he fell deep into his own thoughts, completely unaware that a group of people was walking toward him. Ahu spotted Yi Xingchen at a single glance, slacking off, skipping class, and even openly violating the school rules. He cleared his throat and barked loudly. "Hey, student over there, smoking is not allowed in school, don't you know that?" Although it was unclear what the two said to each other afterward. The tense atmosphere at the scene was unmistakable. Before long, a girl named Shui Mei covered her face and ran away crying. Yi Xingchen didn't pay any attention to Ahu, who was practically steaming with rage behind him. Yi Xingchen simply shook his head with a face full of disdain. How boring, crying like that after just a few words. How on earth did she become the student council president anyway? Wiping her tears, Shui Mei rushed down the stairs only to accidentally bump head-on into a passerby, catching Chu Tianchong by surprise. Looking at the sobbing, tear-streaked Shui Mei before him, he quickly asked with concern, "What happened to you?" Shui Mei didn't tell him the truth, simply keeping her head down as she continued running forward. "No, it's nothing." Seeing Ahu chasing from behind, completely out of breath, Chu Tianchong immediately stopped him and demanded loudly, "Spill it, what on earth happened?" Faced with the questioning of this school overlord, Ahu naturally didn't dare to take another step forward, honestly recounting everything that had just occurred. "This is all because of that Yi Xingchen from class 17, we caught him smoking in the hallway, and the president was just trying to kindly reprimand him, but he provoked her in every possible way and even insulted her. He said the president looks like Maria Ozawa." Listening to this, Chu Tianchong felt a surge of excitement, and commented with a grin, "I heard a cocky freshman has shown up who doesn't even respect the student council. Interesting." Meanwhile, on the school building's rooftop, Zhang Tianba and a group of his lackeys were huddled together whispering. "How are things?" he asked, looking anxious and deeply worried about the future. "If we keep letting him run wild like this, we won't even have a place to stand in this school." Hearing this, Lu Shuisong asked about the results of Li Tianying's investigation. What did Lei Laohu say? Li Tianying took a drag from his cigarette and revealed more information. He said this Yi Xingchen has connections with Madman Zi Feng of Yulong Street. As an underworld boss, it's not convenient for him to lay a hand on a mere school kid. Lu Shuisong cleverly caught the key implication and said, "In that case, Zi Feng can't possibly meddle in a conflict between us students, right?" They then huddled together to devise a plan, deciding that the three of them would join forces to take action. After school, outside the cafeteria in Yunlong High School's Logistics Services building, a steady stream of students flowed in and out. Huang Yifei asked in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Brother Xingchen, when are you going to treat me to dinner?" Caught off guard, Yi Xingchen asked in confusion. "Why should I?" She confidently fired back with her own twisted logic. "Does a boy really need a reason to treat a girl to dinner? Especially a super beauty like me. You should be feeling incredibly lucky." Disgusted by her coquettish act, Lan Luo began to stir the pot from the side. Yi Xingchen said, "Well, how about I treat you to dinner then? If anyone else wants to tag along, I don't mind. Everyone can eat as much as they want." Huang Yifei instantly blew a fuse, turning her head away in a huff. "I'm already full." Just then, a sudden commotion coming from the woods on the back hill caught her attention. It seemed like a fight was going on, sure enough. They were split into two groups, each person looking absolutely murderous. Yi Xingchen seemed to recognize one of them. "Those guys look a bit familiar. That fat guy seems to be Fatty Guo." This observation left Lan Luo thoroughly shocked. "You can see that clearly from this far away?" He offered a modest smile, then instructed them, "It's not too bad. You guys wait here for a moment, I'll go have a look." Unwilling to miss a chance to be with Yi Xingchen, Huang Yifei insisted on following him. "Brother Xingchen, wait for me." As night fell, moonlight filtered through the leaves in the woods. Yi Xingchen hid in the shadows, quietly observing the situation. Completely ignoring his warning, the girls also quietly hid behind a large tree. On the other side, Yi Xingchen watched the drama unfold with a thoughtful expression. Sure enough, it was Ouyang Jun's gang. Lao Shi was leisurely smoking a cigarette, interrogating them in an incredibly arrogant tone. "Ouyang Jun, in the past, out of respect for Lei Laohu, I didn't bother wasting my breath on you. But I never expected you to be so arrogant. Yesterday, you severely injured my brother. Are you tired of living?" Ouyang Jun was no pushover either, quickly setting the record straight. "Lao Shi, cut your baseless nonsense. Yesterday I was training at the gym, and it was your lackey who initiated the sparring match." Ouyang Jun demanded righteously. "I ended up knocking out 2 of his front teeth, and now you run over here to cause trouble. Do you really think we're easy targets?" Not backing down, Lao Shi shamelessly insisted on compensation for those 2 front teeth. "Do you have any idea how much dental treatment costs? We aren't rich young masters like you guys." 2,000 yuan is practically an astronomical sum to us. Yang finally understood his angle and got straight to the point. So you're just begging for money? Lao Shi stared back with absolute shamelessness. Begging? We aren't beggars. This is called compensation. Finding his shamelessness utterly pathetic, Yang turned to borrow money from his lackeys behind him. Do any of you have 5 or 10 yuan in spare change? Pass it over so we can pay Lao Shi's medical bill. Standing in the front row, Chen Xiaolong and the others were too slow to react, but Guo Jing quickly fished out a coin, mocking, Yang, money's a bit tight for me lately too. Why don't you give these 2 yuan to Lao Shi first? The scene made the veins on Lao Shi's forehead throb with fury. You're dead meat? Right at this tense, volatile moment, Yi Xingchen slowly strolled over. Yang, they think you're offering too little. How about I lend you my 3 yuan as well? Seeing the familiar figure, Yang couldn't help but ask, Yi Xingchen, what are you doing here? Their mockery was like throwing oil onto the fire. What? I'm lending you 3 yuan. So hurry up and make these guys beat it. I'm worried that even if I'm willing to pay compensation, they won't have the guts to take it. With that, the two burst into roaring laughter, making the scene even more provocative. Hearing these mocking words, Lao Shi instantly flew into a rage, barking furious orders at his lackeys. Get them, beat these arrogant bastards to death. As his gaze swept over to the beautiful girls standing nearby, his mouth spewed even more disgusting trash talk, provoking, Yang, are these chicks here to help you too? His vulgar words made the girls shudder in terror. Or did you bring them here to give the brothers a good time because you're worried we've been working too hard lately? Hearing this, the fury in Yi Xingchen's heart was instantly pushed to its boiling point. A chilling, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Feeling the freezing aura radiating from Yi Xingchen, Yang instantly knew things were going south. This is bad. Just as his intuition warned, Yi Xingchen's next question broke the suffocating tension. Do you like Mo Rongrong? Yang didn't hesitate to confirm. I do. Yi Xingchen quickly calculated the number of enemies and declared war. I like her too, so let's have a fair competition. There are 27 of them in total. The 2 of us will fight, and whoever knocks down more wins. As he laid down the final stake of the bet, the opposing thugs charged forward like hungry wolves. The loser is never allowed to have any ideas about Mo Rongrong again. Yang accepted the challenge, his face filled with determination and resolve. Fine, it's a bet. He charged forward, fueled by burning adrenaline and obsession. Though he felt a bit downcast, the frustration inside him exploded completely. He highly respected Yi Xingchen, but he threw his punches to meet the enemy without any hesitation. Yi Xingchen, you're indeed strong. Just as Yi Xingchen effortlessly kicked an enemy to the ground, Yang also knocked one down, driven by a powerful desire to prove himself. But I'll show you that I am absolutely not a spineless coward either. Though bright sunlight bathed the campus, the atmosphere inside the woods was exceptionally brutal. Surrounded on all sides, as soon as they knocked one down, another would immediately lunge forward. Yi Xingchen calmly assigned tasks. You guys protect Mo Rongrong and the girls. Leave these bastards to Yang and me. The beauties were shielded within a safe circle by Chen Xiaolong and the others. Don't worry, we'll protect you. On the other side, Yang channeled his entire strength into his fists, delivering a clean, swift punch that left his opponent with absolutely no room to dodge, taking the blow head-on. Immediately after, he launched a flying kick, sending another thug flying. Watching him show off his skills, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel surprised. This kid actually knows Shaolin Kung Fu. How did I not notice this before? He didn't dare lose focus for too long, instantly sensing the danger closing in. Yi Xingchen violently grabbed a thug by the hair, and the moment his opponent winced in pain, he delivered a savage knee strike that knocked him out cold. The thug was sent flying backward from the impact, coughing up blood before crashing heavily to the ground unconscious. Witnessing this spectacular display, Yang couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This is Yi Xingchen's fighting style, absolute power, completely crushing everything. Yi Xingchen remained perfectly composed as he looked at the stunned thug standing before him. Seeing his lackeys drop one after another, Lao Shi grabbed one by the collar in a fit of rage, roaring, "Damn it, what are you afraid of? Get the hell up and attack!" As if in perfect synchronization, 2 thugs launched an attack at the same time. A thug in a green shirt lunged forward with swinging fists but hit nothing but thin air because Yi Xingchen had already instinctively sidestepped to dodge. His wrist was instantly locked in Yi Xingchen's iron grip, prompting him to cry out in terror, "Don't let me go," as requested. Yi Xingchen released his grip without hesitation, immediately following up with a heavy kick that connected squarely with the thug's stomach. Next, a brutal kick hit the green-shirted thug's left cheek, twisting his face completely out of alignment. Watching his men get dropped one by one, Lao Shi paced frantically in panic. Yi Xingchen's aura, radiating sheer murderous intent, made him look like an asura walking straight out of hell. Instantly paralyzing him with fear, he stared trembling at the deep footprint left on the green-shirted thug's chest. Startled by the sound of Yi Xingqian's voice, Lao Shi whipped around. Got a lighter, covered in cold sweat. Lao Shi immediately switched to a fawning, obsequious mode. Yes, yes, I do. Bowing and scraping, he waited for Yi Xingqian's verdict. I'll give you one last chance. Do as I say and I'll let you leave in one piece. Yi Xingqian's dominant, composed and cool demeanor set the hearts of the watching girls fluttering. Brother Xingqian is so cool. The thugs, who had been incredibly overbearing just moments ago, were now behaving like obedient lapdogs. Meanwhile, the boys whispered among themselves, debating whether they should join the fray. Should we all jump in? Do you really want to steal his spotlight, kid? Let's hear what Yi Xingqian has to say first. Hanging a cigarette casually from his mouth, Yi Xingqian made a proposal. Defeat Ouyang Jun and I'll let you leave. This unexpected demand left everyone present utterly bewildered. Yi Xingqian, what on earth are you trying to do? Brother Xingqian, still holding his defensive stance, Ouyang Jun couldn't help but roar in anger. Yi Xingqian, do you want to use this trash to humiliate me? Fight me yourself if you have the guts. Though Yi Xingqian's words were spoken casually, they carried immense weight, leaving Lao Shi pale with fear. Not going, it seems I'll have to teach you a lesson myself then. Despite the sheer dread in his heart, Lao Shi hurriedly took the command. Go brothers, get him. Before the words even faded, his remaining underlings swarmed, lunging at Ouyang Jun all at once. 1 second, Ouyang Jun blocked a thug's strike with his left hand. The next second, he immediately swung his right fist, delivering a brutal punch squarely to Lao Shi's face. Gritting his teeth, Ouyang Jun gave it his all, charging forward and ramming his head viciously into Lao Shi's stomach, making him howl in excruciating pain. Mo Rongrong was completely baffled by Yi Xingqian's behavior this time. Yi Xingqian, why are you doing this? Instead of answering her, Yi Xingqian roared at Ouyang Jun. Ouyang Jun, this is combat. They are all your enemies, understand? He continued to drill the lesson into Ouyang Jun, who was fighting desperately. Mercy to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. Don't you want to defeat me? In that split second of distraction, Ouyang Jun's back took a heavy hit from a thug's club, yet Yi Xingqian's voice still echoed clearly in his ears. I'm giving you a chance right now. Show me your true capabilities and teach this trash a proper lesson, or you will never stand a chance of defeating me. Surrounded and pelted with blows by the swarming thugs, Ouyang Jun could only shield his head with his hands, his mind racing. They are my enemies, he gritted his teeth and endured. Am I really inferior to Yi Xingqian? As Lao Shi and his men relentlessly beat and humiliated him. Ouyang Jun, go to hell, Lao Shi sneered, making Ouyang Jun doubt himself even more. He had assumed there was only a slight gap between him and Yi Xingqian, but he never expected the difference to be so vast. But now was he really unable to defeat even a lowlife like this? Ouyang Jun's despair didn't last long. He quickly reached out, firmly grabbed an opponent's leg and yanked him fiercely to the ground. He spurred himself on in his mind. Ouyang Jun, what right do you have to fall so pathetically? His eyes burned with determination and ferocity. There was absolutely no room for soft-heartedness when facing enemies. He charged back into the crowd barehanded and fearless, leaving Lao Shi staring with wide, shocked eyes. His lackeys were also terrified out of their wits, scattering and fleeing in all directions. After all, one should never underestimate a martial arts champion. But Ouyang Jun had no intention of letting any of them off. Relying on his precise and agile moves, he successfully took down a large swath of opponents, leaving another lackey screaming as he hit the ground. For Lao Shi, the situation turning out like this was a complete bolt from the blue. His spirit collapsed entirely, and he cried out in agonizing pain. Summoning his remaining strength, he lunged desperately at Ouyang Jun, trying to pin him down in a bear hug. Ouyang Jun, go to hell! But he was easily shoved away by Ouyang Jun, immediately taking a brutal knee strike squarely to his stomach. Utter shock and despair intertwined in Lao Shi's heart. How is this possible? Why do you still have so much strength? One of the underlings gritted his teeth and charged with swinging fists. But Ouyang Jun was too quick, grabbing Lao Shi and pulling him in front to use him as a shield, orchestrating a perfect display of accidental friendly fire. The underling's fist accidentally connected with his own boss, sending him into a panic as he frantically apologized. Boss, I didn't mean to. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jun launched a majestic flying kick, easily sweeping the remaining 3 opponents to the ground. Holding all the cards, he grabbed Lao Shi by the wrist. Lao Shi, this is exactly what you deserve. With a brutal twist, he sent Lao Shi screaming like a slaughtered pig. My hand. This spectacular fierce battle left Chen Xiaolong and his crew dumbfounded, unable to help but marvel in their hearts. Ouyang has actually become so powerful. Ouyang Jun stood triumphantly amidst his defeated foes. Seeing that the battle was decided, Yi Xingqian said flatly, "All right, let's head back to eat." Supported by Guo Jing, Ouyang Jun didn't forget to thank Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian, thank you for showing me what true combat is. Thank you for making them my opponents and igniting the fire in my blood. Yi Xingchen puffed on his cigarette in silence. Then Ouyang Jun growled with a hint of lingering anger, "But you are also an absolute bastard. You didn't even compete with me. You used my feelings for Rongrong. Is she just a tool to you? Doing this is incredibly disrespectful to her." This heavy accusation made Mo Rongrong instinctively turn to look at Yi Xingchen. Knowing he couldn't let his white moonlight misunderstand, he quickly countered, "No, I truly like her. If you think treating her as a tool is disrespectful, then what did you view her as when you agreed to compete with me?" He reached out gently and wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the beauty beside him. These words were not only for Ouyang Jun's ears, but especially for the stunning girl right in front of him. Women are not tools for men, much less trophies to be fought over and won. They have the right to choose freely. They are treasures, priceless gems that deserve to be cherished and protected by men with their entire lives. This profound wisdom brought a wave of realization to Ouyang Jun, filling him with an uncontrollable surge of emotion. "Yi Xingchen, thank you. You helped me reclaim my honor as a man." Through this, he also came to understand many things. "You also showed me what true responsibility is. Having a brother like you is truly the greatest privilege of my life." Not long after, a flurry of noisy footsteps echoed down the boys' dormitory hallway. A group of people strode aggressively down the hall, led by the discipline dean Tan Fang. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yi Xingchen and his crew were gathered around excitedly, staring at a computer screen. Fatty Guo shoved a classmate's large head aside. "Big mouth, move over. My shoulder is covered in your drool." "Stop pushing, let me get a look too." Yi Xingchen asked his friend with curiosity, "Where did you guys get this stuff? The picture quality is pretty sharp. Copy a set for me when you have time." Chen Xiaolong smugly showed off his tech skills. "I scavenged these from the web and this isn't even the best quality. If you want, I have much higher resolution versions here. Guaranteed to satisfy you." Yi Xingchen nodded and smiled. "Sure, teach me how to use the computer when you're free. There are some things I want to look up myself." The group erupted into a chorus of sleazy, triumphant snickers. But just as they were having the time of their lives, a shrill female voice suddenly pierced the air from the doorway, completely ruining their fun. "What do you think you're doing?" Caught red-handed, the boys instantly froze in their tracks, completely petrified. Catching sight of the highly inappropriate images flashing on the computer screen, Tan Fang erupted with raw fury. "You students are actually watching such discipline-corrupting filth in school," she reprimanded them harshly. "This is a downright desecration of a harmonious campus and dormitory. Out all of you," Chen Xiaolong frantically prayed in his heart. "What rotten luck of all people, why did this old virgin have to be the one checking our dorm?" Right at that moment, an incredibly suggestive, passionate moan suddenly blasted from the computer speakers, instantly freezing the air in the room to a suffocating degree. Tan Fang's face flushed a furious, deep crimson as the veins on her forehead throbbed violently. Facing this awkward, mortifying situation, Yi Xingchen calmly pulled up a chair and sat down, completely ignoring everyone else as he continued to stare intently at the screen. Despite the sheer embarrassment of the situation, Tan Fang still shrieked hysterically, "Turn that off right now, stop playing dumb." "Turn what off?" "The computer." Yi Xingchen mocked her openly without hiding. "Weren't you enjoying the show just now yourself?" Tan Fang was instantly speechless, her face flushing like a ripe tomato. It took her a long moment to suppress her rage, warning through gritted teeth, "Watch your language, young man. Turn that computer off this instant and follow me to the office, or I will have no choice but to call your homeroom teacher and your parents." A smug smirk crept onto the corner of her mouth as she thought, HMPH, these brats are all the same. The moment they hear about calling their parents, they get scared. In reality, however, Yi Xingchen didn't feel panicked at all. The old man back home would definitely be too lazy to care about such a trivial matter. But if Teacher Su Li found out, that would be a bit of a headache. Afterward, Tan Fang forcefully dragged Yi Xingchen by the arm toward the principal's office. Far from being intimidated, he continued to mock her. "Teacher, men and women shouldn't be too physical. Please keep your hands to yourself. Or did watching that video just now make you a bit hot under the collar?" Tan Fang's face instantly darkened to a thunderous expression. What utter nonsense are you spouting?" Fuming with rage, she slammed her hand hard on the desk and roared, "Shut your mouth." Yi Xingchen's tone remained utterly calm. "Teacher, you're being a bit too impatient. There are still so many classmates watching us here." Speechless, Tan Fang had no choice but to swallow her rage, thinking through gritted teeth, "Yi Xingchen, you miserable brat. I will definitely make him pay. Just you wait." Before leaving, she slammed the office door shut to vent her private fury. Guo Jing approached Yi Xingchen with an excited look, giving him a big thumbs up. "Yi Xingchen, you are absolutely legendary. That old virgin was almost driven to a stroke by you." Of course, everyone could guess Yi Xingchen's mindset. He would deal with whatever came his way. And he certainly wasn't afraid of the old woman refusing to drop the matter. A moment later, outside the principal's office, Su Li happened to run into Yi Xingchen. She asked with a face full of concern, "How is your injury? Why don't you go back and rest first? She then comforted him in a soft voice. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Director Tan and cleared things up. Hearing this, a wave of warmth filled Yi Xingqian's heart, leaving him both grateful and polite. Miss Su, I'm fine. It's just that you're so good to me, yet I keep bringing you trouble. Su Li smiled slightly and gently patted his head, speaking warmly. Silly child, what student doesn't make mistakes? I believe you're a good kid. Besides, you saved Ms. Li and Dongfang during the camping trip last time, which is not something just anyone could do, clearly. She had made up her mind to stand firmly behind this student. Let's go in. Whatever you do, don't lose your temper later. Let me handle everything, okay? Yi Xingqian bowed his head obediently. Okay. The moment they stepped into the office, Principal Chu greeted them politely. Have a seat. Let's get straight to the point. Yi Xingqian, the discipline director, reported that you gathered a crowd in the dormitory to watch inappropriate videos, and even got into a conflict with the director. Did this really happen? Yi Xingqian stood straight with poise and explained calmly. Principal, I believe there's been some misunderstanding here. First of all, we weren't sneaking around, we were watching it openly. Secondly, those were merely educational images for physiology and hygiene. We were just reviewing material for our health class at the time. Tan Fang retorted furiously on the spot. What absolute rubbish! That was clearly disgusting, obscene video material. A bad apple like you will only corrupt the other students in this school. Not only are you twisting the facts, but you also openly defied a teacher. Principal, I highly recommend we expel him immediately. Su Li quickly stepped up to defend her star pupil. Principal, I believe Yi Xingqian is a good student, ever. Since he transferred to our class, he has not only taken the lead in fostering class unity, but has also helped the teachers maintain classroom discipline on numerous occasions. Even on our last camping trip, it was thanks to him that everyone returned home safe and sound. Su Li's defense was well-reasoned and highly persuasive. Principal Chu nodded and said, As for what Director Tan mentioned, the actual facts have yet to be verified. However, immediate expulsion is indeed too harsh a punishment, and the school must also give his parents a reasonable explanation. Seeing this, Tan Fang pushed up her glasses with an experienced air. Ms. Su, aren't you being far too biased here? Yi Xingqian's breach of discipline is an undeniable fact witnessed by many, and the other students can testify to it. His arrogant attitude just now was also clear to everyone in the office. What are your true intentions behind protecting him so fiercely? Tearing away all pretense of politeness with a sneer, she added, Unless, of course, the two of you share some inappropriate intimate relationship. Her relentless nitpicking didn't stop there. She continued, Furthermore, the last camping trip was entirely decided by Ms. Su on her own authority. I was opposed to it from the very beginning. This teaching style of yours is nothing short of coddling the students. I am now seriously doubting whether your teaching capability even meets the school's standards. Hearing this, Yi Xingqian could no longer contain his burning rage. You old virgin, say that again if you dare, Principal Chu quickly barked a warning. Yi Xingqian, what do you think you're doing? Su Li also hurriedly pressed her hand on his shoulder, urging him to calm down. Xingqian, did you forget what you promised me just now? Only then did Yi Xingqian obediently suppress his hostile aura. Fine, I'll listen to you, teacher. Then he turned around and said coldly, Director Tan, I will accept whatever punishment the school decides to hand out. But before that, you must apologize to Ms. Su right here. Yi Xingqian suppressed his patience and repeated in a freezing tone, Apologize to Ms. Su. Tan Fang waved her hand dismissively and flatly refused. Apologize? Why on earth should I apologize to her? I haven't said a single word wrong. She then turned around, berating Su Li relentlessly. A teacher should act like a teacher. What is the meaning of mingling with students all day long? It's precisely because you coddle these students so much that you're trying to shield them by any means necessary now that they've made a mistake. Right in front of the principal, Tan Fang utterly tore her colleague to shreds, flatly stating that Su's teaching style had spoiled the students to the point of being utterly disrespectful and doing whatever they pleased. Principal, don't you think there is a serious problem here? The fury at the bottom of Yi Xingqian's heart exploded completely. Ms. Su, let go of me. But Su Li still held his arm in a death grip, pleading, Xingqian, calm down, don't do anything rash. Seeing this, Tan Fang furrowed her brows in disgust. What, are you planning to raise your hand against me? Ms. Su, take a look for yourself. This is the star pupil you've cultivated. Facing this bitter and venomous old virgin, Yi Xingqian took a deep breath, turned to the principal, and defended himself righteously. Principal, I will take full responsibility for the mistakes I made before. I won't utter a single word of complaint about whatever punishment the school gives me, but right now there are some things I must make absolutely clear. With a solemn face, Yi Xingqian made his stance clear, word by word. Ms. Su is an extremely responsible and dedicated teacher who is deeply loved and respected by all the students. There is absolutely nothing wrong with her teaching methods. With that he cast a cold sidelong glance at the self-righteous woman. I will use my own way to prove to certain people who is actually right and who is wrong. Upon hearing this, Tan Fang's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and rage, her heart racing with unease. Domineeringly, Yi Xingchen simply grabbed Su Li's hand. Ms. Su, let's go. I will definitely get justice for you. Seeing this, Principal Chu couldn't help but sigh helplessly, thinking to himself that this brat was truly a handful. Seeing Yi Xingchen turn to leave, Tan Fang shrieked in absolute fury, You actually dare to openly threaten a teacher? Principal, look at this, how inappropriate. Principal Chu waved his hand with a tired expression, saying with a hint of impatience, Enough, Director Tan, just focus on doing your own job. This matter ends here. That is final. Seeing the principal taking such a firm stance, Tan Fang was deeply resentful. Before storming out of the office, she still shrieked in outrage. Chu Yun, what is the meaning of this? Don't tell me you've also been bewitched by that woman? I'm going straight to the school board to file a complaint and you will regret this. Principal Chu could only shake his head helplessly, sighing in his heart. Sigh, menopausal women are truly the most terrifying creatures. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he muttered to himself, Yi Xingchen, don't go making a massive scene out of this. Once they stepped outside, Su Li tried her best to look unbothered, comforting him in a soft voice. Xingchen, taking a little unfair treatment is nothing to me. As long as you focus on your studies from now on and stop. Yi Xingchen gently interrupted her with reassurance. Ms. Su, don't worry, leave this to me. Sooner or later I will make Tan Fang stand right in front of you and apologize. I'll head back to class first, just wait for my good news. At the end of the school day, the crisp sound of the dismissal bell echoed throughout the building. The students happily slung their bags over their shoulders and ran out chattering away. Finally, school's out, where are we hanging out today? I'm heading home to play video games. What about you guys? Just then, Yi Xingchen called out loudly to several people who were about to leave. Chen Xiaolong, Guo Jing, you two come over here for a second. The two immediately and tactfully gathered in the back row of the classroom. Chen Xiaolong pulled out a lighter, flatteringly lighting Yi Xingchen's cigarette, and asked curiously, Brother Chen, whatever your instructions are, just say the word. Yi Xingchen exhaled a puff of blue smoke and asked meaningfully, Do you still remember what I said before? From now on, Yunlong Hai can only have one voice. Chen Xiaolong and Guo Jing exchanged glances and quickly replied in unison, Of course we remember, how could we possibly forget? Zheng Tianba and Li Tianying have been incredibly quiet lately, with absolutely no movement. Brother Chen, who are you planning to target next? A deep, calculated glint flashed in Yi Xingchen's eyes, a slight smirk playing on his lips. It's not just about targeting one person. My goal is to make Class 17 the only voice in the entire Yunlong Hai in 3 days. The two stared in dumbfounded shock. 3 days? Guo Jing swallowed hard in disbelief, asking cautiously, Brother Chen, isn't that a bit too rushed? Yi Xingchen didn't deny it. 3 days was indeed hasty, but a swift victory was exactly what he wanted. The timeline is indeed a bit tight, but what I want now is not a simple unification. I want every single student in this school to be completely at my beck and call within these 3 days. He explained further in a slow, deliberate manner. Although the process might be a bit troublesome, there are plenty of methods. Money, beautiful women, violence. As long as it makes them listen, we can use any trick in the book. Although Chen Xiaolong couldn't quite figure out what Yi Xingchen was up to just yet, he still nodded firmly. Got it, Brother Chen, we're with you. Yi Xingchen looked at the bespectacled Guo Jing and ordered directly, Glasses, you're in charge of drafting a school-wide petition for me. Within these 3 days I want every student in the school to sign it. Guo Jing felt a bit hesitant, pushing up his glasses as he asked, A petition, Brother Chen, what do you need that for? With a calm face, Yi Xingchen made a shocking, incredibly domineering declaration. To get justice for Ms. Su, he then reassured everyone. Don't worry. This petition addresses the flaws of exam-oriented education and the school's unreasonable management system. As soon as word gets out, plenty of students will definitely sign it voluntarily. Hearing this, everyone immediately erupted in excited cheers. Awesome, I've been sick of the school's ridiculous rules and regulations for ages. This time we'll make them eat humble pie. Exactly what 5 overlords of Yunlong. They're nothing in front of Brother Chen. This time we'll show them what we're made of. Right in the middle of their heated discussion, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A boy rushed in with a panicked expression, gasping for breath as he yelled, Yi Xingchen, this is bad. Mo Rongrong and Huang Yifei have been kidnapped by a gang of thugs. Everyone's faces turned pale with shock. What? Who did it? The boy said urgently. It seems to be that gang called Luo Men from this afternoon. They must have a death wish. Yi Xingchen's face instantly iced over, and he immediately led the crowd to rush toward the school gate. On the way, Yi Xingchen kept his cool, asking Chen Xiaolong about the enemy's numbers. Chen Xiaolong replied with deep worry, According to the students who went to scout, they have over 100 men. Yi Xingchen didn't have much of a concept of this Luo men, and Chen Xiaolong was also somewhat vague. I don't know the specifics either. I heard Ouyang Jun mention before that Luo men seems to be an external branch of the Tianmen sect. The Tianmen sect is one of the absolute top crime syndicates in our Jinggai city. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen frowned slightly and immediately pulled out his phone to call Zi Feng. Young Master Feng, I've run into some trouble here. Bring the brothers to Yunlong High immediately. Be fast or you'll have to head straight to the to save my life. The moment they reached the school gate, someone in the crowd opposite immediately pointed at Yi Xingchen and yelled, "Boss, that's the kid, he's out." The lead thug was named Zhang Han. He was lazily twirling a metal baseball bat in his hand, casting a disdainful sidelong glance at Yi Xingchen. HMPH, I thought he'd be some kind of formidable powerhouse, but he's just a green kid. Lao Shi, whose face was beaten black and blue, grimaced in pain as he whined from the side, "Boss, it's him. This kid is incredibly ruthless. You have to get justice for me." Zhang Han let out a cold laugh, asking provocatively, "Kid, you're the one who beat up my men?" Lao Shi continued to fan the flames. "Yeah, and that kid Ouyang Jun too, though he was badly hurt and probably doesn't dare show his face today." Twirling his baseball bat, Zhang Han bared an extremely savage grin. "Kid, today I'll make you beg for death." "Make me beg for death?" Yi Xingchen sneered disdainfully at the threat. "Since this is a grudge between men, don't drag women into it. Release them first." But Zhang Han had zero sense of underworld honor, sneering coldly, "You want to play the hero, then I'll fulfill your wish today. Get him, cripple him." Before the words even settled, he swung his baseball bat and charged first. Facing the weapon aimed straight at his face, Yi Xingchen didn't show a hint of fear, merely staring back with cold eyes. Zhang Han shuddered inwardly under that freezing dead gaze, his movement faltering for a split second. A trace of cold, murderous intent flashed across Yi Xingchen's face, the terrifying pressure instantly shocking everyone present. "Are you sure you want to make a move?" Zhang Han froze for a full 2 seconds before blustering with false bravado, "Cut the crap, of course I'm sure." At that moment, Yi Xingchen's gaze turned razor sharp, his entire body radiating a dominant, freezing aura as if he were an asura rising from a bloodbath. Cold sweat broke out all over Zhang Han. What terrifying murderous intent! Is this kid really just an ordinary high schooler? But in front of so many subordinates he absolutely could not lose face. With a furious roar, he swung the baseball bat with all his might toward Yi Xingchen. "I'll break you today!" Chen Xiaolong and the others cried out in panic. "Yi Xingchen, watch out!" Mo Rongrong and Huang Yifei, tied up nearby, also shrieked, "Xingchen, get out of the way!" However, just as the steel pipe bat was a millimeter away from Yi Xingchen's shoulder, it froze dead in midair. Zhang Han's hand began to tremble violently, because Yi Xingchen had already beaten him to the punch. Before Zhang Han could even react, a razor-sharp dagger was already pressed against his throat without warning. Amidst the suffocating silence, it wasn't until a cold sting pierced his neck and warm blood began to trickle down that he finally snapped back to reality. Drenched in cold sweat, his henchman cried out in shock, "Boss, how did this happen?" Yi Xingchen remained completely calm, tilting the blade slightly upward. "Now can you release them?" Feeling the icy kiss of death on his neck, Zhang Han didn't dare talk back, frantically roaring at his men, "Release them! Let them go right now!" Once freed, Mo Rongrong and Huang Yifei ran sobbing toward Chen Xiaolong and the others. Yi Xingchen ordered in a deep voice, "Xiaolong, escort them out first." Chen Xiaolong asked anxiously, "Brother Chen, what about you?" "Don't worry, leave this to me." Having settled everything, he tilted his head, a provocative smirk on his lips. "All right, now it's just us. Tell me, how do you plan to resolve today's matter?" Although his life was in Yi Xingchen's hands, Zhang Han still blustered to save face. "Kid, I advise you to know your place or I'll make sure you die a horrible death today." Turning a deaf ear to the hollow threat, Yi Xingchen smiled playfully. "And what if I don't?" Before the words even settled, his eyes turned freezing cold. The dagger in his hand cleanly and swiftly sliced a long, bloody gash across Zhang Han's cheek. Zhang Han instantly clutched his face and screamed in agony, his wails sounding like a slaughtered pig. "Do you fucking want to die?" The gang of thugs behind him could no longer hold back. Roaring in outrage, "Everyone charge, hack this bastard to pieces and save the boss." Only Lao Shi hurriedly shouted to stop them from the side, "Wait, nobody move. Don't do anything rash." But how could Zhang Han swallow this humiliation? Gritting his teeth, he tried to snatch his bat back to resist. "I'll take your life." Facing his desperate opponent's struggle, Yi Xingchen merely curled his lips into a wicked smirk. In a flash, his dagger sliced a silver arc through the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Another agonizing shriek followed as Zhang Han's wrist was slashed, the heavy metal bat clattering uselessly to the ground. Clutching his bleeding arm, he gasped for air in excruciating pain, still cursing maniacally. "You monster! Who the hell are you?" Yi Xingchen's response remained cold and domineering. "The one who's here to take your life." Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Ouyang Jun finally arrived with his men, asking urgently, "What's going on?" Chen Xiaolong quickly turned and reported, "The Luo men gang actually found their way here, but Yi Xingqian has already completely subdued their boss. Yi Xingqian swaggered forward and stepped heavily on Zhang Han's back, commanding from above, "Tell your men to get the hell out of here." Zhang Han glared at him with a distorted bloody face. Even though he was covered in blood, his pride as an underworld figure kept him from bowing down. He grit his teeth and shrieked hysterically at his men, "Damn it, don't worry about me. All of you charge together and hack this bastard to pieces." Seeing this guy still talking tough on the brink of death, the murderous intent in Yi Xingqian's eyes intensified. "It seems you really don't value your life." Hearing their boss's order, the gang of thugs surged forward. Although Lao Shi had suffered a crushing defeat by Yi Xingqian before, he now barked arrogantly, emboldened by their numbers. "Kid, do you want to taste what it feels like to have your limbs broken?" Facing the overwhelming onslaught, Yi Xingqian's figure moved like a ghost, sidestepping a head-on slash before delivering a lightning-fast counter-strike. Shaken by his razor-sharp gaze, Lao Shi shuddered and hurriedly shrank back, yelling, "Charge, tear him to shreds." But these dozens of ordinary thugs were nothing but target practice for the battle-hardened Yi Xingqian. He danced through the crowd of thugs effortlessly, as if stepping into an empty field. Standing aside, Huang Yifei anxiously nudged Guo Jing. "What are we still standing around for? Go help Brother Xingqian." Zhao Hu also couldn't hold back. Turning to Ouyang Jun, "Ouyang, let's join in." After a brief hesitation, Ouyang Jun made a decisive call, raising his fist and roaring, "Everyone charge!" The boys of Class 17 instantly let out a collective roar and dove into the massive brawl with bloodshot eyes. Just as the battle plunged into a heated deadlock, the deafening roar of heavy motorcycle engines suddenly echoed from the end of the road. A faint smile played on Yi Xingqian's lips as he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "They're finally here." Around the corner of the road, a familiar crew was charging forward like a tidal wave. The engines of dozens of modified heavy motorcycles tore through the air. With the lead purple bike shining brilliantly under the golden rays of the setting sun, they revved their throttles wildly, their exhaust pipes letting out sharp, deafening roars. Under the fading twilight of the dusk, the metallic frames of the bikes gleamed with a cold, wild light. It was Zifeng and his men, arriving just in time. Surveying the chaotic battlefield of nearly 100 people, Zifeng and his crew didn't ease off the gas at all. Instead, they charged straight in at a reckless, aggressive speed, instantly sending the Luo men thugs on the outer perimeter flying. Of course, flesh and blood was no match for the impact of steel beasts. The stumbling thugs were instantly sent flying into the air. Zifeng's strikes were exceptionally clean and efficient, his movements ruthless, fully showcasing the vicious style of a seasoned gangster. On his end, Yi Xingqian had already dealt with quite a few lackeys. Seeing the situation turn increasingly disastrous, Lao Shi's eyes widened in sheer terror. What on earth is going on? What is happening? The opponent's moves were overwhelmingly dominant, tearing through his men as easily as slicing through vegetables in a video game. And when he spotted the kid who had brutally beaten him before, his soul nearly departed his body in fright. Before he could even snap out of it, Zifeng was already right in front of him, scaring Lao Shi out of his wits. Unfortunate as he was, having just had his back heavily damaged by Yi Xingqian, he was now brutally kicked into midair by Zifeng. Seeing this, Zhang Han's remaining men were absolutely terrified, not daring to make a single sound. No one dared to make another move. A pleased smile appeared on Yi Xingqian's face. Right then, Dong Xin charged forward, closely followed by Wang Yu, who also showed off his formidable skills. Not to be outdone, Zifeng leaped off his motorcycle as light as a feather, grabbing a weapon and laying waste to the enemy lines. He then turned around to ask Yi Xingqian with concern, "Brother Chen, are you all right?" By now, almost all of Zhang Han's men had been knocked flat. Seeing things go south, the remaining few could only abandon their weapons and flee in a panicked, disorganized mess, terrified that a single slow step would lead to an even more miserable fate. The girls who witnessed this shocking scene stared at Yi Xingqian, both stunned and filled with deep admiration. Their gaze swept up from his feet along his tall and erect frame before finally resting on his handsome, striking face. His dashing, imposing figure was simply incredibly handsome. Having settled everything, Yi Xingqian turned around and asked with concern, "Are you guys all right?" Staring at the underlings Zifeng had brought along, Chen Xiaolong's eyes were filled with fanatical worship. "That was incredibly awesome. Those heavy motorcycles are way too cool. When will I ever be as badass as them?" Wiping away his cold sweat, Ouyang Jun asked with some hesitation, "Yi Xingqian, who are these people?" Lao Shi, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, finally asked in a trembling, terrified voice, "Young Master Feng, what kind of play are you running here?" Hearing this piece of trash call his name, Zifeng instantly flared up in rage, roaring, "Get lost, you bastard! Who gave you permission to speak?" Only then did Yi Xingqian realize he hadn't had the chance to introduce the two sides to each other. "This is my cousin, young Master Feng," Yi Xingqian introduced, pointing at Zifeng before turning back to Zifeng. "Cousin, these are all my classmates." He gave Zifeng an embarrassed smile and thanked him sheepishly. "Cousin, I've troubled you again this time. You can handle the rest of this, right?" Mo Rongrong couldn't help but recall his earlier words, thinking to herself, is this the cousin-brother Xingqian mentioned before? Zi Feng replied dismissively and readily, a trivial matter. As long as you're fine, kid, Dong Xin beside him also enthusiastically chimed in. Leave the rest to us. Yi Xingqian pulled the girls beside him closer and shot everyone a look. This is no place to linger, let's get out of here. The police will be here soon, and I'm sure none of you want to be taken in to write statements. Late at night on the way back, a gentle voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Grong. Yi Xingqian hesitated for a moment before tentatively suggesting, why don't you move in and live with us? Mo Rongrong was slightly taken aback by the sudden proposal, but she politely declined. Xingqian, thank you for your kindness. Seeing this, Yi Xingqian quickly scrambled for excuses to convince her, just let me take care of you. I really can't bear to see you so lonely on your own. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized it sounded a bit too intimate. Terrified she might misunderstand, his face flushed red as he frantically explained, I mean we are classmates after all, and neither of our parents are around. Living together would let us look out for each other. By now, Mo Rongrong was also blushing furiously. She lowered her head and mumbled shyly, I know what you mean, you don't need to explain. With that, she bid him a flustered farewell and hurriedly turned to leave. I'll go home and pack my bags today then. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, a triumphant wicked smirk appeared on Yi Xingqian's face. Great, leave the house stuff to me. I'll find a great room for you tomorrow. Watching Mo Rongrong's figure fade into the night, Yi Xingqian almost jumped for joy, pumping his fist as he cheered, awesome, the three of us will be living together from now on. Huang Yifei, who had been ignored for a while, pouted jealously and huffed, HMPH, brother Xingqian puts girls over friends, you're such a big bully. Yi Xingqian quickly grabbed her small hand, coaxing her gently. All right, is my Feifei jealous? How about I cook you a delicious meal when we get back today? After running around all day, my stomach is completely empty. Huang Yifei still turned her head away proudly, snapping, HMPH, so you do remember that I get hungry? I thought your head was completely filled with fantasies about a happy life living with Rongrong. Yi Xingqian wrapped his arm around her shoulders, patiently comforting her in a soft voice. All right, my gorgeous Feifei, go sit on the sofa and rest. Tonight your brother Xingqian will show off his skills and cook a super luxurious feast for you. How does that sound? The moment Huang Yifei's butt hit the sofa, she began bossing him around coquettishly. You have to make my favorite dishes or I will absolutely never forgive you. Yi Xingqian's face was filled with doting affection. Yes, whatever you say, my princess. In the clean and tidy kitchen he was busy working with practiced skill. Suddenly a frantic knocking came from the front door. Who is it? Feifei, go get the door for me, will you? But how could the proud little princess be so easily ordered around? She huffed from the living room. HMPH, open it yourself. Left with no choice, Yi Xingqian wiped his hands and walked over to get it himself. The moment Yi Xingqian opened the door, he froze in his tracks. Standing at the door was Zheng Ying, wearing a red camisole and hot pants, radiating an irresistible, seductive charm. Xingqian? Yi Xingqian was momentarily dazed, not immediately recognizing her. Who are you? Before he could finish, Zheng Ying threw her arms tightly around him, burying his head straight into her voluptuous pillowy chest. You brat, your big sister missed you to death. Feeling that incredible softness and sweet fragrance, Yi Xingqian's heart fluttered. Managing to break free with great effort, he blurted out in surprise. Sister Yingying? Zheng Ying beamed with a bright smile, patting his shoulder. At least you have a conscience and didn't forget about your big sister. Turning around from the living room and catching this scene, Huang Yifei's alarm bells immediately went off. She ran over and snapped, Hey, who are you? Let go of my brother Xingqian right now. Hearing this, Zheng Ying stopped her actions, raising an eyebrow as she scanned Huang Yifei from head to toe with a critical eye. Xingqian, is this your little girlfriend? She's quite pretty, but she looks a bit too young. And her curves are way too flat, aren't they? Don't tell me your taste has downgraded to this flat-chested princess's type. Hit with this verbal critical strike, Huang Yifei's face instantly flushed red. Shaking with embarrassment and anger, she shrieked, What did you say? But Zheng Ying didn't bother paying her any attention, directly pushing Yi Xingqian inside. Oh, you brat actually know how to cook. Come on, big sister will help you prep. Caught completely off guard, Yi Xingqian quickly called out, Wait, sister Yingying, hold on. Hey, why are you dragging me? Half an hour later, the steaming dishes were served on the table. Huang Yifei bit her lip pitifully, venting her grievances to Yi Xingqian. Brother Xingqian, this woman is bullying me. Even though the food looked and smelled delicious, it did absolutely nothing to calm the jealousy and fury burning in her heart. Huang Yifei sat puffing at the dining table, still pouting and refusing to pick up her chopsticks. Seeing this, Yi Xingqian quickly placed a large piece of meat into her bowl, coaxing her gently. All right, Feifei, don't be mad. Eat some meat. Zheng Ying also laughed and chimed in. Exactly, Feifei. This is a feast your brother Xingqian and I made with our own hands. Eat more so you can grow and develop better. Looking at the meat in her bowl, Huang Yifei felt Zheng Ying was making a double entendre. Blowing her top, she threw down her chopsticks and stood up abruptly. "I'm not eating, Yi Xingchen, you big jerk. I'm never talking to you again." With that, she shoved her chair back with all her might, ran into her room and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Left outside, the remaining two exchanged helpless glances and could only finish their dinner. After washing the dishes, Zheng Ying leaned against the windowsill, asking with some concern, "Are you sure she's okay? You've completely angered your little girlfriend." Yi Xingchen scratched his nose helplessly and quickly clarified, "Sister Yingying, don't misunderstand, she really isn't my girlfriend. She's just a classmate. Because we get along well, she's staying here temporarily." He gave a generous smile, taking the responsibility upon himself. "So Sister Yingying, you don't need to feel bad. Just leave the squabbles between girls to a big man like me to handle." Hearing this, Zheng Ying burst into a chuckle and waved her hand. "Ha ha, fair enough." But soon her smile faded and her expression turned exceptionally solemn. "All right, jokes aside, let's talk business. Uncle Zheng wanted me to warn you to be extremely careful in the future. Try to avoid mass brawls like the one this afternoon." Yi Xingchen sighed helplessly, resting his hands on his hips. "I didn't want to get physical either, but those bastards were just too lawless." Zheng Ying cut him off directly. "All right, cut the saving the damsel in distress routine. My ears are growing calluses from listening to it. There's also another matter regarding the eldest daughter of the Li family." Li shouting, "Are you close with her?" Hearing this all too familiar name, Yi Xingchen's eyes instantly narrowed. "Teacher Li, what happened to her?" Zheng Ying lowered her voice, whispering some insider secrets to him. "You should already know about her kidnapping, right? You even took a gunshot wound trying to save her. Although we captured Lu Ningqian afterward, we only managed to interrogate useless, false information out of his mouth. That guy was nothing but a pawn in someone else's game. What's even more suspicious is that the old bastard unexpectedly and mysteriously dropped dead in the detention center this afternoon." At this point, Zheng Ying leaned in close to Yi Xingchen's ear, whispering with sweet-scented breath, "But none of that matters. Xingchen, do you know who Li Shouting's ex-boyfriend actually is?" Having delivered this explosive top-secret intelligence, she patted his shoulder and prepared to take her leave. "All right, go coax your sweetheart, and keep your wits about you in the future." The next morning, bright and warm sunlight bathed the campus sports field. Sitting in the classroom, Yi Xingchen found it impossible to focus on the lecture. Dong Haoshan. Damn it, why am I thinking of this name again? The various entanglements of the past gave him a massive headache. 5 years ago, this name burst onto the scene in Jingai City, stirring up a tempest before quietly vanishing without a trace. Back then, it was precisely because of his interference that a dominant top-tier gang was completely wiped out overnight. Multiple all-powerful political figures were ruined, and even a massive commercial empire collapsed, forcing the chairman's daughter to sink into prostitution to pay off debts. This phantom-like mysterious man seemed capable of playing the entire world like a fiddle. For Dong Haoshan, power was not something he schemed to obtain, because it was something he had looked down upon since birth. He could effortlessly obtain everything the world desired, yet he regarded it all as worthless garbage. In his eyes, life was merely an absurd game, and everyone in the world, including himself, was nothing but a pawn on the chessboard. Eventually, driven into a corner, the tycoons of Jingai City jointly issued a bounty, swearing to tear Dong Haoshan into 10,000 pieces. Unfortunately, fate liked to play jokes. During that year's encirclement campaign, the former leader of the Tianmen sect, who was Yi Xingchen's father, Yi Tianlong, accidentally let him escape at the final moment. Since then, the demon had vanished into thin air, never to be heard from again. Yi Xingchen secretly speculated, "Now that he's back, is he seeking revenge for the past? But my father has long since retired and can't help much." Carefully weighing the current situation, he knew all too well that the Tianmen sect of today was no longer as glorious as it once was. The situation was hanging by a thread. However, with the secret assistance of Sister Yingying and Uncle Zheng, he wasn't entirely without a fighting chance. He turned his head to look quietly out the window, making a silent decision. "After school, I need to sound out Li Shouting and see how much she actually knows about this." While he was lost in thought, the dismissal bell rang quietly, completely unnoticed by him. Suddenly, a beautifully packaged small pink gift box was gently placed on his desk. He turned his head and saw Mo Rongrong, her face flushed red, shyly avoiding his gaze. "Xingchen, this is a gift I picked out for you myself. See if you like it." Yi Xingchen opened the box with great interest. Inside was actually a brand new phone that gave off a faint sweet fragrance. Staring at the latest smartphone model, a surge of joy rushed through his heart and he smiled proudly. "Rongrong, this gift is so thoughtful, then I won't stand on ceremony and accept it gladly." Seeing him so thrilled with her gift, Mo Rongrong's anxious heart finally settled, and she smiled sweetly. I'm glad you like it. I was worried you'd look down on it." Since it was a gift from his sweetheart, Yi Xingchen naturally treated it like a treasure, shaking his head repeatedly. How could I? I really love it. As long as it's from you, even a scrap of paper would be a treasure to me. As the two chatted warmly, Dongfang Lanluo watched from outside the classroom, a trace of jealousy flitting through her heart as she grumbled quietly, "Beat me to it again." She felt a bit dejected, having prepared a gift herself. Just then, an incredibly grating, arrogant roar suddenly echoed down the hallway. "Who is Yi Xingchen? Get the hell out here!" Lin Che stood at the classroom door with his arms crossed arrogantly, shouting loudly for Yi Xingchen to come out. Mo Rongrong nervously grabbed his arm, but Yi Xingchen gently patted the back of her hand, comforting her tenderly. "Don't worry, I'll go meet them." His face unchanged, Yi Xingchen pushed open the door and calmly walked up to the arrogant thugs. "You looking for me?" Seeing him step out, the leader instantly bared his teeth and snarled, "Cut the crap. If you know what's good for you, follow us quietly." Beside him, Wei Qin waved his completely unthreatening fist, threatening viciously, "If you don't listen, we'll make a complete fool out of you in public today." This provocative threat completely set Yi Xingchen off. Disdaining to waste any words with these trash, he unleashed a brutal punch without warning. The guy took the punch squarely in his stomach. The sheer pain almost made his eyes pop out, and he instantly collapsed like a wet noodle. Standing nearby, Lin Che was completely dumbfounded. Before he could even register what was happening, he saw his lackey easily knocked flat with a single punch. He trembled violently, frantically praying to all the gods, not even daring to breathe. Yi Xingchen approached him with a cold laugh, his voice flat yet carrying immense pressure. "Got cigarettes?" Terrified out of his wits, Lin Che frantically whipped out a cigarette pack and offered it. "Why, yes, I do." Yi Xingchen casually took one and lit it. Taking a slow drag, he squinted at him. "Speak, where to?" The other failed to register it for a second. "Huh?" A playful smirk curled onto Yi Xingchen's lips, and he repeated impatiently, "I asked, where did you plan to take me just now?" Swallowing hard, Lin Che tremblingly pointed toward the stairs leading to the rooftop. Although Yi Xingchen had already guessed who the mastermind was, he still asked knowingly, "Did Lu Shuisong send you to find me?" Behaved as obediently as a lapdog now. Lin Che nodded frantically. "Why yes, Boss Lu. They're all waiting for you on the rooftop." Just as they reached the stairs corner, they bumped into the student council president He Shuimei walking down. She politely greeted Yi Xingchen. "Yi Xingchen, where are you going?" His mind spinning rapidly, Yi Xingchen quickly whipped up a random excuse to brush her off. "Oh, a few seniors invited me to the rooftop to chat. As their junior, how could I possibly disobey their orders?" Seeing his hypocritical face, Lin Che couldn't help but curse him bitterly in his heart. Pa, how shameless, pretending to be a good student in front of girls. Exceptionally smart, He Shuimei naturally caught the flaw in his words, staring at him with suspicion. "You even dare to talk back to teachers. Since when did you become so obedient to seniors?" Too lazy to waste words with her, Yi Xingchen waved his hand. "I'll head up first then." Watching his back, He Shuimei frowned slightly, an ominous feeling rising in her heart. The guy leading him just now seemed to be one of Lu Shuisong's lackeys. Could they be? Meanwhile, outside the rooftop door, Lin Che and Wei Qin, who had finally recovered, stood trembling on either side. Hearing rapid footsteps behind him, Lin Che turned his head in confusion. He saw He Shuimei walking up quickly with a grim expression, demanding sternly, "What are you two doing here? What is happening on the rooftop? Move out of my way." Seeing this, Wei Qin hurriedly reached out to block her. "President, I advise you not to stick your nose into this. Right now it's a showdown between men up there. A delicate beauty like you should stay far away." Indeed, the atmosphere on the rooftop had reached a freezing point. Despite being completely surrounded by a hostile crowd of thugs, Yi Xingchen stood calmly in the center with his hands in his pockets, showing not a single trace of fear. "Speak, what did you bring me here for?" Seeing this completely unbothered attitude that clearly looked down on him, Lu Shuisong instantly became furious. With a dark face, Lu Shuisong stepped forward, pointing aggressively at Yi Xingchen's nose as he issued a direct provocation. Watching Lu Shuisong's lackeys cracking their knuckles and preparing to swarm him, Yi Xingchen seemed entirely unbothered, even finding the leisure to make small talk. "Someone once told me that high schoolers fight for only 2 reasons. I didn't really believe it at first." His words successfully piqued Lu Shuisong's curiosity, who asked in a gruff voice, "Which 2 reasons?" Yi Xingchen sneered, flatly giving his answer, "First, because of women. Second, because of football." Zhang Tianba barked from the side, "Mo Rongrong is my woman. If you know what's good for you, stay the hell away from her. On my turf, I'd better never see your shadow again." Next, Yi Xingchen turned around to mock Lu Shuisong. "As for you, you'd better find a mirror and look at your own pathetic self first. With a wimpy look like that, how dare you even think about Dongfang Lanluo?" humiliated so publicly, there was no way Lu Shuisong could swallow his anger. He instantly roared hysterically, "Yi Xingchen, today I'll show you the price of your arrogance." Before his voice even settled, his two lackeys lunged forward with gnashing teeth, yet all of this was well within Yi Xingchen's expectations. He watched with a look of disdain, thinking these guys were nothing but third-rate rookies whose defenses crumbled after a few simple provocations. The moment a heavy fist came whistling toward his face, Yi Xingchen's arm shot out like lightning, his fingers clamping down on the opponent's wrist like a steel vise, stopping the blow effortlessly. Meanwhile, his other hand had already quietly gripped the short knife hidden on his body. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Xingchen twisted violently, making Li Tianying let out a blood-curdling shriek. Right then, Zhang Tianba seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind, roaring with a savage expression, "Yi Xingchen, go to hell." Yet he never expected this to be nothing but a trap. With a swift spin, Yi Xingchen smoothly pulled the gleaming short knife across Li Tianying's throat, using him as a human shield. Terrified, Zhang Tianba desperately pulled back his strike, but Yi Xingchen's backhand blade cleanly sliced a bloody gash across his chest. He then unleashed a flying kick that sent Li Tianying crashing heavily into Zhang Tianba, sending both of them tumbling together. Not stopping there, Yi Xingchen closed the distance instantly, delivering a devastating uppercut straight to Zhang Tianba's mouth, leaving it complete and bloody. He then unleashed a relentless flurry of punches, beating both of them black and blue until they were unrecognizable, sneering, "A couple of useless trash like you actually dare to make a move on me?" The two once arrogant jerks now lay slumped on the ground, trembling violently without even the strength to stand. "Today I'll teach you a proper lesson, and show you what true arrogance really is." Only at this moment did Zhang Tianba truly realize his stupidity. How could he have forgotten how terrifying this man was? Before this, he had naively believed that the three of them joining forces would be enough to crush him underfoot. How laughably ridiculous that thought seemed now. Watching Yi Xingchen tear through their ranks like a hot knife through butter, Zhang Tianba could only howl in despair in his heart. This guy isn't human at all. He's an absolute beast. Another lackey who was about to charge froze as the gleaming blade pointed straight at him. His knees went weak and he stammered in terror, Don't kill me. I was only following orders." Yi Xingchen didn't deal a lethal blow, merely bringing his fist down to knock him out cold with absolute efficiency. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Lu Shuisong's face was painted with absolute terror and panic. Yet he still gritted his teeth, attempting to put up a brave front, and blustered, "Yi Xingchen, you." But how could Yi Xingchen give him the chance to waste more breath? His figure moved like lightning, closing the distance in the blink of an eye as his short blade sliced down with a sharp howling wind. Lu Shuisong indeed possessed some skill, barely dodging the lethal strike at the final millisecond before throwing a furious punch at Yi Xingchen. Yet Yi Xingchen merely let out a disdainful smirk, casually reaching out to catch the powerful punch firmly. "Hey, interesting enough." Before the words even settled, he exerted brute force, slamming Lu Shuisong heavily to the ground, completely stripping away his ability to resist. Then his eyes turned cold. With a flick of his wrist, he flung his short knife. A silver flash pierced the air, pinning Lu Shuisong's shoulder perfectly to the concrete floor as blood spurted out. As the dust settled, the entire rooftop plunged into a dead silence once more. Yi Xingchen slowly paced over to Lu Shuisong, looking down on him as he demanded coldly, "Do you yield?" Yet Lu Shuisong still gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. Lu Shuisong gritted his teeth and forced out a sound, his face still filled with defiance. Yi Xingchen showed no mercy, stomping on the knife handle and driving the blade even deeper. "Your bones seem to be harder than iron, huh?" By now, Lu Shuisong was completely numb with pain and finally broke down. Begging for mercy, he slumped to the ground, trembling violently, his face distorted in agony beyond recognition. As if suddenly remembering something, Yi Xingchen glanced out of the corner of his eye. When the glance swept past Li Tianying and Zhang Tianba, they shuddered violently, cold sweat soaking through their clothes like rain. In perfect unison, the two shrieked in terror, Yi Xingchen, we won't dare do it again." Satisfied, Yi Xingchen withdrew his gaze and leisurely lit a cigarette. "From today on, Yunlong High School only needs one person, Yi Xingchen," he coldly warned the lackeys once again. "If any of you are still not satisfied, meet me at Chaoyang Square at 6 this afternoon." With his arrogant and untamed personality, he looked down on absolutely everyone. "No matter how many people you bring, I'll fight you to the end." Standing in place, Yi Xingchen muttered the name under his breath. "The king of the game, Dong Haoshan." Afterward, Yi Xingchen returned to the classroom. Chen Xiaolong and Guo Jing walked over, placing a stack of papers on his desk. Chen Xiaolong proudly showed off their results. "Brother Chen, look at this, look at how many signatures we've collected." Satisfied, Yi Xingchen flipped through them briefly. However, Yi Xingchen's expression remained dead serious. "Not bad, this is indeed enough, but this time I want the signatures of every single student in the school. Since that old woman dared to ride roughshod over my head, I must make her realize one thing, there are some people she absolutely cannot afford to cross. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Xiaolong's forehead, and he hurriedly replied, Then I'll keep collecting signatures. Meanwhile, a group of aggressive-looking guys dressed in karate uniforms suddenly strode in. Guo Jing turned back and said to Yi Xingchen, I'll get going too. But the moment he stepped out, he collided head-on with their leader, Wang Zilong. Exceedingly annoyed, the other guy knitted his brows and cursed, Who the hell is this, are you blind? Before Guo Jing could even complain, he was violently kicked away. Shocked at the sight, Yi Xingchen hurriedly cried out, Fatty Guo. Wang Zilong strode up to Yi Xingchen, provoking him with a look of utter disdain. Kid, are you the one who went to the karate club to trash the place? Do you have a death wish? Forcing down his rising anger, Yi Xingchen said in a calm tone, Senior, let's talk this out. You got physical right off the bat, isn't that a bit too harsh? Wang Zilong bellowed arrogantly. Too harsh? This bastard barged into our karate club to force people to sign and even injured my brother, and now you're complaining that I'm being too harsh? Before he could even finish his sentence, Wang Zilong let out a furious roar and swung a heavy fist straight toward Yi Xingchen's face. Besides, who the hell do you think you are? Since when is it your place to tell me what to do? With a swift dodge, Yi Xingchen's hand shot out like lightning, clamping directly around his neck and lifting his entire body clean off the ground. Instantly, Wang Zilong's arrogance vanished, replaced by sheer terror as his face turned pale and he let out a muffled groan. Yi Xingchen advised coldly, Can't we just talk things out? Why do you insist on getting physical? The two lackeys behind him shrunk back in horror, thinking in utter panic. He lifted him up with a single hand. You have to realize Wang Zilong weighs a full 200 pounds. With a violent swing of his arm, Yi Xingchen slammed his entire body hard onto the floor. Lie down and clear your head. With a deafening crash, Wang Zilong's massive frame slammed heavily against the ground. Wang Zilong struggled to lift his head through the dizziness, but before he could even force out a word, his eyes rolled back and he passed out completely. Yi Xingchen expressionlessly stepped straight over his body, not forgetting to mock him with a cold laugh before leaving. I'm the one who wants those signatures. If you're not satisfied, you're welcome to challenge me anytime. Remember, I'm going to get even more signatures later. Standing aside, Chen Xiaolong and Guo Jing stared in dumbfounded awe, their hearts filled with admiration. Brother Chen is simply too cool, Yi Xingchen calmly instructed. All right, you two go on and attend to the business. Remember, I want the signatures of every single student in the school. Afterward, he went to the high-end apartment building where Li Shouting lived. Watching her walk downstairs to open the door wearing a snow-white nightgown, Yi Xingchen spoke somewhat bashfully. Ms. Li, I'm so sorry to disturb you so late at night. Actually, there are a few things I'd like to ask you about. She smiled gently and stepped aside to invite him inside. It's fine, come on in. Don't be so polite. The two walked into the living room one after the other. The decor here was minimalist yet luxurious, with exquisite paintings hanging on the walls. Li Shouting elegantly crossed her legs on the sofa holding a can of beer as she looked at him. Want a beer? Yi Xingchen firmly caught the beer she tossed over, smiled and got straight to the point. Thanks, teacher. Actually, I came here today to take the liberty of asking, Ms. Li, do you have a boyfriend? Li Shouting's lovely face instantly flushed red and she shyly averted her gaze as she replied, Not at the moment. Then she turned her head back curiously. Why are you suddenly so interested in my love life? Yi Xingchen completely ignored her question and pressed further. What about your ex-boyfriend then? Do you still remember how absolutely heartbroken you looked when we first met? Li Shouting froze for a moment, replying somewhat dazedly. That man was like a shooting star cutting through the night sky. He suddenly appeared in my life and just as suddenly vanished completely. Looking back now, it feels just like a dream. Pushing his luck, Yi Xingchen continued to probe. Could you tell me how you two met? Li Shouting didn't hide anything either, generously sharing her past. Our first meeting was at a bar which happened to be my friend's birthday party. He was quite handsome and carried himself with gentlemanly grace, so he left a very good impression on me. Li Shouting's face darkened, her tone dripping with deep melancholy. Later on we often went out together, and over time we ended up together. But then one day he vanished completely without a single warning. Recalling the sticky note left on the nightstand back then, she said with a trace of dejection, Aside from leaving a note telling me not to look for him, he left me absolutely nothing. Before her voice could even fade, the painful memories filled her eyes with tears, her expression incredibly sorrowful. Yi Xingchen quickly comforted her. Ms. Li, don't be sad. Sometimes making mistakes can be a different kind of happiness, now that I'm by your side. I promise you, I will absolutely never pull a sudden vanishing act. Even if I really must leave, I will definitely take you with me. Hearing these words, Li Shouting's gloomy mood instantly dissipated quite a bit, and she let out a chuckle, teasing, there's never a serious word out of your mouth. Yi Xingchen rose to his full height, making a silent vow in his heart. Dong Heoshan, although I don't know what kind of tricks you are up to, If you dare to hurt my people, I will absolutely never let you off easy." Meanwhile, on the bustling downtown square, a crowd of people was gathering near the fountain. One of the underlings hesitantly suggested with deep worry, "Brother Bao, are you really sure about doing this? Maybe we should withdraw first. I heard Yi Xingchen has some connections with Madman Zifeng. What if he calls that gang from Yunlong High?" Luo Bao sat by the edge of the fountain with his legs crossed, letting out an annoyed cold snort. "What the hell are you afraid of? What is Madman Zifeng anyway? Does he even deserve to be compared to me? The boss of Yunlong Prison, Wang Zilong, and I are brothers who have gone through life and death together. How can a mere street thug like Zifeng stand on the same level as me?" Returning to the school, it was currently dismissal time. At the school gate, students were slinging their backpacks over their shoulders and heading home in succession. Yi Xingchen walked in front, followed by Mo Rongrong and Huang Yifei. He pulled out his phone to check a voice message he had just received. Noticing Ouyang Jun and his gang huddled nearby with gloomy faces, he walked up to them and asked, "What are you guys standing around here for? You all look completely drained." Seeing Yi Xingchen walk over, Ouyang Jun's face was filled with worry. "They have at least over 200 people on their side, and most of them are street thugs. Should we call more backup?" Yi Xingchen paused, thinking for a moment before smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've already given young Master Feng a heads up. They'll be here soon." Then he turned around and spoke softly to the two girls behind him. "Fei Fei, Rongrong, you two head back first." Huang Yifei pulled at him with deep concern. "Are you going to fight again? Your wounds still haven't fully healed." Yi Xingchen laughed. "Don't worry, we won't get physical this time. We're just going to scare them a bit." Then with his hands in his pockets he led the way with an imposing air. "If you trust me, follow me. Today we are going to completely settle the matter with those so-called 3 overlords once and for all." Although Yang Zhan and Guo Jing felt a bit uneasy, they had no choice but to trust Yi Xingchen, following firmly behind him. "Let's go, let's head over." Before long the group arrived at the square's fountain. An underling ran up in a hurry to report to Luo Bao, "Boss, those guys are here." Luo Bao snorted coldly, asking with disdain, "How many of them in total?" The underling replied tremblingly, Less than 10. Hearing this, the surrounding lackeys burst into mocking laughter. "Have these guys completely lost their minds? Do they not know how many of us are here? What on earth are they trying to pull?" But then again, this was indeed perfectly in line with Yi Xingchen's usual style, unbelievably arrogant. Seeing this, Luo Bao burst into roaring laughter, showing off his power triumphantly. "Haha, how arrogant. I love teaching these bratty kids who don't know their place a lesson the most. Don't step in later. Watch how I handle him myself today." Just as his voice faded, Yi Xingchen and his group arrived in front of them. Luo Bao immediately walked up to meet them, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Are you that, Yi Xingchen?" Squinting with a look of utter contempt, Luo Bao sized Yi Xingchen up provocatively. "I heard you're pretty cocky at school." Yi Xingchen remained incredibly calm, leisurely pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. "That would be me. I wonder how I should address this big brother." Seeing how polite he was, Luo Bao pushed his luck even further, boasting, "They call me Downhill Leopard. I'm just here today to say hello to you brothers." Yi Xingchen remained completely unfazed, replying without a single trace of fear, "Oh?" Then he spun around as if to leave, not forgetting to turn back and mock him. "Now that the greeting is over, can we go now?" Unable to tolerate his indifferent, unbothered attitude, Luo Bao craned his neck and roared, "Stop right there, you." Yi Xingchen remained perfectly composed, teasing playfully, "Is there anything else, big brother Downhill Cat?" Luo Bao instantly blew a fuse, pointing a finger directly at Yi Xingchen's face as he barked furiously, "I'm the Downhill Leopard, not a Downhill Cat." Before his words even settled, he clenched his fist tightly in a threat. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me right now or else." Yet Yi Xingchen didn't take him seriously at all, merely asking back with a playful look, "Or else what?" Yi Xingchen calculated the time and muttered casually under his breath, "Looks like they've arrived." Sure enough, 5 figures walked over from the distance. It was Zifeng and his crew, arriving to support him. Wang Xiaohu and Zhang Bao scanned the crowd of thugs with looks of utter disdain. An underling scrambled over on all fours to report to Luo Bao, "Brother Bao, this is bad. Their reinforcements have arrived." With a cold face, Luo Bao asked, "How many of them?" The underling replied, panting heavily, "Only 5. The one leading them seems to be Zifeng." Luo Bao immediately clutched his stomach and burst into hysterical laughter. "Ha ha ha, only 5 fucking people? Yi Xingchen, do you really think that madman Zifeng is some legendary warrior who can fight off 100 men alone?" With a smirk on his face, he leaned his head close to Yi Xingchen. He mocked with utter disdain, "You guys must be pretty close, or are you both just brain dead? Open your damn eyes and take a good look. I have over 200 brothers here." Ouyang Jun pulled at Yi Xingchen with a face full of concern. "Yi Xingchen, what is going on? Did your cousin really only bring 5 people?" Yi Xingchen patted his shoulder, saying with absolute composure, "Don't worry, just stand by and enjoy the show." Hearing this, Luo Bao let out a cold laugh, mockingly saying, "It seems you really know how to put on a front, kid. I'd like to see just how long you can stay this cocky today." However, before his words even faded, the moment his eyes locked onto the approaching murderous figure of Wang Xiaohu, his face turned paper white, and he took 2 terrified steps back. "Who, brother, who?" The sun shone brightly in the clear sky. Madman Zi Feng strolled over with his hands in his pockets, smiling broadly. "Brother Chen, you seem to have been pretty busy lately. Did you get hurt at all?" Yi Xingchen replied leisurely. "I'm fine, it's all thanks to this big brother Downhill Cat and his brothers showing some respect. They haven't made a move on me yet." Shrugging his shoulders in utter helplessness, Luo Bao slipped over to Wang Xiaohu's side, asking cautiously, "Brother Hu, when did you get released?" Wang Xiaohu cast a cold glance at him, asking with a trace of disgust, "Do you know me?" Seeing that he wasn't recognized, Luo Bao hastily brought up the past. "Brother Hu, it's me, Xiao Luo. Last year in Yunshan prison, it was all thanks to you saving my life." Hearing this, a faint memory drifted into Wang Xiaohu's mind, but he didn't care much. Returning to the point, Wang Xiaohu said flatly, "I think I have a slight impression. What are you doing messing around here?" Seeing their boss behaving so obsequiously in front of this man, Li Tianying and his crew were drenched in cold sweat, muttering in a panic, "What do we do? The atmosphere on Brother Bao's side doesn't look good at all." "Let's wait and see. Besides, we still have the advantage in numbers." Shrewdly scratching his head, Luo Bao explained with a fawning smile, "Brother Hu, actually someone paid me to handle a small matter, to teach a few bratty kids who don't know the rules a lesson." Standing with his hands on his hips, Wang Xiaohu asked coldly, "Oh, who exactly did you want to teach a lesson to?" Thinking he had hit the jackpot with a powerful backer, Luo Bao instantly grew confident, pointing directly at Yi Xingchen as he bellowed, "Them, especially that guy named Yi Xingchen, he's cocky beyond belief." Hearing this, Wang Xiaohu actually agreed with a look of proud satisfaction. "You're right, he has indeed always been this cocky." With that, he strode over to Yi Xingchen, opening his arms wide as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, I missed you so much." To his surprise, Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate for a single second, launching a brutal kick straight to Wang Xiaohu's face. "Get lost, I have zero interest in men." Caught completely off guard and sent rolling, Wang Xiaohu clutched his face with a look of grievance, muttering, "Brother Chen, I was just too excited to see you." Immediately after, Yi Xingchen delivered another kick, flipping him onto the ground. Covered in dirt, Wang Xiaohu scrambled back up. Standing nearby, Luo Bao tremblingly edged closer, asking cautiously, "Brother Hu, do you know Yi Xingchen?" With that, Wang Xiaohu stood up abruptly, startling Luo Bao. Wang Xiaohu stared down at Luo Bao, sending cold sweat pouring down the latter's spine. "Yi Xingchen is my brother Chen." Wang Xiaohu grabbed him by the collar, demanding in a freezing tone, "Who did you just say you wanted to teach a lesson to?" Terrified out of his wits, Luo Bao's knees buckled and he dropped to the ground, frantically kowtowing to Yi Xingchen to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry, Brother Chen, I was wrong. I was blind not to recognize your greatness. Please show mercy, Brother Chen." He slammed his head against the ground repeatedly, fresh blood soon trickling down his forehead as he pleaded in sheer terror, "Please forgive me, Brother Chen. From now on, I, Luo Bao, will absolutely follow your every command." Yi Xingchen tilted his head to look at Wang Xiaohu, saying flatly, "Lao Qi, since he is your underling, I'll leave him to you to handle." Wang Xiaohu looked down with utter disdain at the trembling thug. "I don't recall ever taking you on as an underling, but since Brother Chen has spoken," with that, Wang Xiaohu whipped out a gleaming razor-sharp dagger. Then, with an expressionless face, he yanked Luo Bao up and drove the blade straight into his chest. "You certainly have some nerve, but you'd better make sure you know your place before making a move next time." The blade was pulled out violently and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Clutching his wound, Luo Bao stumbled backward, too hurt to even utter a word. Looking at his miserable state, Wang Xiaohu's expression grew even more excited as he swung his blade and barked, "Not bad, quite some spine. Now reach out your hand." Not daring to disobey, Luo Bao could only grit his teeth, close his eyes, and stretch out his hand. Wang Xiaohu raised the blood-stained dagger high and drove it down ruthlessly. "Bear with it. Today's matter ends here." The gleaming dagger sliced down like a flash of lightning, about to pierce clean through his palm, when Yi Xingchen suddenly barked, "Lao Qi, stop." Hearing this, although Wang Xiaohu felt a bit disappointed, he stopped his action immediately. Yi Xingchen continued, "Teaching him a lesson to this extent is enough. Since he followed you in the past, there's no need to push things to such an extreme." Wang Xiaohu didn't dare to show any disagreement, immediately complying, "Yes, whatever Brother Chen says goes." Then he delivered a sharp kick to the petrified Luo Bao, snapping furiously, "What are you still standing there for, brat? This instant thank Brother Chen for his immense mercy. If it were my past temper, you wouldn't even have kept your arms and legs today." As if granted a massive pardon, Luo Bao's eyes lit up in sheer joy. "Brother Chen actually forgave me just now." Completely ignoring the wound on his chest, he hastily kowtowed with even more force. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for sparing me." Yi Xingchen waved his hand. All right, all of you step aside. Then, leading Zifeng and the others, he strode aggressively toward Li Tianying and his crew. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of this formidable presence, the thugs who had been standing there were intensely terrified, retreating in a chaotic mess. What do we do? Even Brother Bao is behaving as obediently as a grandson in front of them. What are we supposed to do? You're asking me. Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Yi Xingchen casually exhaled a puff of blue smoke. Let's go. Stomping out the cigarette butt with a cold laugh full of utter disdain, he presented them with a choice. How do you want to resolve this? The air was stretched to its absolute breaking point, with both sides staring intensely at each other. Suddenly, two underlings braced themselves and stepped in front of Li Tianying. They seemed highly loyal, but in reality they were terrified out of their wits. One of them asked, drenched in sweat, "B-boss, what do we do now?" Looking at this somewhat comical scene, Yi Xingchen sneered with the cigarette dangling from his mouth. Hey, quite loyal indeed. What, do you still want to fight them? Hearing this, Wang Xiaohu cracked his knuckles, smiling with pure excitement. Come on, I haven't even warmed up yet. Yi Xingchen pointed a finger at the trembling crowd of thugs, commanding coldly, tie up every single one of these reckless bastards. Take them aside and teach them a lesson. Although Luo Bao was severely injured, he still turned his head and roared through gritted teeth. Grab them! Those lackeys were so terrified that they clutched their heads and shrieked, "Boss, help!" Although Zhang Tianba was also shaking in his boots, he still mustered the courage to stand up and protest. Yi Xingchen, don't go too far. Yi Xingchen squinted at his cowardly state and said contemptuously, Zhang Tianba, were you the one who united them to deal with me? Confronted with this single question, the guy instantly chickened out, taking several steps back as he stammered, I? Seeing how useless Zhang Tianba was, Lu Shuisong rushed forward and barked, "It was me." He knitted his brows and growled through gritted teeth. Yi Xingchen, I was the one who proposed they join forces. This time we lost. What do you want? Make it quick. Yi Xingchen was too lazy to waste words with someone like him. Before the words even settled, he delivered a brutal kick straight to the other's stomach. Did I fucking ask you? Lu Shuisong took the heavy kick head-on, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing Lu Shuisong knocked flat, Zhang Tinba's face instantly turned paper white. Yi Xingchen patiently refrained from laying a hand on him, saying coldly, I'll give you a chance now. You are never allowed to pester Mo Rongrong again. Do you understand? Left with no choice, the guy could only submit, stammering in terror. Okay, I promise. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Yi Xingchen immediately barked at Zhang Tianba, Get lost. Then Yi Xingchen turned his gaze to the man who was struggling to scramble up not far away. Lu Shuisong, you like Dongfang Lanluo, right? He walked up to Lu Shuisong and continued contemptuously. But liking and possessing are two different things. Do you think you are resolute enough? He stammered, and no, I'm not. Seeing that the other was terrified, Yi Xingchen warned coldly, Good, pursuing a woman requires fair competition. Don't cause trouble for Lanluo ever again, do you hear me? Lu Shuisong was scared out of his wits. How could he dare resist? He could only quickly agree. I hear you. Before his voice even faded, Yi Xingchen drove him away. Get lost. Seeing this, Luo Bao also kicked the foolish underlings beside him. You guys get the hell out of here too. Seeing that everything had finally settled, Yi Xingchen turned his head and shot a cold smile at Li Tianying. See that? These are your so-called allies. Yi Xingchen began lecturing him relentlessly. You thought you had a massive advantage, but when you failed and watched them flee in panic, did any of them look back at you? And you still try to talk about underworld loyalty like others. The opponent's stupidity made Yi Xingchen curse under his breath. Damn it, where do you see any loyalty? He then continued. Do you know why I let them go? Because they aren't even worthy of being my opponents, much less my friends. But you, on the other hand, actually have the right. Yi Xingchen's provocation made Li Tianying clench his fists in a death grip. He coldly threw out a choice. Will you continue to be my enemy or choose to submit? Choose for yourself. Although filled with rage, Li Tianying knew he was utterly powerless and could only stand helplessly in place to listen to his lecture. Aren't you curious why Lei Laohu refused to help you? To tell you the truth, it wasn't because of Zifeng. 3 years ago, Lei Laohu was already defeated by my hand. Finally, Li Tianying cast aside his proud self-esteem and made a decision. Forget it, I'll follow him. With his strength, what's so shameful about being his underling? At this thought, Li Tianying's knees went weak and he knelt on the ground. Big brother, seeing the desired result, Yi Xingchen grinned, stepped forward and pulled him up. Then he turned to Zifeng and suggested with a smile, Young Master Feng, these are all brothers I met in school. They want to roll with you from now on. Will you take them in? Although Zifeng looked slightly reluctant on the surface, he still burst out laughing. Haha, Brother Chen, you're joking again. Your brothers are my Zifeng's brothers. How could I not take them in? Ouyang Jun stepped forward to build a rapport. Brother Feng, please look after us in the future. If there's ever anything you need from us, just say the word. Guo Jing was also quick to offer a lighter, lighting Zifeng's cigarette. Exactly. Seeing their attitude, Zifeng smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, from now on we are all brothers. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yi Xingchen wrapped his arm around Guo Jing's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Is there anyone left who hasn't signed the petition?" He immediately replied, "There are, but not many left." Then Yi Xingchen looked at Li Tianying and ordered, "Go and help with this too. Consider it your first mission." The other party immediately agreed readily. "No problem, leave it to me." Then, Li Tianying asked with some curiosity, "Big brother, what is the name of our organization?" Yi Xingchen was momentarily stunned. An organization name, a grand scene suddenly popped up in his mind. Dressed in splendid clothes, he strode toward a throne with dozens of respectfully bowing underlings lining both sides. He walked majestically toward that supreme throne and slowly sat down, radiating a domineering leadership aura from head to toe. After pondering for a moment, a name inspired by the starry sky flashed through his mind. The Starshine Association. He looked up at the cloudless clear sky and announced loudly, "From today on." His eyes flashed with absolute determination. The name Starshine Association will become a powerful force that unites all brothers, engraved in everyone's hearts. In an instant, everyone's blood boiled as they roared in unison, "The Starshine Association." The next morning, bright sunshine bathed the brand new apartment building. Downstairs, the moving company's truck was busy unloading. The movers carried cardboard boxes into the apartment, stacking them neatly near the entryway. Yi Xingchen stepped forward and thanked them with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work," the mover replied politely. "You're welcome, it's our job." Then he turned to Mo Rongrong and Huang Yifei beside him, saying, "All right, let's start unpacking. This will be our new home together from now on." The two girls nodded obediently. "Okay." Then they began moving boxes into their respective rooms. Yi Xingchen casually placed a box of documents in the corner near the desk. "Let's put it here for now and organize it later." Having finished carrying her things, Mo Rongrong brought over a rag and began carefully wiping the dust from the surroundings. Just as Yi Xingchen walked in carrying another large box, he asked, "Where should I put this?" She pointed to the corner of the wall, then crouched down to sort the books on the floor into categories. Watching her virtuous and gentle manner, Yi Xingchen felt secretly proud. He, as expected of Rongrong. "Looks like I'll have to visit this room often in the future." Suddenly, Huang Yifei's sweet, coquettish cry for help came from the next room. "Brother Xingchen, come help me," he quickly replied, "on my way." Before he could even take a step, a sub and dull thud from the next room startled him. It turned out that Huang Yifei had accidentally tripped in her room, scattering a box of intimate underwear all over the floor, with a few pieces even landing on her head. Yi Xingchen quickly rushed over and asked with concern, "What are you doing?" His gaze instinctively swept over, catching a blushing Huang Yifei clutching a pair of delicate panties in her hand. Before he could get a clear look, he was blasted out of the room by her shriek, "Ah, don't look, get out right now." The shriek snapped him back to his senses, and he slunk out of the room. As he walked, Yi Xingchen muttered helplessly under his breath, "She was the one who asked for help, yet she kicked me out anyway. Women are indeed a handful." Walking out to the balcony, he lit a cigarette and stared at the distant scenery, murmuring to himself, "But at least my blissful cohabitation life has officially begun." Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Demon Bar, at the end of the colorful corridor, a familiar clamor echoed. It turned out that Xiaohu, Zifeng, and the other guys were gathered around a mahjong table, drawing tiles while discussing heatedly. "Brother Feng, be fair here. Brother Chen is being way too unfair, isn't he? Lao Lu and I finally made it back, but he just ran off with beautiful girls in his arms. Exactly, he didn't even host a decent welcome feast or drinking session for us. Next time I see him, I'm going to drink him under the table, haha. As if you two would dare to utter a single word in front of him. Mahjong, pay up. Pay up." On the other side, Yi Xingchen was turning on the tap to wash his hands, when he suddenly shuddered and let out a massive sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he cursed under his breath in annoyance. "Damn it, those rascals must be talking behind my back, accusing me of prioritizing women over friends." In the bedroom, Mo Rongrong held a thick stack of files, a gentle smile on her face and a slight blush on her cheeks. Her heart was filled with sweetness at the thought of living with Yi Xingchen. Suddenly, a knock came from the front door. Yi Xingchen walked over, cracked the door open, and asked, "Who is it?" A curvaceous and stunning beauty stepped inside, introducing herself gracefully. "Hello, I am your landlord, Yu Shaochen." Yi Xingchen secretly sized her up, marveling in his heart. What a charming, sensual woman. Her aura is completely different from Rongrong and the other girls. Yu Shaochen walked up to him and asked with a smile, "Are you Mr. Yi? I came to check on your move-in status and see if there's anything we can improve." Yi Xingchen replied readily, "Sure, please go ahead. I'm listening." Just then, inside the room, Mo Rongrong suddenly felt a sharp, excruciating pain in her chest. Immediately afterward, the compact in her hand slipped and fell to the floor with a loud clatter, shattering into pieces. Hearing the noise, Huang Yifei rushed over in extreme anxiety. "Rongrong, what's wrong?" Yi Xingchen and Yu Shaochen also rushed in right behind her. Seeing Mo Rongrong collapsed on the floor, Yi Xingchen cried out in a panic, Rongrong, where does it hurt? Wake up, don't scare me. Mo Rongrong lay slumped on the floor, her face deathly pale with a bluish tint, looking in immense agony. Yi Xingchen tremblingly reached out to check her breath, only to find her breathing incredibly shallow. He frantically pressed his hand against her chest, but her heartbeat was so weak he could barely feel it. What on earth is going on? Although he didn't know what had happened, the situation was clearly life-threatening. Yi Xingchen hurriedly yelled at the other two, "Call an ambulance, quick!" Then he scooped Mo Rongrong up in his arms and bolted outside like a madman, praying desperately in his heart, "Rongrong, you can't die on me. I promised you that I'd never leave you alone again. I still have so many things to tell you." Staring at Mo Rongrong's face contorted in agony, Yi Xingchen's heart ached as if sliced by knives. "Rongrong, I haven't even had the chance to tell you I love you. I haven't taken you to travel the world and see its beautiful sights yet." He sprinted with all his might, his mind a complete mess. "We still have so many things left to do together. You have to hold on, trust me." Mo Rongrong was rushed to the hospital and laid on an emergency gurney. Yi Xingchen jogged closely alongside, shouting, "Rongrong, you have to be strong, you're going to be fine." The doors to the emergency room slammed shut and the red warning light instantly lit up. Yi Xingchen waited anxiously outside, watching the nurses hurry in and out with medical equipment. Huang Yifei, who arrived shortly after, walked up behind him and comforted him softly. "Brother Xingchen, Rongrong will be fine. Don't worry too much." With that, she wrapped her arms tightly around him from behind, her face slightly flushed as she said, "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." Yi Xingchen's mind was in turmoil, and he merely replied absent-mindedly, "Yeah." Then she asked softly, "Brother Xingchen, if I'm the one who ends up in danger one day, will you worry about me like this too?" Looking at her pitiful state, Yi Xingchen quickly replied, "Of course, because you are just as important to me." Hearing these sweet words, Huang Yifei's heart instantly filled with happiness. She raised her head, looking at him with deep affection. "MMH, then I'll make sure to never get hurt in the future, because the last thing I want to see is you sad and worried." With that, the two sat side by side on the bench outside the operating room, waiting in silence. The bright moonlight filtered through the window, bathing the corridor as if silently praying for the girl inside. The next morning, in the bustling campus, Discipline Dean Tan Fang walked expressionlessly down the corridor. She violently pushed open the meeting room door and announced loudly, "Sorry to interrupt everyone." Slamming a thick stack of documents heavily onto the table, Tan Fang sneered and declared righteously, "Today I would like to share my personal views regarding the work ethic of certain teachers." Then she began making veiled criticisms and malicious accusations. The homeroom teacher of Class 17 Grade 10 teacher Su Li routinely coddles and tolerates her students, severely damaging the school's reputation. Furthermore, she has shielded her students' major disciplinary violations on multiple occasions, completely failing in her duty to educate. To make her lies sound more convincing, she demanded with a face full of simulated rage, "Based on the above, I solemnly propose that the school suspend teacher Su Li and immediately expel the student." Yi Xingchen, having caught wind of this terrible news, Chen Xiaolong ran frantically along the way, shouting, "We're doomed. Something huge has happened." He accidentally bumped into a student on his way who clutched his shoulder and snapped in pain. "Chen Xiaolong, what are you doing charging down the corridor first thing in the morning?" With an incredibly grim face, Chen Xiaolong cried out, "Wuyang, something terrible has happened." Wiping away cold sweat, Chen Xiaolong explained frantically, "That old witch Tan Fang is actually going to use the school board's influence to target teacher Su Li and Yi Xingchen." Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, their faces filled with worry. Zhao Hu cursed through gritted teeth, "That old witch is truly shameless." Knowing the severity of the situation, Chen Xiaolong chimed in urgently, "The most important thing is, what do we do now?" He looked around, asking in confusion, "By the way, where is Yi Xingchen?" Yang Jun quickly pulled out his phone. "I'll contact Yi Xingchen immediately." Then he turned to several brothers beside him and ordered, "You guys, quickly go find Zhang Tianba and Li Tianying. Tell them to get ready and collect all the signatures for the petition." Meanwhile, at the Municipal Central Hospital, after a long night of waiting, the light outside the emergency room finally went out. Yi Xingchen gently supported Huang Yifei, who had fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion as he waited anxiously. A moment later, the doctor pushed open the door and stepped out, casually removing his mask. Holding the latest medical report, he sighed as he read it. Behind him, the nurses were wheeling out the gurney. Yi Xingchen stood up abruptly, his sudden movement causing Huang Yifei to stumble and almost fall off her chair. He grabbed the doctor urgently, asking, "Doctor, how is Rongrong?" The doctor replied with a solemn face, "You must be Mr. Yi, right? Please come to my office. We need to discuss the patient's condition in detail." Huang Yifei also rushed to the side of the gurney as it was wheeled past, crying out with deep concern, "Rongrong, please wake up." Walking into the office, the doctor placed the medical chart on his desk and handed it to Yi Xingchen. Burning with anxiety, Yi Xingchen pressed further, "Doctor, what happened to Rongrong? What disease does she have?" Seeing his frantic state, the doctor let out a helpless sigh and got straight to the point. "Sigh, it is truly a miracle that Miss Mo made it through this time. The root cause of her collapse this time is congenital heart disease." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen felt as if struck by lightning, freezing right on the spot. "Congenital heart disease? How is that possible?" the doctor continued. "According to the consultation and analysis of all our hospital specialists, Miss Mo's symptoms differ from typical patients. She suffers from a very rare mutant congenital heart disease," he explained to Yi Xingchen with a grave expression. "Her condition was previously suppressed 3 times using medication. However, with every subsequent episode, her condition will become far more dangerous than the last. This was only the first time, so resuscitation was relatively easy." Recalling what he had just heard, Yi Xingchen walked back in a daze. In the office he had pressed anxiously, "Doctor, what should I do then? Can this disease be cured, with medical technology being so advanced nowadays?" Money is absolutely not an issue, however. The doctor's helpless face flashed in his mind once more. "Mr. Yi, I am truly sorry. This mutant congenital heart disease largely depends on the patient themselves. Although I hate to say this, we have indeed done our best. Even if you consult specialists at other major hospitals now, I believe you will only receive the same answer." Hearing this, he realized it was a cruel joke of fate, leaving him with no choice but to depart in dejection. "Thank you, doctor." As a physician, seeing such a situation left him with nothing but deep sympathy. A moment later, Yi Xingchen arrived at Mo Rongrong's bedside. Looking at Huang Yifei, who was walking over with red eyes, he didn't know how to break the news. Huang Yifei pressed anxiously, "Brother Xingchen, what exactly happened to Rongrong?" Yi Xingchen decided to hide the truth, comforting her. "It's nothing. She'll recover very soon." Then he gently planted a kiss on Mo Rongrong's forehead, making a silent vow in his heart. "Rongrong, you will never be alone again. I will stay by your side forever, and I will definitely find a way to cure your illness." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang sharply, interrupting his thoughts. Yi Xingchen pulled out his phone to check, only to find that it was Ouyang Jun calling. He quickly answered, "Hello, what's wrong?" Ouyang Jun's extremely anxious voice echoed from the other end. "Yi Xingchen, something happened to teacher Su Li's school." Upon learning the reason, Yi Xingchen cursed in rage. That damn old witch. Meanwhile, inside the school office, Su Li was standing before the desk undergoing harsh questioning from the school board. Tan Fang furrowed her brows, asking in a highly severe tone, "Teacher Su, is there anything else you want to say in your defense?" Meanwhile, outside the school gates, a taxi screeched to a halt. The moment the door opened, Yi Xingchen dashed out, quickly arriving in front of Ouyang Jun, who had been waiting for him. "Yi Xingchen, you're finally here." Panting heavily, Yi Xingchen quickly pressed for answers. "What on earth happened? Tell me clearly." Ouyang Jun quickly recounted the whole situation. "It's like this. This morning," as he spoke, a group of people strode over aggressively from nearby, led by Cao Jia and his crew of lackeys looking incredibly arrogant, pointing at them. He Tian barked domineeringly, "You and you come with us right now." Ouyang Jun quickly whispered an introduction beside him. "That guy is a senior. The one who just spoke as He Tian, and the one standing next to him is Cao Jia, one of the school's notoriously infamous 5 overlords of Yunlong. That Wang Zilong you beat up the other day is also one of Cao Jia's men." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen stepped forward and demanded coldly, "What do you want?" The other party sized him up critically and replied triumphantly, "We are the school's newly established disciplinary inspection committee. Director Tan wants you to cooperate with an investigation. If you know what's good for you, follow us quietly." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but knit his brows, sneering in his heart. HMPH, that old witch actually has some tricks up her sleeve, knowing how to use these high schoolers to deal with me. It seems she's already prepared for us collecting signatures for the petition. Seeing Yi Xingchen's face full of disdain and resistance, He Tian instantly wore a look of contempt, barking rudely, "Hey, brat, I'm talking to you, stop playing the silent type." Yi Xingchen's eyes turned cold, and with a swift flick of his arm he delivered a resounding slap straight to the guy's face. "You want to capture me, then I'll start with you." Without missing a beat, Yi Xingchen launched a heavy kick, driving his foot ruthlessly into the other's stomach. The kick sent He Tian flying backward to crash heavily against the wall behind him. Seeing this, Cao Jia maintained his calm composure, sneering mockingly, "What an unreasonable madman. Someone like you doesn't deserve to stay in our school at all." Yi Xingchen aimed a punch straight at his face, provoking, "Doesn't deserve to stay, then why don't you come and try?" Cao Jia let out a disdainful snort, and a lackey behind him instantly lunged forward with a roar. "I won't let you off today." Meanwhile, Cao Jia calmly pulled out his phone and began calling for backup. "Hey, bring more guys over here. Call everyone here." He added the location. "Yeah, Class 17. The uninvolved onlookers began whispering and murmuring among themselves. "Want to call the police? Are you crazy? That's Cao Jia, and he said it himself. He's a monitor sent by Director Tan." Just as he hung up the phone, he turned around only to see Saiyuan being brutally thrashed by Yi Xingchen. Backed by his overwhelming numbers, Cao Jia provoked arrogantly. "Yi Xingchen, let's see just how capable you really are." Seeing this, Yi Xingchen quickly shouted to Ouyang Jun, "Ouyang, call Zhang Tianba and get all our brothers over here." Guarding nearby, Chen Xiaolong also urged frantically, "Ouyang, hurry up and call them. These guys are all experts. If this goes on, we're toast." Ouyang Jun quickly replied, "Got it." Not far away, Zhao Hu had his jaw knocked askew by a punch from one of the thugs. Guo Jing, who wore glasses, wasn't faring any better. Taking a solid punch, his glasses were sent flying. He groaned in pain. "Damn it, we can't beat them at all." Seeing how bad the situation was, Yi Xingchen knit his brows tightly. "This isn't working. Cao Jia has too many men. The few of us can't hold them off." Just then, a chaotic rumble of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor as Cao Jia's lackeys rushed over, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Hurry, damn it, move faster. If we get there late, I'll break his legs myself for Brother Cao." Hiding nearby, Guan Tingting and Dongfang Lanluo looked extremely worried. "What should we do? Just how many of them are there? Is Yi Xingchen going to be okay?" She poked her head out to observe, whispering to herself, "Should we call the police?" However, her hiding skills were far too clumsy. Half her body was exposed, and in her carelessness she was spotted by the enemy. "Grab those two girls, they're with Yi Xingchen." Yi Xingchen's heart jolted at the noise, and his protective fury instantly flared. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward to shield them, roaring, "I dare any of you to touch them." He sent one guy crashing to the ground with a savage slap, then smoothly followed up with a brutal fist to another thug's jaw, sending blood spraying from his mouth. Not stopping there, he delivered a devastating flying kick straight to the man's ribs, folding him in half on the spot. Standing proudly in front of the two girls like a savior, he said coldly, "This is a fight between men. If anyone dares to lay a hand on a woman, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." Looking at him, Cao Jia's face was filled with utter disdain. "HMPH, with death staring you in the face, you still want to play the hero? Yi Xingchen, you might save this one, but can you save the others?" Meanwhile, the chaotic brawl nearby was raging intensely. Or rather, it was a one-sided beatdown. Cao Jia barked loudly, "Everyone get him, cripple him." Chen Xiaolong grit his teeth and charged forward, but the swarm of thugs overwhelmed him, a heavy punch connecting with his face, leaving his mouth askew and spitting blood. Yi Xingchen surveyed the battlefield with a dark expression, only to see Guo Jing being stomped on by 2 or 3 thugs while Ouyang Jun was pinned firmly to the ground, unable to move. Seeing that the victory was sealed, Cao Jia let out a disdainful sneer. "Yi Xingchen, you'd better surrender quietly. Otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to these brothers of yours." Standing with his hands in his pockets, Cao Jia laughed triumphantly. "Haha, Yi Xingchen, if you know what's good for you, surrender now. Do you really think you can turn the tide all by yourself?" Yi Xingchen kept his head down, remaining grimly silent. A reckless thug suddenly picked up a chair and hurled it at him, roaring, "Kid, you'd better stay down too." Seeing this, Guan Tingting hastily threw herself forward to shield him. "Watch out," however, Yi Xingchen was faster. He yanked Guan Tingting out of the way, letting the chair smash heavily onto his own body. Guan Tingting let out a startled cry. "Ah?" Nestled securely in his arms, she asked in sheer panic, "Xingchen, are you okay? You're bleeding so much?" Despite the blood streaming down his forehead, Yi Xingchen still cared about his pride in front of the beauty. Forcing out, "I'm fine, step back. This is a fight between men." Without another word, he completely ignored his head wound, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd, his eyes flashing with bone-chilling, murderous intent. Planting his foot, he launched forward like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the chair thrower, unleashing a savage punch. The guy took the full force of the blow and flew backward with a scream. Having dealt with the first one, he didn't stop, instantly rushing toward the other stunned thugs. Moving like a ghost, he closed in on 2 guys, giving them absolutely no time to react. Weaving through the crowd like a phantom, every thug he approached took a brutal kick and went flying with a scream. One enemy tried to ambush him from behind, but the outcome was never in doubt. Yi Xingchen spun around and delivered a solid kick straight to his stomach, sending him flying back into the crowd. Grabbing a blonde thug by the hair, Yi Xingchen shouted grimly, "Cao Jia, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Are you a man or what?" Terrified by his monstrous combat skills, Cao Jia's henchmen retreated in panic, crying out in terror. "He's a demon, he's not human." Yi Xingchen merely let out a cold laugh, tossing the blonde thug aside like trash before drawing a dagger and smoothly spinning it in his palm. Pointing the dagger at the panicked crowd, he threatened coldly, "Everyone stop or you die." Not backing down, Cao Jia immediately drew a sharp blade and pressed it against Yang Jun's neck. Yi Xingchen, I admit you can fight. Even with all these men I can't take you down right away. But no matter how good you are, can you fight over 100 of us on your own? Can you really stand there and watch your brother die right in front of you? Feeling the cold steel against his skin, Yang Jun swallowed hard and yelled, Yi Xingchen, don't worry about me, kill these scumbags for me. But Yi Xingchen showed no hesitation, strolling forward slowly instead. HMPH, Cao Jia, in my eyes you are nothing but an insignificant ant. How could ants like you be worthy of stepping on Yi Xingchen's brothers? Seeing this, Cao Jia panicked slightly, threatening sharply, stop right there, one more step and I'll. Before he could finish, Yi Xingchen flicked his wrist, sending his short blade flying like a shooting star straight at Cao Jia's face. Cao Jia reacted incredibly fast, tilting his head to narrowly dodge the blade. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Xingchen launched himself into the air, leaping over the crowd to land solidly right in front of him. Drawing another dagger, he pressed it directly against Cao Jia's neck and asked with a cold smile, what did you say you wanted to do just now? Before the words could fully register, his dagger flashed like lightning, slashing Cao Jia several times as he roared, tell your men to release them right now or I'll send you straight to hell. The lackeys holding the hostages lost their nerve instantly, hurriedly discussing releasing them. One of them hesitated. But what about our injured brothers? Sai Yuan immediately spat out curses. Are you fucking suicidal? Cao Jia's older brother is the president of the Skull Society. If anything happens to Cao Jia here today, we'll all be buried with him. Yi Xingchen walked over to his brothers, helping them up one by one, asking with concern, can you guys still stand? Though his face was covered in blood, Guo Jing still grinned with high fighting spirit. Hey, piece of cake, I can take 10 more, wiping the blood from his chin. Chen Xiaolong teased helplessly. All right, you fat bastard, we're counting on you later. Seeing everyone still joking around, Yang Jun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ignoring the blood still seeping from his forehead, Yi Xingchen said with a grim expression, everyone follow me, we still have scores to settle. He glanced at Sai Yuan, who was curled up in the corner, and commanded, you come here. Yang Jun asked in confusion, Yi Xingchen, where are we going? To the school board office to find Tan Fang. He strode forward proudly, kicking the half-dead Cao Jia out of his way as he muttered coldly, take your men and get the hell out of here. Arriving at the classroom door, he instructed Guan Tingting and Dongfang Lanluo, class monitor, you guys stay in the classroom. Leave the rest to me. With that, the bruised and battered boys turned and left. Chen Xiaolong couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Brother Chen, what's the plan now? Yi Xingchen, do you have a plan? Yi Xingchen replied decisively, beat them at their own game. Meanwhile, in the school board meeting room, Tan Fang was still passionately listing Yi Xingchen's various crimes. Board members, ever since Yi Xingchen transferred to our school, he has repeatedly assaulted other students, both in class and on campus. This is a severe breach of discipline, yet teacher Su Li completely turned a blind eye, repeatedly shielding and coddling her student. With a grave expression, she continued to fan the flames. If we continue to tolerate this behavior and let other students follow suit, Yunlong High will eventually be swallowed by violence and chaos. The school will no longer be a peaceful place for learning. The future is truly worrying. Hearing this, board member Tan Da sighed with feigned surprise. Oh, Cheng Yang crossed his arms and fell into deep thought, while Principal Chu Yun secretly sneered beside them. This woman is completely wasting her talents by not being a motivational speaker or a salesman. Suddenly, a piercing cry for help echoed from the corridor. Help, Yang, run, they're catching up. Guo Jing burst through the door in an extremely disheveled state, screaming like a slaughtered pig. Principal, save us. The melodramatic guy collapsed onto the floor, wailing hysterically. Someone's trying to kill us. The discipline director sent people to silence us. Right after him, another person rushed in frantically, yelling, hurry, run. In the next second, the meeting room door was flung open, and Yi Xingchen's voice rang out from the entrance. Quick, get in, hide here first. He pointed to the door, instructing the brothers guarding it. Hold the door tight, they're right behind us. Staring at the panicked students, Principal Chu Yun asked in utter bewilderment, what is going on here? What happened outside? With blood streaming down his forehead, Guo Jing made eye contact with Yi Xingchen, asking silently, start acting? A slight smirk played on Yi Xingchen's lips as he shot back a look. Act. Receiving the signal, Guo Jing took a deep breath and suddenly executed a sliding kneel straight to the board members, wailing, Principal, board members, help, someone's trying to kill us. Guo Jing clung tightly to Tanda's leg, crying hysterically, they're about to burst in, you must protect us helpless innocent students. At the mention of killing, Tanda's face filled with shock. What nonsense is this? This is a school, how could anyone be trying to murder someone here? What are you doing? Let go of me. Tanda desperately tried to kick off Guo Jing, who was clinging to him like wet paper. Principal Chu, are these the students you've raised? What on earth is happening here? Meanwhile, under Guo Jing's relentless tugging, the fresh blood on his face smeared all over the floor, making him look exceptionally pathetic. Are you trying to dump all the blame on the principal? Stunned, Principal Chu threw up his hands and admitted, "I have absolutely no idea what's going on outside either." Hearing this, Su Li knit her delicate brows and looked at Principal Chu. "Principal, let me go out and check." Before she could take a step, a heavy bang rattled the meeting room door, shaking off several students who were holding it closed. Yang Jun grit his teeth, leaning his body weight against the door as arrogant shouts echoed from outside. "Yi Xingchen, Yang Jun, get the hell out here, don't think hiding in there will save you." Seeing no response, the thugs outside pounded on the door even harder. "We are the school's disciplinary inspection committee, personally appointed by Director Tan. You can hide for a moment, but you can't hide forever. Open the door, get the hell out here." Inside, however, Yi Xingchen and Yang Jun were casually chatting in low voices. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but complain quietly, "Seriously, Zhao Hu has zero acting skills. If he keeps pounding like that, my bones are going to shatter." Yang Jun disagreed, feeling relieved. "But it's a good thing you warned him beforehand not to barge in, otherwise our act would have been ruined." Outside, Zhao Hu was still working hard, pounding on the poor wooden door. Clutching a wooden club, Sayuan shouted savagely, "Hurry up, grab every single student from Class 17, today I'm going to beat them to a pulp." The sweating partner beside him hurriedly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Zhao Hu, take it easy, if you break the door down now our whole plan will go down the drain." Zhao Hu gave a simple-minded reply. "Oh?" Su Li was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, finally unable to hold back. "Yi Xingchen, what is going on here? What are those people outside doing? Let me go take a look." Yi Xingchen stopped her resolutely. "Ms. Su, you absolutely cannot go out, it's too dangerous out there. If you really want to know what's happening," he suddenly turned around, pointing a cold finger at Tan Fang standing in the corner. "Why don't you ask her? Director Tan, now that things have come to this, don't you think you owe us an explanation? What exactly are you trying to do?" Called out in public, Tan Fang panicked, quickly denying. I didn't do anything." Beside her, Guo Jing cried even harder, clutching board member Tanda's pant leg tightly, looking incredibly helpless and weak. "She's lying. Board member, you can ask Director Tan directly. Are those so-called disciplinary inspection monitors outside, not the ones she personally appointed?" Hearing this, Tanda also turned around, questioning Tan Fang with a serious expression. "Director Tan, is what this child saying true?" Tan Fang stammered. This morning I indeed asked Cao Jia from the senior class to handle some matters, but..." Seeing her slip up, Yi Xingchen immediately seized the opportunity, accusing loudly, "Ms. Su, she admitted it herself this morning that Cao Jia brought his men and barged into our classroom, forcibly detaining everyone without saying a word." He tearfully listed their misdeeds, even deliberately showing the wounds on the students' bodies. "They even beat up our classmates. The few of us barely escaped with our lives, only to be surrounded by dozens of Cao Jia's men the moment we stepped outside." His face was filled with anger, displaying an unyielding stance. "If we hadn't been lucky, we would have probably died in the hallway of the academic building today." Immediately, the other students in the office joined in with righteous indignation, echoing his words. "Yes, Principal, board members, you must get justice for us. Principal, save us, even if we made mistakes. The school shouldn't hire thugs to treat us like this." The atmosphere in the meeting room dropped to freezing point. The board members and teachers present looked at each other in silence. Tan Fang completely panicked, frantically explaining to her cousin Tanda beside her. "Cousin, you must believe me, I really didn't tell them to do this. I only instructed Cao Jia to bring Yi Xingchen here for questioning, and I explicitly told him not to get violent." In the dark, Yi Xingchen wore a triumphant cold smile, deciding to add more fuel to the fire to make this old woman pay the price. "Normally, if we make even the tiniest mistake, we face severe punishments or even expulsion. If anyone dares to go against your wishes, you try every possible way to target them. This time, just to drive teacher Su Li away, you actually went as far as encouraging and condoning a massive brawl on campus. What else are you not capable of?" Hearing these solid accusations, Su Li stood frozen on the spot. Yi Xingchen grew even more passionate as he spoke. "Are you afraid that students will treat the school as their home? But we will never be your slaves." Trembling with rage, Tan Fang shrieked hysterically, "Yi Xingchen, if you dare to slander me again, believe it or not, I will ruin you today." Beside them, Guo Jing immediately put on a terrified face, crying to Tanda, "Board member, look at her, she actually dares to threaten us right in front of you. This is exactly how she normally treats us. She even forces us to do bad things that no one would ever dare to imagine." Board member Cheng Yang's face darkened, and he questioned Tan Fang solemnly. "Tan Fang, what on earth is going on here? You must give everyone a reasonable explanation." Principal Chu Yun also wore a deeply disappointed look. "It is truly unbelievable that such absurd things are happening in our school." Su Li also stepped forward, wanting to make a final confirmation. Director Tan, what the children are saying, is it all true? Facing the questions and pressure from all sides, Tan Fang was temporarily speechless, only able to stammer, I at this moment Chu Tianshang, who was hiding in the crowd, was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, whispering, damn it, why aren't Li Tianying and his crew here yet? I'm about to blow my cover. Beside him, Yi Xingchen patted his shoulder and comforted him in a low voice, don't worry, they'll be here any second. Suddenly a chaotic commotion erupted in the corridor outside, accompanied by a barrage of shouting and cursing. What are you doing? I'm from the disciplinary committee, let go of me. Quick, a few of you go check the Class 17 classroom. The rest of you guard this place and protect Brother Chen. Following that was the sound of a fierce physical brawl. A moment later a voice called out from outside, hey Yi Xingchen, are you okay? It's Li Tianying, we've dealt with all the guys outside, you can come out now. Yi Xingchen and his group let out a long sigh of relief, their racing hearts finally settling. They had finally arrived. Principal Chu shot Yi Xingchen a look, gesturing for him to open the door. Li Tianying immediately pushed the door open, marching in Saiyuan, whose face was beaten black and blue. Yi Xingchen, you're not hurt, are you? Saiyuan, whose hands were pinned behind his back, was still gritting his teeth and threatening. Let go of me. Believe it or not, I'll have the discipline director expel every single one of you. Seeing his brothers arrive just in time, Yi Xingchen thanked them sincerely. Brothers, perfect timing, thanks. Then Yi Xingchen's face darkened, and he questioned Saiyuan coldly. All right, senior. Now you can make it clear in front of everyone, who exactly ordered you to cause trouble for Class 17? Principal Chu also gestured. Young man, please answer truthfully. Guiltily avoiding everyone's gaze, Saiyuan could only bite the bullet and confess, it was the discipline director. Hearing her own title slip from his mouth, Tan Fang felt as if struck by lightning. Freezing in disbelief, she quickly turned to her cousin Tanda for help, desperately trying to clear her name. Cousin, you must help me. I really only instructed Cao Jia to bring Yi Xingchen here for questioning. I absolutely never encouraged them to start a gang fight. Immediately after, she turned her spearhead and hysterically shifted all the blame onto Yi Xingchen. It's all him. This is all this kid's fault. He's nothing but a lawless, chaotic demon. Seeing this, Principal Chu Yun slammed his hand hard on the desk in absolute rage, roaring, enough, Tan Fang, look at your behavior right now. Are you even fit to be a teacher? Tanda clearly didn't agree with the principal's approach, deliberately trying to shield his cousin. Chu Yun, this matter hasn't been fully investigated yet, has it? We can't just dump all the blame onto my cousin alone. Beside them, board member Cheng Yang finally lost his patience, loudly cutting off their endless bickering. Enough, both of you shut up, no matter what the truth is right now. Tan Fang was indeed in the wrong regarding her methods of discipline, which she has admitted herself. Effective immediately, Tan Fang is relieved of all her duties at Yunlong High School. Furthermore, you will personally cover all medical expenses for the injured students. Everyone in the conference room voiced their agreement. I agree. Agreed. Then it's settled. Since everyone is in agreement, we will proceed accordingly. Ms. Su, please take the students back first to tend to their wounds. Su Li gently placed her hand on his back, comforting him softly. Xingchen, are you all right? Yi Xingchen smiled slightly, his voice brimming with confidence. I'm fine. This little scratch is nothing. He then turned the question to her with concern. That woman put you through a lot of unfair treatment, didn't she? Su Li shook her head, indicating she was fine. I'm all right as long as you're safe. Meanwhile, Tan Fang stood in the empty conference room, completely devitalized and lost in despair. She gnashed her teeth as she muttered that name. Yi Xingchen. She clenched her fists in fury. It's all because of you. It's all your fault. In contrast to the suffocating atmosphere inside the school, the air outside felt exceptionally peaceful. At the hospital, the wound on Yi Xingchen's head had already been bandaged, and Su Li was sitting beside him taking careful care of him. Here, take your medicine. The doctor said his bodily injuries were just superficial, but the cut on his head was a bit deep and required overnight observation. Su Li couldn't help but gently scold him. You really never give me a moment's peace. All you know is fighting day in and day out. Do you have to get yourself covered in wounds to be satisfied? It really breaks my heart. Yi Xingchen chuckled, replying nonchalantly. Hey, they're just minor injuries. I've been used to it for a long time. He then expressed his feelings with complete sincerity. I just didn't want you to suffer any unfair treatment. Taking advantage of the situation, he cheekily suggested, Sister Su, how about you feed me the medicine? Su Li rolled her eyes at him but agreed nonetheless. Fine, only because you're currently a patient. She leaned down slightly, her lovely face drawing close to his. No more mischief. Take your medicine properly. Yi Xingchen sat up straight in bed like an obedient child, not daring to move an inch. Okay. Su Li suddenly sniffed the air and murmured softly, You smell so good. Did you change your cologne recently? Before the words could fully settle, she gently planted a soft kiss on Yi Xingchen's cheek. Thank you. Right at that moment the ward door was suddenly thrown open and Huang Yifei rushed in with a face full of anxiety. Brother Xingchen, I heard you were hurt, are you okay? Guilty from the intimate moment he had just shared with Ms. Su, Yi Xingchen averted his eyes and said awkwardly, I'm fine, keep your voice down, this is a hospital. In his heart, however, he couldn't help but curse silently. This little brat came at the worst possible time. Beside him, Su Li's face flushed crimson, and she turned her head away unnaturally. Huang Yifei keenly sensed the unusual vibe and asked in confusion, Ms. Su, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? Flustered, Su Li quickly made up a random excuse to cover it up. No, it's nothing, it's probably just a bit warm today. By the way, why are you here? Although Huang Yifei answered, her eyes were still full of worry. Well, Rongrong was hospitalized, so I came to take care of her. Brother Xingchen, let me see your injury quickly, is it serious? In her frantic haste as she leaned in, she accidentally brushed against Yi Xingchen's wound, making him gasp in pain. Ouch, Feifei, gentle, that hurts like hell. Hearing this, Su Li gasped in surprise and quickly asked, Rongrong is sick, what happened to her? Yi Xingchen slowly sat up and explained, her heart isn't doing so well, she suddenly fainted this morning, so Feifei and I rushed her to the hospital. After explaining, Yi Xingchen turned to ask Huang Yifei, is Rongrong feeling any better now? Huang Yifei replied somewhat sheepishly, much better. Su Li stood up proactively, leaving the young people some privacy. In that case, Xingchen, you two chat. I'll go check on Rongrong. Seeing that the third wheel had finally left, Huang Yifei immediately threw herself onto the bedside, completely impatient. Brother Xingchen, let me see exactly where you're hurt. Yi Xingchen protested her rough movements. Feifei, calm down, I'm really fine. Don't pull the blanket, I'm not wearing any pants underneath. Meanwhile, in another ward, Mo Rongrong was slowly regaining consciousness, murmuring weakly in a half-awake daze, Did I faint again? Xingchen, how much longer can I stay by your side? Right at that moment, a strange man suddenly appeared at the ward door. The newcomer was none other than Cao Tian'er. He demanded with an expressionless, cold voice, a few high schoolers managed to reduce you to this pathetic state? The moment he saw him, Cao Jia felt as if he had found his savior, immediately crying and complaining like a child, Brother, you have to avenge me. Cao Tian'er looked at him helplessly. That's enough. My men already told me everything that happened. First, tell me what exactly is this Yi Xingchen's background? Meanwhile, a group of strangers outside the ward was whispering and plotting. Which ward is it in? If we knew earlier, we should have just asked them directly. Just then, Su Li walked past, completely failing to notice them. Seeing Cao Tian'er walk out, a henchman quickly called out respectfully, Boss. Cao Tian'er ordered in a flat tone, from now on no one is allowed to touch Yi Xingchen. You guys go back first and keep a tight leash on those lackeys at school, got it? Sayuan didn't dare to show any disobedience, quickly replying, Understood, boss. Suddenly, Cao Tian'er's gaze seemed to be captured by something. He stared with great interest at that beautiful and voluptuous silhouette from behind, asking curiously, Who is that woman? Observing his expression, He Tian quickly reported, Yi Xingchen fought us precisely because of her. Her name is Su Li, Yi Xingchen's homeroom teacher, and they share an extremely close relationship. Watching her departing figure, a meaningful glint flashed in Cao Tian'er's eyes. Oh, extremely close with Yi Xingchen is she? On a sunny day, the pedestrian street of a bustling shopping center was crowded with busy passers-by. Su Li was walking down the street alone when suddenly, several ill-intentioned thugs blocked her path. Hey gorgeous, where are you headed? One of the vulgar thugs teased with a greasy smirk. How about you come hang out with us, brothers? Su Li furrowed her brows, taking a wary step back. Who are you? Seeing them slowly surround her, a wave of intense fear washed over her. What do you want? Warm sunlight bathed the campus academic buildings, making everything seem exceptionally peaceful. Yet in the corridor of the teaching building, Yi Xingchen was staring at the person before him with a look of confusion. Inviting me to join the student council? Shuimei nodded with certainty. That's right. The position of vice president of the student council has been vacant. She shared her thoughts with complete sincerity. But I feel that with your capabilities and influence in the school, you are more than qualified for this role. No one else would raise any objections. Instead of agreeing right away, Yi Xingchen chuckled and tested her. Hey, is that why you came all this way to find me, President? You think too highly of me. Aren't you worried that once I join the student council I'll abuse my power and cause trouble? Shuimei shook her head firmly. I trust you, you're not that kind of person. Besides, having someone like you in the student council will greatly boost our authority among the students and help create a better learning environment for the whole school. Yi Xingchen slowly figured out her angle. Hey, so she wants to use my reputation to keep those school delinquents in line. Still, the student council seems to have quite a few perks. If I get Chen Xiaolong and the guys in, they might come in handy down the road. Seeing him silent for so long, Shui Mei asked softly in a slightly flustered voice, "Yi Xingqian, what's wrong?" Right then, Yi Xingqian's gaze had unconsciously drifted down to Shui Mei's impressive voluptuous chest, staring straight at it. He suddenly snapped back to his senses, coughing awkwardly. "And no, nothing. I was just wondering how I could contribute to the student council." Hearing this, Shui Mei instantly beamed with joy. "So does that mean you agree?" Yi Xingqian gave a casual nod. "Yeah, I guess so." Shui Mei couldn't hide her delight, saying immediately, "Then come over to the student council office in a bit. I'll be waiting for you." Watching her departing figure, Yi Xingqian fell into thought. "Whatever, I'll talk it over with Chen Xiaolong and the guys later. Who knows, maybe in my past life I actually wanted to be an official in the student council too." Suddenly the phone in his pocket rang urgently. He pulled it out and pressed answer. "Hello?" A cold mechanical voice came from the other end, as if reading from a pre-prepared file. Yi Xingqian, president of the Starshine Association, 17 years old, sole son of the former Underworld godfather Yi Tianlong. The eerie voice continued to ramble on endlessly. "Left Jingai City 3 years ago for overseas, returned just this year, currently studying in Class 17 Grade 10 of Yunlong High School in Jingai. Homeroom teacher Su Li, age 26, height." Yi Xingqian cut off his annoying rambling. "What the hell are you trying to say?" On the other end of the line, Cao Tian'er let out a sinister chuckle. "What I want to say isn't important. What's important is, do you want to hear what your beloved Ms. Su wants to say to you right now?" Meanwhile, Cao Tian'er's henchmen were packed together in a dense crowd, like players in a free fire lobby waiting for the game to start, all eagerly anticipating the show. Cao Tian'er looked at the tightly bound Su Li, his tone dripping with mockery. "She seems to miss you a lot." Seeing Su Li gritting her teeth and unable to make a sound, Cao Tian'er boasted triumphantly, "Tisk tisk, look at her, she's so anxious she's about to cry." Hearing this, Yi Xingqian's heart burned with anxiety and raw fury. "What the hell do you want?" Cao Tian'er didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "I want to see you. I want to see if you're really as formidable as the rumors say. 6 o'clock this afternoon, Samsung Square, you must come alone." He then delivered a chilling warning. "If you try any tricks, I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to this beautiful Ms. Su." Hanging up the phone, Cao Tian'er stared at the wretched Su Li with a playful smirk. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian rushed frantically toward the meeting point. Although Samsung Square wasn't too far, but his remaining time was running short. The other party was bound to be fully prepared, so what should he do? Standing at the school gate, Yi Xingqian scanned his surroundings in a panic, but his calls to Zi Feng and the others went straight to voicemail. If he didn't comply with that bastard's demands, Ms. Su really might be in grave danger. Finally, he managed to hail a taxi and scrambled inside. The cab, license plate A59E74, sped off instantly, leaving a cloud of dust. To be safe, Yi Xingqian sent a text for help to Zheng Ying. "Sister Ying, I'm counting on you this time." Before long, the car pulled up by the square. Yi Xingqian stepped out, walking over with a calm and unbothered expression, only to see a massive crowd of over 100 thuggish handymen waiting for him behind Cao Tian'er. The moment Yi Xingqian appeared, he barked coldly, "I'm here, release Ms. Su right now." Surprisingly, the thugs unbound her without any hesitation. Su Li struggled desperately, spitting out the cloth stuffed in her mouth. The instant she regained her voice, she screamed with all her might, "Yi Xingqian, run, don't worry about me." Watching this play out, Cao Tian'er clapped mockingly. "What a touching teacher-student bond, a pity really. She can leave, but as for you, can you walk out of here today? I heard you're a great fighter. If you can take down all 100 of my brothers here barehanded, I'll let both of you go." Before his words even settled, the surrounding thugs swarmed in, forming an airtight wall of bodies that completely blocked Yi Xingqian's escape route. Standing behind the crowd, Cao Tian'er provoked him triumphantly. "Well, what do you say, Yi Xingqian?" Yi Xingqian slid into a combat stance, asking in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you?" Cao Tian'er sneered as he revealed his identity. Cao Tian'er, master of the Death Hall of the Skull Society, and Cao Jia's older brother, held down firmly nearby. Su Li could only cry out in despair, "Xingqian, run, you can't beat them." Yet Yi Xingqian remained completely confident in his own strength. "Don't worry. A mere 100 guys is as easy as having a meal. Once this is over, you just have to treat me to dinner." Cao Tian'er didn't take him seriously at all. "Take the woman aside, let's enjoy a good show." A reckless thug was the first to charge, shouting a provocation. "Brat, don't go down too quickly." Yi Xingqian didn't even bother to blink. Done wasting words with such trash, he lunged forward, determined to resolve this swiftly with raw violence. With a flawless powerful sidekick, he kicked the guy flying, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. This instantly enraged the remaining thugs, with someone roaring in anger, "Damn it all together, kill him!" Screaming wildly, the crowd surged forward to avenge their comrade. Yi Xingqian showed zero mercy, delivering a precise kick straight to one guy's groin, instantly neutralizing him. Right after, he unleashed a heavy punch, slamming it squarely into another man's chest. Weaving effortlessly through the chaotic brawl, he caught a swinging fist and tossed the thug aside like garbage. The burly man slammed heavily against the floor with a dull thud. Having disposed of these initial scouts, Yi Xingchen waved his hand at the remaining thugs with a cold laugh. "Come on, is this all you guys have got?" Watching from the side, even Cao Tian'er couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Impressive, he took down 3 of them in the blink of an eye. Su Li questioned him in anger. "Don't you care about whether your own brothers live or die?" But Cao Tian'er simply shrugged nonchalantly, his expression chillingly indifferent. "Since they chose a life on the edge, a few minor scratches are nothing. You'd better worry about your little lover instead." Meanwhile, back in the fray, Yi Xingchen was beginning to find it a bit taxing to dodge the tidal wave of incoming attacks. "This guy is too fast." One thug didn't even have a chance to strike back before being pushed back repeatedly by Yi Xingchen's storm-like flurry of blows. Still refusing to give in, he gritted his teeth and tried to counter. And Yi Xingchen met him head-on, the two locked in a fierce, deadlock battle. Suddenly, the thug cried out, "I can't hold him off. Brothers, swarm him, pin him down." Before the words even settled, a thug grabbed Yi Xingchen from behind in a tight bear hug. Instantly, the other thugs piled on like a human pyramid, pinning him firmly to the bottom, completely immobile. Pin him, crush him to death. They were determined to smother Yi Xingchen. Feeling the crushing weight on his back, Yi Xingchen let out a massive roar, unleashing a burst of raw power that violently flung the dogpile of bodies off him. The thugs sprawled on the ground stared in absolute horror, unable to believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? Are you some kind of monster?" Having exerted an immense amount of stamina, Yi Xingchen began to pant heavily. The remaining uninjured thugs still pushed forward relentlessly. "Damn it, Ironhead, let's pin him down together. You useless trash, what the hell do we even feed you for?" Catching his breath, Yi Xingchen leapt into the air using his momentum, delivering a resounding slap that sent a charging thug flying right after. The leading thugs were met with his heavy, ruthless fists, moving like a wolf among sheep. Yi Xingchen tore through the crowd. He grabbed a burly man by the hair, his eyes filled with sheer disdain. "What a bunch of useless trash." He coldly scanned the defeated crowd strewn across the ground. "Cao Tian'er, where on earth did you dig up these garbage? They aren't even enough to warm me up." He cast a provocative gaze toward Cao Tian'er. "Why don't you come down and try me yourself?" Showing not a single trace of fear, Yi Xingchen pointed a finger at him. "What? Don't have the guts to come down? Watch me beat your face to a bloody pulp." Cao Tian'er let out a cold laugh, not taking him seriously in the slightest. "Ha ha. Yi Xingchen, talk big only after you actually manage to reach me alive." With that, his smile twisted into a savage sneer. He violently grabbed Su Li by her hair and roared at the crowd, "Brothers, kill him. Whoever finishes him off gets this woman tonight." Seeing him lay a hand on his woman, Yi Xingchen roared in absolute fury. "I dare you to touch a single hair on her head." Suddenly, a thug tried to ambush him from behind with an iron rod. Yi Xingchen sidestepped slightly, easily dodging the blow. He grabbed another guy's shoulder for leverage, executing a spectacular flying kick in midair that sent the ambusher flying. The surrounding thugs grew increasingly restless. "Charge together, hack him to pieces." A vulgar thug stared at Su Li with a disgusting, lecherous gaze, muttering filth. "This chick is a prime piece of work. I can't wait." Yi Xingchen detested such scum who insulted women above all else. Moving like a flash, he delivered a savage punch straight to the thug's face, making him spit blood on the spot. This bloody display only triggered the rest of the thug's animalistic nature, making them roar, "Charge, kill him." Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth and continued to tear through the crowd, dropping opponents one by one. In truth, the outcome of the battle had long been decided. Looking at his men howling in pain all over the ground, Cao Tian'er knew the battle was lost, instructing his trusted aide expressionlessly. "We're done here, let's go." His subordinate was deeply confused. "Boss, are we really just letting him go? He's clearly injured right now. Wouldn't it be better to just finish him off here?" Cao Tian'er replied coldly with absolute indifference. "What's the rush? This is merely the first step. The real show is yet to come." Yi Xingchen's old man Yi Tianlong is not someone to be trifled with. If anyone dares to kill his son, he will stop at nothing to get revenge. However, if he can't even get past this hurdle, he can only blame his own poor luck. Su Li watched them in silence, her heart filled with self-blame and guilt. "Xingchen, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for dragging you into this." Cao Tian'er turned and departed without looking back, completely ignoring her. "Will wear out most of his life first. Sooner or later, he will die by my hands." Though they were currently far apart, their hearts were tightly bound to one another. The series of brutal battles had drained most of Yi Xingchen's stamina. Weakly supporting his body, he smiled at Su Li, his eyes filled with doting warmth and tenderness. "Sister Su, I won." Seeing this, Su Li struggled frantically to free herself from the ropes. She rushed over to his side. She immediately threw her arms tightly around him, nearly making him lose his balance. "Why are you so foolish? If anything happened to you, what would I do?" Although he already knew the answer in his heart, he couldn't help but tease. "Then what does Sis plan to do?" Yi Xingchen bantered gently. Haha, you don't need to explain to them, just come with me tonight. Zhang Ying stood among the onlookers, feeling a bit amused yet helpless. She gently helped him into the car. You brat, can't you give me a break? That was 100 people. When I got in touch with the driver you mentioned, I was worried sick. He chuckled like a spoiled child. Hee, Sister Yingying, aren't I fine now? Only then did Yi Xingchen notice and ask, by the way, big sister, why did you only get here now? While starting the car, Zhang Ying explained, when I received your text, I was handling a lawsuit. After I drop you off, I have to head back and keep working. Yi Xingchen said with deep gratitude, thank you so much, big sister. Zhang Ying was a sharp-tongued but soft-hearted person. Hearing this, she pursed her lips. All right, if you know what's good for you, behave yourself from now on. I can't clean up your messy situations every single time. At this moment, Yi Xingchen, leaning exhaustedly against Su Li's shoulder, was still muttering words of thanks incoherently. After returning to the apartment, his wounds were properly treated. He then lay in bed to recuperate and fell into a deep sleep. Su Li sat by the bedside, looking at his weak state, her heart aching with concern. Zhang Ying took in this entire scene. She spoke up, in his current condition, it's not convenient to go to the hospital. You take care of him here for now, and I'll call a doctor to come over. Su Li immediately agreed. All right, leave it to me. In his dream, Yi Xingchen dreamed that he was lying on Su Li's fair and tender lap. In a daze, he looked at Su Li's close-up lovely face and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Sister Su, you are so beautiful. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa, Cao Tian'er sat leisurely in his chair and ordered, call everyone over here. He expressionlessly gave the order. I hope you all gain a clear understanding of Yi Xingchen's strength through this incident. Hearing his boss call his name, Qin Hai immediately stepped forward and began to report, yesterday, Yi Xingchen fought 100 men alone. The result left 37 crippled, 11 dead on the spot, and 52 with varying degrees of severe injuries. Their estimated recovery time is at least a week. Hearing this report, everyone's faces instantly turned pale, frozen in absolute shock. Cao Tian'er spoke up to reassure them, no need to panic, everyone. Yi Xingchen's own injuries are not light either. But what I truly want to say is, at this point a ruthless, sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Our ultimate goal is to completely crush the Yi father and son. Therefore, relying solely on brute force is far from enough. We must also employ other methods. To implement this plan, Cao Tian'er followed up with a deep commanding tone. Starting today, send men to Yulong Street. Within a month, you must completely flatten Yulong Street for me. The underlings accepted the command in unison. Yes, sir. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a week passed. His wounds fully healed, Yi Xingchen strolled down the street alone. As he walked, he couldn't help but sigh with deep emotion in his heart. This past week flew by in a flash. It was simply like living in heaven. I need to find another opportunity to experience it again next time. Those warm, sweet scenes flashed through his mind like a slideshow. He remembered the times he shared cozy dinners with Su Li, as well as the moments they squeezed into the narrow bathtub for a romantic bath together, as well as her carefully bandaging his wounds out of worry for his injuries. There were also those tender moments when Su Li leaned against his shoulder for comfort when she was tired. Suddenly, a sudden clamor in the distance pulled him back to reality. A ferocious voice roared, "Don't you know street vending is banned here? Stop picking them up, take all your things and get lost." For a moment, Yi Xingchen didn't react. Ah? He walked forward to investigate, only to see fruit scattered all over the ground, ruthlessly thrown and smashed to pieces by those thugs. Facing this awkward and embarrassing situation, Minhui apologized in a complete panic. I'm sorry, I didn't know vending wasn't allowed here. I'll leave right away. But Lauer started acting like a shameless thug. You want to leave now? Fine, pay the fine first. It's not much, just 300 yuan. With a helpless look, she pleaded. I'm sorry, I really don't have any money. Even if I sold this entire cart of fruit, it wouldn't even be worth 100 yuan. Watching the scene before him, Yi Xingchen vaguely recognized the vendor, wondering in his mind, since when do urban management officers come to Yulong Street to collect fees? Seeing someone interfering, the guy instantly flew into a rage. Kid, who the hell do you think you are? I am performing my duties according to the law to protect the city's appearance. Who are you to stick your nose in? Do you want to go to the station for tea? Yi Xingchen didn't pay them any attention at all, directly squatting down to carefully pick up the fruit scattered on the ground. Auntie, are you all right? Despite being in a difficult position herself, Minhui kindly warned him, I'm fine. Child, you should leave quickly, don't provoke them. Yi Xingchen gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, Auntie, leave it to me. Then he mocked them mercilessly. 3 grown men bullying a woman, smashing her things and demanding a fine? I couldn't care less about how you usually manage street vendors, but doesn't law enforcement require any basic decency nowadays? Hearing someone dare to lecture him, Lauer instantly blew a fuse. Since when do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Grab him and lock him up for half a month. Let's see if this bastard dares to stick his nose in other people's business again." A reckless thug roared as he lunged toward Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen instinctively raised his leg, delivering a brutal flying kick that sent him flying. "In my life, the thing I despise most is trash like you who bully the weak but fear the strong." Seeing Yi Xingchen take down his man so effortlessly, Lauer grew panicky, stammering, You actually dare to assault an officer? You just wait, I'm calling the police right now." Minhui was extremely anxious, terrified that the situation would blow up, murmuring to herself, "Oh dear, what should we do?" Right then, a group of people strode aggressively toward them from the distance. Dong Xin barked sharply from afar. "Hu Lauer, who gave you permission to act wildly here?" One of his lackeys quickly leaned in to whisper, "Brother Dong, these guys have been hanging around the street since early morning. They're clearly here to look for trouble." Dong Xin nodded, indicating he understood. "Got it." Then he greeted Yi Xingchen with a flattering face. "Brother Chen, why didn't you let us brothers know in advance that you were coming? I would have brought the guys to welcome you." Yi Xingchen patted him on the shoulder, reminding him, "All right, deal with this mess first." Dong Xin immediately snapped his fingers, gesturing for his men to prepare to move. "Don't worry, it's a piece of cake." At his command, the brothers behind him quickly formed up. In the blink of an eye, a large crowd gathered behind him, completely surrounding the obnoxious Hu Lauer. Dong Xin let out a cold laugh, demanding, "All right, spill it, Hu Lauer. What exactly are you trying to do today?" Facing this overwhelming pressure, Hu Lauer swallowed hard in terror, unable to utter a single coherent word. He scratched his head awkwardly, his previous arrogance completely gone as he smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I'll leave right away. I'll never dare to come back again." Dong Xin reached out and firmly clamped down on Hu Lauer's shoulder, sneering, "You want to leave now? Since you're already here, wouldn't it be rude not to stay a while?" Hu Lauer warned with a lack of confidence. "You don't do anything rash. I am performing my official duties according to the law." Mimicking his previous thug-like tone, Dong Xin mocked, 30,000 yuan. "You see, I brought so many brothers here today. Surely we deserve some appearance fee, don't you think?" Left with no choice, Hu Lauer could only grit his teeth and pay up. Before leaving, he threw out a resentful threat. "You guys just wait." Dong Xin patted the stack of cash in his hand, yelling after him triumphantly, "Remember to bring more money next time." As a result, not only did Hu Lauer fail to get his way, but he also suffered the misfortune of tripping on the steps and face-planting on the ground. Dong Xin couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight. Yi Xingchen glanced at Minhui's fruit cart, seeing quite a lot of fruit left, and offered, "Auntie, I'll take all this fruit. You should head home early to rest today." Dong Xin casually picked up a piece of fruit, took a bite, and praised, quite sweet, pack up all the rest for me." Watching these warm-hearted young men, Minhui's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude, thinking to herself, "These kids have such good hearts. I wonder if they have girlfriends." Soon they left, chatting and laughing while carrying a bag of tangerines. Yi Xingchen sat to one side, leisurely peeling and eating a tangerine, his mind beginning to wander and drift off. They say that when women haven't seen each other for even a short while, once they meet and open up, they can talk for 3 days and nights without stopping. Who knows what Rongrong and Feifei are whispering about together right now? Yi Xingchen's mind spun rapidly, and he couldn't help but speculate wildly. They couldn't possibly be discussing. Who will take Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and who will take Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays? If that were really the case, it would be absolutely wonderful. Suddenly, a crisp ring of the doorbell echoed from outside. Yi Xingchen got up with some confusion to open the door. However, when he saw who was standing outside, he couldn't help but be taken aback. "Sister Shaochen?" Seeing him frozen at the door, Yu Shaochen teased with amusement, "What, aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a bit?" The moment she sat down on the sofa, she called out affectionately in a cloyingly sweet voice, "Little Yi." Still holding half a bottle of alcohol, Yu Shaochen leaned her soft body against Yi Xingchen, asking with hazy eyes, "Do you think I'm beautiful right now?" Almost instinctively, Yi Xingchen blurted out, "Beautiful, Sister Shaochen, you have always been so charming." But truth be told, facing this sudden romantic encounter, he was actually quite conflicted. After all, Feifei and Rongrong were still in the room right now. If they caught them, there would be no way to explain it, but on the surface he still pretended as if nothing was wrong, asking, "Sister Shaochen, why did you suddenly come over?" Already slightly tipsy, Yu Shaochen instinctively reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, murmuring coquettishly, "What, am I not allowed to come? You men really hide too many secrets in your hearts." Fueled by the alcohol, she began to murmur to herself, "If only I had been a bit braver back then and taken the initiative to share some of his burdens, maybe I wouldn't regret it so much now. Tell me, am I a hopeless fool?" Yi Xingchen couldn't help but glance down at the deep cleavage beneath her collar, saying a bit awkwardly, "Sister Shaochen, what on earth are you babbling about? Have you had too much to drink?" With that, he gently pushed her shoulder, trying to put some distance between them, but the drunk woman continued to mumble to herself. Yes, I've had too much to drink, but why does he still live in my memories? Obviously, the two of you have almost the same name, and even your expressions are so similar. The more she spoke, the deeper she sank into the grief of the past, tears faintly shimmering in the corners of her eyes. But my brother Xingqian is already dead. He was killed long ago by those all-powerful elites. Hearing this, a massive wave of shock surged through Yi Xingqian's heart. What? Could the man Sister Xiaoqin is talking about actually be my past self? But why don't I have any recollection of this in my memories? At this thought he quickly shook Yu Xiaoqin's shoulder gently, wanting to get to the bottom of it. Sister Xiaoqin, who exactly is this Xingqian you're talking about? In a daze she mumbled, he was my college classmate, except he shouldn't have known a woman like me back then. Her voice was filled with deep self-blame and sorrow, because I only ever dared to watch him from afar, watching him work so hard, watching him look so heavily burdened every day, watching him endure so much pain, yet from beginning to end I didn't even dare to take a step closer to him. Until the very end I lost him completely. Deeply touched, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but pull Yu Xiaoqin into his arms, comforting her softly. Sister Xiaoqin, don't be afraid, you still have me now. I am your Xingqian. But in her drunken state she clearly didn't catch the deeper meaning of his words, merely replying dully, MMH. Right then, the bedroom door suddenly creaked open. Huang Yifei walked out while rubbing her eyes. Brother Xingqian, was someone knocking on the door just now? Yi Xingqian hurriedly withdrew his hands in a panic, replying with some embarrassment, yeah, Sister Xiaoqin came over. Huang Yifei looked back and forth between the two suspiciously. What were you two doing just now? Yi Xingqian quickly stood up, stammering an explanation, and nothing. Sister Xiaoqin is a bit drunk and I was just about to help her sit down and rest for a bit. Although this explanation was full of loopholes, Huang Yifei didn't press further. Oh, I see. But Mo Rongrong on the side didn't see it that way, muttering with some confusion, but why would she come to our place when she's drunk? Fortunately, Huang Yifei waved her hand carelessly. Who cares? First things first. Brother Xingqian, Rongrong and I just made a plan. To celebrate Rongrong's recovery and discharge from the hospital, we've decided to go to the beach for some fun. You absolutely cannot say no. For a moment Yi Xingqian didn't process it, clarifying, to the beach, fueled by the alcohol. Yu Xiaoqin also joined in. I want to go too. Under the azure sky, the fine golden sand set off the stunning seaside view beautifully. Many high-spirited tourists were already lying on the beach, comfortably enjoying a sunbathe. On the other side, Huang Yifei, clad in a skimpy swimsuit, waved excitedly at Yi Xingqian, who was carrying a mountain of bags behind her. Brother Xingqian, hurry up, it's getting packed. Glancing at the massive beach umbrella and various picnic boxes hanging off his body, Yi Xingqian didn't want to keep them waiting, so he yelled out, Rongrong, you girls go play in the water first, stay safe. I'll join you as soon as I set this stuff up. Yu Xiaoqin also thoughtfully offered to share the load. Little Yi, let sister carry some of that for you. Meanwhile, Huang Yifei and Mo Rongrong had already eagerly plunged into the cool seawater, having a wonderful time splashing around together. She gently blocked her face with her hands, afraid that the splashing seawater would wet her face, while Mo Rongrong giggled as she continuously splashed water at her. On the beach, Yi Xingqian firmly planted the umbrella in the sand, turning around to look at Yu Xiaoqin with some confusion. Sister Xiaoqin, aren't you going to play in the water with them? Yu Xiaoqin lowered her head in embarrassment, apologizing for her previous out-of-line behavior. I'm really sorry about last night. I had way too much to drink and said a lot of nonsense. Yi Xingqian smiled generously, not taking it to heart at all. I understand. So Sister Xiaoqin, don't let yourself live in so much pain from now on. No matter what happens, I will always be with you. Meanwhile, on a nearby beach, Ah Sen cast a shifty gaze at the two hot silhouettes ahead, egging on the man next to him. Brother Nan, look at those two babes up ahead. They look incredibly hot. A smug sneer curled on Chen Haonan's lips as he replied with absolute confidence, hee, what's the rush? In this causeway bay, is there any woman I can't get? Brother Ju also flattered from the side. Haha, Brother Nan is absolutely right. But once you've had your fill, don't forget to leave some leftovers for the rest of us. With that, the gang of thugs aggressively closed in on Huang Yifei and Mo Rongrong. Noticing the commotion nearby, Yi Xingqian said to Yu Xiaoqin, Sister Xiaoqin, I'm going to head over and check. Yu Xiaoqin thoughtfully warned, okay, stay safe. By now, Huang Yifei and Mo Rongrong were completely blocked by Chen Haonan's malicious gang. Brother Ju was the first to mockingly tease them with a grin. Hey beauties, why don't you come and have some fun with us brothers later? Huang Yifei sidestepped to dodge his groping hand, snapping in annoyance, get lost. Who wants to go anywhere with a bunch of smelly thugs like you? Failing in his attempt and getting rejected instead, Brother Ju flew into a rage, raising his hand with a savage look to teach her a lesson. You brat, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? But before his slap could land, an iron hand shot out of nowhere, clamping down tightly on his wrist like a vice. Yi Xingchen expressionlessly stepped in front of the two girls, coldly repeating Huang Yifei's words. "Are you deaf?" The beauty said. "She doesn't want to play with trash like you," Yi Xingchen warned coldly. "Get lost while I'm still in a relatively good mood," Huang Yifei cheered excitedly. "Brother Xingchen, teach them a proper lesson." Meanwhile, under a luxurious sun umbrella nearby, Hao Tian, who had been observing in secret, took in the entire scene. He sighed helplessly, rubbing his temples in boredom. "Sigh, how foolish. Another brat trying to play the hero." With his wrist locked, Brother Ju screamed in a rage. "Kid, who the fuck are you? If you know what's good for you, get the hell away from me. Don't you know whose turf this is?" Yi Xingchen didn't even bother to look at him, turning around to ask Mo Rongrong with concern. "Rongrong, are you two okay?" Mo Rongrong shook her head. "We're fine, Xingchen. Maybe we should just leave first." Chen Haonan sneered contemptuously. "Leave until we settle this today. Not a single one of you is leaving." Seeing this, Yi Xingchen kept his composure, shielding the two girls behind him as he comforted them. "Don't worry, I'm here." He sized up the guy coldly, asking expressionlessly, "What, want to block my path? Who the hell are you anyway?" Chen Haonan smugly boasted. "In Causeway Bay, I am Chen Haonan. This entire area is my turf, kid. Do you understand?" Yi Xingchen's face was filled with disdain and disgust. "Does that have anything to do with me?" Before his words even settled, he delivered a savage kick straight to the other's stomach, sending him flying several meters back. Yi Xingchen sneered, "You brought this on yourself." Seeing his boss get kicked, another blind lackey lunged forward viciously, trying to grab the girl behind him with a lecherous smirk. "Little beauty, come over to Big Brother." Yi Xingchen spun around and delivered a devastating kick, squarely smashing all the teeth in the guy's mouth. The kick left him bleeding heavily, groaning on the floor. "Get lost." In less than half a minute, these clowns were effortlessly taken care of. Watching his underlings wailing on the ground, Chen Haonan felt he had completely lost face, barking in anger. "What a bunch of useless trash!" Then he roared at his remaining men behind him. "Hack him to pieces for me." But before he could even draw his blade, Yi Xingchen's heavy soul slammed directly onto his mouth, pinning his entire face into the sand. "What weak, fragile trash." Yi Xingchen ground his foot down expressionlessly, his voice dripping with contempt. "With your skills, how dare you even try to challenge me?" Pinned to the ground, Chen Haonan cried from the agonizing pain, begging for mercy. "Be Big Brother, I was wrong, I know my mistake." Right then, an elderly man in a white martial arts uniform pushed through the crowd, walking over slowly. The moment Chen Haonan saw him, he grabbed onto him like a lifeline, pleading, "Uncle Da, save me, this kid is too arrogant, please get justice for me." Yet Yi Xingchen had no intention of letting him off. Begging for mercy now, too late. "Today you're finished." Uncle Da quickly clasped his hands in a polite greeting, pleading, "Young man, please show mercy." Yi Xingchen cast a cold glance at him, asking flatly, "Who are you?" The elderly man introduced himself. "They call me Uncle Da. I am Dawu. I wonder if you could show me some respect, and let today's matter end here." Yi Xingchen was not someone to be easily bought off by a few words, letting out a cold laugh. "End here? Sure, then how does Uncle Da plan to settle this bill?" Seeing that he had a backer, Chen Haonan quickly scrambled to hide behind the elder, pointing at Yi Xingchen through gritted teeth. "Uncle Da, this kid completely looks down on you. You must cripple him to avenge us brothers." But to his surprise, Uncle Da didn't help him at all. Instead, he delivered a savage slap straight to Chen Haonan's face, roaring, "You bastard, all you do is bring shame to me outside. Get the hell out of my sight." Having driven his subordinate away, Dawu smiled apologetically at Yi Xingchen with a trace of embarrassment. "This brat is indeed lacking in discipline and is far too arrogant. I will definitely teach him a lesson when we return. Fortunately, the two young ladies are unharmed today. How about I cover all your expenses at the beach today on my account? Please give this old man some face, young brother, and let us settle this peacefully. What do you say?" Beside him, Mo Rongrong also urged, "Xingchen, let it go, we're fine." Ultimately, Yi Xingchen decided to listen to her. "No need for the money, we don't care about it anyway. Just make sure I never see him again or else." After a war of words, they were finally able to return to the beach. The moment they saw Yu Shaoqin, they called out, "Sister Shaoqin, we're back." After the conversation ended, Dawu walked away with a dark expression. Seeing this, Hao Tian asked how things went. After a brief silence, Dawu finally remarked, "That kid is definitely no ordinary character." "Hao Tian, is that punk the one you're trying to deal with this time?" Dawu sat back in his chair and continued, "Are you planning to seek revenge on Yi Tianlong?" Hao Tian dismissed the idea. "No, he is merely a toy in this game of mine. I won't target him just because he is Yi Tianlong's son, but this game has become much more interesting because of his participation, hasn't it?" Dawu burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you're still the same as always. Treating life as a game really is quite fun, isn't it?" Hao Tian asked him for help. "Help me investigate the Tianmen sect. I don't want that old geezer Yi Tianlong interfering in my game." Dawu was somewhat puzzled. "But haven't you already left the Tianmen sect?" Hao Tian sighed and said helplessly, "Sai, if things were really as simple as you say, I wouldn't have to go to all this trouble." His voice was dripping with hatred. "As long as he draws breath, the Tianmen sect will always belong to the Yi family. Don't look at how fragmented the Tianmen sect is right now. The moment Yi Tianlong shows his face, even the Skull Society will have to drop to their knees. However, every human has a weakness. Yi Tianlong's weakness is right before our eyes, and that punk Yi Xingqian's weakness is also in our grasp." He watched Yi Xingqian in the distance, who was still frolicking on the beach with the beauties, a cruel anticipation flashing in his eyes. "I'd really like to see what kind of face he makes when he finds out his brother met a tragic death." Just as Hao Tian sneered and uttered, "What kind of expression will he have?" Yi Xingqian received a phone call. An urgent voice came from the other end. "Brother Chen." The instant he heard, "Lao Ba has been killed," Yi Xingqian's pupils contracted sharply. His hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground with a clatter. Inside the funeral parlor, a black silk flower was pinned to Lu Dongxin's black and white photograph, announcing the heroic sacrifice of this iron-willed man. Despite the clear skies outside, the interior of the funeral parlor was deathly silent. At this moment, Yi Xingqian and his remaining 4 brothers stood desolately before the casket holding Dongxin's body. Dongxin lay peacefully in the coffin with his eyes closed, but having lost his brother, the hatred and fury in Yi Xingqian's heart had reached an absolute boiling point. Clutching the edge of the coffin in a death grip, he gnashed his teeth and roared, "Who did this?" His eyes burned with a raging fire of vengeance for Dongxin. "Who the hell killed Lao Ba? What on earth happened while I was away?" With a solemn expression, Zifeng recounted what had happened, explaining how this hot-blooded man had met such a tragic end. "It was the Yuhu gang," he continued. "At the time, Lao Ba and Lao Qi were having drinks across the street when a few bastards from the Yuhu gang came over to provoke them. It turned out this tragedy was also linked to Lao Qi, Wang Xiaohu. At that moment, a crowd of Yuhu gang thugs had targeted Lao Ba and Lao Qi, according to Zifeng. You know how stubborn Lao Ba and Lao Qi are. They clashed with those guys right on the spot. Dongxin and Xiaohu had engaged in a fierce brawl with those Yuhu gang lackeys. But no one expected that the Yuhu gang had already ambushed over 100 men nearby. Relying on their sheer numbers, they savagely lunged at Dongxin and Xiaohu. Facing such a massive disparity, the two stood absolutely no chance. At the critical moment, Dongxin exerted every ounce of his strength to carve out a bloody path to break through, screaming at Xiaohu to run. Zifeng also confirmed that Lao Ba used his own life to desperately shield the severely injured Lao Qi, allowing him to escape. Tragically, only Xiaohu managed to get away in the end, while Dongxin was pinned down ruthlessly by countless thugs. Xiaohu could only watch helplessly as his good brother fell into mortal danger, whispering in utter despair, "I'm sorry." Ultimately, Xiaohu escaped with a body covered in wounds and a heart carrying a scar that would never heal. He had witnessed those bastards pinning Dongxin to the ground before a hatchet man delivered a savage, lethal blow straight to Dongxin's head, killing him on the spot. Back in reality, Xiaohu fell to his knees before Yi Xingqian with a heavy thud, pleading in deep guilt, "I'm sorry, Brother Chen, it's my fault. Lao Ba is dead." He sobbed in agonizing grief. "Lao Ba died to save me. I truly let him down." Yi Xingqian silently listened to Xiaohu's tearful lament, reaching out to gently caress Dongxin's face. Though his heart was filled with excruciating pain, the dead were gone. He slowly withdrew his hand, a clear tear slipping from his eye, and whispered softly, "Lao Ba, rest in peace." After settling Dongxin's funeral arrangements, the fury of vengeance burned like a raging fire in Yi Xingqian's chest. Turning to face his remaining brothers, he swore a solemn oath before Dongxin's spirit, "I will definitely avenge you." He walked up to Xiaohu and yanked him up from the floor with brute force. "Stand up, how are you going to avenge Lao Ba looking so pathetic?" Following this, he and Xiaohu began discussing their plan to avenge Dongxin. "If I remember correctly, the Yuhu gang's strength can't even compare to Jiyu Xing's, right? After we took down Jiyu Xing," Xiaohu said, as if reading Yi Xingqian's mind. Picking up where he left off, "We brought so many brothers under our banner. How on earth did they find the courage to make a move on us?" Immediately after, Yi Xingqian's subordinates received his command to thoroughly investigate the Yuhu gang's background. "Go find out what the Yuhu gang has been up to lately, and who they've been in contact with. Get me clear answers as quickly as possible." Chen Xiaolong reported with a grave expression, "I've already looked into it. The Yuhu gang has been keeping their doors shut lately, seemingly avoiding us on purpose. However, there are recent reports that people from the Skull Society have been seen active in their area." Hearing this unfamiliar name, Yi Xingqian immediately pressed, "The Skull Society?" Mentioning the Skull Society inevitably brought to mind their troublesome leader, Cao Tian'er, so Yi Xingqian knew he had to gather more intelligence on him. "Cao Tian'er, the Hall Master of the Death Hall, what do you all know about him?" Following that, Xiaohu gave him a brief explanation. That guy is a highly capable character. He's a major reason why the Skull Society was able to expand so rapidly over the past few years. The Death Hall under his command is the strongest division within the Skull Society. Brother Chen, do you suspect the Yuhu gang and the Skull Society have joined forces? Yi Xingchen nodded upon hearing this and analyzed. It's not a partnership. They've been subjugated. It seems the Skull Society is preparing to make a move on our territory. How many men do we have on our side right now? Clearly, he was already prepared to fight to the bitter end. Standing beside him, Xiaohu immediately reported the numbers of the Starshine Association. We have 38 core brothers, all of whom are currently here. There are 483 regular brothers, and if you count the peripheral members, we have over 3,000 men. It was evident that the Starshine Association had already grown into a formidable force that could not be taken lightly. After hearing the head count, Yi Xingchen said calmly, "If we go to war with the Skull Society." However, as the strategist, Xiaohu knew all too well that the Skull Society's numbers vastly exceeded theirs by several fold, and he delivered a grim conclusion. The chances of winning are almost zero. Even if we only go up against the Death Hall with our current strength, we stand absolutely no chance. Yet even with such a massive disparity in numbers, it did not shake Yi Xingchen's resolve to avenge his brother in the slightest. He immediately ordered his subordinates. "Understood. Go gather 100 of our best fighters, get your weapons ready, we move tonight." It turned out Yi Xingchen planned to launch a surprise attack on the very night of Dongxin's funeral, making Xiaohu feel anxious and puzzled by this somewhat reckless decision. "Brother Chen, we're making a move right now?" Yi Xingchen's tone was exceptionally firm. "It's true that we are no match for the Death Hall or the Skull Society right now, but the reason he was completely fearless was that his target tonight was merely to wipe out the Yuhu gang first. But a mere Yuhu gang is nothing in my eyes." With that, Yi Xingchen threw open the doors and swore through gritted teeth, "Tonight we will use their blood to pay tribute to Lao Ba." As the doors swung open, he and Xiaohu strode out. Outside the hall, countless brothers of the Starshine Association were already geared up and waiting. Every face was painted with a grim, murderous intensity. Swearing to avenge Dongxin and honor Lao Ba's resting soul with the blood of their enemies, facing Yi Xingchen and Xiaohu, the brothers roared in unison, "Flatten Shiyu Street, destroy the Yuhu gang." Accompanied by the deafening roar of heavy motorcycle engines tearing through the night sky, dozens of bikes roared to life simultaneously, majestic and imposing. The brothers hopped onto their beloved rides, fully prepared to march onto the battlefield. By now night had officially fallen, and Yi Xingchen commenced his quest for vengeance. Astride his motorcycle he took the lead at the front, shouting instructions. "Lao Wu, keep an eye on the surroundings and watch out for any movements from Cao Tian'er. The rest of you, keep close to me." Before his voice even settled, he revved his throttle and shot forward like a gale, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Behind him, countless brothers of the Starshine Association closely followed on their steel beasts. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Sweep through Shiyu Street. Avenge Lao Ba." Grimacing through his physical pain, Xiaohu raised his right fist high from his motorcycle and echoed, "Vengeance." The army surged toward Shiyu Street like a violent hurricane, every man's blood boiling with murderous intent. Nearly 100 brothers sped through the streets at a breakneck pace. Meanwhile, outside a high-end entertainment club on Shiyu Street, numerous men in black were standing guard under tight security. Inside a lavish VIP suite, a special gathering was underway as Yuhu and Zhang Long raised their glasses in celebration. Zhang Long lifted his glass, congratulating him with a smug grin. "Come, brother Yuhu, congratulations on officially becoming a member of our Death Hall. From now on, we are all brothers." Yuhu replied with immense satisfaction, "Thank you for the introduction, brother Long. It is my absolute honor to join the Death Hall of the Skull Society. If you ever need my help with anything in the future, just say the word." Zhang Long burst into hearty laughter, raising his glass. "Haha, magnificent. We'll just look out for each other from now on. Since we're brothers, there's no need to be so polite." Yuhu seized the opportunity to voice his inner concerns. "Haha, brother Long. Then I'll get straight to the point. I wonder what plans the Hallmaster has next." He actually wanted to fish for information on how to deal with the Tianmen sect's retaliation. "As you know, we've never really gotten along with Zifeng and Ji Yusheng. We only dared to go all out because the Hallmaster promised to help us take over Yulong Street. But Zifeng will absolutely never stand by and let his men get killed without retaliation." Yuhu continued to express his worries. "Even though that fat bastard Lu Dongxin has been taken out and Wang Xiaohu is severely injured, still, no one knows what kind of extreme actions they might take." Hearing this, Zhang Long replied with complete composure, "Are you worried that madman Zifeng will come looking for revenge? Relax, everything is under the Hallmaster's control. After tonight, Zifeng and his crew will disappear completely. When that time comes, the territory of Yulong Street will fall into other hands. Your Yuhu gang had better seize this opportunity well." Yuhu was instantly overjoyed. The heavy burden in his heart finally lifted, and he laughed out loud. "Brother Long, you are far too generous. Helping the hall master resolve trouble is only my duty." Seeing how loyal he was, Zhang Long took out a stone ring embedded with a skull and handed it to him. "Welcome to the family, my brother." Yuhu accepted it with some confusion. "Brother Long, what is this?" Staring at the skull emblem representing the death hall on the ring, he was ecstatic. "The token ring of the death hall?" After putting on the ring, Yuhu was thrilled and immediately pulled Zhang Long to drink with him. "Cheers, let's drink till we drop tonight." Meanwhile, at another high-end private club in the city, Cao Tian'er was enjoying a massage from a therapist. Keeping his eyes closed, he asked Huang beside him, "Has Zifeng left Yulong Street?" Huang replied, "He has." Upon learning that the elites of the Starshine Association had been deployed, Cao Tian'er let out a cold sneer and issued his orders. "Tell the brothers to make their move and raid their headquarters directly to completely wipe out the Yulong Street forces." However, Huang reported with a solemn expression, "But Hallmaster Zifeng and his men only took a little over 100 people to Shiyu Street. Yulong Street is still heavily guarded. The men we've prepared might not be enough." Hearing this, Cao Tian'er sat straight up in shock. "What?" Knitting his brows tightly, he pressed, "Who else is with Zifeng bit himself?" Huang quickly reported, "There's also a guy with a small ponytail. Zifeng seems to treat him with utmost respect." Hearing this, Cao Tian'er instantly guessed it must be Yi Xingchen who was out to avenge Dongxin. He instantly gnashed his teeth and roared in fury. "Yi Xingchen," he immediately ordered Huang, "tell everyone to turn around and reinforce Shiyu Street right now. Forget about Yulong Street for now. Tonight we must ensure Zifeng and that punk never leave." Fully aware of Yi Xingchen's terrifying strength, he emphasized, "Especially that punk with the ponytail. Do not let him leave alive under any circumstances." Huang's expression turned stern, and he quickly left the room. "Yes, Hallmaster." Meanwhile, the brothers of the Starshine Association on their heavy motorcycles finally arrived at the Yuhu gang's headquarters. At the entrance of this high-end club, 2 guards were alertly scanning the surroundings. Yi Xingchen brought his motorcycle to a steady halt, surveying the terrain. Spotting them, the 2 guard thugs stepped forward to block them. "Hold on. You punk, do you have any idea what kind of place this is?" However, burning with fury, Zifeng didn't even bother to waste words. He delivered a savage, brutal elbow strike squarely to one guard's face. "Get lost." Seeing this, Xiaohu followed up by shattering the other guard's nose with a powerful punch. "You blind fools!" This clean, efficient opening signaled the smooth launch of their revenge. Within moments, the sentry lackeys at the entrance were easily taken care of by the brothers of the Starshine Association. Yi Xingchen immediately issued his orders. "Zhang Bao, take Luo Bao and the brothers to seal off all the exits. Do not let a single bastard from the Yuhu gang escape." Zhang Bao replied resolutely, "Brother Chen, leave it to us." With that, he waved his hand to the brothers behind him. "Brothers, follow me." Inside the club, the door to the previously peaceful and quiet VIP suite was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. A lackey scrambled in on all fours, crying out in terror to Zhang Long and Yuhu, "B-boss, this is bad. That madman Zifeng has brought his men to raid us." By this time, the lobby had fallen into complete chaos. With a fierce battle raging between both sides, Yi Xingchen's face was cold as ice. Clenching his fist tightly, he coldly barked his order. "Wipe every single one of them out." He and Zifeng fought side by side, ruthlessly taking down the Death Hall thugs. Yi Xingchen sent one thug flying with a punch that made him spit blood, shouting at the same time, "Young Master Feng, have Zhang Bao and his men sealed off all the exits?" While fighting back, Zifeng yelled almost, his body covered in bandages. Xiaohu was currently pushing past his limits with a savage expression. Roaring with bloodshot eyes, "Yuhu, you son of a bitch, get the hell out here." Seeing this, Yi Xingchen walked up and patted his shoulder gently, asking in a deep voice, "Lao Qi, do you want to avenge Lao Ba with your own hands?" Calming down slightly, Xiaohu replied firmly, "Yes, Brother Chen, tell me what to do, I'll do whatever you command." Yi Xingchen's expression was freezing cold. "Follow me, let's go drag that piece of trash Yuhu out." He then turned his head to Zifeng, who was fighting nearby. "Young Master Feng, I'll leave this place to you." Zifeng grinned. "Don't worry." Hearing this, Xiaohu's eyes filled with murderous intent. Letting out a roar of kill, he charged forward, cleanly dropping any enemy who dared to stand in his path. "HMPH, stop them. Tear those 2 arrogant punks to pieces." A red-haired man ordered his subordinates through gritted teeth, waving his hand and roaring, "Everyone charge together." While Xiaohu fought fiercely on his own against the heavy encirclement, Yi Xingchen was also retaliating with extreme agility, unleashing a heavy punch that connected squarely with a charging thug's face, knocking him out cold. Just then, Yuhu finally made his appearance. The moment he showed his face, he bellowed, "Take those 2 down." Hearing this, a nearby lackey hastily reached for the pistol at his waist, raising it to threaten, "Nobody move." However, before he could even pull the trigger, another dark shadow moved like lightning, pulling out two razor-sharp short blades. The one who threw them was none other than Yi Xingqian. With cold eyes he flicked his wrist and threw them. The two short blades instantly transformed into two flashes of cold light, slicing through the air to pierce perfectly between the brows of those two lackeys. He and Xiaohu had cleared almost all the small-time thugs blocking their path. But right at that moment, rapid footsteps and angry shouts echoed from the distance. "Hurry up, do not let them escape!" The two immediately pressed their backs together, warily scanning their surroundings. A dense crowd of thugs surged around the corner like a dark wave, shouting, "Kill him," as they pressed in, forcing them to continue fighting their way forward. Meanwhile, inside a tightly shut room, Yu Hu and Zhang Long were nervously cracking the door open to observe the commotion outside. Right at that moment, Zhang Bao suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring suspiciously at that very door before violently kicking it open with a loud bang, cursing furiously. "You bastard, still trying to run?" Seeing his retreat cut off, Zhang Long hardened his resolve, brandishing his blade and roaring, "Get the hell out of my way!" Zhang Bao, blocking the doorway, snorted coldly without flinching. "In your dreams," gritting his teeth, he snarled. "Do you have a death wish?" With that, he thrust his blade forward viciously. However, Lao Lu's reactions were incredibly swift. With a quick sidestep, he narrowly dodged the lethal strike. Seeing him slip past, Zhang Bao cast a freezing sidelong glance at him, warning, "None of you are getting away." Knowing they had hit a tough opponent, Zhang Long hurriedly called out to Yu Hu to flee with him. "Run, the brothers from the Death Hall will be here to back us up soon." Just as the two scrambled away, Yi Xingqian rushed over and asked urgently, "Where's Yu Hu?" Zhang Bao turned around with a look of self-blame. "I'm sorry, Brother Chen, he got away." The fury in Xiaohu's heart boiled over even more as he chased after them through gritted teeth. "I am going to slaughter him with my own hands today." Just then, a swarm of Death Hall lackeys arrived, brandishing their weapons and shouting, "Don't run, we can't let them escape." Seeing this, Yi Xingqian instructed Zhang Bao, "I'm leaving this place to you. Any problem?" The battle-hardened Zhang Bao didn't take these small-time thugs seriously at all, readily agreeing, "Piece of cake, Brother Chen. Lao Qi is eager to avenge Lao Ba, so leave this to me." Yi Xingqian gave him an approving, encouraging look before quickly slipping away, leaving Lao Lu behind alone to hold off the pursuers. The night still heavily shrouded the entire city, and a dead silence filled the surroundings. In a dark, narrow, and secluded alley, the two cowards were desperately fleeing for their lives, completely lost in panic. His heart in his throat, Yu Hu asked, "Brother Long, where on earth are the brothers from the Death Hall?" Zhang Long forced himself to stay calm and comforted him. "Don't panic. The Hallmaster's strength is unfathomable. Our backup will be here in no time. When they arrive, Zi Feng and all his men will die." Gritting his teeth, Yu Hu muttered in confusion, "But among those who chased us just now, I didn't seem to see Zi Feng." Zhang Long also recalled with a face full of rage, "True. Of the two who caught up earlier, one was a kid with decent skills, and the other seemed to be a guy with a ponytail." Yu Hu analyzed with squinted eyes. "That skilled kid is Wang Xiaohu, Lu Dongxin's brother. As for the other guy with the ponytail, I don't really recall him, but he radiates an incredibly terrifying, suffocating, murderous intent. It is indeed a bit chilling." But Zhang Long wore a confident expression as if he held all the cards. "Chilling? What is he, some kind of big shot? Can he kill people with just a glare? Once the massive forces of the Death Hall arrive and surround him, even if he's an immortal, I'll chop him into minced meat." However, before the words even settled, two short blades suddenly transformed into two flashes of cold light in the night sky, ruthlessly piercing through their thighs. The pathetic duo instantly shrieked, collapsing heavily to the ground together. Clutching his thigh, Zhang Long let out a howl of agony. Yi Xingqian walked up coldly, looking down on them with a freezing glare. "Still running, Yu Hu? Weren't you incredibly brave when you killed my brother? Why are you scurrying around like a stray dog now? Go ahead and take another step if you dare." Standing before them, Xiaohu cursed furiously. "You beast, today I am going to avenge Lao Ba." Clutching his bleeding thigh tightly, Zhang Long hurriedly spoke up. "Brother, please don't do it. I am Zhang Long from the Death Hall of the Skull Society." He even shamelessly defended himself. "This is all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding." However, before he could even close his mouth, Yi Xingqian raised his blade and drove it down, cleanly and swiftly piercing through his throat, giving this kind of scum absolutely no opportunity to explain. Casting a freezing sidelong glance, he said flatly, "Garbage like you is better off keeping quiet." Witnessing this bloody slaughter, Yu Hu was frozen in dumbfounded horror, unable to stop himself from letting out an incredibly terrified wail. Gritting his teeth, Xiaohu stared intensely at him, roaring with bloodshot eyes, "A blood debt must be paid in blood. Today is the day you die." At this moment, a full moon hung quietly in the pitch-black night sky, shining upon a street corner crowded with tangled utility poles and crossing wires, the moonlight silently shifting across the buildings. Drenched in cold sweat and trembling violently all over, Yu Hu pleaded, "Brother, please don't do anything rash." He shamelessly pinned all the blame onto the dead man. "This was all orchestrated by that bastard John Long. I was only deceived by him." He pointed to his bleeding thigh, defending himself with tears streaming down his face. Xiaohu could no longer listen to this shameless scoundrel's lies, suddenly roaring, "You who cut the act in front of me. You were the one who killed Lao Ba with your own hands, and today you must pay with your life. Stop wasting time and prepare to die." He gripped his short blade tightly. Seeing that pleading for mercy was futile, Yuhu threw off his disguise, a sinister, savage smirk creeping onto his face. "I've been in this underworld for so many years. Do you think I haven't survived fierce storms before?" Gritting his teeth, Yuhu struggled to crawl back up. He had never expected that he would be backed into a corner by two wet behind-the-ears kids today. Glaring at them maliciously, he snorted, "Consider it my bad luck this time for listening to the lies of the Death Hall, but my life is not something you two little brats can just take whenever you want." With a face full of madness, he roared at the top of his lungs, "Go to hell!" With that, he launched a preemptive strike, and the two immediately locked in a fierce struggle. Completely ignoring the bandages wrapped around his arm, Xiaohu channeled all his strength to throw a punch, even though he had the upper hand, and attacked frantically. The cornered Yuhu still managed to spot an opening and landed a brutal kick straight to his stomach. "Ha, you brat, you think you can kill me? Go to hell!" Clutching his stomach in pain, Xiaohu collapsed to the ground with a muffled groan. Pressing his advantage, Yuhu slammed heavy elbow strikes repeatedly onto Xiaohu's back. Having gained the upper hand, he looked exceptionally arrogant and wild. "Let's see if I don't smash your dog skull today, slaughtering you just like a pig, ha. Right at that moment, Yi Xingqian, who had been watching coldly from the side, narrowed his eyes as a chilling glint flashed. The short blade in his hand flew out like lightning, grazing Yuhu's cheek and leaving a bloody gash. Gritting his teeth, he warned sharply, "Do not insult my brother." In that split second when Yuhu froze in shock, Xiaohu bounded up from the ground, driving his blade upward in a brutal lightning-fast thrust. Clamping one hand tightly on Yuhu's head, Xiaohu drove the short blade in his other hand straight into the vital spot. Blood instantly spraying out like a geyser, Yuhu's eyes widened in sheer terror, barely managing to squeeze out a few words before his breath faded. "You demon!" Looking down at the cooling corpse, Xiaohu snorted with disdain. "Letting you die so quickly is way too good for you." Yi Xingqian swiftly issued his command, "Cut off his dog head and bring it back to pay tribute to Lao Ba." Xiaohu immediately replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, inside the tightly shut headquarters of the Death Hall, a panting Zifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Did all the brothers withdraw safely?" Zhang Bao replied calmly, "They all withdrew. The other brothers have already headed back to Yulong Street in separate groups. Safety first, they moved split up so nothing could possibly go wrong." Only now did Zhang Bao finally breathe a sigh of relief, beginning to worry about his companion's safety. "Is Brother Chen all right?" He went with Lao Qi to pursue Yuhu. Zifeng possessed absolute confidence in Yi Xingqian's strength, replying resolutely, "Don't worry, Brother Chen will definitely be fine. He will bring Yuhu's head back and place it right before Lao Ba's memorial tablet." Just then, outside the main gates of the Death Hall's headquarters, a large crowd of uninvited guests brandishing various weapons suddenly appeared. Catching sight of the situation, a thug with short orange hair bellowed, "HMPH, are those the guys from Yulong Street?" Before anyone could answer, a green-haired guy beside him stuttered in panic, They ran, they already escaped." Under the night sky, neon lights flickered as heavy traffic flowed through the city streets. Police cars with sirens blaring sped down the road. Realizing things were going south, the orange-haired thug hastily shouted to his companions, "Retreat fast." Meanwhile, inside the Yulong Street bar, still shrouded in darkness, Yuhu's head was placed neatly right before Dongxin's portrait. After lighting and inserting 3 sticks of incense, a heavy voice echoed in the silent room, "Lao Ba, you can rest in peace now." Standing silently before the memorial tablet, Yi Xingqian murmured softly, "Lao Qi has already avenged you. The brothers will never forget you as long as we live." His face dark with grief, Zifeng also promised softly, "Lao Ba, every tomb sweeping day from now on I will bring the brothers to visit you. Don't worry, we will never let you feel lonely." His head hanging low, Wang Yu's voice choked up, "You always used to snatch our food before. In the future we will never fight over it with you again. You can eat as much as you want, I'll give it all to you. Lao Ba, have a safe journey." His face filled with grief, Zhang Bao clenched his fists and muttered in a low voice, "Brother, you will forever be our best closest buddy." Beside them, Xiaohu collapsed weakly onto his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, you died to save me. It's all my fault. Now that you're gone, what am I supposed to do?" With that, his entire body slumped onto the cold floor as he wailed in agonizing grief. "What on earth am I supposed to do to repay you for saving my life?" Yi Xingqian stepped forward slowly, gently patting his shoulder to comfort him. "Lao Qi, don't blame yourself too much. Lao Ba only risked his life to save you because he saw you as a real brother. Living your life to the fullest from now on is the greatest way to repay him." Zi Feng also walked over, comforting him warmly. That's right, Lao Chi, you've already avenged Lao Ba with your own hands. Now hurry up and go rest in the back. Right at that moment, the tightly shut door was suddenly kicked open with a brutal force. A large crowd of fully armed police officers streamed in, the leader barking at the top of his lungs. Everyone freeze, nobody move. Wearing a majestic expression, Gao Zhengfei declared loudly. A severe armed gang fight occurred on Shiyu Street. I suspect you all were involved. With his hands in his pockets, Gao Zhengfei held his head high, shouting arrogantly, "Get the hell out of my way! What, do you dare to openly resist the law and obstruct official business?" He glared fiercely at the crowd, threatening, "Do you believe I can lock every single one of you up in the station for half a month?" Faced with this sudden provocation, the brothers of the Starshine Association gritted their teeth in fury but had to suppress their anger. His brows knitted tightly, Zi Feng stepped forward and replied coldly, "Captain Gao, you are not welcome here. I advise you to turn back." He tried to suppress his anger to negotiate. "Today is the day we lay our brother to rest. Please show some respect, Captain Gao, and do not cause trouble in the funeral hall, all right?" However, the other party refused to cooperate, mocking contemptuously, "Show you respect? What the hell are you? You're nothing but a bunch of low-life thugs. Just on the charge of unlawful assembly alone, I can lock you all up right now." Watching Gao Zhengfei's arrogant attitude, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Are the police nowadays really this overbearing? I recall they never used to have this kind of courage. Watching from the side, Wang Yu also agreed with a look of confusion. "Exactly, Brother Chen. Normally they wouldn't dare to be this arrogant. Something is definitely off about this today." Exceptionally sharp, Yi Xingqian instantly sensed something was wrong, immediately lowering his voice to instruct the brothers behind him. "Hurry up and clean up the back area. This guy is most likely a scout sent by the Death Hall. Getting into a direct conflict with the police brings us absolutely no benefit." Instantly understanding, Wang Yu nodded. "Understood." Zi Feng's face darkened as he questioned Gao Zhengfei coldly. "Captain Gao, are you determined to cause trouble for us brothers today?" Gao Zhengfei glared back, snorting, "Zi Feng, stop trying to act cozy with me. We are here today to handle a case according to the law. There is solid evidence showing that you were involved in the gang fight on Shiyu Street." He added, "Furthermore, Yuhu, the boss of the Yuhu gang, had his head cut off. If we find even a single trace of evidence here, we'll be having a nice long chat down at the station in a bit." Zi Feng naturally felt some concern, instinctively turning to glance at Yi Xingqian. Seeing Yi Xingqian give him a slight nod of reassurance, his heart settled, and he replied calmly, "Fine, since Captain Gao is so confident, please help yourself. However, if you find absolutely nothing in the end, we brothers will absolutely not let this slide after you've disrupted our brother's funeral hall today." This was exactly the response Gao Zhengfei was waiting for, and he immediately waved his hand, ordering, "Search, do not leave a single corner unchecked." Yi Xingqian watched him expressionlessly, calculating in his mind. This guy indeed came with malicious intent, looking for trouble. Meanwhile, Gao Zhengfei's gaze fell upon Yi Xingqian as he muttered to himself, "So he is Yi Xingqian? No wonder Hallmaster Cao specifically instructed to keep a close eye on him. But he hasn't uttered a single word. Is he really as formidable as the rumors say?" Just then an officer jogged over, reporting respectfully, "Captain, no suspicious items found." Immediately after, another officer ran over to report, "Captain, nothing on my end either." The remaining officers also returned one after another, all empty-handed. This instantly made Gao Zhengfei fly into a rage, roaring in frustration. "Did you guys actually search thoroughly? Did you miss some spot?" his subordinate replied resolutely. "Reporting to the captain, we searched every single place thoroughly, and indeed found absolutely nothing." Gao Zhengfei's face turned incredibly ugly as he calculated in his mind, "This is absolutely impossible. Hallmaster Cao clearly said they would definitely bring Yuhu's head back to pay tribute to Lu Dongxin." Scanning the surroundings with gloomy eyes, his mind was filled with confusion. "But why can't we find it?" Seeing him standing there in a daze, Zi Feng stepped forward, confronting him with a cold laugh. "Captain Gao, since nothing was found, how do you plan to give us brothers an explanation now?" Gao Zhengfei's gaze fell upon the coffin not far away, pointing at it arrogantly. "That spot hasn't been searched yet." He was truly a heartless, utterly deranged bastard, actually shouting to his subordinates without a single shred of decency, "Have you searched inside the coffin?" Inside lay Dongxin's body. Hearing this, the rage in Yi Xingqian's heart boiled over completely. Gritting his teeth, his eyes flashed like razor-sharp ice. He muttered in a bone-chilling tone, word by word, "Gao, I dare you to try. If you dare touch my brother's body, I will definitely take your dog life. I don't care if you're a cop or whose dog you are." Staring intently at Gao Zhengfei, he continued, "Respect the dead. If you don't want to die, take your men and get the hell out of here right now." Yi Xingqian's freezing, bone-chilling gaze locked onto Gao Zhengfei, as if looking at a dead man, he warned coldly, "Otherwise I'll have your subordinates carry your corpse back to the station to file a report." Facing such a terrifying, oppressive pressure, Gao Zhengfei broke out in cold sweat, instinctively taking a few steps back as he stammered with false bravado, "Why you actually dare to openly threaten law enforcement?" Yi Xingqian's expression was grim, his voice carrying an unquestionable dominance. "Get out!" At this moment the atmosphere inside the funeral hall was stretched to its absolute limit. The brothers of the Starshine Association held an overwhelming numerical advantage, each wearing a ferocious look. His previous arrogance completely shattered, Gao Zhengfei could only retreat toward the exit in a pathetic manner, shouting at Zifeng, "Zifeng, you just wait, you actually dare to violently resist the law and obstruct official business." As the police were driven out, the door slammed shut with a heavy bang. Locked outside, Gao Zhengfei trembled all over in fury, pointing at the door as he roared, "Just you wait, we'll see about this." Inside the hall, Yi Xingqian and the brothers continued to quietly guard Lao Ba's body. His gaze shifted to a white balloon hanging from the ceiling. With a swift flick of his wrist, a sharp blade shot through the air, precisely slicing the hanging rope. The balloon plummeted, and Xiaohu steadily peeled open the white outer layer used to disguise and hide the object from the police's eyes, revealing Yuhu's head hidden inside. Placing the head back in its position, Xiaohu caressed the memorial tablet, murmuring softly, "Lao Ba, you can finally rest in peace." Everyone present wore a solemn, dignified expression, bowing deeply toward the altar. Once done, Yi Xingqian turned and instructed Zifeng, "Young Master Feng, I'll leave the remaining matters to you to handle." Zifeng readily agreed, "Don't worry, Brother Chen. All the brothers who participated in tonight's operation have been taken care of, and the compensation has been distributed on time. Even if the police investigate, they will only search the Yuhu gang and the death hall. They'll never trace it back to us." Hearing this, the heavy burden in Yi Xingqian's heart was finally lifted. "That's good. Thank you for your hard work this time. By the way, where are Lao Er and Lao San?" Zifeng quickly replied. "Lao Wu has already notified both of them. He said they'll be here any second." With his hands in his pockets, Yi Xingqian instructed calmly, "All right, I'll head out first. Tell the brothers to get plenty of rest once they're done." Right then, accompanied by the roar of a heavy motorcycle, Zheng Ying steadily pulled up to the curb wearing a helmet. Spotting her, Yi Xingqian immediately smiled and greeted, "Sister Yingying." An unconcealable worry flashed in her beautiful eyes as she urged, "Got on." Yi Xingqian obediently hopped onto the back seat, and with a roaring engine the bike shot off into the distance, leaving only a cloud of dust. Sitting on the back seat, he wrapped his arms tightly around her slender waist. Before he knew it, the exhausted Yi Xingqian leaned against her fragrant shoulder and drifted into a sweet sleep. Catching sight of his slightly tired yet handsome profile in the rearview mirror, Zheng Ying couldn't help but sigh with a trace of doting affection. This silly boy. It was late at night, and the cross-sea bridge looked exceptionally serene and beautiful under the silvery moonlight and starry sky. Zheng Ying slowly brought the motorcycle to a stop, leaning it to the side. She and Yi Xingqian leaned against the bridge railing, side by side, letting the sea breeze ease their exhausted bodies and minds. Staring at the deep-in-thought boy beside her, Zheng Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and care as she softly broke the long silence. "Xingqian, do you think I look beautiful today?" Startled by the sudden question, Yi Xingqian froze for a second before turning to look at her, replying shyly yet warmly, "Yes, you have always been charming, but you look exceptionally beautiful tonight." To break the slightly ambiguous atmosphere, Yi Xingqian quickly changed the subject. "Is something on your mind, Sister Yingying? Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can share some of your burden." Only then did Zheng Ying's expression turn serious, getting straight to the point. "Xingqian, you was so impulsive this time, actually going directly to war with the Yuhu gang. What on earth were you thinking?" Fading the smile from his face, Yi Xingqian turned to gaze at the endless night sky, replying coldly, "Yuhu killed my brother. A blood debt must be paid in blood. I will absolutely never let this go." Zheng Ying scolded in frustration. "But do you have any idea how dangerous your actions were? Less than 5 minutes after you left, the death hall gathered over 1,000 men and surrounded the Yuhu gang's club completely. Do you really think you're invincible with superhuman powers?" This pierced the deepest pain in Yi Xingqian's heart, and he couldn't help but raise his voice in protest. "Am I supposed to just watch my brother die in vain? Just because of danger, should I ignore my brother's blood feud? If it really came to that, would I still deserve to be their boss? Would I even deserve to be called their brother?" Seeing him so emotional, Zheng Ying sighed inwardly. She gently reached out to press her hand onto his shoulder, comforting him. "All right, Xingqian, calm down. I'm not trying to stop you from taking revenge. It's just that there are some things you might not know yet. You are already targeted by Cao Tian'er, the hall master of the Death Hall of the Skull Society. Gao Zhengfei, who led the team to cause trouble for you this morning, is just one of his dogs. I'm just worried about you. Once they catch any solid evidence of you killing someone, even I won't be able to protect you, understand? She turned around, asking with a grave expression, what on earth is the grudge between you and that Cao Tian'er? Yi Xingchen also calmed his breathing, explaining helplessly, it's nothing really. I just had some minor friction with his younger brother Cao Jia before, but as for the older brother, I indeed haven't had any prior dealings with him. Hearing this tangled web, Zheng Ying rubbed her eyes in frustration. Whatever, forget it. In short, you must be extremely careful in everything you do from now on. Cao Tian'er is exceptionally insidious and ruthless, and he has connections inside the police force. Once he gets a hold of your weakness, even the gods won't be able to save you. However, Yi Xingchen burst into hearty laughter, completely unbothered as he joked. Ha ha, Cao Tian'er is nothing. I naturally have my ways to deal with him. Besides, even if the police want to cause trouble for me, don't I have you covering for me? Jingai City's youngest, most capable and most formidable major crimes unit captain, the gorgeous Sister Yingying, seeing him still in the mood to joke around at a time like this, Zheng Ying was both amused and exasperated, cutting him off. All right, stop being so cheeky with me. Seeing that you haven't completely lost your mind makes me feel at ease. She then walked over to her motorcycle, suddenly slapping her forehead as if remembering something important. Oh right, there is one more thing you need to watch out for. She hopped onto the motorcycle, delivering her final warning. For some reason, the wiping out of the Yuhu gang has alerted the higher-ups. Now, the Jingai police have decided to launch an extremely strict citywide crackdown targeting all major gang forces. You must keep a low profile lately. If any trouble breaks out, even if my dad personally steps in, I'm afraid he won't be able to help you. Sitting on the back seat, Yi Xingchen obediently nodded. All right, got it. Thank you so much this time, Sister Yingying. With that, accompanied by the piercing roar of the engine, the motorcycle sped down the empty streets. A few leisure white clouds floated across the azure sky. Meanwhile, inside the Yulong Street bar, Dongxin's portrait was placed neatly and spotlessly in the dead center. Zhao Mo stepped forward respectfully, inserting a stick of incense and bowing deeply. Lao Ba, rest in peace. Spotting Yi Xingchen pushing open the door and walking in, he quickly greeted respectfully. Brother Chen, Yi Xingchen asked with a grim expression. How come it's just you? Where are Lao San and Lao Si? He lowered his head and answered, second brother and third brother aren't in Jingai, and fourth brother isn't with us. I don't know why he hasn't shown up yet. Without thinking too much about it, Yi Xingchen suggested, all right, if they're not coming then so be it. Lao Ju, let's grab lunch together today. I want to catch up on how things have been for you guys over the last 2 years. Hearing this, Zhao Mo's eyes widened and he declined in a slight panic. And no, there's no need, Brother Chen. Second and third brother told me that I have to head back immediately after offering incense to eighth brother. Xiaohu clenched his fists in anger and demanded, Lao Ju, what the hell is that supposed to mean? He stammered in response. Seventh brother, not wanting to make things awkward for everyone, Yi Xingchen barked, enough, if you want to leave then go. Safe travels. Zhao Mo hurriedly walked toward the door, while Xiaohu, left in the room, demanded in absolute frustration, Brother Chen, look at Lao Ju's pathetic attitude. Lao Ba is dead and he just drops by for a quick look and leaves. Does he even consider us his brothers? Watching Zhao Mo's retreating back, Zhang Bao grit his teeth and stopped him. Drop it, Lao Qi. Zifeng couldn't help but chime in as well. Do you really think they still see us as brothers like before? During the years Brother Chen was away, Lao and Lao San were too busy expanding their own power, he continued. Lao Si spends all his days fighting for power and profit, and Lao Ju does nothing but drink and chase women. Just look at what a useless waste he's become. Yi Xingchen shot him a cold glare and analyzed, all right, young Master Feng. True brothers are for life. Some people only gather for mutual interest. When there's no profit left, they naturally drift apart. As for Lao and the others, let them be as long as they don't cross us, he declared word by word with absolute finality. But if they dare do anything that threatens the safety of our brothers, they shouldn't blame us for turning on them ruthlessly. Zifeng nodded in deep agreement. Yes, Brother Chen. So what do you plan to do next? Yi Xingchen instructed in a low voice. Tell the brothers that the police are conducting very strict checks lately, so everyone needs to keep a low profile and stay out of trouble outside. As for this grudge, even though Yuhu is dead, not a single one of the people backing him will get away. Under a clear blue sky, towering skyscrapers stood tall. Inside a neat and tidy room, Cao Tian'er's gang was gathered for a meeting discussing something with tense expressions written on everyone's faces. Resting his chin in his hand, he fell into deep thought, looking highly anxious. In stark contrast to this gloomy atmosphere, a bustling shopping mall was crowded and exceptionally noisy. Huang Yifei asked with some confusion, Rongrong, why are you buying so many things today? Mo Rongrong replied with a face full of worry, Sigh, I just don't know when Xingchen will be back. Having absolute faith in Yi Xingchen, Huang Yifei comforted her. Oh you just love to worry needlessly. Brother Xingqian is so powerful, is there anything he can't handle? Mo Rongrong wanted to explain, but hesitated before saying, it's not because of that. I've just been feeling incredibly uneasy, and I just hope nothing bad happens. In the dead of night, a round moon hung high in the sky. Yi Xingqian lay in bed, his mind entirely filled with the deceased Dongxin. Lao Ba, how is the other world? I'll come find you in the future. Gazing out the window at the picturesque city nightscape, he pondered, I don't know what will happen next. Clenching his fists tightly, he made a silent vow, I will definitely give it my all. Not only will I seek revenge, but I will also protect everyone. Just then a sudden knock came from the door. Xingqian, can I come in? Yi Xingqian looked up and replied, come in. Mo Rongrong walked in wearing a sexy short skirt and asked with concern, aren't you asleep yet? She continued shyly, I can't sleep. Can I sit here with you for a bit? Yi Xingqian readily agreed. Sure. Looking at the girl sitting beside him, he thought to himself, so she's been worrying about me all this time. Rongrong is always so gentle and considerate. Mo Rongrong didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. Xingqian, actually, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time. Both Yifei and I live here. Yifei is your sister, but what about me? What am I to you? Yi Xingqian gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, then gazed into her eyes with deep affection, saying, Rongrong, you are my official girlfriend. Hearing this sweet confession, Mo Rongrong's heart filled with sweetness, yet she still had some reservations. But I know nothing about you. I don't know what I can do for you, and I don't know what you go through every day in places I can't see. Yi Xingqian sighed inwardly. She really was still worrying about him. With this thought, he reached out with his finger, gently hooking her shoulder strap, and teased softly, what do you want to know? Though I would love to get to know you all over again too, my charming girl. Mo Rongrong's lovely face flushed completely red. She proactively took his hand and replied shyly, okay. Seeing this, Yi Xingqian's eyes widened and he asked, somewhat flustered, what are you doing? She knelt on the bed, her seductive posture making it hard for anyone not to let their imagination run wild. Immediately after, Mo Rongrong bit her lower lip, gently pulling down one of her shoulder straps, and whispered shyly, is this okay? Utterly bewildered, Yi Xingqian quickly pressed anxiously, Rongrong, what's gotten into you today? She lowered her head in disappointment and asked softly, Xingqian, do you not like me? His expression turned solemn, and he hurriedly poured his heart out. How could that be, you silly girl? You are the woman I've chosen for the rest of my life. I love you more than my own life. Mo Rongrong gently pulled her shoulder strap back up, pouring out the grievances buried deep in her heart. But your mind is clearly loaded with so many worries, yet you never want to tell me. I know you must have your reasons, but I really hate seeing you look so gloomy all day long. It makes my heart ache so much. Mo Rongrong looked up at him, her eyes filled with gentle affection. When you don't talk to me, I only worry more. Sensing her sincerity, Yi Xingqian finally let down his guard and confessed, all right, actually Zi Feng isn't my cousin. He's my brother who I grew up with since childhood. He continued to tell her the honest truth. And I'm not some ordinary high school student either. I'm the boss of an underworld gang. Our organization is called the Starshine Association, and yesterday, one of my closest brothers, Lu Dongxin, was murdered. At this point he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Quite shocking, isn't it? In the eyes of the world, I'm actually an unforgivable villain. As the leader of a gang, sometimes I really wish I could just walk away completely. But once you're in the underworld, you rarely have a choice. She naturally leaned against his shoulder, realization dawning upon her. So that's how it is. No wonder that despite being a high school student in name, he carried himself with such decisive ruthlessness and steady maturity, bore gunshot wounds, and even possessed extraordinary martial arts skills. All of her questions were finally answered. After a brief silence, Mo Rongrong hugged him tightly. Chen, I understand now. I don't care who you are, I will always support you. You are the man I've chosen for life. Yi Xingqian also held her tightly, replying, I love you too, forever and always. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Huang Yifei sat alone, her lovely face filled with unease as if she had made a major decision. Curling up dejectedly in the corner, she murmured to herself with a gloomy expression, Xingqian, my dream has finally shattered after all. It's time to wake up. With that, she suddenly buried her head deep into her pillow. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Yi Xingqian walked in quickly, calling out softly with concern, Fei Fei. Huang Yifei raised her tear-stained face, crying out sorrowfully, Brother Xingqian. Yi Xingqian rushed forward in a single stride, pulling her tightly into his arms to comfort her. Fei Fei, you are my good sister for life and we will always be family. If you are sad and hurting, my heart aches too. Feeling the girl in his arms gradually relax, he sighed silently in his heart. I'm sorry, even though I can care about both of you at the same time, some love is destined to never be fully shared. Then, wrapping his right arm around her slender waist, he gently patted her back. The next day, soft white clouds drifted across the sky as warm sunlight bathed an apartment building. Inside the room, the desk was stacked with neatly organized documents. Next to the computer lay an exquisite invitation to a ball. Li Shouting sat on the sofa, her arms crossed in deep thought. What on earth should I do? Meanwhile, outside a luxuriously decorated upscale bar, the sheer grandeur was enough to leave anyone in awe just looking from the outside. At the main entrance, two tall, beautiful hostesses stood politely to welcome the guests. The moment Yi Xingchen reached the door, the two hostesses bowed politely in greeting. Experiencing their attentive service, he muttered to himself, "I've heard before that Lei Laohu had a good head for business. Stepping inside and seeing this glittering, opulent decor is truly an eye-opener. I didn't expect him to run such a high-end establishment." Yi Xingchen suddenly stopped in his tracks, murmuring in a low voice, "Found her." Not far away, near a private booth, Li Shouting had clearly been waiting for a while, and she was currently surrounded by two men. It was obvious she was being pestered as she rejected them coldly with displeasure. "I'm sorry, I already have plans. Would you two please stop bothering me?" A sidekick with hair parted down the middle quickly stepped up, flatteringly introducing, "Miss, this is our Baishan Group's executive director, Mr. Zhang Zheng, and I am his assistant, Li Kei." Zhang Zheng pushed forward shamelessly, trying to charm her with a lecherous gaze. "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of us, but could you do us the honor of having a drink and perhaps a dance with us?" Witnessing this scene, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but inwardly tease, "Ms. Li's charm is indeed not to be underestimated." Zhang Zheng continued to persuade her, maintaining a self-righteous facade. "Miss, we really don't mean any harm. It's just that your charm is truly too..." Before he could even finish his sentence, Li Shouting spotted Yi Xingchen. Breathing a sigh of relief, she shoved Zhang Zheng aside and strode forward to meet him. "Excuse me, my boyfriend is here, goodbye." She naturally wrapped her arm around Yi Xingchen's, turning back to say politely, "Allow me to introduce him, this is my boyfriend. Please help yourselves." Left stranded, Zhang Zheng stood frozen in place, his mind a complete blank. Boyfriend? When did he become her boyfriend? Watching the two of them turn to leave in a hurry, Yi Xingchen, though fully aware of her intentions, still put on an innocent front and joked, "Ms. Li, what are you playing at?" Li Shouting's face flushed slightly as she grumbled with a hint of playfulness. "What, you're not even willing to play my boyfriend just this once?" Yi Xingchen grinned, teasing shamelessly. "How could I not be? It's literally a dream come true." Feeling severely humiliated, Zhang Zheng exploded in fury, pointing at their backs and roaring, "Stop right there." Yi Xingchen turned around coldly, asking expressionlessly, "Can I help you?" Still refusing to give up, Zhang Zheng took a step forward to challenge their relationship. "Kid, are you really her boyfriend?" Yi Xingchen maintained his cool composure, arching an eyebrow as he countered, "Does that have anything to do with you?" crossing his arms. Zhang Zheng analyzed with smug self-assurance, "Kid, there's such a huge age gap between you two, how could you possibly be a couple?" "Miss, he's actually your younger brother, isn't he?" Since they were acting, Yi Xingchen naturally went all the way, smoothly wrapping his arm around Li Shouting's shoulder and nodding, "You're right, your analysis is spot on. She's indeed not my girlfriend because she is my beloved wife. Right, dear?" Reacting instantly, Li Shouting played along with an affectionate look. "Hubby, what nonsense are you talking about? You're making me blush." Zhang Zheng gnashed his teeth in fury, pointing a finger at them, speechless. You guys," Yi Xingchen stared at him with a cold, mocking gaze. "What, still not getting lost? Are you staying here to pollute the air?" Completely enraged, Zhang Zheng rolled up his sleeves to throw a punch, yelling hysterically, "You dare tell me to get lost? Who the hell do you think you are to tell me to get lost?" Li Kei desperately held him back, pleading, "Mr. Zhang, calm down, calm down." But he wouldn't listen at all, shoving Li Kei aside as he roared in a fury, "Get him, bit this arrogant bastard to death." Looking at this relentless pest, Yi Xingchen finally lost his patience completely, saying coldly, "In my entire life the thing I hate most is a whiny, useless coward like you." Clenching his fist tightly, he delivered a savage punch. "Since you refuse to get lost, I'll send you on your way." Before his voice even faded, his iron fist slammed precisely into Zhang Zheng's face as he barked, "Get lost." The punch left Zhang Zheng bruised and battered, blood spraying from his face. Seeing this, Li Kei braced himself and charged forward with a swing. However, his weak right fist was easily caught by Yi Xingchen, who mocked with a smirk, "You must be Li Kei, right?" Cold sweat poured down from the pain, and Li Kei opened his mouth wide but couldn't make a sound. Before he could react, Yi Xingchen unleashed his left fist, a heavy uppercut smashing straight into Li Kei's jaw, instantly sending him flying. Before the unfortunate Zhang Zheng could even scramble up, the flying Li Kei crashed heavily on top of him. Yi Xingchen cast a sidelong glance at them and snorted, "I already crippled this dog once before. Old habits die hard indeed. You actually dare to lay a hand on me." Staring at the pathetic state Zhang Zheng was in, he added, "Look at you, why don't you find a mirror first? Who do you think you are?" Just then, hearing the commotion, Jin Mao rushed over with several lackeys shouting curses. "Which blind fool dares to cause trouble in my place? Have you lost your mind?" He strode forward, pulling Li Kei away, and asked the groveling Zhang Zheng with a fawning face, Mr. Zhang, are you all right? Oh my, how did you get beaten up like this? Then, turning around with a ferocious look, he followed the direction of Zhang Zheng's pointing finger toward Yi Xingchen and swore through gritted teeth, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I will definitely give you a satisfactory resolution today." However, the moment he saw the face of the newcomer, his knees went weak in terror, and he stammered, "Why you are?" Yi Xingchen's eyes turned cold and he asked flatly, "What, you planning to fight me?" The scene from before instantly flashed in Jin Mao's mind. This young man had once delivered a heavy punch that sent him flying several meters back, knocking him out cold right in front of all his subordinates. At the thought of this, Jin Mao couldn't help but gasp, his entire body trembling violently. "How did I run into this untouchable boss again? Damn it, do these two idiots have water in their brains? Out of everyone, they just had to offend this living Asura." He quickly scratched his head, forcing a fawning, miserable smile as he greeted, "Be Brother Chen, what wind blew you here today?" With his hands in his pockets, Yi Xingchen maintained his calm, unbothered posture. "You know me?" Jin Mao nodded and bowed in a hurry, introducing himself. Of course, I'm Jin Mao, one of Lei Laohu's men. We had the honor of meeting briefly outside before, but a busy man like you probably forgot." Yi Xingchen nodded as if remembering. "Oh, I suppose I have some recollection, but as for today's matter, I think I need to have a proper chat with Lei Laohu." Jin Mao's face turned green with terror, and he frantically waved his hands to stop him. No, Brother Chen, such a trivial matter doesn't need to bother the boss at all. All your expenses here today are completely on the house. Consider it our store's apology to you. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Yi Xingchen arched an eyebrow, casually picking up a bottle of premium wine from the table. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll take these 2 bottles. Jin Mao's heart bled at the sight, but he could only force a bright smile. "Of course, as long as Brother Chen doesn't mind. In a bit, I'll personally have 2 bottles of Louis XIII sent over to you." Wrapping his arm around Li Xiaoding's slender waist, Yi Xingchen turned and swaggered toward the exit, tossing a final line over his shoulder. "Thanks, remember to send the wine over." Gritting his teeth in fury, Jin Mao cursed him to hell in his heart. "Damn it, thank God I was smart enough. If this had actually reached Boss Lei, I would have been skinned alive today." Then, turning to look at the bruised and battered Zhang Zheng, he spat on the ground and cursed, "Motherfucker, if you don't pay for those 2 bottles of Louis XIII today, I am not letting you off." Sitting on the sofa, Li Xiaoding curiously sized up the youth beside her. "I really couldn't tell. You actually have so much influence that even the manager here treats you with such respect. Honestly, how many secrets are you still keeping from me?" Yi Xingchen smiled modestly. "You're joking, teacher. I just happen to have some connections with their boss, that's all." After pouring 2 glasses of red wine before Yi Xingchen could even react, Li Xiaoding suddenly spun around and smoothly slid onto his lap, straddling him and leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she locked her beautiful eyes onto his, murmuring in a sweet, seductive breath, "Hubby, can you do me a small favor?" Yi Xingchen immediately grew alert, thinking to himself, no sudden display of affection comes without an ulterior motive. There is definitely a catch here. He rolled his eyes, momentarily unable to figure it out. But given her status as the heiress of the Li Group, she has everything she could ever want. There's really no need for her to play tricks on me. Then a wicked smirk appeared on Yi Xingchen's face as he teased, "It's not impossible to help my wife out, but you have to kiss me first before I hear what you want." To his surprise, Li Xiaoding actually leaned in and planted a quick, gentle kiss on his cheek. She then blinked playfully and asked, "Well, how did that feel?" Yi Xingchen's face instantly flushed red, and he gave a silly, dazed grin, quite sweet, soft. "I really like it," but soon, logic overcame emotion. He quickly took a deep breath, gently grabbed her hands and pushed her out of his lap. "No, this is definitely not normal." Seeing herself pushed away, Li Xiaoding pouted with a trace of grievance. "What's not normal?" Yi Xingchen questioned her with a serious face. "All right, cut the suspense. Spill it, what are you up to?" She burst into a chuckle, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she purred. "What bad intentions could I possibly have? I'm merely doing my duty as a wife. Since you are my official boyfriend and fiancé now, if you don't help me resolve my troubles, who will?" Looking at her adorable, charming expression, Yi Xingchen almost lost his composure and agreed right on the spot. But just half a second later, he shook his head violently to wake himself up, slapping her hand away as he rolled his eyes. "Cut the act. What kind of trouble did you run into?" Seeing this, Li Xiaoding stood up in dejection, pouting as she complained, "You're way too guarded. It's rare for me to use my feminine charms, and you saw right through it so quickly." "Haha, so you really were using your charms on me just now?" Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing her glare in embarrassment as if about to grab a small knife from the table to poke him, he quickly raised his hands to surrender. All right, my bad. What kind of trouble did you run into? As long as I can help, I will do whatever it takes." Hearing this, Li Xiaoding let out a sigh, speaking with deep melancholy. "Actually, our company's capital chain has been running into some issues lately. Things are extremely tight." Before she could even finish, Yi Xingqian impatiently interrupted. "So you want to borrow money from me?" She glared at him and fired back. "Borrow money? Can you let me finish first?" Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Yi Xingqian scratched his nose and grinned awkwardly. "Ah, sorry, please go on." Swirling the wine in her goblet, Li Xiaoding sighed and continued. "To get through this crisis, my dad arranged a business marriage for me." Before she could even finish her sentence, Yi Xingqian once again couldn't contain his curiosity, blurting out to interrupt. "A blind date?" But this time his guess was pretty much spot on. Li Xiaoding nodded helplessly. "MMH, the guy is the son of Longshan Group's chairman. I heard he's a playboy who does nothing but idle around and fool around with women. I'd rather die than marry a guy like that." Yi Xingqian's expression gradually turned serious as he probed in a low voice. "So what is the actual situation inside the Li group right now?" She let out a somewhat lonely sigh. "I don't know the exact details either. I just heard from my family that things look quite bad." Hearing this, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but knit his brows, secretly pondering. The Li group had always been operating quite steadily. Why would they suddenly fall into a financial crisis? Could it be that bastard Dong Haoshan pulling the strings in the dark? The company had never run into any issues before, and now a corporation of this massive scale was in such a panic. This crisis had to be orchestrated by none other than the king of the game behind the scenes. Getting straight to the point, Yi Xingqian asked, "So what do you want me to do?" Pouting, Li Xiaoding whined with a trace of grievance. "I don't want to go to the blind date." She paused, hesitantly adding, "I told my dad I already have a boyfriend, but I don't actually have one right now." After talking in circles, she finally got to the point. She wanted him to fill in. Yi Xingqian's jaw dropped in surprise as he let out a dumbfounded "Ha!" By now, the wine bottle was empty and the glasses were drained. Yi Xingqian suddenly teased, "Then can we make the fake real?" Li Xiaoding responded with a half-playful, half-serious tone. "That depends on your performance. Maybe I'll give you a chance." Yi Xingqian quickly seized the opportunity, unexpectedly demanding, "No way, I have terms." Li Xiaoding's beautiful eyes widened and she asked blankly, "What terms?" Yi Xingqian smiled and rattled off his price list. "I want a daily labor fee of 1,000 yuan. That's just for pure acting. Holding hands is an extra 100, hugging is 200, kissing is 500, and sleeping together is 3,000. Instantly blushing, Li Xiaoding spat, "In your dreams, who wants you to sleep with them?" Yi Xingqian smiled slyly and settled for the next best thing, teasing, "How about a blow kiss then?" By now the street lights outside had long flickered on, a full moon hanging high in the night sky as a man staggered and stumbled down the road, gritting his teeth. Hu Durun waved his hands dismissively. "Get the fuck away from me, don't block the way, I haven't had enough to drink yet." "I'm not drunk," Zhao Xian also barked arrogantly. "Idiot, well look who it is. Isn't this the guy who owes Lao Ba money?" Before he could even finish, the word money made Hu Tian instantly roar in a panic. "Who are you? What money?" he bellowed in exasperation. Zhao Xian snorted coldly. "Stop playing dumb, Hu Tian. What did you say to our brother Aid on Yulong Street the other day? 3,000 yuan. Hand it over right now." Hu Tian froze on the spot, memories of the past flooding his mind. Lao Ba, Lu Dongxin. That day it was Hu Tian who had called to tip them off, saying it was the perfect opportunity, because Zi Feng and Wang Xiaohu were on Shiyu Street at the time. "That's right, there are only 2 of them, and they don't have a single soul with them. Move fast, big brothers, I'll keep an eye on the others for you." At the thought of this, Hu Duan bolted. Seeing this, Zhao Xian immediately gave chase, yelling, "Trying to run? Stop right there, stop," running for his life. Hu Dian turned his head back in sheer terror, thinking, "Do they already know I was the one who tipped them off to take out Fatty Wang? Oh no, I'm dead meat." Just then, in a dark corner, a mysterious figure quietly watched everything unfold. He let out a triumphant cold chuckle. "Hey, saves me a trip." The roars of "Stop" from his pursuers still echoed behind him. Running into a dead end, Hu Dun thought in absolute panic, "No, absolutely not, I can't stay in Jingai City any longer." Suddenly, a cold razor-sharp blade pressed silently against his throat. The mysterious figure slowly emerged from behind him, delivering a cold sentence, "You indeed won't be staying in Jingai for much longer." Terrified out of his wits, Hu Durun frantically begged, "No, brother, hero, spare my life, I'm innocent." Meanwhile, at the other end of the alley, Zhao Xian finally caught up with his men, shouting into the darkness, "Hu Dian, get the fuck out here, I've already seen you." The 3 of them walked in cautiously, only to find that Hu Dian had already been brutally murdered, with blood constantly spurting from his mouth, nose, and neck. The 3 stood frozen on the spot, surrounding the corpse with grim expressions. At the same time, Yi Xingqian was sitting on the sofa chatting with Sister Qin. Looking at the wide variety of sexy lingerie before him, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but widen his eyes, asking in surprise, "Sister Qin, are you planning to open a lingerie shop?" Her face clouded with worry. Sister Qin sighed and said, "Yeah, I've resigned. That old geezer is an absolute scoundrel, actually offering me 100,000 a month to serve him. She covered her mouth in a trace of grievance before continuing, Xingchen, you know how it is, a weak woman like me doesn't have much ability. I just want to use what little savings I have to start a small business. Just then, Mo Rongrong and Huang Yifei walked in, and Huang Yifei piped up in confusion. Then why did you run over to our place? Sister Qin turned her head with a bright smile. Haha, of course I want you guys to help me look through them and give me some advice. This brand of lingerie is designed according to different styles for women, which I think is amazing. I wonder if you girls like it. Mo Rongrong immediately tried on a mysterious and seductive set of black lingerie, while Huang Yifei playfully changed into a cute bra adorned with a bow. Showing no embarrassment whatsoever, she casually leaned in and asked, Brother Xingchen, how do I look? Highly socially adept. Sister Qin winked and teased, well, isn't your big sister good to you? Faced with the continuous questions from the two girls, Yi Xingchen was too embarrassed to answer, his face flushing red as he joked, Sister Qin, opening a shop like this is practically inciting people to commit crimes. Sister Qin giggled hysterically, purring, isn't that even better? Her face burning with embarrassment, Mo Rongrong muttered shyly in a low voice, Xingchen, Sister Qin, can we change back now? Wearing this is really uncomfortable. Right then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Yi Xingchen picked it up. Hello? An urgent, anxious plea came from the other end. Brother Chen, can you come to the Yulong bar? Something urgent has happened. Sensing that something was wrong, Yi Xingchen agreed without hesitation. All right, he stood up to leave, not forgetting to instruct them carefully. Sorry, I have to go out. You girls stay safely at home and don't go running off. Watching his departing back with eyes full of worry, Mo Rongrong murmured silently in her heart, Xingchen, make sure to come back early. Meanwhile, outside the Yulong bar, faint whispers of conversation could be heard. Have you notified the brothers outside? Wang Yu comforted calmly. Brother Feng, don't worry, I've already warned every single one of them. With a grim face, Zi Feng commanded in a deep voice, everyone stay the fuck inside. If anyone dares to mess around at a time like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. His brows knitted tightly. Wang Xiaohu muttered anxiously to himself, strange, why isn't Brother Chen here yet? The moment Yi Xingchen pushed the door open and stepped in, he demanded with an irritated face, what on earth is going on? What did I tell you guys last time? Zi Feng quickly stepped forward, spreading his hands to explain, Brother Chen, don't be angry yet, even we haven't figured this out. The brothers have been exceptionally well behaved lately, absolutely none of them went out to stir up trouble. Wang Yu also quickly chimed in to supplement, yes, Brother Chen, there is absolutely a conspiracy here. Last night, two brothers said they ran into Hu Dian and wanted to get the money he owed Lao Ba back, he continued. Who knew Hu Dian would bolt the moment he saw them? By the time our brothers finally caught up, Hu Dian had already been murdered and the police just happened to be nearby. Yi Xingchen had a pretty good idea of this setup, asking icily, where are our men now? Zi Feng answered with deep worry, yesterday, they were taken away by the police. The one who made the arrest was Gao Zhengfei. Lao Lu has already taken two brothers to the police station to gather information and assess the situation. Yi Xingchen's eyes widened in rage, spitting out a name through gritted teeth. Gao Zhengfei, meanwhile, fluffy white clouds drifted across the blue sky above, casting shadows over the neatly arranged urban buildings below. Wearing a cold face, Zhang Bao Lao Lu had just arrived at the entrance of the police station with his men. However, at that very moment, a trace of dangerous, murderous intent loomed from behind a window of the building opposite. The red crosshairs of a sniper scope were locked dead onto Zhang Bao's head. A man clad in mysterious black clothes leaned tightly against a sniper rifle. He bared a sinister and venomous sneer. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for following the wrong boss. Accompanied by a flash of fire from the muzzle, the bullet tore through the air. Zhang Bao was hit directly in the chest without warning. His eyes widened violently as he let out a painful shriek from his wide-open mouth, collapsing heavily to the ground under the terrified gazes of his brothers. Instantly, the scene plunged into chaos, with everyone frantically screaming, Brother Bao. A moment later, in a nearby hospital, Yi Xingchen and his crew rushed over. Furious, Wang Xiaohu Lao Qi violently shoved aside anyone blocking his way, roaring, get lost, get the fuck out of my way. Gao Zhengfei saw them barge in, his face instantly darkening. Blocking the doorway with a cold face, he stopped them. Sorry, you can't go in. Paying absolutely no attention to his blockade, Yi Xingchen approached with towering rage, threatening coldly. You piece of trash, if you dare to utter a single word of nonsense, I'll slaughter you right now. Just then, the two brothers who had gone to the station with Zhang Bao rushed out of the ward with panicked expressions, crying out loudly. Brother Chen, they fell to their knees with a heavy thud, reporting this devastating bolt from the blue news through choked-up tears. Brother Lu didn't make it, he's gone. Inside the ward, Zhang Bao Lao Lu lay deathly pale on the bed. showing no signs of life. A nurse nearby slowly pulled up a white sheet covering his chest. The red line on the heart monitor had turned into a cold, flat line, emitting a piercing beep. The two brothers choked back their excruciating grief, wailing. Brother Bao was shot by a sniper right at the entrance of the police station. The bullet went straight through his heart. Those bastards clearly wanted Brother Bao to die slowly in absolute agony, accompanied by their grief-stricken screams of, "Brother Chen, you must avenge Brother Bao." The nurse fully covered Lao Lu's pale face with the white sheet. Wang Xiaohu finally lost his mind completely. Clenching his fist tightly, he roared hysterically at Gao Zhengfei. "Gao Zhengfei, I'm going to kill you. Are you police officers nothing but a bunch of useless, incompetent trash?" Fortunately, Wang Yu held him back with a death grip. His eyes red, Wang Yu couldn't help but curse furiously. "Getting shot right at the entrance of the police station. You damn cops can all go to hell." Gao Zhengfei put on a hypocritical expression of guilt, sighing, "This was indeed our negligence." Striking an air of fair law enforcement, he made empty promises. "But please rest assured we will do everything in our power to hunt down the killer as soon as possible and give you an explanation." Facing this utterly hypocritical statement, Yi Xingchen felt sick listening to it for even another second. He stared at Gao Zhengfei with a freezing, murderous glare, spitting out a single word from gritted teeth. "Get out." Suppressing his tears, Yi Xingchen announced righteously to everyone present, word by word, "We are taking Zhang Bao's body with us. If you cops want to be useless cowards for the rest of your lives, that's your business. But I will personally tear the killer to pieces and avenge my brother." With that, Yi Xingchen and his brothers surged in, taking Zhang Bao's body and leaving the hospital. Their footsteps were heavy, every face painted with the deep grief of losing a brother. Gao Zhengfei watched their departing backs with cold eyes, a sinister sneer slowly curling on his lips. "HMPH, the show is just getting started. Yi Xingchen, let's see how long you can remain so cocky." At this moment, colorful neon lights still flickered outside the Dragon Demon Bar headquarters. Inside the bar's main hall, which had been converted into a funeral hall, Zhang Bao's black and white portrait was placed neatly behind an incense burner, where blue smoke curled into the air. Yi Xingchen and his remaining three core brothers silently stared at their fallen comrade's portrait, their eyes filled with endless grief, while a dense crowd of Starshine Association brothers stood behind them. Scanning the crowd behind him, Yi Xingchen's brows knitted slightly as he noticed something unusual. "Young Master Feng, why does it feel like there are far fewer brothers here today?" Zi Feng's brows knitted tightly as he reported in a deep voice, "A significant number of brothers have left the Starshine Association lately, especially the peripheral organizations managed by Luo Bao and his crew. Their member loss has been staggeringly severe." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen immediately saw through the conspiracy. Someone was clearly determined to make their lives miserable. He forced himself to calm down, analyzing the successive tragedies. Hu Tian's murder directly pushed us into opposition with the police. Now, regardless of the truth, all the brothers present are likely suspects in the eyes of the police. Taking out Lao Lu is their second move, designed to serve as a severe warning. Yi Xingchen's gaze turned bone-chillingly cold as he said icily, "They are using Lao Lu's death to blatantly tell us, as long as they want to kill, no matter where we hide, death is our only option." Zi Feng sneered dismissively, boldly declaring war. "HMPH, then I'd like to see just how capable this bastard really is." Right then, Wang Xiaohu Lao Qi suddenly stepped out with one hand in his pocket and a gleaming hand axe in the other, radiating pure murderous intent. Startling everyone present, Yi Xingchen demanded sternly, "Lao Qi, where are you going with that weapon?" Xiaohu gritted his teeth, roaring in a raspy voice loaded with intense hatred, "I'm going to hack that dog Cao Tianer to pieces." Seeing this, Wang Yu quickly rushed forward to hold him back. "Lao Qi, calm down, listen to Brother Chen first." However, the fury of revenge had completely obliterated Xiaohu's reasoning. He couldn't hear a word, struggling wildly as he roared, "Let go of me. I'm going to avenge my brothers, that beast Cao Tianer. I will personally slaughter him. I will avenge Brother Lu and Lao Ba. They definitely died by his hands," Xiaohu shrieked hysterically, the veins on his forehead bulging. "What are we waiting for? I'm going to take his dog life right now, Brother Chen, Young Master Feng, Lao Wu. Don't any of you try to stop me, let me go." Unable to tolerate it any longer, Yi Xingchen finally let out a deafening roar. "Enough," then he admonished him in a cold yet rational tone. "Of course we must avenge this deep bloody grudge, but if you rush in so recklessly, do you want our brothers to lose yet another loved one?" His deep gaze slowly swept across every brother present before he announced with absolute determination, "Cao Tianer's death haul is indeed incredibly powerful, but does that mean our Starshine Association should fear him?" Elevating his voice, Yi Xingchen completely ignited the long-suppressed rage and fighting spirit in the hearts of his brothers. "He harmed our brothers, murdering Lao Lu and Lao Ba. He is calculating to make us feel terrified, forcing us into a panic and complete collapse so he can effortlessly seize our territory. From then on, the entirety of Yulong Street will fall completely into his hands. Awakened by his words, all the brothers present gradually saw through the enemy's venomous scheme. Raising his arm, Yi Xingchen continued to roar, demanding loudly, "So is our Starshine Association really going to back down and act like cowards? Are the brothers present all a bunch of spineless wimps who fear death?" His words hit everyone like a sledgehammer, instantly igniting their suppressed fighting spirit. A first furious roar erupted from the crowd. No, immediately after, a second and third roar followed in quick succession. Zifeng, Xiaohu, and Wang Yu also shouted in unison, "We are not afraid." Instantly, every brother in the funeral hall gritted their teeth, swearing together, "We are not afraid. The brothers of the Starshine Association will never be cowards. Vengeance, vengeance, vengeance." Seeing that the morale was high, Yi Xingchen raised his right arm high, bellowing, "Then what should we do now?" A mountain-toppling roar instantly erupted below. Flatten the death hall. Kill Cao Tian'er. Vengeance, vengeance. Consumed by absolute rage, the brothers stood completely united, with only one conviction left in their minds. Vengeance. Right then, the quiet streets outside were suddenly shattered by the furious roar of heavy motorcycle engines. Dozens of bikes sped down the empty road like wild horses, heading straight toward the bar's entrance at breakneck speed. Hearing the commotion, Yi Xingchen asked in confusion, "What's going on outside?" He and his core brothers quickly rushed to the window. Looking down, they saw Cao Tian'er standing arrogantly at the bar's entrance, leading a menacing crowd of underlings. Under the shroud of the night, the motorcycle headlights, yet to be switched off, gleamed like the bloodthirsty eyes of demons, radiating a cold and eerie light. Standing at the absolute front of the crowd, Cao Tian'er bellowed arrogantly, "Yi Xingchen, get the fuck out here." Then he delivered his final ultimatum. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you keep hiding inside like a turtle, don't blame me for leading my men in to drag you out myself." Before his voice even faded, the tightly shut bar door was suddenly kicked open from the inside, the heavy wooden doors slamming violently to either side, radiating a murderous aura that practically froze the air. Yi Xingchen slowly stepped out. Cao Tian'er, gritting their teeth nearby, Wang Yu and Xiaohu's minds spun rapidly, deeply shocked. With the police keeping such a close eye on everything right now, how does he dare to show up at our doorstep with so many men? Who on earth is backing him? Their worries were well founded. After all, Cao Tian'er and his henchmen appeared incredibly arrogant and confident. Seeing everyone present, Cao Tian'er let out a sinister sneer. "Yi Xingchen, I really didn't expect us to meet again so soon," bringing up the past. "Last time you took down over 100 of my brothers all on your own. This time, I've specially prepared a massive surprise for you." Pointing at Yi Xingchen with absolute arrogance, Cao Tian'er tried to completely overpower him in momentum. "These are 1,000 of our death hall's finest elites, Yi Xingchen. Let's see if you can walk off this street alive today." Hearing this, an incredibly disdainful sneer curled on Yi Xingchen's lips, and he fired back, "HMPH, last time I wiped out your entire Yuhu gang and slaughtered that lackey named John along the way. Cao Tian'er, since you've delivered your own dog head to me today, you might as well leave it behind." Cao Tian'er remained extremely arrogant, acting as if he held all the cards. "If you just want to talk tough before you die, you indeed only have a few minutes left to act cocky. Unfortunately, I'm already tired of this game." With a sudden wave of his hand, he issued a lethal order to his thugs. "Charge, leave no one alive." Yet the moment his words fell, 2 short blades radiating a freezing light shot straight toward his face like shooting stars. Clearly, Yi Xingchen had already launched a surprise attack first. He roared, "Go to hell, all of you." One short blade stabbed deeply into a thug's arm, while the other shot toward Cao Tian'er's vitals with thunderous speed. Drenched in cold sweat, Cao Tian'er frantically dodged. The blade grazing past his arm, staring at his bleeding arm, he cursed in a raging fit. "Damn it, good thing I was prepared. A blood debt must be paid in blood," he screamed hysterically to the thugs behind him. "Charge, hack them all to pieces." At his command, the death hall thugs fell into formation and charged like madmen. On his end, Yi Xingchen had already grabbed a wooden club, rallying the brothers behind him. "Brothers, it's time to lay our lives on the line. Fight them to the end." Wielding a club, Zifeng took the lead, shouting, "Brothers, kill." Having waited for this moment for far too long, Xiaohu roared with bloodshot eyes, "Kill, avenge our fallen brothers." Reaching behind his back, Yi Xingchen drew 2 sharp short blades, faking a move in the air before throwing them into the enemy ranks with lightning speed. The 2 blades hit with perfect precision, directly skewering the 2 leading death hall thugs. Xiaohu had also entered a state of pure frenzy, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that left his opponent spitting blood, completely unable to fight back. However, there were simply too many enemies charging one after another. Another thug swung an iron rod ruthlessly. With his old injuries yet to heal, Xiaohu's movements were slightly sluggish, taking a heavy blow that sent him staggering several steps back. Seeing him expose a weakness, the thug was ecstatic, calling out triumphantly to his companions, "This guy is about to break, move in and finish him." Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian was also locked in a brutal 2-on-1 fight, with one enemy slashing at him from the front while another snuck up behind him with a raised iron hammer. At this critical hair-raising moment, a green-haired Starshine Association subordinate suddenly charged out from the side, slashing his blade heavily onto the backstabber's shoulder and catching him completely off guard. Without turning his head, he roared to Yi Xingqian behind him, "Brother Chen, ignore me, run." But before his words could even finish, another cold blade pierced brutally through his abdomen from the side without warning, causing him to instantly spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet this hot-blooded green-haired kid summoned the absolute last of his strength. Grabbing his blade's hilt tightly, before collapsing he smoothly spun around and sliced the throat of the enemy before him, warm blood instantly spraying all over his face. This lethal counterstrike completely drained his remaining life force, and he struggled in vain to swallow the blood rushing to his throat. In the next second his eyes closed powerlessly, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, a fatal blade still pinned deeply into his chest. With his dying breath he gasped out his final words, "Brother Chen, avenge, you must avenge our brothers." The heroic sacrifice of the green-haired kid completely ignited the long-suppressed rage and fighting spirit of all the Starshine Association brothers. With bloodshot eyes, everyone roared at the top of his lungs, "Kill, avenge our fallen brother, we can't let him die in vain." Yi Xingqian's handsome face was splattered with the warm, fresh blood of the green-haired kid, yet at this moment he appeared exceptionally calm. So calm that it was terrifying. After a long moment, a low, raspy, cold chuckle escaped his throat. Hey, at this moment, memories of the past flashed through his mind like a movie reel. What is a true brother? Isn't it someone who would unconditionally block a blade for you, lay down their life for yours, and lend a hand in times of danger without a single second of hesitation? Yi Xingqian stared coldly at his brothers, collapsing in pools of blood one after another. In his heart he made a silent vow. For the Starshine Association, even if I have to throw away my life today, I will never let a single brother die in vain. He slowly clenched his fingers, gripping the hilt of his blade with a death grip. The blood and sacrifice of his brothers had completely awakened the sleeping beast of slaughter within his soul. I absolutely cannot die. The Starshine Association doesn't just belong to me. It embodies the blood, sweat, and tears of all my brothers. I cannot stand by and watch the Starshine Association be destroyed like this. At this critical moment of life and death, Yi Xingqian charged forward without hesitation, roaring, "You all must," along with this death-like sentence. He violently threw 3 throwing knives. "Die!" Following closely behind him, Xiaohu charged into the fray with his men, swearing to avenge their fallen brothers. Cao Tian'er looked at the chaotic battlefield with a grim expression, his gaze locked dead onto Yi Xingqian, who was trying to break through. Completely unaware that he had been targeted, Yi Xingqian continued to sprint forward at full speed. Seeing an unavoidable wall ahead, he leaped over it, as light as a feather, leaving his pursuers far behind. Just then, several police cars screamed toward them with wailing sirens. Cao Tian'er spun his head around, crying out in shock, "Damn it, why are the police here so fast?" Realizing the situation was extremely unfavorable, he had no choice but to let Yi Xingqian go for now. He cursed bitterly in his heart, "HMPH, Yi Xingqian, once I catch you, I'll tear you apart with my own hands." Instantly, he decisively ordered a retreat, leading his men to quickly vanish into the dark corner behind the wall. The moonlight was blocked by the high wall, plunging the surroundings into pitch darkness. Yi Xingqian stumbled through the deep, narrow alley, each step leaving a striking trail of blood on the cold, hard stone pavement. Trembling violently all over, he leaned heavily against the wall for support, shuffling forward inch by inch. But before he could go far, the exhausted Yi Xingqian's legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. He struggled, attempting to push up his heavily battered body once more. I absolutely cannot fall here. The brothers of the Starshine Association are still waiting for me to go back." However, his physical exhaustion and extreme weakness caused him to collapse heavily onto the cold ground once more. In his daze, he sensed someone approaching. Summoning the very last of his strength, he warily opened his eyes to look. Through his blurry vision, he could only faintly make out Yuji's anxious figure. "Xingqian, wake up!" she cried out with deep concern. "Xingqian, hang in there!" But Yi Xingqian ultimately could not withstand the tidal wave of darkness and blacked out completely. This terrified Yuji out of her wits, and she frantically screamed his name, "Xingqian!" In Yi Xingqian's fading consciousness, her anxious cries seemed to echo constantly in his ears. "Xingqian, don't sleep, Xingqian!" The next morning, sunlight bathed an antique Chinese-style villa. In the luxurious living room, Cao Tian'er sat slouched on the sofa with a blank expression, his mind in complete chaos. "This is bad. Leading my men to wipe out the Starshine Association not only resulted in Yi Xingqian escaping, but we also lost so many brothers from the death hall." At the thought of these severe consequences, his face was filled with uncontrollable tension and pressure. If the president finds out, he will absolutely never let me off. Just then, President Dugu walked slowly down the stairs with a warm smile on his face. President, you're here, Cao Tian'er greeted, quickly standing up and bowing with absolute respect. The kindly old man chuckled, greeting him warmly. We're family here, no need to be so formal. Sit down and let's talk. He then instructed the servant on the side. Someone bring some tea. However, this approachable attitude did absolutely nothing to ease the terror in Cao Tian'er's heart. Gulping down his fear, he asked cautiously, President, what happened last night? You've probably heard about it, right? But President Dugu didn't seem to care much about it, calmly comforting him instead. It's fine. First try this freshly brewed Shifeng Longjing. I harvested these tea leaves myself from the tea mountains this year. At his command, a servant immediately stepped forward, bowing as they presented an exquisite teacup. As Cao Tian'er anxiously took a small sip, President Dugu leisurely enjoyed his tea, while offering some guidance in a slow, calculated tone. You did the right thing this time. Hey, being able to withstand the pressure and refrain from taking all your men to hunt down Yi Xingchen, that level of boldness alone makes you exceptional. Young man, you must keep your composure. The Yi father and son are by no means ordinary. Only those who have truly fought them know how terrifying they can be. But Cao Tian'er still couldn't put his mind at ease, interrupting in a low voice. But President, we lost so many brothers last night. However, President Dugu didn't even let him finish, taking puff after puff from his tobacco pipe as he calmly analyzed the situation. If you want to climb to the absolute peak of power, your path is destined to be paved with the bones of countless men. Since ancient times, how could anyone achieve greatness without sacrifice? Then do you know how Yi Tianlong would react if he found out his biological son had been killed? Unable to grasp the president's deeper meaning for a moment, Cao Tian'er could only bow respectfully and reply honestly, to be quite frank, I do not know. At this, a chillingly eerie smile appeared on President Dugu's face, and he flatly spat out two words, silence. Hearing this unexpected answer, Cao Tian'er was even more bewildered, completely at a loss. Taking another puff of his pipe, President Dugu continued mysteriously, yes, silence. No matter how massive the crisis, that man remains as unshakable as Mount Tai. Furthermore, with your current strength and capability, do you really believe you can kill his son? At this point, President Dugu threw the decision back to Cao Tian'er. Hey, you're a smart man. I assume I don't need to waste any more words telling you what to do next. Leaving behind this profound statement, President Dugu slowly turned and departed, leaving behind a highly intriguing remark that echoed in the air. I am already old. The future of the Skull Society will eventually be handed over to you. This casual sentence instantly ignited the murderous intent buried deep in Cao Tian'er's heart. Kill Yi Xingchen. Haha. Once he's dead, the entire Skull Society will be mine. He stood up abruptly, already marking the elimination of Yi Xingchen as his highest priority. Meanwhile, in another quiet old house, bright morning light quietly filtered through the window, her face painted with deep worry. Yuji gently reached out to touch Yi Xingchen's pale face, anxiously whispering to herself, It's been a whole day and night, why hasn't he woken up yet? No, I can't drag this out any longer. I must call the hospital. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, Yi Xingchen's heavily bandaged, scarred hand suddenly grasped her soft hand, their fingers intertwining. He silently stared at their clasped hands without saying a word. Yuji was instantly overjoyed, tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. Xingchen, you're finally awake. Only now did Yi Xingchen clearly see the girl's face, weakly murmuring, Yuji. His eyes were filled with surprise and immense relief. Yuji, is it Rinyu? I've been looking for you for so long. Yuji quickly fussed over him with concern. You're finally awake. How did you get so badly hurt? What on earth happened? Instead of rushing to explain last night's brutal battle, Yi Xingchen asked in a raspy, quiet voice. A slight accident. How long have I been asleep? Yuji replied honestly. You've been unconscious for a whole day and night since I rescued you. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen's heart tightened instantly, deeply worried about the situation outside. A whole day, is there any news from outside? Yuji patiently explained the situation outside, her tone filled with deep concern for him. Aside from patrolling police and armed police officers, there's nothing unusual. What exactly happened? You scared me to death. However, Yi Xingchen really didn't want to drag her into this mess, so he stiffly changed the subject. Yuji, where have you moved to now? Have you found a new job? Sensing he was avoiding the topic, the intelligent Yuji didn't press further, answering obediently, I'm currently working as a secretary at a securities firm. Staring at her, Yi Xingchen's expression gradually grew exceptionally solemn. I see, thank you for your hard work. Yuji, are you willing to trust me? Without a single second of hesitation, she met his gaze and poured out her absolute trust. I have never doubted anything you've ever told me. Yi Xingchen gently pressed his hand over his chest, making a solemn vow. Yuji, I will take you away from here. I promise I will never let you suffer even a single drop of grievance or pain again. But I can't do it right now, my enemies are hunting me down. Last night, many of my brothers. Once I've cleared everything up, I will definitely come back to take you with me in the grandest way possible. He squeezed her hand, pleading sincerely. Promise me before I return for you. Stay safe right here and don't go wandering around, okay? Instead of nodding immediately, Yuji looked at him with a face full of hope and anxiety, asking softly, Xingqian, do you really love me? Seeing her expectant eyes, Yi Xingqian finally confessed his long-overdue feelings. I love you, Yuji. The day you left, I finally saw my true heart. Though I don't know how deep this love is, please give me a chance to take care of you for the rest of my life. This passionate confession completely pierced Yuji's heart, reinforcing her choice to believe in the youth before her. I'll wait for you to come back, Xingqian. No matter what happens, you must return safely, because I will always be waiting for you right here. Having secured her promise, Yi Xingqian couldn't afford to linger. He quickly grabbed his jacket and draped it over his shoulders, bidding a reluctant low farewell. I must head out first. Yuji silently escorted him all the way to the front door. Terrified she might worry, Yi Xingqian explained softly, If I stay here any longer, once my enemies track me down, you'll be dragged into danger. A split second before stepping out, he couldn't help but pull her tightly into his arms, whispering tenderly in her ear, Wait for me to come back. With that, he decisively let go, spun around, and strode away. At the thought of his brother's bloody murder, a raging fire of vengeance consumed him once more. Cao Tian'er, I will definitely make you pay the ultimate price. After leaving Yuji's place, Yi Xingqian headed straight to a public telephone booth by the street. He dialed the number, letting his right-hand man Ouyang Jun know he was safe. Ouyang, it's me, Xingqian. Yeah, I'm fine. Tell the brothers to attend school quietly these next few days. Remember, don't make any moves and wait for my orders. Just wait for my signal. From the other end of the line, Ouyang Jun's extremely anxious and concerned voice instantly roared, Hello? Xingqian, where the hell did you vanish to? Receiving no answer, he pressed frantically. Hello? Xingqian, are you listening? Hello? However, these questions were destined to go unanswered, as Yi Xingqian had already hung up without hesitation. Right after, he pulled out his phone and dialed Xiaoxin's number. The moment the call connected, Yi Xingqian got straight to the point. It's me, Xingqian. On the other end, Xiaoxin froze for a second before instantly cursing, Holy crap, you brat actually remembered to call me? Slightly embarrassed by the shouting, Yi Xingqian cleared his throat and got straight to business. Help me look someone up. The other party was direct, asking without any nonsense. Who? Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes, spitting out his enemy's name through gritted teeth. Cao Tian'er, Hall Master of the Death Hall of the Skull Society. Xiaoxin agreed readily. No problem. I'll send the file to you in 3 days. 3 days flew by in a flash, and the day of their scheduled exchange finally arrived. Inside Zheng Ying's villa, Yi Xingqian paced back and forth anxiously in the living room until the phone on the table suddenly rang. He snatched it up impatiently, asking urgently, How is it, Xiaoxin? Did you find any useful leads? From the other end of the line, Xiaoxin's clear and confident voice replied, I got it. That bastard Cao Tian'er is also searching the entire world for you like a madman. So I deliberately leaked some info to him, saying you were spotted near the Jinsha Bay Hotel. Hearing this, Yi Xingqian knit his brows in displeasure. Damn it, so you used me as bait to fish for his intel? Xiaoxin shot back righteously. Do you think I'm a god? If I don't put out some bait, how is the big fish going to bite? Then he began to complain. You have no idea how tricky this mission was. That old bastard Dugu Ba actually stepped in personally, using every possible resource to completely scrub Cao Tian'er's movements. Yi Xingqian had no interest in listening to his complaints, pressing further. By the way, check on Zi Feng and Wang Erhu while you're at it. They're my life and death brothers. To this, the professional Xiaoxin gave a highly decisive answer. I already checked on them for you. There is absolutely no news at the moment, but if they're not dead, they've most likely fled Jingai City. Suddenly, Xiaoxin's tone on the other end turned exceptionally solemn. Yi Xingqian's heart tightened, and he urged impatiently, What's wrong? Don't beat around the bush, just spill it. Meeting his rush, however, were 2 incredibly heavy words. Be careful. Hearing this sincere warning, a warmth surged through Yi Xingqian's heart, and he gave a low reply. MMH. Hanging up, Zheng Ying happened to push the door open and walk in. Stepping gracefully to his side, she placed a heavy black cloth bag on the table before him. Everything you asked for is in here. Yi Xingqian thanked her sincerely. Thank you, Sister Yingying. Sitting down gracefully, Zheng Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance and worry as she warned, I know you're going out to avenge your brother this time, but promise me don't come back covered in wounds again. I don't want to live in constant fear for you every single day. Meeting Zheng Ying's gentle gaze, Yi Xingqian gave a solemn, heavy nod. MMH. Meanwhile, inside the Jinsha Bay Hotel, the golden sunset filtered through the heavy floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the opulent, luxurious room. A lackey rushed into the private suite in a panic, reporting loudly, "Hallmaster, is there something wrong with our intel? Why is it that after searching the front desk for so long we couldn't find any check-in records for Yi Xingchen?" Cao Tian'er knit his brows, immediately rejecting the idea flatly. "Absolutely impossible. The info from the Sky Intelligence Network has always been flawless. Otherwise it wouldn't have been worth the massive fortune I spent to buy it. The only explanation right now is that the kid hasn't registered with his own ID yet. Wait a bit longer, don't lose your cool." However, before he could even finish his sentence, the lackey beside him tremblingly pointed out the window, shrieking in terror, "Hallmaster, Yi Xingchen is right on the rooftop opposite us." Following the lackey's pointing finger, Cao Tian'er looked over to see Yi Xingchen standing alone, cold and unbothered, with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the railing of the opposite building. That cold, indifferent gaze felt as if he had already sentenced Cao Tian'er to death in his heart. Driven to near madness by this highly provocative look, Cao Tian'er roared hysterically, "Go after him. Today I will personally tear that little bastard to pieces." Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Yi Xingchen was calmly talking on the phone. "They're here," the person on the other end quickly warned in a panic. "Be absolutely careful, those guys are all carrying guns." Meeting the warning, however, was Yi Xingchen's exceptionally flat, indifferent voice. "Yeah, got it." Looking down coldly from above, Yi Xingchen watched Cao Tian'er's henchmen, who looked as tiny as ants on the ground, frantically searching for him like headless flies. The leader, Horan, waved his hand and directed loudly, "You two go right. You two go left. Shout the moment you spot the target. The rest of you follow me in charge." Searching along the corridor, Horan asked the lackey beside him in a low voice, "Any sign of him?" The other party shook his head. "Reporting to the boss, nothing." Horan knit his brows, turning around to call out to his rear, "What about your side, Luotian?" However, no response came from the quiet corridor. Making Horan's heart skip a beat, he called out in a panic, "Luotian, Luotian." Sensing something was terribly wrong, he frantically yelled to his men, "This is bad. Something might have happened." The group sprinted forward like madmen. Horan violently pushed open the door ahead, but the sight before him instantly made him break into a cold sweat. Luotian was leaning stiffly against the wall with his eyes wide open, a cold steel dagger driven with perfect precision straight into the center of his forehead. He had long since stopped breathing. Staring at this bloody scene, Horan ordered through gritted teeth, "Search, find him." Suddenly a cold male voice echoed from the dark corner, "No need to search, it's quite creepy." Horan's heart jolted, and he quickly aimed his gun toward the source of the voice. But before he could even pull the trigger, 3 cold silver flashes pierced through the air like lightning. With a series of dull thuds, 3 sharp throwing knives buried themselves deeply into the vital spots of his 3 lackeys. Only then did Horan realize in terror that Yi Xingchen was standing coldly in the shadows not far away, with his hands in his pockets, a playful smirk hanging on his lips. This humiliating sight made Horan completely lose his sanity. Roaring, "Go to hell!" he raised his gun and fired wildly. But before his bullets could even leave the chamber, Yi Xingchen's figure blurred into a residual shadow, closing the distance at extreme speed. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, and Horan felt a chilling sensation across his neck as his throat was cleanly cut. The sharp gunshots instantly alerted Cao Tian'er nearby. He froze in his tracks, turning his head suspiciously. Pulling out his gun, he yelled to his men, "The gunshots are coming from ahead. Don't let that brat escape." Moments later, Cao Tian'er burst into the room with a large murderous squad. Staring at the corpses strewn across the floor, his eyes flared with absolute rage as he roared, "Everyone stay alert. Search every corner. Do not let Yi Xingchen get away." In the dead silence of the room, a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Instantly raising their guard, everyone aligned their guns toward the corner and unleashed a frantic barrage of bullets. However, once the smoke cleared, they realized that the target they had turned into a sieve was nothing but a poor rat that had unfortunately scurried out from behind a stone pillar. The poor creature was dead as dead could be. Cao Tian'er's face turned incredibly dark. Letting out a chilling, enraged laugh, he sneered, "Quite the sharp shooters we have here, ha ha ha." Right as his bone-chilling laugh faded, he spun around violently, firing toward the right. Yet meeting him were 3 lethal throwing knives hurtling through the air. The knives plunged into the chests of 3 henchmen, who collapsed to the ground dead with agonized screams, sending Cao Tian'er scrambling back in sheer panic. Yi Xingchen casually toyed with the final short knife in his hand, offering a faint smile as he greeted, "Great Hallmaster Cao indeed, what a small world. We meet again." Though Cao Tian'er's face was painted with uncontrollable anxiety, he still refused to back down. "HMPH, it seems I underestimated you, Yi Xingchen. But you won't escape today." His face filled with confusion and fury, Yi Xingchen demanded coldly, "I know that all too well, but there is one thing I don't understand. Why did you insist on mobilizing the entire Death Hall to fight my Starshine association to the bitter end? Was it really just to avenge your useless younger brother?" A wild murderous intent flitted across Cao Tian'er's face, and he sneered. No, if it were for anyone else I wouldn't have gone to such extremes, but you are different. Because you are Yi Xingqian you must die here today. Finding this explanation utterly absurd, Yi Xingqian let out an angry laugh, demanding fiercely. Just because of such an absurd reason, you went on a mad rampage to destroy my Starshine association and slaughter my brothers? Staring at Yi Xingqian's slightly unhinged fury, a sick ecstatic thrill flashed in Cao Tian'er's eyes as he laughed wildly. Exactly, you lunatic, go to hell. With that he violently raised his gun to fire. However, Yi Xingqian's knife-throwing speed was several times faster than his trigger pull. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, the 3 bullets and the 3 flying knives collided violently in midair, unleashing a deafening, incredibly grating metallic screech. Cao Tian'er's eyes widened in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Seizing this rare opening, Yi Xingqian blurred into motion, closing the distance like a ghost as he mocked mercilessly. And here I thought you, Cao Tian'er, were actually capable, but it turns out you're nothing special. I truly feel sorry for my brothers who died at your hands. They actually lost to a piece of trash like you. Seeing this, Cao Tian'er's eyes turned bloodshot as he charged forward regardless of the consequences, roaring, I'll take you down with me. But Yi Xingqian simply leapt into the air, delivering a brutal kick straight to Cao Tian'er's chest that sent him rolling across the floor. Ah! Cao Tian'er trembled violently in pain, while Yi Xingqian calmly patted the dust off his jacket, sneering, Your skills are decent enough. Before his voice even settled, he launched a preemptive strike, his fists raining down like a violent storm. Cao Tian'er exerted every ounce of his strength, barely managing to dodge the near-fatal blow by a hair. But Yi Xingqian gave him absolutely no room to breathe, his heavy punches relentlessly shattering Cao Tian'er's defenses and forcing him back step by step. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian reached behind his back, drawing a short knife hidden at his waist. Having already lost his footing, Cao Tian'er instinctively raised his arm to block, but warm, fresh blood instantly splattered across his face. Screaming, he fell to his knees with a thud, staring blankly at his empty shoulder where his arm had been severed clean off. Of my hand, my arm? Yi Xingqian looked down on him, his eyes entirely devoid of warmth. It's only natural that you wanted to wipe us out completely, but your fatal mistake was miscalculating your moves. One wrong step, and you lose the entire game. I, Yi Xingqian, am no longer that weak, helpless child who can be easily slaughtered. Before his voice even settled, he swung his blade violently, cleanly severing Cao Tian'er's remaining hand on the spot, sending him rolling across the floor in agonizing screams. Ah! Yi Xingqian drove his knife deep into his bleeding shoulder, declaring coldly, Everyone must pay the ultimate price for their own stupidity and mistakes. Cao Tian'er, this is your retribution. With that, he plunged his blade repeatedly into Cao Tian'er's abdomen, roaring with a savage expression, This strike is to get justice for my fallen brothers. Grabbing Cao Tian'er by the hair, he forced him to look straight into his murderous gaze, spitting out word by word. Cao Tian'er, the absolute biggest mistake of your life was laying a hand on my brothers. Anyone who touches my brothers dies. Those were the very last words Cao Tian'er ever heard. His eyes remained wide open, refusing to close in death, as a torrent of blood spewed from his throat and wounds, staining the entire floor a shocking crimson. Afterward, Yi Xingqian did something completely unexpected. He wiped his hands, picked up his phone, and dialed the police. Hello, is this the police? I'd like to report a crime. There are several fresh corpses on the rooftop of the building opposite the Jinsha Bay Hotel. Outside the window, the golden sunset bathed the exterior of the Jinsha Bay Hotel in a gorgeous yet slightly desolate orange-gold glow. Meanwhile, in another cozy residence, Huang Yifei paced back and forth in the living room with a worried face, asking her friend in a low, anxious voice, Rongrong, why hasn't Brother Xingqian returned yet? Even though Yang Jun said they're fine, why hasn't Brother Xingqian even called us back? But Rongrong comforted her. He probably just doesn't want us to worry, or maybe he hasn't finished his business yet. But Huang Yifei was still somewhat huffy. HMPH, but I'm really worried right now. When he gets back, I'm definitely going to give him a piece of my mind. Mo Rongrong knew she was just putting on a tough front, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, will you really have the heart to do that when the time comes? Just then, the doorbell rang, and Huang Yifei eagerly ran to open the door. It must be Brother Xingqian. Sure enough, Yi Xingqian was waiting patiently outside. Unable to contain her wild joy, Huang Yifei threw her arms tightly around him. Brother Xingqian, sob, looking at the tears shimmering in her eyes. Yi Xingqian quickly asked with concern, Rongrong Feifei, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Mo Rongrong leaned against his shoulder and complained with a trace of grievance. Why are you only getting back now? We were worried half to death. Yi Xingqian chose not to mention the bloodshed outside, only saying softly, I'm sorry for making you worry. As time passed, by the day after the revenge operation, everything returned to its normal track. He went back to school as usual, slowly walking through the classroom doors. With his hands in his pockets, he shuffled to his seat at a snail's pace, Seeing this, Ouyang Jun and Chen Xiaolong quickly came over to greet him. Xingchen, Ouyang Jun yanked him out of his seat and dragged him straight outside, prompting an unhappy protest from Yi Xingchen. Hey, what are you doing, Ouyang? I have zero interest in men. The other guy rolled eyes and fired back. Come off it, I have zero interest in you either. Ouyang Jun led Yi Xingchen into an empty room, and immediately got straight to the point. Spill it, what on earth happened? Have you gotten in touch with anyone? With a face full of grief, Yi Xingchen quietly stated the situation at the time. Lao Wu, Lao Lu, and Lao Ba are all gone. There's still no word from Zi Feng and Lao Qi either. At the mention of this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse furiously. It was all caused by that beast Cao Tianer. Ouyang Jun asked about his plans for the future. Xingchen, what do you plan to do next? He slowly explained. Now that Cao Tianer is dead, it can be considered revenge for our fallen brothers. Yi Xingchen kept his promise to his brothers firmly in mind. I said I would make the Starshine Association famous throughout the world, and I will absolutely never let this kind of tragedy happen again. This trial had made him much more mature and steady. We will achieve our dreams. We will never look back until our goal is met. Ouyang Jun expressed his determination to follow. Since we've chosen this path, there's no turning back. Xingchen, we are brothers for life, aren't we? Chen Xiaolong also joined in with boiling passion. The future of our Starshine Association, we will charge forward and bear it together. Just then, a cold, mocking voice suddenly drifted over. Oh, how impressive, what grand ambitions. You've really scared the crap out of me. Yi Xingchen had absolutely no intention of tolerating him. Taking a step forward, he roared furiously. Damn it, you have a death wish. The other party had never expected him to be so bold and scrambled backward in terror. His two lackeys finally snapped to their senses and lunged forward, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. However, Yi Xingchen merely raised a leg, cleanly kicking one of them aside. The other tried to defend himself, but stood no chance against Yi Xingchen's storm-like flurry of blows. Beaten to a pulp, he was ultimately knocked flat on the ground with a heavy punch. Seeing things turn sour, Cao Feng hurriedly threatened with false bravado. Yi Xingchen, I advise you not to lay a hand on me, or else I'll have my big brother step in, and you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. If it were before, Yi Xingchen might have hesitated, but times had changed. Your big brother, I'm afraid you'll have to jump off here and go to the Underworld to see him. Cao Feng keenly sensed an ominous premonition, stammering out a question. Why you? What do you mean by that? Yi Xingchen kindly revealed. It seems you're still in the dark. Your big brother has already been killed. The news hit like a bolt from the blue, causing Cao Feng to shriek hysterically. How is that possible? How could my big brother be dead? He struggled wildly to break free from his underling's hold. It must be you. You definitely did it. Yi Xingchen didn't want to waste words on him, turning his head to shoot Ouyang Jun a glance. The latter instantly understood and stepped forward to handle Cao Feng. Ouyang Jun suddenly raised his leg and delivered a devastating groin-shattering kick. The agonizing pain made Cao Feng instantly clamp his legs together. Crying as tears and snot flowed, a teacher suddenly appeared, stopping the fight just in time. Hey, what are you all doing? Chen Xiaolong and Ouyang Jun quickly slipped away back to the classroom, where the three gathered once more to discuss their next steps. Ouyang Jun asked tentatively, Are we really just going to let Cao Jia go like this? Yi Xingchen shook his head calmly. Of course not. If you don't weed out the roots, they'll grow back when the spring breeze blows. After all, he is Cao Tianer's younger brother. I don't want to see any more of our brothers sacrificed, but it's indeed inconvenient to make a move at school. On the podium, Li Shouting was earnestly teaching the class, but down below, Ouyang Jun and Yi Xingchen were slacking off and joking around, completely ignoring the lesson. Unable to take it anymore, Li Shouting suddenly spoke up. Student Yi, please come to the faculty office to help me get the test papers. Yi Xingchen followed her to the faculty office. Once they were the only two in the room, Li Shouting suddenly lunged forward and threw her arms tightly around Yi Xingchen. Do you have any idea how much I've been worried about you these past few days? Already used to her intimacy, Yi Xingchen touched her forehead and teased, Ms. Li, do you have a fever? Li Shouting playfully punched his chest. You're the one with a fever, I'm just caring about you. With that, she got to the point. Anyway, I want to invite you to my house. My dad wants to meet you. But Yi Xingchen turned her down with an expressionless face. I think I'll pass. Our last meeting ended on a pretty unpleasant note. His coldness left Li Shouting slightly flustered, and she could only lower her stance to plead, I know you're still angry about last time, but this time just do it for my mom's sake, okay? But her gentle offensive still failed to move him. Why do we absolutely have to go to your house? I keep feeling like you have something on your mind. Only then did Li Shouting hesitantly confess, Actually, there's a ball tonight, and I wanted to invite you to go with me. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen agreed readily. In that case, fine, wait for me tonight. Night fell, and a full moon hung high in the sky. In front of a magnificent, luxurious villa, various kinds of high-end cars were parked. Dressed in a handsome suit, Yi Xingchen considerately helped Li Shouting out of the car. How many people did your dad actually invite this time? Why is it so lively? Li Shouting answered. Almost all the prominent figures of Jingai City are here. Maybe your dad will show up today too. Yi Xingchen walked ahead like a gentleman to open the door, though his tone remained somewhat indifferent. My old man has always hated these kinds of parties the most. He probably won't come. Do you need to change into an evening gown? I'll accompany you. Li Shouting responded from behind. Okay. In the luxuriously decorated hall with glittering chandeliers, Li Shouting stopped in front of a door and knocked gently. Nangong Shangshong heard the sound and opened the door. Li Shouting recognized the person before her. Unable to contain her joy, she suddenly lunged at Li Shouting, hugging her tightly to pour out her longing after their long separation. Long time no see, I missed you so much. Her appearance left Yi Xingchen dumbfounded as well. Nangong Shangshong? Li Shouting was equally shocked and couldn't help but ask, Shangshong, why are you here? Nangong Shangshong explained with a smile. My dad received an invitation from your dad. I happened to be on vacation, so I came along to enjoy the fun. With that, she pointed curiously at the boy beside her. Is this your boyfriend? Yi Xingchen suddenly dashed forward, throwing his arms around Nangong Shangshong in sheer ecstasy. Ms. Li indeed didn't lie to me. Miss Shangshong is here too. Miss Shangshong, I'm your most loyal fan. This over-the-top reaction made Nangong Shangshong rather bashful, and Li Shouting quickly explained with some embarrassment, Shangshong Xingchen is my student. He has admired you for a long time, so please don't mind him. Instantly returning to his usual cool and handsome self, Yi Xingchen introduced himself solemnly. Miss Shangshong, please forgive my rudeness for our first meeting. Nangong Shangshong leaned in shyly, whispering to her friend, He's a student, I thought he was your boyfriend. To her surprise, Yi Xingchen's sharp ears caught everything. Of course. I'm Ms. Li's most prized student, and I was specially invited to help her out today. Nangong Shangshong asked in surprise. Help with what? Li Shouting had no choice but to confess to her friend. My dad insisted on introducing me to that guy named Long Fei, so I had to lie and say I already have a boyfriend. So I got Yi Xingchen to pretend to be my boyfriend. Hearing this, Nangong Shangshong finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, Shouting, I can't believe you actually thought of that, getting your own student to play your boyfriend. Yi Xingchen defended himself vigorously. What's wrong with being a student? Didn't you also think I was her boyfriend at first glance? But Li Shouting was in no mood to joke. Warning with a serious expression, Shangshong, you must absolutely keep this a secret for me. I'll go change my clothes and we'll meet in the hall later. With that, she walked into the room, leaving the two of them waiting outside. Before long, Li Shouting pushed open the door and stepped out, wearing a delicately designed, well-tailored black evening gown that was so sexy and charming it could practically steal anyone's soul. This stunning, absolute beauty instantly captured Yi Xingchen's soul. Shouting, you are too beautiful. Come let your hubby give you a hug. Li Shouting covered her mouth with a light laugh, stepping aside to dodge him. The show hasn't started yet. Yi Xingchen immediately adopted a gentlemanly tone to invite them. It has already begun, beautiful ladies. He then performed a standard gentleman's bow. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you two to dance. Nangong Shangshong and Li Shouting smiled at each other. With an absolute beauty on each arm, Yi Xingchen walked into the ball. Standing proudly amidst countless jealous and envious gazes, their noble and elegant aura instantly attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, Miss Nangong. She's even more beautiful in person than on TV. If only I were half as pretty as her. The man next to her is so handsome too. Yi Xingchen led Li Shouting to her father. Seeing this from afar, Long Fei immediately approached with an excited look. My dear fiancé, I've waited for you for so long. You've finally arrived, however. Yi Xingchen stepped forward, blocking him. Seeing this, Long Fei's face instantly fell, and he snapped in irritation. What does this have to do with you? I'm talking to my fiancé. Since when is it your place to tell me what to do? To his surprise, Yi Xingchen coldly spat out a single word as if chasing away a dog. Get lost. This arrogant attitude instantly made Long Fei fly into a rage. Say that again if you have the guts. Not backing down, Yi Xingchen responded word by word. I said, get the hell away from her right now. She is my girlfriend. Long Fei grit his teeth, staring at him intensely. But she is also my fiancé. In that case, I challenge you. Yi Xingchen smiled slyly, naturally wrapping his arm around Li Shouting's shoulder as he directly lectured his opponent. Shouting is not some trophy, not just her. No woman is a man's trophy. They are treasures that need us to cherish with all our hearts. He then swept a glance of absolute contempt over him. In that case, why on earth should I accept your challenge? Long Fei was left utterly speechless, a towering rage erupting within him. Seeing this, two girls who had watched the whole thing from nearby couldn't help but swoon. Wow, he is so handsome. How happy would I be if I could be his girlfriend? The volcano inside Long Fei finally erupted. And losing all reason, he lunged straight at his rival. Where did this nobody come from, daring to talk big in front of me? This sudden turn of events shocked Li Shouting into screaming, Xingchen, watch out! yet Yi Xingqian slowly caught the swinging fist with a single hand. Have you thought this through? Are you sure you want to challenge me? Long Fei grit his teeth and admitted viciously. Yes. Yi Xingqian slowly let go of his hand, a strange smile appearing on his face. Fine, but I must declare, the stake for this duel is no trophy. His meaningful attitude made Long Fei hesitate. Then what is it? Yi Xingqian looked at him expressionlessly, spitting out two cold words. Your life. Whoever loses won't be leaving this place alive. The combative blood inside Long Fei instantly rushed to his head, and he agreed without a single second of hesitation. I agree. Seeing this, Long Yu nearby panicked, hurriedly calling out to stop him. Xiaofei, you can't agree to that. A chilling smile curled at the corner of Yi Xingqian's mouth. Haha, in that case we will sign a life and death pledge according to the Underworld rules. Life and death are up to fate, and wealth is in the hands of heaven. Of course it's not too late for you to regret it now, Long Fei immediately shouted. Someone bring paper and pen. Soon paper and pen were presented, and Long Fei swiftly signed his name. Yi Xingqian glanced at the life and death pledge, and couldn't help but mock. The handwriting is decent, but unfortunately you won't have the chance to write any more. But Long Fei didn't care at all, merely snorting coldly. It's not decided yet who will have the last laugh. And don't say I'm bullying you, you can pick the time and place. Yi Xingqian also signed his own name on it, then rolled up the pledge and handed it to Li, shouting behind him. Why bother picking a time and place? There's no time like the present. We'll do it right now. Let everyone present, bear witness. I don't have time to waste on you. Long Fei choked on his words at this. But seeing Yi Xingqian's perfectly calm and relaxed composure, a sliver of reason told him, was I a bit too impulsive? He doesn't look worried at all. But on second thought, given his family's massive influence, even if he lost, nothing too bad should happen. Yi Xingqian had no time to wait for him to ponder, directly declaring war aloud. Everyone has heard and seen this. This is a life and death duel. Please watch out for your safety and don't get caught in the crossfire. The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense to the absolute extreme. Yi Xingqian turned his head and whispered to Li, shouting, Ms. Li, call the start. Though filled with worry, Li shouting could only bite the bullet and nod. Okay. With that, she raised her hand and cried out, Start. The moment he heard the command, Long Fei lunged violently at Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian met him with a heavy fist as well, and their fists clashed heavily in midair, unleashing a grating sound of cracking knuckles. The difference in their strength was instantly clear. Long Fei couldn't even block a single move, clutching his deformed hand as he let out a painful shriek. The agonizing scream startled everyone in the room, especially Long Yu and Li Zhengying. Because of the intense pain, Long Fei was unable to continue his attack. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xingqian struck back with a backhand slap that sent him crashing to the floor. Shocked at the sight, Long Yu, protective of his son, frantically ordered his bodyguards, What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and get him. However, by this time, Long Fei was already collapsed like a dog at Yi Xingqian's feet, listening to his lecture. You did well in the reincarnation lottery, having a rich dad. Too bad you're incredibly stupid. The old saying goes, ignorance is bliss. But today I must teach you a lesson. Yi Xingqian's eyes turned cold as daggers. But with me, ignorance is a capital crime. With that, Yi Xingqian raised his foot, about to stomp down. At this critical hair-raising moment, Long Yu screamed hysterically in terror. No? The surrounding guests also broke out in cold sweat at this bloody scene, feeling as if they were watching a real-life action movie. Just as Yi Xingqian's soul was about to crush Long Fei's head, a furious roar suddenly echoed. Stop! Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. They saw Yi Tianlong striding in majestically, flanked by a large entourage. Every prominent figure present, including Li Zhengyang and Nangang Zan, stood up straight in respect. Only Yi Xingqian maintained his cheeky grin. Oh, old man, what are you doing here? Yi Tianlong squinted at him, scolding in annoyance. If I didn't show up now, you brat would have torn the roof clean off this place, you little rascal. Yet Yi Xingqian still cheekily replied with a broad grin. How could I, haha. I was just sharing a little joke with brother Long Fei. But Yi Tianlong's face remained cold as frost. A joke, I'll settle the score with you when we get home. With that, he turned and spoke politely to Long Yu. Mr. Long, Xingqian is young and reckless, and he offended your son just now. Please show this old man some respect and forgive him this once. Knowing Yi Tianlong's formidable background, how could Long Yu dare to pursue the matter? He hastily took the blame. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. It is entirely my son's fault. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he quickly ordered. Fair, get the hell over here right now and apologize to young Master Yi. Yi Xingqian put on a magnanimous front, waving his hand in dismissal. No need. Instead of an apology, I think you'd better send him to the hospital to treat his wounds first. The contrast between the two young men was clear. Long Fei struggled to stand up weakly, and suddenly rushed in front of Yi Xingqian, startling everyone present. Long Yu cried out, Xiaofei, what are you doing? With a loud thud, Long Fei dropped to his knees before Yi Xingqian, his entire body trembling violently. I lost. My life is yours to dispose of. but Yi Xingchen merely rolled his eyes in contempt. If you still want to throw your life away, go back and keep training. You are welcome to challenge me anytime after you get stronger. When the time comes, I'll personally send you on your way. Afterward, the father and son strode out, not bothering to spare a single glance at the pale, defeated rival behind them. Thank you. Long Fei weakly squeezed out those two words before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Shocked and heartbroken, Long Yu quickly shouted, "Quick, get him to the hospital." By now, Li Jiangyang had already stood by the banquet table greeting them warmly. "Xingchen, come over and sit." Soon they took their seats alongside Zhao Min. Li Jiangyang then spoke up with a smile. "Mr. Yi, my taking the liberty of inviting the two of you here today is mainly to discuss something with you." Yi Tianlong seemed to have expected this. "What Mr. Li wants to discuss is probably the matter between my son and your daughter, right?" To their surprise, Yi Xingchen, playing dumb, asked with feigned innocence, "What could possibly be going on between Ms. Li and me?" Seeing this, Li Jiangyang replied with a smile. "Marriage." Hearing this, Nangong Shangshang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He. Nangong Zan was bewildered and asked in confusion, "Shangshang, what's wrong?" She quickly made up an excuse to cover it up. "Oh, I was just laughing at how I don't even have a boyfriend yet, while Shouting is already getting married. When Shouting has a baby, what are they going to call me?" To her surprise, the big bosses actually believed her and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Ouyang Yi seized the opportunity to play matchmaker for Nangong Shangshang. "Young lady, what do you think of my son Ouyang Jun? Shall I introduce you?" "Speak of the devil." Ouyang Jun pushed open the door and walked in right at that moment. "Dad, you always make fun of me whenever I'm not around." However, the scene that met his eyes next was completely beyond his expectations. Teacher Li Xingchen, what are you both doing here?" Yi Xingchen reacted quickly and immediately introduced him to Yi Tianlong. "Dad, this is my good brother Ouyang Jun. He's Uncle Ouyang's only son." Ouyang Jun quickly composed himself and greeted everyone politely. "Hello, uncles and aunties. I am Ouyang Jun." Only then did Yi Tianlong speak up to voice his opinion. "Mr. Li, the children have grown up. When it comes to matters of the heart, let's let them make their own decisions." His attitude made Li Jiangyang hesitate. "That may be true, but Mr. Yi, my daughter," sensing her father's hesitation, Li Shouting quickly comforted him. "Dad, don't worry about it." Although she looked slightly bashful on the surface, her heart was already bursting with joy. "Why is Ouyang Jun here too? If Yi Xingchen rejects me in public, how will I ever hold my head up at school?" Before she could finish her thought, Yi Tianlong suddenly stood up to leave. "I don't think that will be necessary. Please carry on chatting." He shot his son a meaningful look and pulled him up to walk out. "Xingchen, come with me for a moment." The two quickly arrived at a quiet corner. Once they were alone, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what's wrong?" Yi Tianlong scrutinized him, lowering his voice as a sudden spike of murderous aura surged around him. "Are you truly resolved to do this?" Yi Xingchen replied calmly. "I have to. Only by doing this can I protect the people around me from getting hurt." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong immediately shut him down mercilessly. "Doing this will only bring deeper harm to the people around you." Yi Xingchen gradually began to lose control of his emotions, snapping back gruffly, "Lao Wu, Lao Lu, Lao Ba, what did they ever do wrong? They were already harmed before I even did anything." Then he retorted with a hint of resentment, "Dad, if Cao Tian'er had actually killed me that day, would you still be standing there so calmly?" Yi Tianlong was temporarily left speechless, and could only advise him with heartfelt concern, "But once you embark on this path there is no turning back. It doesn't matter if I'm already stuck in the mud, but I absolutely do not want you following in my footsteps." Despite this, Yi Xingchen remained obstinate, cold and unyielding as he shot back, "Ever since the day Mom passed away 5 years ago, we had no way back. I've actually been on this path for a long time." Yi Tianlong let out a soft sigh, knowing there was no point in arguing further. "All right, son. Since you've made up your mind, go ahead and do what you must, give it your all." Grateful for his father's support, Yi Xingchen said, "Dad, thank you." This only earned a faint smile from Yi Tianlong. "We are father and son, there's no need for such polite words. I'm going to have a chat with Li Jiangyang. Run along and enjoy yourself." Before leaving, he didn't forget to advise him, "However, Li Shouting is a good girl. Don't go bullying her." Yi Xingchen cheekily defended himself. "How could I ever bully her?" Then he murmured to himself, "But Li Jiangyang must be in deep trouble, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a rush to push Li Shouting onto me." However, he failed to notice that Nangong Shangshang and Li Shouting were already standing quietly behind him. "Why are you two standing here?" With a face full of apology, Li Shouting looked rather uneasy. "Are you okay? When you suddenly left earlier, I was really worried that what my dad said made you unhappy." "It's all my fault." Before she could finish, a staff member ran over in a frenzy, shouting breathlessly, "Miss, this is bad, the master has suddenly collapsed." Li Shouting's mind went completely blank and she gasped in disbelief. How could this happen? Beside her, Yi Xingchen was also shocked. "What? The two quickly followed the staff member rushing over. In the hospital room, Li shouting threw herself to the bedside, asking in extreme anxiety, Dad, are you okay? Lying on the bed, Li Jiangyang weakly mustered a shred of strength and murmured softly, I'm fine. You and your mother step outside first, I want to speak with Xingqian alone. Left with no choice, Li shouting and Zhao Min complied. Okay, as their figures disappeared past the doorway, Yi Xingqian finally asked with a cold expression, All right, what exactly happened? Li Jiangyang looked at him with eyes full of sorrow and exhaustion, his face etched with weathered bitterness. I know you've never had a good opinion of me, but this time, our Li family is truly doomed. His expression became extremely solemn, even carrying a hint of pleading. For shouting's sake, I beg you to save us, otherwise, the Li family will be completely destroyed. After hearing his tearful plea, Yi Xingqian had already guessed the culprit. Aside from the Skull Society, only the Dragon Society had the power to stir up trouble everywhere. Striking an extremely confident posture, he declared resolutely, There isn't much I can do, and I don't have the power to salvage the Li family's business. But I can promise you that no matter what, I will protect the safety of Shouting and her mother with my life. Hearing this firm vow, Li Jiangyang's tense face finally relaxed slightly. With those words, I can put my mind at ease. Thank you, Xingqian. Yi Xingqian flashed a handsome smile and offered some advice. No need to thank me. Since you have to face the enemy, you must have an open and honest talk with the Longshang group, the Ouyang family, and the Nangong family. Then, utilizing the experience he had accumulated in the underworld, he advised, As long as you can secure their help, you won't have to worry at all. As for the conflicts in the underworld, my dad has actually washed his hands of them long ago and doesn't interfere anymore. Otherwise, I would have definitely done my best to solve them for you. After listening to this mature and level-headed analysis, Li Jiangyang suddenly felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. My daughter indeed has good taste. Yi Xingqian didn't take it to heart, turning around to stride away. All right, take care of yourself. You need to look after your wife and daughter on your own. I'm leaving. Just as he reached the door, Li Jiangyang suddenly realized something was off. He flipped over to sit up, shouting, You're leaving just like that? Aren't you staying the night? Walking over at that moment, Li Shouting also asked anxiously, Are you leaving? Yi Xingqian seized the opportunity to ask for help. Shouting, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Could I borrow your car? Completely in love, Li Shouting agreed without a second thought. I'll drive you. With that, the two walked out of the hall side by side. By now, the night sky outside was pitch black, with only the distant city neon lights flickering quietly. In the darkness, Yi Xingqian quietly unlocked the door and slipped into the dead-silent house, crouching low. Suddenly, Huang Yifei appeared out of nowhere behind him. She was completely naked, throwing her arms tightly around Yi Xingqian. Blushing, she pressed her lovely face against his back, murmuring softly, Brother Xingqian, you're back. Somewhat bewildered, Yi Xingqian turned his head and asked in surprise, Fei, why aren't you asleep yet at this hour? To his surprise, Huang Yifei didn't answer. Instead, she began to sob with a face full of grievance, complaining, Brother Xingqian, why is it that you and Rongrong have already done that but you leave me out all alone? This sudden confrontation left him scratching his head in sheer embarrassment, opening his mouth but not knowing how to reply. Seeing him stammer, Huang Yifei bit her lower lip, whining even more resentfully, Brother Xingqian, why don't you want Fei? Do you not like me at all? Startled, Yi Xingqian quickly spun around, pulling the naked little temptress tightly into his arms to comfort her softly. No, of course not. Fei, do you really like me? Finally pressed against her beloved's chest, Huang Yifei boldly poured out her heart, driven by her desires. Fei likes Brother Xingqian the most. As long as I can be with Brother Xingqian, I'm willing to do anything. Hearing this passionate confession, how could Yi Xingqian resist? He rolled over and gently pinned her down on the soft bed. Fei, I will never let you down. Following that, the room was filled with the warmth of spring. The two made passionate love all through the night until the next morning. Yi Xingqian woke up a bit early. Looking at the girl sleeping like a lazy kitten in his arms, he planted a tender kiss on her forehead before quietly slipping out of bed, leaving Huang Yifei to sleep. However, just as he finished getting dressed and stepped out of the room, suddenly Mo Rongrong emerged out of nowhere. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she teased him with a knowing smile. My, how was your night? Yi Xingqian was instantly flushed with embarrassment, stammering, Rongrong, to distract her, he quickly lunged forward and pulled her tightly into his arms, flattering her with a fawning grin. Rongrong, even so early in the morning, you're still as gorgeous and charming as ever. Mo Rongrong didn't fall for it, rolling her eyes as she grumbled, You have a lot of nerve. What on earth did you do last night? Fei isn't even awake yet. Sensing he was about to get caught, Yi Xingqian quickly coaxed her with a smile. Hee, I'll go wake Fei up right now. Once we're ready, the three of us can head to school together. The scene shifted to the school gates. Yi Xingchen strolled through with an absolute beauty on each arm, looking incredibly confident and proud. Inside the classroom, Ouyang Jun had been waiting for a long time. The moment he saw them, he waved and called out in a low voice, "Xingchen, come over here for a second." Sensing something important, Yi Xingchen quickly sent the two beauties away first. "You two go to the classroom first, I'll be there in a bit." Once they were alone, Yi Xingchen cut straight to the chase. "About that Cao Jia." Before he could finish, Ouyang Jun raised a hand to interrupt him. "That bastard. You can rest easy. He absolutely won't live to see the end of the day. To be absolutely safe," Yi Xingchen carefully warned him once more, "just make sure the job is clean and swift. Don't bring trouble down on our brothers." Ouyang Jun's smile faded, replaced by a solemn guarantee. "Don't worry. If I can't even handle a trivial matter like this, how could I deserve to call you my brother?" Yi Xingchen crossed his arms in approval, chuckling to himself. "Hee, looks like today will be the first step of our Starshine Association's rise to glory." Before long, the school bell rang. Yi Xingchen quickly switched to good student mode, dutifully taking notes. When the dismissal bell rang, he immediately strode out of the classroom with a few core brothers of the association. Huang Yifei jogged behind them in a panic, calling out, "Brother Xingchen, why are you walking so fast? Where are you going?" Having already guessed her thoughts, Yi Xingchen turned back with a smile to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'm not going to get into a fight this time. I am a law-abiding student after all." But Huang Yifei refused to relent, tugging at his shirt as she coaxed, "But I want to go too, please, bring me along, okay?" Yi Xingchen quickly waved his hands to reject her. But having just crossed the line with her last night, her eyes flared up and she immediately delivered a swift pinch as physical punishment. Wincing in pain, Yi Xingchen surrendered. All right, Fei, I'm really fine." Looking at her adorable, aggrieved kitten-like face, he could only helplessly give in. "Haha, okay, but you have to do something for me first." After settling the plan, Yi Xingchen strode down the corridor with his brothers, with Huang Yifei quietly following behind them. Finally, the group stopped outside the door of Class 1, Grade 11. Without a word, they threw the classroom door open. The moment Zhao Hu stepped inside, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Lu Dinglong, get your cowardly ass out here." Before he could finish showing off, Ouyang Jun slapped the back of his head and scolded with a laugh, "Is that how you talk to a senior?" Then he called out politely across the room, "Senior Lu, could we trouble you to step outside for a moment?" The Senior Lu he referred to was currently sitting comfortably among a crowd of lackeys. Lu Dinglong merely squinted without even raising his eyelids, his face filled with disdain. Standing behind him, his hot-tempered sidekick Da Shang glared at the uninvited guests with a murderous expression. However, Yi Xingchen completely ignored them, pointing at a cold, beautiful girl named Yun Fei sitting by the window. "Ouyang, is that the girl? Aren't you always into this aloof ice queen type?" Ouyang Jun immediately blushed crimson, awkwardly turning his head away in silent agreement. Seeing his reaction, Yi Xingchen knew it was practically a done deal. "Oh, looks like you've actually fallen hard this time." Standing beside him, Chen Xiaolong winked and teased, "Haha, sure looks like it. Choosing a girl over your friends, keeping your crush a secret from us." At this point, everyone's gaze landed on Yun Fei, the elegant and aloof beauty who was quietly reading a book not far away. Unable to bear it any longer, Da Shang slammed his hand on the desk and roared at Ouyang Jun's group, "Hey brats, this is the graduating class. If you know what's good for you, beat it. Don't disrupt our studies." Facing this hostile attitude, Yi Xingchen merely let out a disdainful sneer, not even bothering to reply. Instead, Chen Xiaolong stepped forward with a bright smile, speaking in a friendly tone, "Brother, those words hurt our feelings. We didn't come here to cause trouble today. As long as you return the money you owe us, we'll go our separate ways and leave you in peace." "Bullshit, when did I ever owe you money? Stop slandering me," Da Shang roared back in a fury. Standing behind him, Guo Jing quickly spoke up to chime in. "Oh brother, don't flatter yourself, alright. Who said you're the one who owes us money? We're looking for your boss, Senior Lu Dinglong." Hearing this, Da Shang lost his temper entirely, rolling up his sleeves to throw a punch, but Lu Dinglong held him back. Staring at the aggressive crowd of freshmen, Da Shang asked in confusion, "Brother Lu, where on earth did these brats come from?" Lu Dinglong let out a reluctant sigh, replying with a sense of dejection, "Yi Xingchen, we are already the graduating class. Once we graduate, the entire sophomore and junior classes will belong to you sooner or later. Why do you have to cause trouble for us right before we leave?" Yi Xingchen's smile faded, and he stepped in front of his brothers expressionlessly. "Senior, you're overthinking it. The money talk was just a joke. Actually, our main purpose today is to help my brother secure his lifelong happiness." Before his words even settled, he shot Ouyang Jun a look and teased, "Ouyang, go ahead and confess to senior sister Yun Fei. Let's not disturb Senior Lu's studies here." This blunt statement instantly triggered Lu Dinglong's fury. "Yi Xingchen, are you fucking tired of living?" Yi Xingchen remained completely calm, heavily patting Ouyang Jun's shoulder. Senior, if you're not happy about it, we can settle this on the rooftop, otherwise don't stand in the way of my brother's pursuit of happiness. Having set the terms, the group swaggered away, leaving a speechless, fuming Lu Dinglong behind, holding back his rage. Dashong turned to ask for instructions. Brother Lu, that kid is way too arrogant. What should we do next? Lu Dinglong slammed his fist onto the desk, his eyes narrowing as a cold, murderous glint flashed through them. The scene returned to Yi Xingchen's side. Xu Jian followed closely behind, reporting the latest update. Brother Chen, those guys from Class 9 Grade 10 refused to submit to us no matter what. Seeing this, Guo Jing quickly covered his mouth and scolded in a low voice. Why are you shouting so loudly? Yi Xingchen's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, what exactly happened? Shoving Guo Jing's hand away, Qin Hai quickly explained, those guys sent word that if we have any issues we can go find them anytime. They're ready to take us on. Hearing the provocation, Yi Xingchen didn't care at all, murmuring to himself, it seems those bastards only dare to act so arrogant because they know Zi Feng isn't at school. Liang Jun suddenly had a brainwave suggesting, how about we pay a direct visit to Class 9? Although it was just a casual suggestion, it instantly ignited the battle-hungry blood in Yi Xingchen's heart. All right, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xingchen rallied his brothers with grand momentum. Then let's go check them out together. A large crowd of freshmen marched down the corridor aggressively, looking incredibly wild and lawless. Meanwhile, inside a classroom, Wanner was still shouting insults at the top of her lungs. Do you really think you can act all high and mighty just because that brat Yi Xingchen is backing you? With that, she even raised her arm to strike. Are you looking to die? To her surprise, her arm was caught firmly in midair, her eyes flashing with anger. Huang Yifei scolded sharply. If you dare utter another word, I'll rip your mouth apart. True to her word, she delivered a resounding slap straight to Wanner's face, leaving her dazed and completely unable to react. The slap instantly ignited Wanner's fury, and she shrieked hysterically, you actually dare to slap me? Looking like a madwoman, she lunged forward, clawing at her face to strike back. Huang Yifei, I'll kill you. But Huang Yifei agilely dodged her attack. Immediately after, moving like a flash, she locked her hand around Wanner's throat, executing a clean shoulder throw that slammed her heavily onto the ground. Wanner took a hard fall, her head hitting the floor. The brief fight was instantly decided. Standing tall, Huang Yifei looked down on her with a freezing, bone-chilling glare. Walking over from a distance, Yi Xingchen comforted her softly. All right, Fei, don't waste your energy on trash like her. To his surprise, Wanner, barely catching her breath, still refused to admit defeat, snarling, Huang Yifei, you'd better pray you never cross paths with me outside of school. Before she could finish, Huang Yifei launched a heavy kick straight to her head. The sheer power of the kick sent her flying several meters away. Having resolved the trouble, Huang Yifei immediately spun around and complained in a sweet, coquettish voice, Brother Xingchen, she was threatening me just now. Yi Xingchen patted her head dotingly, comforting her. Don't worry, Fei, no one will ever dare to bully you again. In his heart, however, he was utterly amazed. Damn, Fei is way too fierce. Looks like the position of Star Queen of the Starshine Association is definitely hers. At this thought, Yi Xingchen took her hand and walked out. All right, let's go. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from nearby. Approaching them, Shui Mei caught sight of this extremely intimate scene. She asked curiously, Yi Xingchen, what are you doing here? Hearing her voice, Yi Xingchen turned around and joked, President, as the Vice President of the Student Council, shouldn't you be busy collecting membership fees to organize graduation activities? Shui Mei blushed in embarrassment, explaining awkwardly, Xingchen, you're always so helpful. But that fee was already deducted directly from the tuition at the start of the semester. In response to her polite explanation, Yi Xingchen merely nodded half-heartedly. Oh, I see. My bad for poking my nose in. In that case, we'll head back to class first. Meanwhile, walking on the other end, Lin Yi said with deep worry and hesitation to Zhang Yang beside him, how about we just pay the money? Cold sweat covered his forehead, and he looked incredibly tense and uneasy. Judging by the grand entrance they made earlier, today's matter was not going to be easily resolved. Zhang Yang interrupted him with extreme displeasure. Are you fucking a coward? This isn't even about the money. Once we pay up, it's basically admitting that we are subordinate to the Starshine Association. But Lin Yi was still uneasy, though Zhang Yang couldn't care less about his worries. He declared arbitrarily, all right, stop whining, look at how pathetic you are. Don't worry. I've already contacted our brothers at Yunshan High School. This afternoon I'll definitely teach the Starshine Association a lesson. Hearing this brilliant plan, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. Wow, Yunshan High, they're notoriously famous for being great fighters. This is awesome. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Yi Xingchen in the classroom. He was sitting alone in his chair, boredly pulling out his phone to check a message he had just received. The text was from an unknown contact. Xingchen, I've picked out the location for the lingerie shop. The annual rent is 200,000 yuan. He immediately typed back with flying fingers, "If we're renting, we might as well just buy it outright. As for the money, I'll find a way." Huang Yifei quietly leaned over, tilting her head as she asked curiously, "Brother Xingqian, what are you looking at?" With a serious expression, Yi Xingqian replied meaningfully, "Fei, I'm trying to figure out how to get a large sum of money in a short period of time." Huang Yifei shook her head in confusion, suggesting, "Brother Xingqian, if you need money urgently, the only way is to buy a lottery ticket, right?" A playful smirk appeared on Yi Xingqian's lips, and he joked along, "Right, the lottery." He immediately sent a text to Chen Xiaolong. Before long, Chen Xiaolong replied in an annoyed tone, "I'm no deity, how would I know the winning numbers? But I heard there's a black market lottery trending in the underworld lately where you can calculate the probabilities. Though playing it is extremely dangerous, but as someone notoriously fearless, when had Yi Xingqian ever known fear? He instantly thought to himself in pure excitement, "Haha, robbing other crooks, that's what I do best. I know this move all too well." Before long the dismissal bell rang, and everyone quickly left their seats. Ouyang Jun took the opportunity to come over and ask for Yi Xingqian's opinion. "Xingqian, what time did you set the meeting with Lu Dinglong?" These words seemed to strike a chord with Yi Xingqian, and he immediately stood up, "Let's go." Before his voice even faded, his underlings had already gathered densely behind him, swarming like ants. In a low voice, Yi Xingqian's gaze turned sharp. "Let's go meet Lu Dinglong." The scene shifts to the rooftop. The sky is cloudless, filled with a youthful school anime vibe. The rooftop door was flung open and Yi Xingqian's group strode out with their heads held high. Suddenly, a surprising sight met their eyes. "Chu Shang, why are you here?" Chu Shang stood there, his arms crossed over his chest, and replied firmly, "I will fight you in Dinglong's place." Facing his stubbornness, Yi Xingqian had no words to offer. "I understand." Chu Shang immediately channeled his pent-up anger into a question. "Dinglong and I are graduating in just a month. Once we're gone, Yunlong High will be yours anyway. Why are you so impatient?" Yi Xingqian explained calmly. "We want Yunlong High now. As long as Senior Lu pays the dues, everything is negotiable." Hearing this, Chu Shang asked, feeling somewhat insulted, "Are you short on cash?" He received an unhesitating nod. "Yes." Chu Shang pressed further, trying to get to the bottom of it. "How much are you short of?" Yi Xingqian blurted out without hesitation. 1 million. This astronomical figure left him utterly shocked. "Hey, do you really expect to collect 1 million through dues?" To his surprise, Yi Xingqian still replied with complete indifference, "Of course not." A powerful oppressive pressure suddenly erupted from him, instantly enveloping the other. "This is the starting point of the Starshine Association, Senior Chu. You'd better stay out of this." Hot-blooded as he was, Chu Shang completely dismissed this threat. "Ha ha ha, since that's the case, fight me. If you lose, let Lu Dinglong go. If you win, I won't interfere in anything ever again." Ouyang Jun instantly blew a fuse, stepping forward to back him up. "Who do you think you are? Why should our Starshine Association listen to you?" But Yi Xingqian reached out from behind to stop him in time. "Ouyang, it's fine, let me handle this." Then, striking a cool pose, he stepped forward to face Senior Chu on his own. "I accept your challenge, but let's add a condition." The two men stood face to face, the air instantly becoming incredibly heavy. "If I win, I want to know your real identity." "Haha, no problem." Before his voice even faded, Chu Shang threw the first punch, aiming right at him. Yi Xingqian also didn't back down, throwing a counterpunch. His face was completely devoid of emotion, eerily calm. In contrast to Yi Xingqian, Chu Shang was clearly more aggressive, his brow furrowing deeply several times. Suddenly he unleashed a fierce kick toward Yi Xingqian, moving so fast that Yi Xingqian's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Xingqian nimbly dodged the kick. He leaped into the air like a bird and landed steadily, leaving Chu Shang standing there in utter shock. The corner of Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched and his face darkened. "You've got moves." With that, he lunged forward with a flurry of punches, but the other was incredibly fast too. Just as his fist was about to connect, Chu Shang didn't even try to dodge, standing firmly in place. Suddenly, a meaningful, mocking smile curled on his lips. "Hey!" In the next second, Chu Shang launched a brutal counterattack, their fists colliding with a dull, heavy thud. After the clash, the momentum forced both of them to take a step back. Through this brief exchange, Chu Shang had gotten a rough grasp of Yi Xingqian's strength. "Yi Xingqian's explosive power and speed are actually superior to mine." Letting out a loud roar, he charged forward once more. This time, Yi Xingqian fought smarter, raising his leg to meet the attack head-on. Left with no choice, Chu Shang crossed his arms to block the blow. At this moment he was like a starved beast, his eyes growing increasingly savage. He unleashed a flurry of wild punches like a bolt of lightning, leaving almost no afterimages, yet Yi Xingqian blocked every single one of them. Panting heavily from exhaustion, Chu Shang had to take a few steps back to catch his breath. However, the battle was far from over. The two were just about to lunge forward again to settle this once and for all. But before they could even touch a single hair on each other, Shui Mei suddenly appeared, shouting at the top of her lungs, Both of you stop right now. Stepping right between them, she demanded in a fury, "What do you think you are doing?" Shui Mei's sudden arrival took Chu Shang by surprise. "Shui Mei, why are you here?" She shot Chu Shang a cold glare and scolded sharply. "You have some nerve asking that. If I hadn't come, were you planning to tear this entire rooftop down?" Yi Xingqian cut in to interrupt. "Senior Chu, looks like we'll call it a day." Turning to Ouyang Jun with a faint smile, the tense atmosphere from the battle instantly vanished. "Ouyang, let's go." Ouyang Jun remained silent, but he was secretly evaluating Chu Shang in his mind. This guy actually managed to fight Xingqian to a standstill. He is definitely not to be taken lightly. Still refusing to let it go, Shui Mei quickly ran over to Yi Xingqian to advise him. "Yi Xingqian, you are the vice president of the student council. You must behave like one and stop stirring up trouble everywhere." But Yi Xingqian didn't even turn his head back, merely offering a dismissive reply. "Don't worry, President." Though he appeared perfectly composed on the outside, Yi Xingqian actually felt a trace of pressure in his heart. He hadn't expected a guy like Chu Shang to disrupt his plans. Now his goal of uniting Yunlong Hai might become a bit tricky. Her anger still burning, Shui Mei didn't even spare Chu Shang a single glance, letting out a cold HMPH. She left the rooftop without looking back, leaving Chu Shang behind with a bitter smile. Once Shui Mei's figure completely vanished from sight, Chu Shang's face instantly darkened. "Come on out." Clad in a ninja outfit, Lu Dinglong suddenly materialized out of nowhere. "You saw it just now. That is Yi Xingqian's true strength." With that, he prepared to turn and leave as well. "We are even now. I'll be taking my leave, however." Lu Dinglong quickly tried to convince him to stay. "Chu Shang, are you sure you don't want to partner with me?" But Chu Shang rejected him flatly. "I don't like being tied down, especially by Japanese." Lu Dinglong's expression turned cold, and he tested him with a threatening tone. "Haven't you noticed that Zhang Tianba has been keeping an eye on you in secret?" He was trying to sow discord, but Chu Shang remained completely level-headed, asking back unbothered, "So what?" Seeing this, Lu Dinglong threw out his bait. "I'll help you get rid of Zhang Tianba, and in exchange you help me deal with Yi Xingqian." As expected, this offer made Chu Shang freeze for a split second, but he soon burst into a mocking laugh, completely ignoring Lu Dinglong. "Haha, with your pathetic skills, you think you are worthy of taking on Yi Xingqian?" But Lu Dinglong shamelessly pressed on, trying to convince him. "I cannot reveal my identity, that is my organization's rule. And you wouldn't want your identity exposed either, right?" To his surprise, Chu Shang rejected him even more decisively. "Of course I don't, thanks for the warning, but I've never been one to partner with others. It's my principle." Completely losing his patience with Lu Dinglong, Chu Shang didn't want to stay for another second, giving the other no chance to speak. "Lu Dinglong, I'm out of here." The scene shifts to the school's back sports field. As they walked, Yi Xingqian asked in a deep voice, "Ouyang, what did you see just now?" Rubbing his chin, Ouyang Jun recalled thoughtfully, "There seemed to be someone lying in ambush on the rooftop just now. Most likely a Japanese ninja." But then he turned to Chen Xiaolong beside him to ask, "Xiaolong, there are actually ninjas in our school. Did you find any leads?" Chen Xiaolong scratched his head and admitted honestly, "It's hard to trace. I remember Sao Jia is indeed Japanese, but those guys are all just ordinary students. They shouldn't know any ninjutsu, right?" With the lead hitting a dead end, Yi Xingqian let out a troubled sigh. "I never expected such a formidable expert to be hiding in Yunlong Hai." Chen Xiaolong leaned in and asked, "Xingqian, what should we do next? Are we really going to let Lu Dinglong off?" Yi Xingqian was somewhat helpless, having no choice but to issue a new order. "Hold your horses for now, Xiaolong. Go back and thoroughly investigate Lu Dinglong. I suspect his background is anything but simple." Meanwhile on the school sports field, Lin Yi and Zhang Yang were whispering anxiously to each other. "Why aren't the guys from Yunshan High here yet? This is killing me." "Don't worry. My buddy said they'd bring their boss along today too. HMPH, let's see how they handle Yi Xingqian." In reality, Zhang Yang was also feeling extremely anxious. "Why aren't they here yet? What is Lu Fei playing at? He clearly promised to help me deal with Yi Xingqian. Please don't let me down." Suddenly his eyes widened and he shouted in excitement as if he had spotted some major figure. "They're here, they're finally here." Zhang Yang eagerly rushed forward, absolutely thrilled. "You guys finally made it. Is that kid Yi Xingqian still in the school?" Lu Fei boasted smugly upon hearing this. "Haha, Zhang Yang, since I gave you my word, how could I not show up? For your sake, our boss came in person today. We'll definitely avenge you and teach him a lesson." Zhang Yang grinned from ear to ear, unable to believe his eyes. "Your boss actually came in person?" Lu Fei boasted even more. "Would I ever lie to you? Just make sure you act exceptionally respectful in a bit." With that, Lu Fei turned around to introduce the two beauties behind him. "Luo Dan and Yi Yan. Sister Yan, Sister Dan, this is my good buddy Zhang Yang." Then he shot Zhang Yang a look. Zhang Yang quickly greeted Sister Yan and Sister Dan, feeling incredibly flattered. Zhang Yang bowed respectfully. "Hello, Sister Yan." "Hello, Sister Dan." However, all he received was a freezing ice-cold glance from Yi Yan. "Where is the guy you mentioned?" Zhang Yang stammered slightly. School just dismissed, he should be coming out any second. Luo Dan also furrowed her brow in irritation. The domineering, cold attitude of the two women made Zhang Yang feel a bit intimidated. Sister Dan, however, before he could stress any further, everyone's gaze was simultaneously drawn forward. The target had appeared. Gaining confidence, Zhang Yang pointed not far away and shouted, "Sister Dan, that's them." Yi Xingchen was walking casually toward the school gates with a relaxed expression, completely unaware of what was going on. But the moment they saw his face, the previously arrogant beauties instantly turned pale, their dominant aura completely vanishing. Brother Chen, how could it be him? Only the reckless Lu Fei continued to shout arrogantly from the side. Yi Xingchen, stop right there. This loud shout instantly caught the attention of Yi Xingchen's group. Yi Xingchen merely curled his lips slightly, showing not a single trace of panic or fear. Oh, Lu Fei approached, sizing him up with deep disdain. Staring intently at the approaching youth, Lu Fei asked in a raspy voice, "Are you Yi Xingchen?" Yi Xingchen recognized a familiar face in the crowd and nodded with a smile. Hiding in the back, Luo Dan and Yi Yan looked extremely uneasy and embarrassed, only daring to nod back cautiously. Fading the smile from his face, Yi Xingchen replied flatly, "Yes, you know me." Lu Fei lifted his chin arrogantly, his tone extremely wild. "Of course I don't know you, but I heard from my boys," he boasted, "that you've been acting pretty cocky at Yunlong High, collecting protection fees quite diligently." As a street thug, he naturally didn't care about his dignity, shamelessly cutting straight to the point. "My boys and I are a bit short on cash lately. We want to borrow some money from you. You won't mind, will you, kid?" Hearing such an absurd demand, Zhao Hu instantly blew a fuse, pointing and cursing, "You?" But Yi Xingchen raised a hand to stop him, calmly asking back with amusement, "How much do you want to borrow?" Lu Fei froze on the spot, utterly dumbfounded, even starting to doubt reality. How is this kid not scared at all? I was just saying it casually. Watching this unfold, the two beauties hiding in the back nearly burst out laughing. Finally, Yi Yan couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke up, "Brother Chen, stop teasing him, my stomach hurts from laughing." Confronted by the betrayal of the two beauties, Lu Fei was completely bewildered. Turning back to confirm in confusion, it took him a long while to snap out of it, crying out in sheer terror, Brother Chen?" Yi Yan stepped forward and announced loudly, "This is the president of our Starshine Association, Yi Xingchen. What are you waiting for? Greet the boss." The underlings they brought along instantly snapped to attention. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Zhang Yang and Lu Fei, they bowed in unison. "Hello, boss." Shaking like a leaf, Lu Fei hastily bowed to apologize. "Boss, I was completely blind, please forgive my ignorance." Instead of blaming him, Yi Xingchen reached out to gently help him up, smiling warmly. "It's fine, just a misunderstanding, no need for formalities." Then he smiled at Zhang Yang, the look of presidential majesty returning to his face. Yi Xingchen reminded him subtly, "How are we handling this week's dues?" Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Brother Xingchen, I will definitely pay the dues in full this time. I promise I'll never delay again." Pleased with the response, Yi Xingchen smiled and decided to let them off. "According to the rules, it was supposed to be doubled, but since you are Lu Fei's friends, I'll let it slide this time. Just remember to pay on time in the future." The two exchanged glances, unable to believe they had escaped so easily. They quickly gathered their wits and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you so much, Brother Chen, for your generosity and for letting bygones be bygones," Yi Xingchen generously suggested. "Since we are all brothers now, let's go. Tonight's treat is on me, let's hang out together." Standing to the side, Yi Yan witnessed the entire interaction, her admiration for Yi Xingchen's extraordinary charisma reaching absolute heights. Before long, the group set off for the Kowloon Grand Hotel, a luxurious landmark in the most bustling area of the city center, boasting a highly futuristic and high-tech interior. Inside the luxurious private suite, everyone chatted merrily, the atmosphere exceptionally lively. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the suite, Luo Dan gently linked her arm with Yi Xingchen's, whispering, "Brother Chen, was it you who killed Cao Tiener?" Yi Xingchen admitted frankly, "Yes, I did it." "Why?" Hearing this confirmation, Luo Dan explained with some excitement. That day, Brother Zifeng was actually planning to personally lead his men to seek revenge on Cao Tiener. "Who would have thought we'd find out you had already beaten us to it and taken revenge? Right now, Brother Zifeng and Brother Xiaohu are laying low at my place waiting for your word." Hearing the names of his two old comrades, a trace of worry flashed in Yi Xingchen's eyes. "How are they recovering from their injuries?" Luo Dan comforted him gently. "They're fine now, just waiting for you to visit." Before she could even finish, an anxious shout echoed from the end of the corridor, interrupting their conversation. "Sister, this is bad, something terrible has happened." Zifeng, who was nearby, also rushed out upon hearing the noise. "Xiaodun, what's wrong?" The newcomer reported breathlessly, his face filled with terror. "Fei Fei and Zhang Yan have been taken by those bastards." Right then, countless birds took flight in panic into the quiet sky as if foreshadowing an impending storm. Meanwhile, in a corner of the school, a large crowd of malicious students had gathered, clearly plotting something sinister. Displaying a ferocious look, Luo Bin violently tore at Zhang Yan's clothes, making her let out a terrified shriek as she struggled desperately to break free from the surrounding thugs. Her eyes bloodshot with rage, Huang Yifei roared, "Lu Wanna, release Zhang Yan right now, otherwise I'll make sure you pay dearly today." Sitting to the side, Xingshan wore a face full of disdain, completely ignoring Huang Yifei's threat. HMPH, suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the noisy scene. "Stop right now!" Yi Xingchen rushed over with a large murderous squad, easily overwhelming them in numbers as his terrifying pressure instantly swept over the field. Taking advantage of the split second they were dazed in shock. Huang Yifei acted fast, lunging forward to successfully pull Zhang Yan back. She gently pulled her tear-stained best friend into her arms, whispering words of comfort. Realizing things were going south, Lu Wanner quickly turned to her backer to whine, "Brother Xing, it's this kid, he acts so arrogant and behaves as if no one exists at school. You must teach him a proper lesson for me today." How could Xingshan resist the sweet cooing voice of a beauty? He reached out greedily to cup Lu Wanner's chin. "Haha, don't worry, baby. How could I stand by and watch my own woman get bullied?" With that, he ordered his underlings savagely, "Brothers, move, cripple that arrogant brat and grab those two girls for me." Huang Yifei managed to pull Zhang Yan back to a safe zone. Looking at the expectant Huang Yifei, Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate for a second, unbuttoning his jacket and throwing it over her shoulders. "Put this on." Scanning his surroundings, Yi Xingchen instructed with a grave face, "Fei Fei, take Zhang Yan and step back. Leave the rest to me." But Huang Yifei stubbornly rejected the idea. "No, Brother Xingchen, I must avenge Zhang Yan with my own hands today and teach these bastards a lesson, otherwise I don't deserve to be called Huang Yifei." Meeting her determined gaze, Yi Xingchen wanted to convince her otherwise, but ultimately let out a sigh to comfort her. Her face dark as water, Huang Yifei was rapidly plotting in her mind, waiting for a single opening to strike with thunderous force. Just then, Lu Fei recognized the face of the enemy leader, quickly running forward to report, "Sister, that guy seems to be from the Skull Society. I've seen him at a bar before." Hearing this, Xingshan couldn't help but burst into an incredibly arrogant laugh. "Haha, kids nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. You don't even know how to write the word death." Yi Xingchen immediately shot back with a cold laugh. "The strongest hall master of the Skull Society's death hall has already died by my blade. Why the hell is an insignificant lackey like you acting so cocky here? It seems the Skull Society is really declining year by year." Xingshan's face turned pale upon hearing this, completely shocked that this kid knew the gang's internal secrets. "Why you? How could you possibly know about this? This news was clearly locked down by us." Yi Xingchen let out a disdainful snort and explained flatly, "Very simple. Because Cao Tian'er was personally finished off by me." Terrified out of his wits, Xingshan couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Before he could even recover from the shock, Yi Xingchen reached behind his back to draw his weapon. He expertly spun the sharp dagger on his fingertips, his movements so light and effortless, as if it were just a harmless toy. In the blink of an eye, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, the blade grazing past Xingshan's cheek. By the time the onlookers reacted, a deep, bone-deep gash had already appeared on Xingshan's face, with blood constantly dripping down. Yi Xingchen stared at him expressionlessly. "Do you understand now?" Clutching his bleeding face, Xingshan let out an agonizing scream, collapsing heavily onto his knees in a pathetic manner. Standing nearby, Lu Wanner and the others turned pale with fright, holding their breath and not daring to make a single sound. But Yi Xingchen had no intention of stopping there, continuing to scan his surroundings as he demanded in a freezing tone, "Who laid a hand on them just now? Step forward, are you deaf? Whoever did it, get the hell out here." Standing behind him, although Yang Jun couldn't see Yi Xingchen's face at that moment, he could clearly feel the monumental raging fire of fury burning in his chest. Everything around them seemed to freeze instantly. As the air plunged into a suffocating dead silence, he took slow steps forward, his icy gaze radiating an unshakable determination. Watching his approaching opponent, Huang Luo could not hide his inner tension. He stared in terror at Yang Jun's every move like prey waiting to be slaughtered. He silently gripped the weapon hidden behind his back, slipping into a combat stance. Suddenly, his tightly gripped short blade lunged forward like a sudden gale. Huang Luo's eyes bulged in absolute panic, cold sweat and snot running down his face in a thoroughly pathetic display. Yang Jun's hand clamped down tightly on the razor-sharp blade, which was as thin as the Grim Reaper's scythe, waiting only for the command. "If none of you are willing to step forward," without a single second of hesitation, he made his move decisively, making the opponent scream in agonizing pain. "Ah!" Yi Xingchen's eyes flickered with a freezing, icy light at this moment, serving as a final warning. "Then we will take action." Before his words even settled, all the lackeys lunged forward like a pack of vicious wolves, showing absolutely no mercy. Moving like lightning, Wuyang Zhan delivered a savage kick straight to his opponent's face, giving Luo Bin zero chance of escape. Working in perfect harmony, Luo Dan and Yi Yan launched a relentless flurry of attacks like a violet storm. Fei Fei approached slowly, each step carrying a suffocating murderous aura. "Weren't you acting pretty arrogant just now?" Burning with rage, she stared intently at her target, wishing she could tear him to pieces. Trembling as he clutched the wound on his face, Xingshan stammered, unable to squeeze out a single coherent word. "Spare my life." Before his plea for mercy could even fade into the air, Yi Xingchen had already struck, sending him straight to the afterlife. Looking down coldly at the fate of this troublemaker, he softly reminded her, "All right, Fei Fei." He pulled the beauty into his arms and asked in a gentle, low voice, "How do you want to handle him?" Luo Bin was frightened pale, kneeling on the ground in complete despair as if hearing the final judgment of fate. Burning with the fury of revenge, Fei Fei gnashed her teeth and spat, "I want to kill them." She stared intently at the weapon in Yi Xingchen's hand, ultimately deciding to choose a more suitable method. "Buyang, lend me your blade for a moment." He generously produced his treasured weapon. "This is the Blood Spirit Fang, an ancient dagger. Consider it a gift to you today." She gratefully reached out to take it. "Thank you." With that, she spun around and stared intently at the man before her. "Weren't you acting pretty arrogant just now? I dare you to move another inch." Before her words even settled, Fei Fei drove the blade viciously straight into Luo Bin's thigh. Blood prayed out like rain, accompanied by a bone-chilling, agonizing shriek. She swiftly pulled out the short blade, preparing to continue her torture. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Fei Fei, it's fine for a girl to be a little violent, but let's not make it too bloody. I don't want you turning into a murderous monster," Yi Xingchen advised gently. "If they bully you, just give them a quick end and finish them off." Composing her emotions, Fei Fei nodded obediently. "MMH." She grabbed Luo Bin's hair, pulling it back violently to prepare for a fatal strike. The clear sky was so quiet it felt somewhat chilling, as if deliberately trying to cover up the bloody scene that had just occurred. The school grounds were strewn with bodies lying in all directions, leaving only a single lonely figure trembling violently in the corner. Kneeling on the ground, Warner sobbed and begged for mercy. "Brother Chen, I really know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of us being classmates, spare me just this once. I'll do whatever you want from now on." Zifeng didn't even bother to spare her a glance, quickly urging, "Xingchen, we don't have much time left. We might as well take out Lu Warner too. Now that these few thugs are dead, they won't be able to stir up any major trouble." Hearing this, her face instantly turned ash-pale with terror, unable to believe her ears. After weighing his options, Yi Xingchen began to assign specific tasks. "Wuyang, Xiaolong, Pengxi, Ajeng, I'll leave this place to you guys. We'll get in touch once you've cleaned up," he carefully instructed. "I'll take Fei Fei and the girls back first, then head over to find Zifeng in a bit." Two figures slowly walked away, gradually disappearing at the end of the street bathed in the golden sunset. Night fell silently, and a crescent moon shyly emerged in the star-studded night sky. The moment Xiaohu saw the familiar figure, he immediately rushed forward to wrap him in a tight hug. Brother Chen, unable to stand the cheesy display, Zifeng couldn't help but tease, "You little brat, since when did your taste change?" Developed an interest in men. Yi Xingchen laughed as he shoved him away. "Get lost, I just missed my brothers alright. What's going on anyway? Why did you two shave your heads bald?" Scratching his head in embarrassment, Xiaohu explained, "Hee, we just wanted to start fresh from head to toe." As he spoke, he poured a glass of liquor, taking the initiative to start the conversation. Zifeng asked with a serious expression, "Xingchen, did you really kill Cao Tian'er?" Yi Xingchen admitted frankly, "Yes, I did. Right now, the Skull Society is in complete chaos internally, and they're also running into trouble over in the South District. I want to seize this opportunity to assert our dominance through raw force and revive the Starshine Association. In a few days, I'll bring over a batch of underlings, and I want you two to use this time to train them into an elite force." Xiaohu and Zifeng listened with absolute focus, not missing a single word. Both knew the road ahead was fraught with peril, and a brutal battle with the Skull Society was likely on the horizon. They had to prevent the tragedy of the Starshine Association from repeating itself. They immediately nodded in agreement. Patting his chest, Xiaohu guaranteed, "Don't worry, Brother Chen. Leave the training to me." Grinning, Zifeng raised his glass. "Come, brothers, to reviving the Starshine Association." "Cheers." He downed his glass in one gulp, then proposed, "In a bit, let's head over to the underground casino to rake in the first pot of gold for our Starshine Association." Before long, Yi Xingchen and his crew met up at the underground casino. The place was absolutely buzzing with people, the noisy chatter and laughter mixing with the loud shouts of placing bets, making the atmosphere exceptionally heated. The venue was fully equipped with all kinds of entertainment facilities, As Yi Xingchen and his brothers strode down into the main hall, they instantly caught the eyes of many onlookers. He casually instructed, "Everyone disperse for now, go ahead and have some fun." Suddenly, someone began to secretly trail him from behind, watching his every move. It wasn't until Yi Xingchen walked far away that the spy hurriedly rushed back. Inside a lavishly decorated private suite with flickering lights, Cao Jia and his crew were enjoying themselves to the fullest when a subordinate scrambled in to report, "Brother Jia, Yi Xingchen is here." Hearing this, a sinister smirk curled at the corner of Cao Jia's mouth. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen was leisurely strolling around the casino. Suddenly, he caught a somewhat familiar voice. "You want to play it like this?" Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Tan Fang and Ling Tian sitting intimately beside the opposite gaming table. He immediately stepped forward to confirm, "Dean Tan." Tan Fang whipped her head around, and upon seeing Yi Xingchen she stood up abruptly, snapping in irritation. "What are you doing here instead of being in class?" Yi Xingchen let out a cold laugh, countering, "Hey, if Dean Tan can be here, why can't I?" Ling Tian looked at the uninvited guest with curiosity. "Fanger, is this the student you used to teach?" Hearing this guy call Tan Fang by such an intimate name, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but get goosebumps. "Fanger?" Tan Fang shot him a glare. "He is the most disobedient student I mentioned to you before, Yi Xingchen. Just ignore him, Ling Tian, let's keep playing." Hearing the name, the guy couldn't help but furrow his brows. "Oh, so he's Yi Xingchen," Ling Tian provoked. "I wonder if student Yi here is interested in playing a few rounds with me." The cunning guy pretended to comfort Tan Fang. "Don't worry, Fanger, I'm just having a casual game with student Yi." Tan Fang wanted to dissuade him but hesitated. Ling Tian then played a reverse psychology trick. "Of course, if student Yi doesn't know how to play, we can play something else." Easily seeing through his tricks, Yi Xingchen casually went along with it. "No need, let's just play this." Ling Tian sneered triumphantly in his mind. "Excellent, Yi Xingchen. You can be my stepping stone to help secure my place as the son-in-law of the Tan family." The female dealer, Lanner, began dealing the cards with elegant, swift hand movements. She skillfully dealt the first two cards to both sides, and as the cards landed on the table, the air filled with tense anticipation. Lighting a cigarette, Ling Tian pretended to advise kindly, "Student Yi is still a minor, right? You should smoke less. Watch out for pneumonia." Yi Xingchen exposed his hypocritical mask right on the spot. "No need for you to worry about that. If you want to pursue Ms. Tan, you can just ask me for advice directly. I'm actually quite good at pleasing girls." He froze instantly, hit right in his sore spot. The cigarette nearly fell from his mouth, and he hurriedly looked back to gauge Tan Fang's reaction. After ensuring everything was fine, he carefully leaned forward to pick up his cards from the table, revealing his cards while feigning indifference. "Fanger and I are just ordinary friends, don't overthink it." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen found it highly amusing. Ordinary friends? Would ordinary friends call each other Fanger so affectionately? Lanner quickly announced the end of the round. "Mr. Yi wins this round." Yi Xingchen produced a stack of cash and proposed, "Mr. Ling, since it's our first time playing, let's keep it small, 10,000. Ling Tian was somewhat surprised. "What, you want to bet money?" Yi Xingchen teased. "If we don't bet money here, are we supposed to bet women? If I lose, will you hand Ms. Tan over to me?" Hearing the other bring up his beloved, Ling Tian instantly blew a fuse. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his cash onto the table. "Fine, I call." "Deal." Receiving the command, Lanner immediately began the next round, skillfully dealing the cards before them. Ling Tian's face turned grave as he peeled back his cards bit by bit. His face was etched with anxiety. Yi Xingchen suddenly spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere at the table. "Ms. Tan, what do you think of Mr. Ling?" Ling Tian roared furiously. "Can you shut the hell up? Can you take this seriously?" He slammed his ace of hearts heavily onto the table, venting his irritation. Yi Xingchen countered unhurriedly. "What does my chatting with Ms. Tan have to do with you? If you like her, you can say so too." Ling Tian provoked condescendingly. 100,000, student Yi. If you don't have the money, you can just admit defeat." Seeing the fish take the bait, Yi Xingchen went along with it. 100,000 it is, I call. Keep dealing." A crowd began to gather around them, whispering, "This kid's hand looks pretty good. Is he just bluffing?" Recognizing the familiar silhouette in the crowd, Yang Jun felt somewhat puzzled. Yi Xingchen maintained his calm and confident composure. Ling Tian didn't hesitate to reveal his cards further, displaying his newly dealt 10 of diamonds on the table along with the rest. Yi Xingchen proactively tested him. "I left the house in a bit of a rush today, and only have 50,000 left on me. How about we just go all in and show our cards?" Believing he was scared, Ling Tian smugly pulled out his wallet. "If you're short on cash, I can lend you some." "Not only do I call, but I'll raise another 100,000. Yi Xingchen shrugged helplessly. "Using your borrowed money to beat you doesn't seem very polite." Seething with rage, Ling Tian wanted nothing more than to curse him out, but to maintain his image he had to force himself to swallow his anger. After observing from the side for a moment, Yang Jun and Zifeng exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Spotting them walking out from the crowd, Yi Xingchen warmly introduced him. Yang, you came at the perfect time. This is my brother. Referring to Yang Jun of the prestigious Yang family, he immediately asked him for money. Yang, got cash on you? Lend me $1 million first. A check works too. Ling Tian sized up the young man from the Yang family with suspicion. Just then, Tan Fang stood up abruptly, crying out in shock. Yang Jun, what are you doing here? Yang Jun looked at her in confusion, and Yi Xingchen couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you doing? She's our dean. Yang Jun searched his memory thoroughly. The dean? A familiar face flashed through his mind and realization dawned on him. Dean Tan. Yang Jun confidently pulled out a check. Here is 1 million. Do you dare to call? Ling Tian's face instantly darkened as he weighed whether to take this gamble. He secretly pondered that if he lost to these two wet behind-the-ears punks, he would never be able to hold his head up in his circle again. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and produced a check. I call, deal. Receiving the order, Lanner immediately began dealing the cards with practiced skill, precisely delivering them to both hands. Her movements were smooth and fluid as she dealt the cards to the other side. Ling Tian took his card with trembling hands. His face was pale, and fine beads of sweat goated his forehead. Holding his breath, his fingers shook slightly as he peeled back the corner of the card, only to be met with immense disappointment. He had only drawn a 10 of hearts. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen spoke, making him jump. Yi Xingchen offered a faint smile, staring at him with a deep gaze as he spread out his cards, showing a suited run from 10 to king. Taking a puff of his cigarette, he teased, Yang, write another check for 10 million. Since this uncle wants to pursue our beautiful Ms. Tan, he should surely be able to afford this pocket change, right? A heated buzz of conversation instantly erupted around them, with everyone's eyes locking onto Yi Xingchen. Which family does this young master belong to? He's so loaded. Looking at his cards, could it really be a royal flush? Ling Tian's heart began to race in panic. 10 million was no small sum. Being able to produce 1 million today was already pushing his limits, and he absolutely could not let the kid get a royal flush. When the ace of spades was revealed, it was the perfect moment to risk everything. Feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind spun with 1,000 thoughts. Let's gamble, I call. Open the cards. He confidently revealed his whole card. A full house, the ace of spades is in my hand. Let's see how you're going to make a royal flush now. All of Ling Tian's cards were now turned over, fully displayed before everyone. Having successfully lured his prey into the trap, a meaningful wicked smirk curled on Yi Xingchen's lips. He cleanly flipped over his final whole card. A straight flush. A suited run from 9 to king. Even if it's not a royal flush, it's more than enough to beat your full house. Staring at Ling Tian's face, which had twisted in sheer terror, Yi Xingchen said word by word, You lost, Mr. Ling. Tan Fang suddenly stood up, interrupting. Ling Tian, you should leave first. I have some things I want to talk to my student about alone. Seething with rage, Ling Tian glared at Yi Xingchen through gritted teeth, wishing he could tear him limb from limb. He could only turn and depart in a pathetic manner, his heart filled with the humiliation of losing to a few punks. Tan Fang regained her usual sternness. You are still students, you shouldn't be coming to places like this. Yi Xingchen didn't care much, casually replying, Don't worry, Ms. Tan, we won't come back. I just hope you can find some time to visit us at school. Hearing this, she fell into deep thought, her deep gaze seeming to hide an unknown secret. It was only when she walked far away that Yang Jun leaned in and asked, What are we playing next? Utterly speechless by his playful attitude, Yi Xingchen muttered, We've already made 10 million. What else is there to play? Notify the brothers, we're leaving. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted their conversation. Brother Xingchen is leaving already? Won't you stay a bit longer? Yi Xingchen instantly recognized that familiar voice, Cao Jia. Putting on airs, Cao Jia said with a serious face, Strictly speaking, you should call me senior. I am now the acting hall master of the Skull Society, and this casino is also our Skull Society's property. Show some respect. Yi Xingchen didn't even bother to look at him, letting out an incredibly disdainful sneer. In your Skull Society, what kind of trash are you supposed to be? Cao Jia flew into a towering rage, the veins on his forehead bulging as he ordered hysterically, Get him, kill him, avenge Brother Tianer? Before his voice even settled, the lackeys behind him lunged forward like wild beasts, showing absolutely no mercy. In the blink of an eye, Yang Jun executed a flying kick, sending a charging opponent flying. Working in perfect harmony, Xiaohu followed up by driving his iron fist squarely into the faces of the others. Charging into the enemy ranks like a fierce tiger, Zifeng kicked and broke the leg of a thug blocking his path. Watching his men get taken care of in an instant, Cao Jia stood frozen like a wooden dummy, his face turning pale with fright. Chen Xiaolong warned with a cold laugh, Senior Cao Jia, don't try to rely on numbers to bully us here. Clenching his fists, his cold expression carried a sharp threat. If you want to touch Yi Xingchen, you'll have to go through us first. Completely terrified, Cao Jia knew that running away was his best option and turned to flee without hesitation. Suddenly a flash of cold light shot past, flying straight toward him. Yi Xingchen spoke unhurriedly. "Senior, at a time like this, where on earth do you think you can hide?" Before his words even settled, the hidden weapon pierced with perfect precision straight into Cao Jia's leg. Agonizing pain instantly washed over his body, and he collapsed to the floor with a painful shriek. Trembling violently, he asked in sheer terror, What do you want?" Yi Xingchen slowly squatted down, saying flatly, "Weren't you going to avenge Cao Tian'er? Since your brotherly bond is so strong, I'll send you on your way so you can accompany him in the underworld." Just then, Yu Zhao appeared just in time to stop him. "Stop," she explained with a trace of helplessness. "This casino is my property. If you start a slaughterhouse here, how am I supposed to do business in the future?" Zi Feng quickly stepped forward upon hearing this. In the South District, who didn't know the famous name of the Blue Phoenix, Yu Zhaozhao? He hadn't expected this casino to be her property. She warily probed, seeing that the other party was also from the underworld but not knowing his name. Zi Feng introduced himself straightforwardly, Tang Yulong Zi Feng. Hearing this, Yu Zhao couldn't help but knit her beautiful brows, thinking to herself, Zi Feng, Tang Yulong was wiped out by the Skull Society a while ago. Didn't he lose his life? Immediately, she warned with a firm attitude, "I don't care what grievances you have between you, but the acting hall master of the Skull Society absolutely cannot die on my turf. Otherwise, how am I supposed to answer to Duguba? Please show me some face, everyone." Yi Xingchen completely ignored her words, delivering a savage heavy kick straight to Cao Jia's head. The blow left Cao Jia dazed and lightheaded, his eyes rolling back as blood spurted from his mouth and nose. Yi Xingchen unceremoniously tossed the freshly dealt with guy aside and said, "If the proprietress is afraid of retaliation from the Skull Society, I can make the decisions for you." With that, he walked up to Yu Zhao and announced loudly, "I guarantee you in the name of the Starshine Association's president. From now on, this casino will be covered by our Starshine Association. You don't need to pay protection fees to any other gang anymore." She asked back half-believingly, "You are the president." Yi Xingchen proposed with complete composure that they find a room to sit down in and slowly discuss the future security of the casino. Before long, the two arrived in a heavily guarded secret room to talk. During this time, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but tease, "Miss Yu has a really nice figure." Yu Zhao warned with some disgust, "Mr. Yi, please respect yourself. You went ahead and killed someone from the Skull Society on my turf anyway. How exactly should this account be settled?" Yi Xingchen continued to joke around playfully. "How to settle it? Didn't I just say our Starshine Association will be responsible for the security here? By the way, Miss Yu, do you usually not get much sun? Your skin is really white." Fuming with rage, Yu Zhao spun around to leave. He didn't forget to throw out a shameless tease before she could leave. Suddenly, a flash of cold light grazed past her ear. Yi Xingchen barked sharply, "Freeze!" Looking at the dagger driven deeply into the door panel, it was clear that as long as he wished, he could take her life at any second. He took a step forward, reaching out to gently lift her lovely face. "In this world, no one can defy my will." Although filled with fear, Yu Zhao still grit her teeth and asked, "Are you crazy?" Yi Xingchen smiled slightly, praising, "Miss Yu's natural skin is so good, even without any makeup you would be just as charming. Why wear such heavy makeup?" Then he slowly withdrew his hand, his tone softening a bit. "Actually, I mean no harm." With that, Yi Xingchen smoothly pulled the dagger out of the door. "Our Starshine Association will be responsible for this casino. The mere fact that I killed Cao Tian'er is enough to prove our strength." She was greatly shocked and pressed. "You killed Cao Tian'er?" Yi Xingchen admitted frankly without hesitation. "Of course, why would I lie to you? However, you need to pay a small price." She looked at him warily. "What price?" Yi Xingchen unceremoniously demanded. "Give my brother Zi Feng a chance to pursue you. Whether he can move your heart depends entirely on his own ability, and you are absolutely not allowed to reject him." Yu Zhao looked at him with a face full of confusion, an unusual feeling welling up in her heart. Yi Xingchen sat back in his chair. "All right, now let's talk business." His expression turned serious as he questioned, "How much protection money did you use to pay every month?" She felt there was no need to hide it and said directly, 50,000 each to the Skull Society, the Dragon Society, and the Tianmen sect." Yi Xingchen was somewhat surprised to hear this. "The Dragon Society and the Tianmen sect," she mocked. Scared? Yi Xingchen laughed out loud, firing back, "Since I was a kid, I've never known how to write the word fear." While studying her expression, he slowly rattled off a few names. "Who did you hand the money to? He Yunsong, Jiyu Yunxiao, Zhao Mo, or that useless waste Du Jian?" Yu Zhao gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "You know them all?" Yi Xingchen replied flatly. "You could say we have some history." "Call them. I'll talk to them." She hesitated for a moment but decided to take a gamble, pulling out her phone and dialing a familiar number. Soon, Zhao Mo's playful grinning voice came through the phone. Beautiful sister Zhao Zhao, do you miss me? How do you have time to call me today? She handily passed the phone to Yi Xingchen beside her. Taking it, Yi Xingchen smiled faintly and said, Yes, I miss you, Lao Ju. The moment Zhao Mo heard this familiar voice, he was instantly shocked out of his wits, doubting his own ears. Si Chen Ji, Yi Xingchen directly ordered. Tell Lao Er and Lao San that from now on Yu Zhao Zhao's casino is under my wing, none of you are to touch it. Also, show some respect to your sister-in-law Zhao Zhao from now on, or watch out for brother Feng teaching you a lesson. Zhao Mo immediately agreed obsequiously. Yes, Chen Ji, whatever you command. Yi Xingchen hung up and handed the phone back to Yu Zhao, reiterating, It's settled. From now on, this casino is taken over by our Starshine Association. Miss Yu, don't forget your promise. Yu Zhao readily agreed. Don't worry, since I promised I will absolutely never break my word. Just then, a sudden rapid ringing of the phone interrupted their conversation. Yi Xingchen quickly answered, and Fei Fei's anxious voice came from the other end. Brother Xingchen, hurry up and come out, something happened to Rongrong. Fei Fei cried out in a complete panic. Rongrong's heart condition is flaring up again. Brother Xingchen, come to the hospital quickly. Yi Xingchen rushed to the hospital, burning with anxiety, an indescribable ominous premonition rising in his heart. Seeing his familiar face, Fei Fei's beautiful eyes lit up and she hurriedly called out, Brother Xingchen. Yi Xingchen quickly stepped forward to ask, How is the situation? She hurriedly replied, She's been inside for quite a while now. The situation inside is still unclear. Beside them, Su Li thoughtfully introduced, These two are Murong Rong's parents. Murong Wu looked at Yi Xingchen, his face instantly darkening as he questioned with displeasure, Are you the Yi Xingchen who is living with my daughter? He made no effort to hide the disdain on his face, mocking contemptuously. Looking at your vulgar, hoodlum-like appearance, I really don't know what Rongrong saw in you. With that, he waved his hand. I don't care what tricks you used to deceive Rongrong. For the sake of you being schoolmates, you can get lost. One of his underlings took the cue and stepped forward slowly, placing a hand on Yi Xingchen's shoulder, preparing to make a move. Just as Murong Wu was about to turn around, he heard Yi Xingchen's bone-chilling warning. If it weren't for the fact that you are Rongrong's father, you wouldn't even dream of leaving here alive today. Before his words even settled, he grabbed the large hand on his shoulder like lightning. Without a single trace of hesitation, he executed a clean shoulder throw, slamming the man heavily onto the ground. Not stopping there, Yi Xingchen blurred his figure and instantly closed in on the other bodyguard, delivering a clean flying kick squarely to his face, giving him absolutely no chance to react. Witnessing this lightning-fast clash, Murong Wu was instantly frozen on the spot in shock. Having witnessed Yi Xingchen's terrifying combat skills, he marveled silently in his heart. These two bodyguards are elite fighters who can take on 100 men, yet they were taken down so effortlessly by him. Immediately, a greedy thought sprouted in Murong Wu's mind. This kid's strength is so formidable. If I can recruit him under my banner, he couldn't help but sneer coldly in his heart. By then, wouldn't the massive Baishan group be easily controlled in my hands? He immediately put on a smiling face and proactively reached out his hand. Just now, because I was too worried about Rongrong, I was indeed a bit rude in my anxiety. I hope little brother Yi won't take it to heart. Yi Xingchen didn't even bother to look at him, turning to ask Han Yuyan beside them, Auntie, could you step over here for a moment? I want to talk to you about Rongrong. Ignored in public, Murong Wu instantly gnashed his teeth in fury, cursing wildly in his mind. You brat, Yi Xingchen said in a gentle tone. Auntie, this is already the third time Rongrong's heart condition has flared up. Han Yuyan heard this and trembled slightly, her face filled with uncontrollable anxiety. Yi Xingchen knit his brows and questioned, Judging by your reaction, Auntie, you must have known about this long ago, right? Since you already knew there was something wrong with Rongrong's heart, why did you let her live outside all by herself? Han Yuyan explained with a difficult expression. I heard there are precedents of curing this illness abroad. I am planning to send Rongrong abroad for treatment. I've also heard about you and Rongrong. Thank you so much for taking care of her all this time. Although this decision is extremely cruel to both of you, I really can't bear to see Rongrong continue to suffer from this pain. Noticing Yi Xingchen's darkened face, she asked tentatively, Are you willing to go with her? Yi Xingchen fell silent for a long moment, ultimately shaking his head. I cannot go. He clenched his fists in a death grip, desperately holding back his body's trembling. There are still many things here I need to protect, and many unfulfilled promises. I absolutely cannot leave this place. The two stood facing each other in silence, their eyes filled with immense gravity. Yi Xingchen pleaded with some hesitation, Auntie, can you promise me that during her treatment abroad, you will absolutely stay by Rongrong's side every single step of the way, okay? Han Yuyan did not hesitate at all, immediately agreeing. All right, I promise you, Fei Fei also said softly at this moment. Brother Xingchen, Sister Su and I will head back first. At this moment, Yi Xingchen had no energy to worry about anything else, replying somewhat distractedly, "MMH, stay safe on the road." As he turned to leave, he didn't even bother to spare a glance at Murong Wu, whom he bumped into, as if avoiding a pile of trash. Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice drifted from inside the ward. "I'm not going abroad. I don't want to leave Xingchen." Yi Xingchen stopped in his tracks outside the door, quietly listening to the conversation inside. "Mom doesn't want to break you two up either. I originally wanted Xingchen to go with you, but he has too many attachments here," Han Yuyan comforted softly. "Besides, it's not like you'll never see each other again. Once your illness is cured and you return, you two can still be together just like before." Murong Rong curled up completely on the hospital bed, her lovely face painted with endless sorrow. "I know Xingchen still has a lot of things to do. He is a real upstanding man. He has promises to fulfill for many people, and too many things here that he needs to protect." Deep sorrow surfaced on her face, tears swirling wildly in her eyes. "But I really don't want to leave him." Standing outside the door, Yi Xingchen felt his heart wrench violently in excruciating pain upon hearing this heartfelt confession. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door, deciding to face it bravely. Murong Rong looked at Yi Xingchen, whom she had been longing for, in pleasant surprise. "Xingchen," but seeing her pale face, Yi Xingchen only felt his heart ache terribly, and the words he was about to say were swallowed back down. Endless sorrow swirled within her beautiful eyes. Murong Rong asked tentatively, "Xingchen, do you also want me to go abroad for treatment?" Yi Xingchen stepped forward and pulled her tightly into his arms, comforting her. "I will always wait right here for you to return. When that time comes, I will stand at the absolute peak of Jingai City and marry you in the grandest way." She reached out her petite hand to gently stroke his broad back, bringing him warmth and comfort. She tried her best to compose her emotions, showing her usual cheerful and lively self once more. "MMH, by then my Xingchen will definitely be an upstanding man, and we can be together again." After thinking for a long time, Murong Rong spoke softly. Yi Xingchen gave her a comforting smile. "Tonight let's go back and stay at home." Yi Xingchen's heart couldn't help but jolt violently, not expecting that she wanted to spend her absolute last day before leaving completely by his side. He slowly turned around, intending to ask for Han Yuyan's permission, only to see her nod gently, indicating her silent consent. As night fell, the neon lights of the skyscrapers lit up one after another, bright as a sky full of stars, illuminating the entire road. Lying in bed, Murong Rong showed no sleepiness at all. "Xingchen, you are so good to me." Yi Xingchen couldn't help but tease, "You are my wife. If I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to?" She rolled her eyes helplessly, scolding playfully, "Slick-tongued." Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Yi Xingchen quickly pulled out the exquisite ring he had prepared long ago from his pocket. "Rongrong." She was slightly startled and lost for words, her heart racing uncontrollably as if returning to the very first time they met. He carefully slipped the ring onto his beloved's ring finger, affectionately caressing her fair, tender hand. Murong Rong stared blankly at the diamond ring on her hand, deeply moved as tears finally burst from her eyes. No longer able to suppress the emotions in her heart, she threw herself into his arms and sobbed uncontrollably. The next morning, the soft morning sun bathed the earth as passenger planes prepared for takeoff in the dawn. Even though she was about to board the plane with her family, Murong Rong's beautiful eyes, filled with reluctance, were still locked onto Yi Xingchen. He smiled and advised, "Take good care of yourself abroad and focus on recovering. If you suffer any grievances, make sure to tell me right away. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will fly over to vent your anger with a smile." Suddenly, a familiar, urgent shout shattered the surrounding quiet. "Rongrong!" Fei came running over in a hurry with a group of people. Murong Rong looked at her close friends in surprise. "You guys, how did you all come?" Fei quickly grabbed her hand and complained. "Rongrong, you should have told us you were leaving." Guan Ting chimed in. "Exactly, if your dad hadn't gone to school today to find Teacher Sue for your withdrawal procedures and mentioned this, we wouldn't even have known you were going abroad," Fei added with concern. "Rongrong, you must take good care of yourself abroad." Xiaolong also advised, "Remember to keep in touch with us often when you have time." Yang Jun, who was usually cold, said with rare gentleness, "Take care." Han Yuyan walked up saying softly to her daughter, "Rongrong, it's time to board. We won't make it if we don't leave now." Murong Rong bid a reluctant farewell. "I have to go. Thank you all for coming to send me off today. I will definitely return safely. Goodbye." Seeing Yi Xingchen like this, Guo Jing couldn't help but tease. "Oh, crying?" Yi Xingchen immediately denied it. "Screw off, I got sand in my eyes," he asked back suspiciously. "Then what was that sound just now?" Yi Xingchen rolled his eyes at him. "I had too much hot pot yesterday, can't I just burp?" With that, he awkwardly changed the subject. "Alright, let's head back to school." Meanwhile, inside the headquarters building of the Beishan Group in a bustling area of Jingai City, in the chairman's office, Murong Wu sat lost in thought all by himself. He stared at the family portrait neatly placed on the desk, memories of his previous argument with Murong Rong flashing through his mind. You dare live with him without even knowing his background? Rong stubbornly retorted. Being with Xingchen, I don't need to care about those things at all. Furious, he could only helplessly swallow his scolding. As Rong turned to leave, she almost bumped into Yi Xingchen, who was running in. Clenching his fist tightly with a gloomy face, Wu squeezed out words dripping with hatred from between his teeth. Yi Xingchen, sooner or later, you will become my most capable pawn to control the entire Beishan group. The next morning, bright sunlight cut through the thin mist, bathing the campus. Su Li stood on the podium teaching class as usual. Students, today we are introducing a new transfer student. Come on in. The new student walked up to the podium, smiling as she introduced herself. Hello everyone, my name is Mingan. Please take care of me from now on. Su Li added warmly beside her. Student Mingan is Rong's biological younger sister. Everyone, please get along well with our new classmate. Sitting on the side, Yang Jun couldn't help but knit his brows slightly, secretly wondering, Rong just left not long ago and her sister already transferred here. Doesn't that seem a bit too coincidental? Xiaolong guessed from the side, it's likely that the two sisters don't get along very well. Yi Xingchen keenly sensed something was off. I've never heard Rong mention having a sister before. This is highly likely connected to Wu. Xiaolong, go look into it right away. Find out what exactly Wu told Teacher Su when he came to school to handle the withdrawal procedures for Rong. Hearing that he was being given a chore while happily enjoying the gossip, Xiaolong grumbled in dissatisfaction. Do you think I'm a deity? There's no surveillance camera inside Teacher Su's office. Where on earth am I supposed to check? Catching sight of movement out of the corner of his eye, Yi Xingchen quickly warned, Shish, lower your voice, she's coming over. Mingan smiled gracefully, proactively greeting them. You must be Yi Xingchen, right? I heard you really like my sister Rong. Yi Xingchen admitted generously, that's right, I like her a lot. But then again, I also like every classmate in our class, especially big beauties like you. With that he sized her up with a somewhat playful gaze, teasing with his usual loose tongue. Student Mingan, you indeed have a great foundation, and your figure is quite slender. Stunned by his attitude, Mingan gasped in utter disbelief, her eyes widening as she shrieked, You're shameless. Seeing Fei beside them burst out laughing, she immediately directed her fury at Fei, snapping angrily, What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Fei wasn't one to tolerate her attitude, sneering with deep disdain. I'm laughing at how someone who is clearly flat-chested actually has the nerve to try and seduce someone else's man, her sore spot poked. Mingan instantly flew into a rage and lunged forward to strike. Moving as fast as lightning, Yi Fai easily blocked the descending hand and twisted it back. She asked in a slow, deliberate tone, You brat, want to fight? Seeing how tense the atmosphere was, Xingchen quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Fei, she's Rong's sister, bear with it a little. She obediently let go, letting her off. Trembling, Mingan rubbed her red swollen wrist, gnashing her teeth in fury. Suppressing the rage in her chest, she spun around and left in a huff, tossing back a final threat. Just you wait, she scrambled off to the senior classrooms to find backup. Tianba was planning to find something to do to kill time during his free period when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Brother Tianba, you have to get justice for me. Startled, he instinctively took a few steps back. Mingan, what are you doing here? She explained with a face full of grievance. Isn't it because of my annoying dad? She quickly leaned in and whined. He said this place was great for my studies, but as soon as I got here, I was bullied by my classmates. He flew into a rage instantly. What? Someone dared to bully my little sister Mirang? Are they tired of living? A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he turned to order his lackeys. Let's go, let's teach him a lesson. Having successfully pulled off her scheme, a smug smile appeared on Mingian's face. Thank you, Brother Tianba, you are so good to me. Without any hesitation, they immediately rushed toward her classroom, ready to seek revenge. Suddenly, Tianba remembered something important. By the way, Mingan, what's the name of the guy who bullied you? She softly replied, Yi Xingchen. This name hit him like a bolt from the blue, freezing him right in his tracks as he instinctively came to a sudden halt. Sensing the crowd behind her had suddenly stopped, she slowed down too, an indescribable sense of unease rising in her heart. He pretended to clutch his stomach, groaning in feigned agony. I'm so sorry, little sister, but my stomach suddenly hurts like crazy. How about I have the brothers go with you? The lackeys standing nearby also scrambled to find excuses. Brother Tianba, our stomachs hurt too, we can't take it. In the end they decided to slip away. Mingan, I'll help you next time. Before his voice even faded, he used all his strength to turn on his heels and flee back to the classroom as if he had seen a ghost. Mingan was utterly petrified on the spot, never expecting these guys to be so incredibly chicken-hearted. Suddenly a deep voice echoed in her ear. Student Mingan, are you trying to find backup? Xingchen gently placed his hand on her shoulder. I have some business to discuss with you in private. Dragged away by force, she struggled desperately and shrieked, What are you doing? Let me go. Feeling her personal safety threatened, she probed warily. "What do you want to do?" he drawled back. "What else would a lone man and a lone woman do standing here?" Mingan was pinned tightly against the wall, falling into panic. "Don't you love Rongrong? I'm her sister. How can you do this to her?" He couldn't help but let out a wicked smirk. "Hee, I find that I like you even more now, especially your exquisite figure." In terror, she threatened. "If you dare touch me, I'll scream. Not only will you get expelled, you'll also end up in jail." But he replied with complete composure. "I'm a thug to begin with. Why would I be afraid of jail?" Seeing that the joke had gone far enough, he got straight to the point. "I can let you off, but you have to answer my questions honestly." Xingqian threw out a series of questions, which she answered. "Who made you transfer here?" Mingan replied. "My dad, Marangwu." Xingqian pressed further. "Why did you come here?" Mingan said. "My dad said the quality of teaching here is very good, and he heard Marangrong made a decent boyfriend here. So he had me come over." Xingqian was puzzled. "What does that have to do with your sister getting a boyfriend?" Hearing this, Mingan suddenly fell silent. Her gaze drifted into the distance, as if lost in memory. Losing some of his patience, he urged her in a deep voice. Summoning her courage, she poured her heart out. "Because ever since we were kids, everyone only praised her for being outstanding, and no one ever complimented me even once. When I finally got a chance to surpass her, I couldn't wait to transfer to this school." Hearing her reasons, he couldn't help but be stunned. "I wanted to see what kind of boyfriend she actually found, and then find someone even better than her boyfriend." Suddenly, a sharp ringtone interrupted their conversation. Xingqian quickly took out his phone to check. The screen displayed a familiar name, Yu Shaoqian. Xingqian's voice came from the other end of the line while Shaoqian was driving. "How did the negotiation for that building go?" she confirmed immediately. "Yeah, the seller is already waiting at the tea house." He asked with some confusion, "You didn't bring your daughter along?" She stared at the road ahead and replied, "I've already asked my mom to look after her." Arriving at the agreed location, she got out of the car but continued the call. "By the way, shouldn't we tell Yuji? How about picking her up to come to the tea house together?" Xingqian rejected her suggestion. "Let's talk about it after we settle this matter." Subsequently, the two walked toward the reserved private room. The moment the door opened, Zheng beat them to the greeting. "Miss Yu is here, and this is—" He cast a contemptuous glance at the two men in front of him, then introduced himself. "My surname is Yi. I am Shaoqian's boyfriend." The other party politely exchanged pleasantries, albeit somewhat reluctantly. "So it is Mr. Yi, please have a seat." Afterward, Zheng glared fiercely at his assistant beside him, his gaze looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. "Li Kei, didn't you say she was single? How is it that she even brought a boyfriend? How are we supposed to make our move now?" Sweating profusely in terror, the assistant stammered to find an excuse. I didn't know either." Just after sitting down next to Shaoqian, Xingqian went straight to the point. "We are all very busy, so let's cut the nonsense. Did you two bring the relevant property ownership documents?" Li Kei handed over a stack of documents, setting an astronomical price as he did. "The files are all here. As long as Mr. Yi pays 3 million, we will sign immediately." Hearing this number, Shaoqian was so angry she nearly jumped up. 3 million? Didn't we agree on 1.5 million before? Showing his displeasure, Zheng still patiently explained. "Miss Yu, our building is in a bustling area after all. How could we possibly sell it to you for only 1.5 million? Li Kei adjusted his glasses, intentionally emphasizing that it was 3 million. "Miss Yu must have misremembered." Xingqian pressed down on Shaoqian's shoulder and suddenly stood up. Without even bothering to bargain, he agreed right away. 3 million it is. It's not much more than 1.5 million anyway. Just sign the transfer documents." The other party nodded immediately in confirmation. "Of course." Suddenly, he whipped out a short blade, his bone-chilling gaze locking onto them. "Excellent. I hate trouble the most," shaking like a leaf, cold sweat pouring down. Zheng asked in terror, "Mr. Yi, what are you trying to do?" Xingqian lunged forward, his heavy fist sending Li Kei's glasses flying before pressing the blade against Zheng's neck, threatening him outright. "What am I doing? Making you sign obediently, of course." The painful memories of being brutally taught a lesson before instantly flashed in Zheng's mind. His face turned paper white, his lips trembling. It's you?" With a slight curve of his lips, Xingqian said playfully. "You finally remember. Since you're a smart man, you should know what to do next, right?" Catching his drift immediately, he hurriedly signed the contract with a trembling hand. Before Zheng could even raise his head, a heavy blow struck the back of his skull, and he collapsed onto the table. Xingqian gathered the files. "Everything is settled. We'll take our leave now." Watching the whole thing, Shaoqian couldn't help but feel worried. "Is it really okay for us to just leave like this?" Xingqian smiled faintly and urged softly. "Let's go. Tomorrow you just find someone to renovate the place. Relax. Inside a restaurant in the mall." She still asked with some concern, "Xingqian, what if that guy sues us?" Looking at the menu, Xingqian comforted her calmly. "Don't worry. Starting tomorrow, just focus on preparing to open your shop. He absolutely won't dare to cause any trouble for us." Staring blankly out the window, Xiaochen sighed. "But still, I feel—" Suddenly, Xiaochen noticed something in surprise. Xingqian followed her gaze and couldn't help but wonder, why is Teacher Su walking with Mirang Wu? He immediately waved his hand to greet her. "Teacher Su, are you here for lunch too?" Hearing someone call her name, Su Li turned around and was slightly surprised. "Yi Xingqian?" Seeing him sitting with a woman, Mirang Wu immediately strode over in a rage, demanding, "What a piece of work you are, Yi Xingqian. My daughter has barely been gone and you're already fooling around with another woman. What on earth do you take my daughter Rongrong for?" Falsely accused, Xiaochen was also displeased, shooting back through gritted teeth. "Sir, you might have misunderstood. I am merely having a meal with my younger brother. Is there any problem with that?" Then she turned to greet Su Li warmly. "Teacher Su, I often hear my brother talk about you. Since we happen to run into each other today, why don't we eat together?" Su Li agreed with a smile and walked over to them. Xingqian cast an impatient glance at Mirang Wu. "Mr. Mirang, is there anything else?" Forcing a smile, he made an excuse to slip away under the guise of an apology. "Little Yi, I misunderstood you just now. I'm truly sorry. I still have some business to attend to, so I won't disrupt your meal. I'll take my leave." In reality, Mirang Wu was plotting in secret. "It seems I have to play a game of hard to get. I don't believe I can't deal with you." Yi Xingqian quickly waved his hand to dismiss him. "Goodbye, uncle. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." He turned and left with a chest full of rage, gnashing his teeth and cursing under his breath. "You brat, no matter what your background is, sooner or later I will make you kneel and beg for mercy." As night fell, the city gradually quieted down. Xingqian pushed open his bedroom door and froze the moment he stepped inside. Yi Fei was lying on his bed. He walked over and sat beside her. "You little brat, when did you get here?" She smiled faintly, replying playfully, "I've been here for a while." Yi Fei rested her hand on his shoulder, teasing him half-jokingly. "Brother, you didn't go out on a date with some little girl again, did you?" Xingqian knit his brows, replying with helpless exasperation. "What date? I ran into Teacher Su and Mirang Wu while having lunch just now. I really didn't expect that old geezer to be hitting on Teacher Su." She lay back down on the bed, saying listlessly, "No wonder he had that annoying Mirang Mingan transfer to our class. It was all to get closer to Teacher Su. What a shameless bastard." Xingqian couldn't help but recall the words he had said to Su Li before leaving. "If Mirang Wu asks you out again, you must never agree. Even if you do, you must tell me." His eyes turned cold, as if he had seen through everything. "I dare say that old fox is definitely trying to cradle snatch. He's not sincere about you at all." Faced with such blunt concern, Su Li had appeared somewhat flustered at the time. Xingqian let out a soft sigh, comforting himself. But thankfully, Teacher Su has already seen through his true colors, so she probably won't be fooled. But in the next second he looked at Yi Fei and reminded her with a smile, "It's getting late. Why aren't you going back to your own room to sleep?" She puffed out her cheeks and whined, "No, I want to sleep with you every single day from now on." The corner of Xingqian's mouth curled into a meaningful arc, making her tremble slightly. Yi Fei bit her red lip, casting him a half-bashful, half-playful glare. "You're so bad, wouldn't it be better if you turned off the lights?" Leaning down over her, his aggressively intense eyes locked onto hers. "In that case, I'd also love to take a good look at this seductive side of you." Right at the critical moment of their intimacy, a sudden sharp ringing of his phone shattered the atmosphere. An anxious voice came from the other end. "Xingqian, our casino has been smashed." Hearing this news, his expression darkened instantly. Amidst the complete mess of the ruined casino, Ma Nan continued to mock sarcastically from the side. "Sister Feng, I told you long ago that giving the casino to a wet-behind-the-ears kid wouldn't work, but you just wouldn't believe me. Do you see it clearly now?" Instantly flying into a rage, Shen Yu pointed right at Ma Nan's nose and cursed, "You dead Scarface, who the fuck are you calling a wet-behind-the-ears kid? Say that again if you have the guts. Believe it or not, I'll put you down." Letting out a cold laugh, the other barked provocatively. "You dare raise a hand on my turf?" Ma Nan subsequently drew his blade, ordering his men, "Brothers, cripple him." Shen Yu grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it viciously. Meanwhile, Yu Zhao stood silently in place, casting a sidelong glance at Zi Feng, waiting for his reaction. Shen Yu lunged forward, delivering a brutal kick straight to Ma Nan's stomach. Having just arrived, Xingqian took in the scene, feeling highly puzzled. Why did that dead Scarface suddenly come here to cause trouble? Is he really not afraid of death? Judging by this setup, he is clearly doing this on purpose. Could it be? Clenching his teeth tightly, Zi Feng bore his rage plainly on his face, and Xingqian immediately caught onto the conspiracy. He cast a highly suspicious glance at Yu Zhao, who was also being watched coldly by Zi Feng. Suddenly, Zi Feng's face turned fierce as he lunged forward. A shiver ran down Yu Zhao's spine in terror. Is he going to kill me? Watching the iron fist enlarging before her eyes, she thought, "Is the legacy my father left me destined to be completely destroyed here today?" However, the fist merely grazed past her, slamming heavily into Shen Yu's face. Zifeng quickly turned back and roared, "Run!" Entirely bewildered, Yu Zhao had absolutely no idea what was happening. Standing before her like a human shield, Zifeng said coldly, "They have all betrayed you." Xingqian rushed forward to block the path, buying time for Yu Zhao to escape. Seeing them flee, Manan roared furiously to his men, "Block them, don't let them escape." Swinging the sharp blade in his hand, Xingqian cleanly took down several men, warning coldly, "Get out of the way!" Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching from behind, immediately spinning around to deliver a slash. Catching sight of this, Li Tianying backed away in a panic, screaming, "Brother Chen, don't shoot, it's me, Li Tianying." Recognizing a familiar face, Xingqian withdrew his weapon. "What are you doing here?" Taking a few seconds to catch his breath, Li Tianying said with lingering fear, "I heard the casino was attacked, so I came over to investigate." Cold sweat beaded on Li Tianying's forehead. Once he found out the Cloud Crow gang was behind this, he had rushed over to warn them. Xingqian knit his brows to confirm. "The Cloud Crow gang?" He nodded, quickly delivering the crucial intel. "The Cloud Crow gang went all out this time, intending to wipe you guys out. Their boss, Luo Hawei, is currently at the Sky Blue nightclub, waiting for your corpses to be delivered. He is completely unguarded. If we strike Sky Blue Night right now, we can finish him off in an instant." Xingqian calculated silently in his heart. Seeing him silent, Yang Jun urged anxiously. "Xingqian," taking in the situation before them, Yang Jun's face was etched with deep worry. Not far away, more Cloud Crow gang members continued to pour out. "There are simply too many of them. We won't hold out much longer." Xingqian whipped his head toward Zifeng, barking a cold command. "Fengzi, take the men and Li Tianying to strike Sky Blue Night directly, and take out Luo Hawei. Leave this place to me." Shocked, Zifeng quickly protested, "Are you crazy? There are too many of them. How are you supposed to handle them alone?" Xingqian replied with absolute composure, "Don't worry. To capture a rebellion, capture the leader. Once Luo Hawei is dealt with, this leaderless mob won't pose any threat." Zifeng wanted to say more, but Xingqian reached out and patted his shoulder to reassure him. Gritting his teeth in helpless frustration, Zifeng finally relented. "Fine." He immediately spun around and led his men to charge out, leaving a fierce parting warning, "Wait for me to get back. You'd better stay alive. Do not die here." Radiating pure murderous intent, Manan waved his hand to issue the hunt order. "Chase them. Don't let them escape." Suddenly, Xingqian's figure bolted in the opposite direction. With a loud roar, he gave chase in that direction. The starry night sky shrouded the entire harbor. Luo Hehui's stern voice, accompanied by hurried footsteps, rang out, "Search over there. Don't you dare let him escape." However, after searching for a long time, there was still no sign of him. An underling said, "Brother Wei, don't worry. The brothers have already surrounded this place completely." His gaze, like a bird of prey hunting in the dark, wept across every shadowy corner. Not even a fly could get out. Hiding nearby, Yi Xingqian recognized him and thought to himself, "Luo Hawei, as expected, this bastard is here." Just then, a faint rustle came from his side. Turning around, he saw Zifeng and quickly rushed down to stop him. Yi Xingqian leaned close to his ear and warned in a low voice, "Careful, there's a mole." With that, he quickly slipped back into hiding, a cold smile curling on his lips as he muttered, "Just as I expected." Below, Luo Hawei suddenly raised his hand and ordered, "Stop the search, assemble all the brothers immediately, we're pulling out." One of his underlings knit his brows and asked in confusion, "But Brother Wei, we haven't even spotted him yet. Are we really calling off the hunt?" Before the words could even leave his mouth, 3 sharp throwing knives sliced through the air, driving precisely into their heads and killing them instantly before they could even make a sound. Another underling turned pale with fright, trembling violently as he stammered, Someone's dead." An intense feeling of dread instantly welled up inside Luo Hawei, making him spin around violently. Just then, another wave of hidden weapons whistled through the air. Luo Hawei quickly drew his blade to deflect them, but a throwing knife still lodged itself deeply into his arm. An underling shrieked in terror. "Brother Wei!" Manan hurriedly rushed forward to support him, roaring in a fury, "Where the hell is everyone? Where did they all go?" Out of the darkness, Yi Xingqian slowly stepped forward. "Save your breath. If you want to scream, save it for the Underworld." A terrifying murderous aura instantly choked the air, scaring those thugs out of their wits. Watching Yi Xingqian approach step by step, Luo Hehui's body went completely rigid with tension. Yi Xingqian suddenly leaped into the air, using the momentum to charge straight at them. With several precise strikes, he sent a few underlings straight to hell, although Luo Hawei barely managed to dodge. His shoulder was still pierced deeply by a blade. Yi Xingqian swung his blade in a frenzy, his relentless attacks falling like a violent storm. Luo Hawei took another slash to his thigh, and before he could even steady his footing, Yi Xingqian delivered a burst mid-air sweep kick that dealt a devastating blow. Luo Hawei was completely knocked off his feet, slamming heavily onto the ground. Now covered in blood, he let out agonizing groans. Yi Xingqian glared down at him with an icy gaze as if handing down his sentence and said coldly, "You are indeed a rare talent. It's a shame you followed the wrong man." A cold smile curled on his lips, his calm voice making Luo Hui break out in a cold sweat. "I don't know what kind of deals you have with Dugu Ba that make you willing to risk your life for him. You may be strong, but you are absolutely no match for me." Gritting his teeth, Luo Hui struggled to sit up, firing back through the intense pain. "I can see that. Now I finally understand why the president repeatedly sent hitmen to put you in the grave. As long as you are alive, no one can rest easy." Although he did not fear death, his worry for his family made him swallow his pride and plead, "Do whatever you want with me, but I only beg you to spare my family." Yi Xingqian suddenly fell silent, seemingly weighing his request. After a long pause, his icy, hate-filled voice sent a chill down Luo Hehui's spine. "Ever since the day Cao Tian'er killed my brother, I've been telling myself to weed out the roots and never leave any loose ends." He cast a sidelong glance at Luo Hui, but in the end he accepted the dying man's plea. "But this time, I'll promise you to leave your family a way out." The tight expression on Luo Hehui's face instantly softened, and he sighed with relief. "Thank you, now I can depart in peace." Suddenly, Yi Xingqian spoke up, asking the question that had been weighing on his mind. "Wait, before you die, I have one more question. What exactly is your connection to Li Tianying?" Luo Hui laughed dismissively and answered honestly, "He's just a high school kid, no real connection, it just took a little cash to buy him over." Yi Xingqian raised the short blade in his hand, offering a cold farewell. "Thanks, you can go now," before the words even settled. He put an end to the man's life. His voice rang out again, completely devoid of emotion. "Actually, I'm the one who should be saying thank you." Brought red blood dripped from the tip of the blade, and just then the phone in Yi Xingqian's pocket began to ring. He glanced at the caller ID and picked up. From the other end of the line, Zi Feng's anxious, urgent voice came through. "Xingqian, how's the situation on your end? We've wrapped things up over here and we're coming to back you up right now." Yi Xingqian first assured him he was safe, then quickly asked, "I'm fine, young Master Feng, is Luo Hehui's family still alive?" Zi Feng's tired voice carried a trace of uncontrollable relief. "We've captured them alive, just waiting for your orders on what to do." "You were right, this was indeed a trap and the brothers took a beating. Fortunately, we came out on top in the end." To keep his promise to Luo Hui, Yi Xingqian immediately commanded, "Release Luo Hehui's family." Zi Feng was utterly baffled by this decision, but he didn't dare ask questions. Sensing the silence on the other end, Yi Xingqian explained, "Before Luo Hui died, I promised him I would give his family a way out. Let them know they can go to Long Street to collect his body." Understanding the situation, Zi Feng immediately complied. "Understood, we'll do as you say." Yi Xingqian hung up and stared up at the pitch-black night sky, a heavy cloud of worry quietly settling over his heart. Although the Cloud Crow gang had been completely eliminated, there was no telling what kind of sinister schemes the Skull Society might pull next. He needed to devise a counter-strategy as soon as possible. He suddenly remembered an important matter, muttering to himself, "Damn it, I forgot to ask Feng about Li Tianying." The next day, during recess, Chen Xiaolong burst into the classroom screaming in panic, "He's dead." Before Yi Xingqian could even process it, he asked in a daze, "Ha, who's dead?" Propping his hands on the desk to catch his breath, Chen Xiaolong blurted out the news he had just gathered. "This morning the police found Li Tianying's body by the Wangjiang River. They say he drowned, no one has any idea who did it. Everyone thought he had already skipped town." Yi Xingqian looked at Xiaolong thoughtfully, speculating with a grim expression. "It seems there's another mysterious force backing Li Tianying." Xiaolong walked to the window and stared outside silently before adding a moment later, "Also, Luo Hehui's family is dead too. The police said they took an overdose of sleeping pills in front of Luo Hehui's grave and committed suicide right beside it." Suddenly, a chorus of envious gasps drifted in from outside. "Damn, that's insane, is that a Bentley?" As the luxury car pulled up steadily downstairs, both of their gazes snapped toward it. Looking at the man stepping out of the vehicle, Xiaolong muttered under his breath, "It's Murong Wu." Yi Xingqian was also quite surprised. What the hell is he doing here? Murong Wu tried hard to defend himself. "Teacher Su, please don't misunderstand." Adopting the persona of a doting father, he said gently, "As a father, I naturally hope Mingan can get along well with her classmates, so I completely support this extracurricular activity. When I came by last time, it was specifically to discuss the details of the class trip with you." Su Li asked skeptically, "Discuss it with me." Murong Wu slowly set his cup on the table and answered with a warm smile, "That's right. After giving it some thought, I decided to extend an invitation. It just so happens that I have an empty vacation villa near the trip's destination, and I'd like to invite you and the students to stay there. Consider it a small token of my gratitude for the care you show my daughter." Hearing this, Su Li began to waver. but before she could speak, a sudden panicked shout interrupted their conversation. "Teacher Su, this is bad. Hu Xiao is bleeding." Her instinct as a homeroom teacher made her stand up immediately, casting everything else aside to check the situation. "Hu Xiao, what happened to Hu Xiao?" Just then, Yi Xingqian suddenly appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her hand and pulling her away. "Teacher Su, he's over this way." Left completely ignored, Murong Wu stood frozen in place with an incredibly awkward expression. He quickly called out, "Teacher Su," about the trip. Staring at the silhouette that had just flashed past, he gnashed his teeth, growling the name under his breath. "Yi Xingqian." In a quiet corner at the end of the corridor, Yi Xingqian spoke with a trace of helplessness. His voice was laden with concern. "Teacher Su, didn't I warn you about this before?" Calming his racing thoughts, he probed in a low voice. "That Murong Wu is definitely up to no good. You have to let me know if anything happens. What tricks is that old fox trying to pull this time?" Seeing how tense he was, Su Li chose her words carefully to explain. "It's just about the extracurricular school trip we discussed before. He came all the way here to offer to cover our accommodation costs." Yi Xingqian made a decision on the spot. "Accept it." Then a sly grin spread across his face as he added softly, "Since someone is offering free food and lodging, we'd be fools not to take it. The classmates will be thrilled when they hear about it." Su Li fell back into deep thought. Looking at his unusual behavior, her mind was filled with doubts. Meanwhile, a cunning, cold smile crept onto Yi Xingqian's face. "Murong Wu, you brought this on yourself. If I don't use this opportunity to bankrupt you, my name isn't Yi Xingqian." At the same time, inside the secret headquarters of the Skull Society, the absolute seat of power, Du Guba recalled the string of recent setbacks and sighed repeatedly. Cao Tian'er was dead, and even the Cloud Crow gang had been wiped out. A mere wet-behind-the-ears kid had repeatedly brought such humiliation to the Skull Society. Looking around the room, he asked in a heavy voice, "Now that everyone is here, what do you think our next move should be?" Ma Junji stood up and spoke first. "President, in my opinion, our decision to launch an all-out campaign against the Starshine Association was an absolute mistake." Hearing this unexpected answer, a flicker of intrigued amusement danced in Du Guba's eyes. "Oh, let's hear your reasoning." Relying on his sharp intellect, Ma Junji analyzed the situation systematically. The Starshine Association is merely a negligible tiny gang made up of high school kids. No matter how formidable Yi Xingqian is, it doesn't change the fact that they are just a disorganized mob. They are simply not worth mobilizing our entire organization to deal with. Due to this failure, we have already suffered heavy losses. If we continue to focus all our efforts on the Starshine Association at this critical juncture, it will only completely drain the last of our organization's strength, Deng Nan countered bluntly. While Hallmaster Ma's point isn't entirely without merit, you've seen the results. Both Cao Tian'er and the Cloud Crow gang were ultimately wiped out by that Starshine Association. If we don't eliminate them now, they will only become more lawless once they grow stronger. Sensing the rising tension in the conference room, Niu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Hallmaster Deng, don't be so quick to disagree. Since Hallmaster Ma said this, he must have his reasons." With a faint smile, her charming exterior hid a boundless ambition. "Let's hear him finish his piece before we make a decision." With that, she deliberately turned to look at Du Guba. "President, what do you think?" Du Guba smiled slightly and gestured with his hand. "Hallmaster Ma, go on." Ma Junji confidently continued to lay out his plan. "I believe that for a mere Starshine Association, there is absolutely no need to mobilize the elites of our entire gang. Doing so would only tarnish the Skull Society's reputation. And even if we win, our peers in the Underworld will mock us for bullying the weak." He got straight to the point. "Actually, the only person we really need to deal with is Yi Xingqian." He smugly suggested that they only needed to hire a top assassin to eliminate him to finish the job. Rather than exhausting the entire organization, Du Guba cautiously evaluated the target's strength. "I hadn't considered hiring an assassin to deal with Yi Xingqian before. Anyone who knows anything about Yi Xingqian's strength knows that ordinary people can't even get close to him." Ma Junji offered a frank suggestion. "Ordinary assassins won't do, of course, but what if it's the goddess of ice rain?" Hearing that legendary name, Du Guba couldn't help but shudder. "Are you talking about the world's #1 assassin, the goddess of ice rain? Can you really get her to take the job?" Ma Junji smiled confidently, nodding to show that everything was under control. Du Guba was instantly overjoyed, laughing out loud. "Haha, excellent Xiao Ma, I'm giving you full authority to handle this. If you pull this off, you will be handsomely rewarded." However, in the next second a spine-chilling, menacing expression crept onto his face. "But if you screw this up," Ma Junji hurriedly bowed and promised, "Your subordinate understands." Du Guba thought of his arch-rival with absolute excitement. "Yi Tianlong, oh Yi Tianlong, let's see how much longer you can keep hiding." His face was a picture of mad ecstasy. "Once your precious son Yi Xingchen is dead, I don't believe for a second that you won't show yourself." Finally, the day of departure for the class trip arrived. Thanks to the generous sponsorship of the wealthy Murong Wu, the entire class chartered a private plane for the trip. Not long after takeoff, a flight attendant began serving refreshments in the cabin. Guo Jing let his eyes wander over her figure before leaning in to whisper, "Man, this flight attendant is gorgeous." "Xingchen, what do you think?" However, Yi Xingchen sat as motionless as a block of wood, utterly silent. Only after a long while did he suddenly snap out of his daze and ask, "What did you say?" Sensing something was off, Yang Jun asked with concern, "Xingchen, are you okay?" Seeing him still staring blankly into space, Yang Jun leaned closer. "What's wrong?" Yi Xingchen lowered his head, gently massaging his temples as he brushed it off half-heartedly. Nothing, yet his erratic gaze betrayed an indescribable panic. Watching the flight attendant Lina walk past his seat, Yi Xingchen cursed in his heart. It can't be this much of a coincidence, right? His thoughts couldn't help but drift back to his previous life. During those young and reckless years he had once held a bouquet of bright red roses, his face flushing as he confessed to the girl before him. He had stuttered to pour out his feelings to this stunning beauty. "Lina, I have liked you for a very long time. Will you be my girlfriend?" Lina hadn't rejected him outright back then. She had gracefully reached out to take the bouquet. Yi Xingchen had been ecstatic, grinning like an idiot. However, she merely brought the flowers to her nose to smell them, then let her hand fall with an expressionless face, letting the bouquet drop messily to the ground. At that moment, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head. He stood frozen in place, hearing her highly sarcastic voice. "A poor loser like you dares to pursue me." Lina turned around proudly, tossing back a cold line. "Come back to talk to me when you actually have a house and a car." His self-esteem had been completely shattered, making him gnash his teeth in fury. Suddenly, a gentle call of "Sir, sir," snapped Yi Xingchen out of the memories of his past life. Lina leaned down close to him, asking in a soft, gentle voice, "Sir, are you all right? Would you like something to eat?" Yi Xingchen didn't answer immediately, and the two stared at each other in silence for a brief moment. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but at the thought of that broken rose lying alone in the muddy water in his previous life, all his emotions instantly drained away. He replied with a cold, hard expression, "I'm not hungry. I don't want anything." But how could Lina let him go so easily? It was rare to get a chance to serve a wealthy heir flying first class. If she didn't seize this opportunity to land a rich husband, wouldn't she be wasting this flight duty? She quietly sized up Yi Xingchen, quickly reaching a conclusion. This kid is obviously a pampered rich heir. Not only is he handsome, but the way he stared at me just now was so spellbound. He has definitely been conquered by my charm. She decided to strike while the iron was hot, reaching onto the cart. Even though Yi Xingchen was sitting on the inside seat, it didn't stop Lina from showing off her figure as she bent over to offer him food. "Sir, these are some local delicacies from our destination. Why don't you do me the honor of trying some?" She was exceptionally confident in her looks and seduction skills, knowing exactly how a man's mind worked. A student like him who looked like he hadn't even graduated would be incredibly easy to wrap around her finger without any effort. Then, she actually knelt right in front of him, making Jun's eyes widen in shock beside them. "If you're feeling tired, sir, you can go to the lounge next door to rest for a while. No one will disturb you there." Yi Xingchen wanted to see what this woman was up to anyway, so he agreed without hesitation. "Sure." He silently stared at her waist, swaying like a water snake in front of him. Just as she reached a door and turned back to cast him an incredibly suggestive look, the plane continued its steady flight. Yi Xingchen followed behind Lina, clenching his teeth in secret, unsure whether he was feeling angry or tense. As he reached out to push open the door, he mentally rallied himself. It's time to put a final end to the past. While the plane cruised smoothly high above the clouds, Yi Xingchen finally stepped into the highly private and luxurious private lounge. Suddenly, a movement caught his attention. Looking up, he saw Lina, who had shed her professional facade, standing there looking incredibly seductive. Her eyes were heavy with suggestion as she purred, "Sir, you really look exhausted. Would you like me to give you a massage to help you relax?" Yi Xingchen didn't refuse, walking straight over to her and replying expressionlessly, "Sure." Since he couldn't get a massage standing up, he naturally turned around and walked toward the lounge chair. Thinking this fat sheep had taken the bait far too easily, Lina watched his back with a smug, cold smile. She carefully locked the door with a soft click, then began to massage him with practiced, intimate touch. Leisurely enjoying the service, Yi Xingchen asked with casual curiosity. "What is your name?" she answered gently. "My name is Zhang Lina, sir. May I ask how I should address you?" Yi Xingchen closed his eyes and replied coldly, "Oh, my last name is Yi." Zhang Lina continued to throw flirtatious glances, trying to get closer. "So it is Mr. Yi. A young, successful and handsome gentleman like you must have many girls chasing after you, right?" He patiently sparred with her, playing along. Miss Zhang must be joking. Yi Xingchen suddenly looked up, throwing the question back at her. Actually, the line of men chasing Miss Zhang must be a mile long. Lena giggled, teasing him with a mix of playfulness and coyness. Oh, not at all. Mr. Yi, you are so bad, always making fun of me. However, Yi Xingchen kept pressing the topic, asking another question that left Lena somewhat bewildered. Is that really so? Without waiting for her to answer, Yi Xingchen provided the answer himself. 10 years ago, at Xingyu High School, a boy named Yi Xingchen confessed his love to you. His flat tone dropped a bombshell, making Lena jerk her hand back in shock. You told him back then to come back to you when he had a house and a car. On top of that, you threw the roses he had meticulously prepared onto the ground right in front of his face. Yi Xingchen turned around, a half-smile playing on his face. Your every word and action back then completely ruined his life and shattered his dreams. Ignoring the dumbfounded Lena, Yi Xingchen slowly rose from his chair. He locked his eyes on her, introducing himself word by word. My name is also Yi Xingchen. He began to pour out the words he had suppressed deep in his heart. To me, I feel absolutely nothing for a woman like you. With that, he opened the door and walked out without looking back, leaving Lena behind, who had yet to recover from her shock. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud, sounding as if it had crashed heavily onto her heart. Yi Xingchen returned to the familiar cabin. Yang Jun closed the newspaper in his hand, leaning in with a gossipy look to ask, "Finished so quickly?" Sitting in his seat, Yi Xingchen suddenly shot back a puzzling response. Don't ask. I ran into a beauty, it was a bit awkward. Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded secret room far away, a conversation echoed. Are you saying now is still not the time to make a move? Since someone asked, someone naturally answered, President, right now Yi Xingchen is at odds with the Skull Society. We can use this exact opportunity to assemble the people of the Tianmen sect. Raising his index finger, Xing Gufeng plotted. First, this can resolve the internal disunity within our gang, and second, it serves as a precaution. Sitting in his chair with his legs crossed, the president confirmed, You mean you want to use this opportunity to wipe those guys out in one fell swoop? Sitting to the side, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chime in. Though Senior Xing's point makes sense, through his mask he narrowed his slender eyes, saying word by word, Do you still remember Yi Tianlong's attitude? Utterly bewildered, the president asked in response. What do you mean? He immediately went on to explain at length. President, if we make a move on those guys at a time like this, Yi Tianlong will absolutely not sit idly by. That kid Yi Xingchen is probably involved too. I'm afraid that when the time comes, you might end up following in Cao Tianer's footsteps, President. This advice sounded quite reasonable, but they still needed to hear more opinions. The president called out to a man standing in front of him. Lan Feng, this guy knit his brows as he listened to his boss seeking his opinion. What do you think? Although rage burned in his heart, he had not lost his sanity. I only want to defeat Zi Feng and avenge him disfiguring me and leaving this scar on my face. But to be completely honest, now is indeed not the time to make a move. Sensing that he had heard enough opinions, the president quickly made a decision. Very well, we'll leave it at that for today. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. If Yi Xingchen's side needs anything, we'll do our best to help him. Before the Tianmen sect stabilizes, we must absolutely not alert the enemy. After receiving their orders in unison, everyone dispersed. Meanwhile, at the Moonlight Villa, it was exceptionally lively. What met Lan Luo's eyes was a sea of people as bustling as a festival. Standing on the side, Xiao Ting couldn't help but gasp in amazement, while Lan Luo looked somewhat dazed. There are way too many people. Always a man of action, Yi Xingchen immediately slipped away to the front. I'll go buy the tickets, everyone wait for me here. With his sharp eyes, he spotted two men loitering near the main entrance. Then he unhesitatingly pulled out a stack of cash and approached them. Hey guys, help me buy 4 tickets. You can keep the change. Shang Qian spat in disdain. Screw off. Wetting his right index finger with a bit of saliva, he began to spout cheap moral principles at length. As the ancients said, a man must have backbone and not bend his back for a mere 5 bushels of rice. I don't give a damn about selling my self-respect for this measly amount of money. Seeing Shang Qian putting on airs here, Yi Xingchen turned around to seek help from another passerby nearby. Fine, if you won't help, forget it. Brother, help me buy the tickets and you can keep the change. Seeing him directly hand the stack of cash to someone else, Shang Qian was instantly dumbfounded. So much cash, completely ignoring the noise around his ears. Yi Xingchen continued to say to the passerby, Buy 4 tickets and the rest is yours. Watching the fat slice of meat that was about to enter his mouth fly into someone else's pocket, Shang Qian's brows knitted so tightly they almost joined together in sheer heartache. Wait, he pushed up his glasses, flashing a professional smile typical of pyramid scheme recruiters. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall, little brother. That guy looks shifty. How about I buy the tickets for you instead? Yi Xingchen was utterly speechless at Shang Qian's sycophantic behavior. "My friend, can you let go of my hand first?" Shang Qian's face darkened as he glared coldly. Just when Yi Xingchen thought he was going to throw out some harsh words, he instantly transformed into a lapdog, kneeling on the ground with a thud, clutching Yi Xingchen's leg tightly, begging and wagging his tail for pity. "Please let me buy the tickets for you. I'm incredibly efficient." Yi Xingchen stared at Shang Qian expressionlessly. "I told you to get lost, I don't need your help." After some back and forth, the man who had helped buy the tickets finally returned. Waving the 4 tickets in his hand, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but curse silently in his heart. When a person is shameless enough, they are invincible. Today is truly an eye-opener. The young passerby who had scored a free profit waved vigorously to say goodbye. "Thank you, boss." Not far away, Lan Luo excitedly pointed at the sky and shouted, "Xingchen, let's ride this." Yi Xingchen looked in the direction she was pointing, only to see the queue stretching into a long dragon with no end in sight. He stammered, there are way too many people." Just as he was about to head over to join the queue, who would have thought Shang Qian popped up again out of nowhere. Flashing a fawning smile, he said, "Boss, let me buy the tickets for you." Yi Xingchen was genuinely startled, growling through gritted teeth. "Holy crap, why is it you again? Who the hell are you?" Scratching his head, he replied with a grin. "My name is Shang Qian. Boss, I was wrong before. This time, please let me serve you like a loyal dog. I'll line up to buy the tickets for you for free." Yi Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle at this bizarre name, teasing, "Your name is quite interesting." "Since you put it that way then," before he could even finish his sentence, a sudden shriek from not far away cut him off. It turned out to be a few sleazy punks who were surrounding his 3 female friends with bad intentions. A punk with dreadlocks reached out a wandering hand. "Oh, 3 beautiful ladies, why don't you hang out with us?" Another guy named Marcus chimed in lecherously. "We can go grab a bite at our place later. Our bed is big and comfortable." Despite feeling extremely disgusted, Guanting still tried her best to remain polite as she rejected them. "I'm terribly sorry, but we are not interested in idiots. Please move aside." Hearing them dare to call them idiots, the punk named Ding immediately bared his foul mouth and blustered, "How dare you insult us? Apologize right now." Before she could even speak, a guy grabbed her. "Don't know how to apologize, huh?" Beside him, Kui was not to be outdone either, pinching Lan Luo's chin to tease her, then apologized with a kiss, clutching tightly onto Guanting. She shrieked and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Let go of me, let go of me." Ding seemed to sense danger and whipped his head around. Before he could even react, a massive fist slammed straight into his face. "You're the ones who need to apologize. Can't you see they don't want to talk to you?" With just one punch, Yi Xingchen sent the guy flying, his entire face knocked out of shape. Seeing his companion take a beating, Kui instantly flew into a rage, roaring, "You dare to hit us? You're dead!" Summoning all his strength, he swung a punch, but Yi Xingchen was agile and easily dodged it by shifting his body slightly. Right after, Yi Xingchen crouched down, aiming a savage punch straight at Kui's abdomen. Without suspense, the heavy punch connected perfectly. Kui took the heavy blow head-on, nosebleed instantly spraying out wildly. History repeated itself as Marcus also clenched his fists and charged forward with a strange cry. With sharp eyes, Yi Xingchen effortlessly and precisely caught his wrist. His arm twisted violently behind his back. Marcus shrieked in pain. "Ah?" Yi Xingchen sneered contemptuously. "You overestimate yourself." Just as the fight was getting intense, a sudden thunderous roar came from outside the crowd. "Everyone stop right now!" 3 men in security uniforms walked over quickly. Upon approaching, they asked sternly, "I am the scenic area security captain, Deng Hao. I heard there was a fight here. What on earth happened?" Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Marcus quickly made a false accusation first. "It was this kid who started it. As the management of the scenic area, you must take responsibility." Guanting argued loudly in defense. "It was clearly you guys who harassed and threatened us first. If Xingchen hadn't stepped in to save us, heaven knows what kind of terrible things you would have done to us." Deng Hao was in no mood to listen to their bickering, barking coldly, "Enough, I don't care why you started the fight. Everyone follow me to the security office first, and we'll talk when the police arrive." Yi Xingchen suddenly exerted force in his hand, squeezing Marcus's fingers out of shape and making him howl in pain. He questioned in an icy tone, "And what if I refuse?" Deng Hao and his men were instantly taken aback. Seeing the other party's unyielding attitude, Deng Hao adjusted his cap and said in a deep voice, "Then don't blame us for being rough. We'll have to take you away by force. Even if we have to tie you up, we are taking you with us today." Yi Xingchen and Deng Hao locked eyes, refusing to back down an inch. Caught in the middle, Marcus shivered violently from the pain. Deng Hao's face darkened, and he commanded loudly, "Take him down." "Yes, sir." Seeing the situation turn sour, Shang Qian quickly scurried forward to play peacemaker. "Wait, brother Deng, you've got it all wrong." Seeing Shang Qian actually hanging out with this crowd, Deng Hao asked in surprise, Shang Qian, what are you doing here? Shang Qian quickly explained to Deng Hao. Brother Deng, I can witness this. It was indeed those 3 foreigners who started harassing them first. If this big brother hadn't stepped in time, something terrible would have definitely happened by now. As Deng Hao listened to Shang Qian's explanation, his face grew increasingly surprised. I have always respected you the most, Brother Deng. You have always been upright and fair. You can't ruin your lifelong reputation over arresting the wrong guy. So please think twice, Brother Deng. After listening to Shang Qian's statement, Deng Hao's attitude immediately did a complete 180-degree turn, deciding to take Yi Xingqian's side. Since you put it that way, if I continue to make things difficult for this brother, wouldn't I be abetting the wicked? With a smirk, he announced an unexpected decision. Everyone, hear my order. These 3 foreign guests accidentally fell and got injured in our scenic area. Send them to the hospital for treatment immediately. The security guards behind him complied in unison. Watching Deng Hao actually change sides, Marcus gnashed his teeth in fury. What is the meaning of this? You actually believe a young punk's nonsense? Is there still any law and order? Deng Hao remained calm, not even bothering to pay attention to this brainless idiot, replying coldly, I've always treated Shang Qian like my own brother. Why shouldn't I believe my brother's words? Furthermore, he reached out to pinch Marcus's chin, violently raising his face, warning him word by word. If you dare to continue shouting here, the place I'll send you to won't be the hospital but the funeral home. Wise up. Before his voice even faded, 2 security guards ruthlessly dragged Marcus away like a dead dog. Once the dust settled, Yi Xingqian put his arm around Shang Qian's shoulder in a friendly manner. Thanks, brother. Here, this is what you deserve. Looking at the thick stack of bills presented before him, Shang Qian turned pale with fright, frantically waving his hands in refusal. Boss, I absolutely cannot take this money. I only helped a tiny bit. How can I take your money? Yi Xingqian felt it was absurd, unable to figure out this guy's mind. Strange, isn't this guy usually obsessed with money? That's not right. You followed me and even offered to line up and buy tickets for free. Isn't that just for money? Shang Qian let out a sigh, helplessly revealing the truth. To tell you the truth, boss, at first it indeed was for the money, but after witnessing your incredible skills when you taught those foreigners a lesson just now, I've changed my mind. With that, he fell to his knees with a thud, his knees slamming heavily onto the ground. I am willing to follow you for the rest of my life, working like a slave for you. He knocked his head heavily on the ground a few times toward Yi Xingqian, pleading in a trembling voice, I beg you, boss, save my sister. After hearing Shang Qian's background, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy. Ever since our parents passed away, my sister and I have had only each other to rely on. A few days ago, my sister suddenly fell gravely ill, and in order to scrape together the medical fees, I had no choice but to take a loan from loan sharks. Shang Qian's voice trembled violently. As a result, those loan sharks came to our door yesterday and forcibly took my sister away. They said if I can't pay back the principal and interest today, they will kill her. Shang Qian looked up in despair. I am truly at my wit's end, which is why I dared to beg you for help, boss. The softest part of Yi Xingqian's heart was touched. He reached out to pat Shang Qian's shoulder. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Don't go kneeling so easily in the future. Get up. Then he turned to instruct Xiao Ting, teacher, you take them back to the villa to rest first. I'll accompany him on a quick trip and be right back. After setting things straight, Yi Xingqian and Shang Qian arrived at an old residential area. Pushing the door open, Shang Qian called out tremblingly in a loud voice, Is Brother Chang here? I'm here to pay back the money. The two walked into the inner room, only to see a guy nicknamed Mai Laowu sitting inside, with a seductive mistress named Yi Min snuggling beside him, and several burly bodyguards in black standing behind him. Seeing someone else following behind Shang Qian, Mai Laowu was immediately displeased, questioning coldly, Who is this guy? Covered in cold sweat, Shang Qian was terrified, not knowing how to reply for a moment. Beside him, Yi Xingqian's eyes rolled as he fabricated a lie. I'm his sister Shang Xiaoling's boyfriend. I came specifically to pay back the money for him. Where is my girlfriend? Hearing this, a sinister smile curled on Mai Laowu's lips. He shot his mistress Yi Min a glance to signal her to release the girl. Understanding the cue, Yi Min turned and walked into the inner room, emerging a moment later with Shang Xiaoling. The moment Shang Xiaoling saw her brother, she cried out excitedly, Brother, without any nonsense. Yi Min pushed her straight toward Shang Qian. Shang Qian hurriedly shielded his sister behind him, examining her anxiously, terrified she might have been hurt. Linger, did they do anything to you? She shook her head vigorously, quickly answering her brother's concern. Unable to stand this display of sibling affection, Mai Laowu pulled a dark face and coldly interrupted, You've seen the person. Where is the money? Yi Xingqian slowly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, striking an extremely cool posture. Mai Laowu, you've made a lot of blood money from loan sharking over the years, haven't you? seeing the other party call him by his name the moment he opened his mouth. My Lao Wu couldn't help but grow alert. "You know me, who the hell are you?" Instead of rushing to answer, Yi Xingqian turned around to instruct the siblings behind him. "Shang Qian, take your sister outside and wait for me. Under no circumstances are you allowed to enter without my command." Having absolute faith in his words, Shang Qian nodded in a hurry. With that, he quickly pulled his sister and retreated outside. Seeing this wet behind-the-ears kid actually dare to ignore him, my Lao Wu instantly blew a fuse. "You brat," with a loud slam. He drove a sharp dagger deep into the desk, roaring through his scowling face. "Who the hell are you? If you don't explain yourself clearly, none of the three of you are leaving this door alive today." Yi Xingqian exhaled a ring of smoke, still looking perfectly calm. "My Lao Wu, there are some things you're better off not knowing. Honestly, hand over all the blood money you've made from loan sharking over the years, and I might consider giving you a way out." Hearing this, my Lao Wu and the thugs behind him burst into roaring laughter as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha, this kid actually said he'd give us a way out." Seeing his diversionary tactic had succeeded, a cold smile curled on Yi Xingqian's lips as usual. His right hand quietly reaching for the dagger hidden behind his back, he muttered to himself in an extremely dangerous tone, leaving my Lao Wu utterly confused. Seeing Yi Xingqian's perfectly calm composure, a nearby thug mocked, "Boss, this kid must have lost his mind. He doesn't even know how to spell the word death." However, he had no idea what kind of god of slaughter was standing right in front of him. The moment his words fell, a blinding cold light tore through the air, slicing through his throat like lightning. He only had time to let out a short groan before warm, fresh blood sprayed violently from his throat. Witnessing this, my Lao Wu's heart nearly stopped in pure terror, and he shrieked in panic, "You brat, you actually—" Yi Xingqian took a slow puff of his cigarette, completely ignoring his shock. "I've been sitting here quietly doing absolutely nothing. Your subordinate's death has absolutely nothing to do with me. Having been in the underworld for so many years, my Lao Wu had never met someone so incredibly shameless." Nearly spitting out blood in pure rage, he roared in a fury, "Cut the crap, hack this little bastard to pieces." However, the moment the command left his mouth, his entire body went completely rigid as if struck by lightning. With a swift wave of his hand, Yi Xingqian threw 3 or 4 sharp daggers that drew graceful arcs in the air, flying out like lightning with perfect precision. Watching his men get mowed down like wheat, my Lao Wu turned pale with fright, his entire body trembling violently. Yi Xingqian leaned back leisurely on the sofa, expertly spinning 2 gleaming daggers on his fingertips, calmly offering him his only remaining choice. "What's wrong, my Lao Wu? Do you want to keep chatting with me? Or do you want to go down to the underworld and have tea with the king of hell along with them?" Hearing this, his legs instantly buckled in terror, and he fell to his knees without hesitation. The phrase "cowardly and clinging to life" was practically custom-made for my Lao Wu. Without a second word, he threw himself to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly as he begged for mercy. "I was blind to your greatness. I beg you, great hero, show mercy and spare my life." Hearing this, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. "Spare your life?" He stepped forward and stomped heavily on my Lao Wu's head, desperately suppressing the raging fire of fury in his heart. "When you were torturing that brother and sister back then, did you ever think of sparing their lives?" Pushing him into a corner, Yi Xingqian demanded through gritted teeth. "When you drove those desperate young people into a corner and even caused their deaths, did you ever think of leaving them a way out?" Hearing this, my Lao Wu was frightened out of his wits. He clung tightly to Yi Xingqian's leg, explaining incoherently, "Driven to death, I've run loan sharks for so many years, but I really have never killed anyone with my own hands." Yi Xingqian stared at him expressionlessly, slowly uttering 3 words, "Yi Xingqian." Upon hearing this name, my Lao Wu's face instantly turned paper white. Hearing the words that followed, his eyes widened violently in pure terror. "Do you still remember this name? Just because he couldn't pay back the interest, you led your men to hack him to death. And now you actually have the nerve to beg me to spare your life?" Raging with fury, Yi Xingqian kicked my Lao Wu ruthlessly, gritting his teeth and roared word by word, "Then who spared his life back then?" The force of this kick was immense, sending my Lao Wu flying backward, only letting out a sharp scream in midair. He crashed heavily at his mistress's feet, the blood spurting from his mouth causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Staring at my Lao Wu shivering on the ground, Yi Min trembled all over in terror. When she heard Yi Xingqian call her name, her heart leapt into her throat. "You, come here." Looking at the sharp blade presented before her, her lovely face turned deathly pale with fright. In a voice as cold as ice, Yi Xingqian warned, "Take this knife. If you want to live, kill him." Yi Min stared intently at the sharp blade before her. Trembling, she reached out to take it, then turned her head to look at my Lao Wu on the floor, her forehead covered in cold sweat. My Lao Wu's facial muscles contorted, seemingly seeing through her intention. Watching his once obedient mistress approach step by step, he struggled, squeezing out 2 words through gritted teeth. "You dare. Seeing that Mai Laowu actually dared to yell at her even on his deathbed, Yi Min instantly remembered the endless humiliation and torture she had suffered at his hands over the years. A nearly mad, ferocious expression surfaced on her face. Without a single shred of hesitation left, she gripped the sharp knife tightly and plunged it down ruthlessly. With a sharp squelch, the knife drove straight and deep into Mai Laowu's chest. Before he could even utter a single last word, he breathed his last on the spot, off to report to the Underworld. Yi Xingchen watched this drama of former lovers turning on each other with great interest, even wanting to give her a 5-star rating in his heart. Outside, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. He held out a gold-glinting bank card and handed it to Shang Qian. "Take this card. This contains the blood money Mai Laowu amassed from running loan sharks all these years. Take it and use it to lead a peaceful life with your sister from now on." Hearing this, Shang Qian shook his head like a spinning top, hurriedly refusing. "Brother Chen, I've said it before. I'm willing to work like a horse and slave for you from now on. Linger and I swear to follow you to the death for the rest of our lives. We absolutely cannot accept this money." Shang Xiaoling also chimed in agreement. "Brother Chen, I also swear to follow you to the death. We absolutely cannot take this money." Looking at the resolute siblings, Yi Xingchen sighed helplessly. Before he could even speak to persuade them, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He picked up. "Hello." The person on the other end seemed a bit hesitant, but quickly got straight to the point. "Yi Xingchen, this is Murong Mingan. I want to make a deal with you." He really hadn't expected the first phone call of the early morning to be about this. Yi Xingchen found it a bit baffling. A deal? At the thought of this arrogant, spoiled young lady, he couldn't help but find it amusing. "Hey, Miss Murong, I don't think there's anything between us that can be used for a deal, is there?" To keep the conversation going, Murong Mingan quickly chimed in on the other end. "I can tell you anything you want to know, including secrets inside the Murong group that even Murong Rong doesn't know about." This sentence instantly piqued Yi Xingchen's interest. "Oh, quite interesting. Where are you right now?" Murong Mingan didn't dare make him wait, immediately giving the address. "The outdoor hot springs at Moonlight Villa. I'll wait for you here." Having said everything that needed to be said over the phone, Yi Xingchen hung up, turning to Shang Qian beside him. "I have some urgent business, so I must head out first." As he got ready to get into the car, he didn't forget to comfort them warmly. "You two can live peacefully from now on. See you around." With that, the car started, kicking up dust as it sped down the road toward the agreed location. Watching the receding taillights of the car, Shang Xiaoling turned to ask her brother, "Brother, what should we do next?" Shang Qian replied resolutely. "Judging by his accent, he is from Jingai City. Let's head straight to Jingai City to seek his shelter." Hearing this unfamiliar city name, Shang Xiaoling was somewhat at a loss. "But Jingai City is so massive, where are we going to find him?" Shang Qian smiled calmly. "If we are destined to meet, we'll find a way when the time comes." Before they knew it, night fell silently, a bright moon hanging high in the sky casting its cool glow over the quiet night scene. Murong Mingan stood alone outside the hot spring resort, the warm light filtering from inside casting its glow on her, adding a touch of loneliness and dejection like a heartbroken girl. After waiting for a long time, she finally saw a car slowly approaching and stopping steadily in front of the door. Yi Xingchen stepped out of the car, looking effortlessly cool and handsome. Finally here. But the moment he opened his mouth, he was as cheeky as ever. "Meeting at a hot spring, you're not hoping to take a mixed bath with me, are you?" Unsurprisingly, he was instantly doused with cold water in the next second. "Who wants to soak with you? Besides, I'm already done." After some brief pleasantries, Yi Xingchen stepped closer, cutting straight to the point. "Spill it. What do you want me to help you with?" Although the sky was filled with stars and the night was beautiful, neither of them was in the mood to appreciate the scenery. Murong Mingan didn't want to beat around the bush either, saying straightforwardly, "I want you to help me ruin things between my dad and teacher Su." Before Yi Xingchen could ask, her beautiful face flushed slightly, and she nervously avoided his gaze as she added in a low voice, "My dad is naturally a womanizer and fools around everywhere. If he really gets together with teacher Su, then everything my mom worked so hard to fight for will completely go up in smoke." At the thought of these severe consequences, Murong Mingan's gaze became incredibly determined. "As long as you can stop this, I will tell you everything you want to know without holding anything back." However, Yi Xingchen didn't discuss strategy seriously with her. Instead, he rather playfully reached out to pinch her fair chin, teasing, "Although I'm not interested in your family's messy business, well," facing his teasing, Murong Mingan didn't bother to resist, merely asking coldly, "What are the terms?" Yi Xingchen's mischievous hand gently stroked her slightly bashful face, wearing the shameless face of a hoodlum taking advantage of a crisis. "Once this is done, I want a kiss from you as my reward." Sure enough, hearing this outrageous demand, Murong Mingan's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe her ears. She instantly flew into a rage of embarrassment, pushing the rogue before her away. Pervert, however, when it came to having a thick skin, Yi Xingchen was always undefeated. He even rather shamelessly used reverse psychology. Haha, I've always been a pervert. If you don't agree, then forget it. After all, with your noble status as the second young lady of the Morong family, it shouldn't be hard to find someone else to risk their life for you. Having gone through so much trouble to get him out here. Though Morong Mingan was extremely reluctant in her heart, she could only grit her teeth and swallow the humiliation, bowing her head as she replied, "Fine, I agree." Hearing this, a massive smile bloomed on Yi Xingchen's face, his smugness clear for all to see. Hee, wouldn't it have been better if you agreed earlier? Spill it, how do you want me to help you? She quickly pointed out the exact location of the other two. They are currently soaking in the hot springs. At the thought of Morong Wu and Teacher Su soaking naked in the same pool, Yi Xingchen was instantly dumbfounded. A mixed bath, he couldn't stay for even another second, rushing inside like a madman. Morong Wu, you old bastard, if you dare touch even a single hair on Teacher Su, I will definitely break your hands today. Morong Mingan stared blankly at his departing figure, not even having the chance to stop him, let alone tell him the most important detail. It was actually a gender-segregated bath, and the direction Yi Xingchen was rushing in was precisely the women's pool. It wasn't until he stepped into the pool area where Su Li was that he suddenly realized something was wrong. What appeared before Yi Xingchen's eyes was one warm, beautiful body after another, faintly visible in the rising white mist. It was practically a man's paradise. Instantly, the gazes of all the female guests present locked onto this uninvited guest. Yi Xingchen's eyes went completely wide, nearly squirting a nosebleed. As it turned out, recklessness indeed came with a price. Under the cool, quiet night sky, a series of ear-piercing screams erupted in the women's area of the hot spring resort, cursing him as a pervert. The next day, on a bustling street crowded with people, Morong Mingan walked side by side with Yi Xingchen, looking at him with deep suspicion. She had thought he would be torn to shreds by the furious girls last night, but surprisingly, he was completely unharmed today. In response, Yi Xingchen walked in silence. His mind was still repeatedly playing back that extremely embarrassing scene from last night. The moment the girls in the hot spring pool saw him burst in, they frantically covered their chests in terror, screaming, "Ah, Yi Xingchen, you big pervert, what are you doing bursting in here?" Yi Xingchen quickly turned around tactfully, explaining in a panic, I'm sorry. My classmate Morong Mingan told me someone was drowning here, so I rushed in out of urgency. I'm really sorry." Seeing this, Su Li quickly helped to smooth things over. "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's not make a big deal out of it." A female classmate nearby was clearly unconvinced and wanted to press further, but was firmly cut off by Su Li, who resolutely defended him. "The teacher will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer when the time comes." Only then did Su Li glare at Yi Xingchen, who was frozen in place, and snapped in irritation, "What are you still standing there for? Get out of here." How could Yi Xingchen dare to hesitate? He scrambled out in a hurry. However, Yi Xingchen was thinking about something else entirely. A slight smile playing on his lips as he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't let that old fox Morong Wu take advantage of Teacher Su last night. Seeing him like this, Morong Mingan asked in annoyance, "Why are you smiling so creepily? Looks like you got quite an eyeful in the pool last night, huh?" Yi Xingchen didn't bother to explain, teasing along with her words, "It was indeed great. It's just a shame I didn't get to see you, second miss. That really is a pity." As he said this, Yi Xingchen deliberately put on an extremely punchable look. "If you were there last night, you could have served as a foil to those other beautiful women, highlighting their perfect figures, right?" Morong Mingian's beautiful face instantly flushed red with anger, and she spat, "Disgusting and shameless." Just then, a warm round of laughter drifted over from the distance, making them instinctively turn their heads. Ha. They saw Morong Wu fawning over Su Li. "Teacher Su, did today's breakfast suit your taste?" Su Li replied with polite courtesy, "It was delicious, thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Morong." Morong Mingan and Yi Xingchen quickly hid behind a pillar, staring at their backs. A cold light flashed in Morong Mingian's beautiful eyes, and she didn't forget to lower her voice to remind him, "You haven't forgotten what we talked about last night, right?" Yi Xingchen also put away his smile, nodding seriously. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them for you." To make absolutely sure, he added with malicious intent, "But don't forget the terms you promised me before either." Morong Mingan was quite straightforward, promising resolutely, "As long as you succeed, I will tell you any insider information without holding back." To her surprise, Yi Xingchen suddenly leaned in, reaching out to pinch her fair, delicate face. "It's not just that." Yi Xingchen's rough fingertips gently brushed against her moist lips, teasing with a hidden meaning. "There is one more important condition, you." But before he could finish his sentence, his hand was ruthlessly slapped away by Morong Mingan. Before Yi Xingchen could react, she had already run off with a flushed face. I know." After running some distance, she finally managed to calm her racing heart, touching her lips in a panic as her face burned hot and red. Looking at her shy reaction, a playful smile curled at the corner of Yi Xingqian's lips. Although he had only been joking with her, it was indeed quite amusing to see her so flustered. Suddenly, two familiar figures in the crowd not far away instantly caught his attention, making him alert. On the bustling and noisy street lined with shops on both sides, Yi Xingqian quietly followed behind the two, never taking his eyes off them, silently cursing in his heart. "This old fox, how is his skin even thicker than mine? He's been sticking to Teacher Su like a fly since just now. How does he have so much nonsense to say?" Just as he was secretly plotting, a warm breath suddenly brushed against his ear. "Xingqian." This sudden movement genuinely startled Yi Xingqian. He turned his head in panic only to find in surprise that the person was actually Li Shouting. "Ms. Li?" Before he could say another word, Li Shouting had already grabbed his wrist, giving him no room to refuse. She dragged him forcefully toward the other side. "Come with me." As he was being dragged away, Yi Xingqian could only look back anxiously at Su Li in the distance, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Oh no, something is about to happen. A moment later, the afternoon sun bathed the ground warmly, the dense tree canopy blocking out the scorching summer afternoon sun. Following behind Li Shouting, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Ms. Li, where on earth are you taking me?" Without turning her head, Li Shouting offered a mysterious smile. "You'll know when we get there." When he saw the sight before him, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but freeze on the spot. Under a clear, endless sky, a towering tree stretched out its lush green branches, its trunk wrapped with layers of bright red blessing ribbons appearing solemn and sacred. While the two gazed quietly, Li Shouting devoutly clasped her hands together, closing her eyes as she began to pray silently. A few tourists nearby were whispering, "I heard people here say this is a wishing tree, and no matter what wish you make it will come true." "Really?" Hearing these discussions, Yi Xingqian laughed in disbelief. "What 1,000-year wishing tree? It was nothing but tricks to deceive young girls. If you wanted something, didn't you still have to fight for it with your own hands?" However, when he looked at Li Shouting's incredibly sincere and devout face beside him, he couldn't bear to say anything to break this beautiful atmosphere. Since she had dragged him all the way here, he couldn't rain on her parade. So Yi Xingqian copied her, clasping his hands and closing his eyes, praying silently in his heart, "May the sacred tree protect us so we can be together for a lifetime, never to part." Li Shouting opened her eyes, and though her face was slightly red with embarrassment, she still grumbled playfully, "You're so bad, if you say your wish out loud it won't come true, you know." Yi Xingqian looked at her gently, laughing as he teased, "What kind of sacred tree is that? If it stops working just because it's said out loud, how can it be called a sacred tree?" Then he added with absolute sincerity, "Even if this sacred tree really can't help me realize this wish, I will definitely rely on my own efforts to make it happen." These affectionate words were as sweet as melted honey, leaving Li Shouting so touched that she didn't know how to reply. She rolled her eyes at him shyly, cursing playfully, "Idiot." Before they knew it, the sunset had dyed half the sky red, and the academy's red school gates appeared exceptionally prominent in the fading light. At this moment, a large crowd of people was gathering at the gates. Li Shouting muttered to herself in confusion, "What happened?" The moment he spotted their figures, Chen Xiaolong quickly shouted, "Xingqian." Yi Xingqian walked forward asking in confusion, "What's wrong? Why is everyone gathered here?" Yang Jun reported with a grim face, "Teacher Su is missing." He added details with a serious expression, "We've searched the entire ancient town and tried every possible method, but we can't contact Teacher Su at all. On top of that, Murong Wu has also disappeared along with her." Yi Xingqian's face instantly darkened, and he punched the wall beside him, cursing, "Damn it, that old fox, he moved so fast." Just then, behind a stone pillar in the corner of the corridor, a familiar figure was quietly observing them. Murong Mingan stood silently in the distance, quietly observing their every move. Yi Xingqian turned his head, anxiously instructing Li Shouting at his side, "Teacher Li, please take the students back to rest first. Regarding the disappearance of Teacher Su and Murong Wu, everyone needs to calm down. Don't let things get out of hand so as to avoid causing any further trouble." Chen Xiaolong hurriedly asked about his plans. "Then Xingqian, what about you?" Yi Xingqian lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said with certainty, "I probably know where Teacher Su is. I'll go bring her back now." As night fully descended, a full moon hung high in the clear, cold night sky. In a dark, desolate secret room, Su Li's hands were tightly bound behind her back. She was unconscious on a worn-out sofa with only a single flickering candlelight beside her. She lay motionless on the sofa, still unconscious. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes in a daze. The moment she clearly saw the face of the middle-aged man standing before her, Su Li shrieked in terror. Murong Wu, terrified, she desperately shrank back against the sofa, trying to break free from the hemp rope on her wrists. But no matter how hard she tried, it was in vain. Her hands, bound tightly behind her back, couldn't exert any strength whatsoever. Meanwhile, Murong Wu slowly unbuttoned his clothes, wearing an extremely vulgar, sinister smile. Teacher Su, you probably don't know this yet, but from the very first moment I saw you, I was deeply captivated by you. These past few days I have been thinking about you constantly, unable to eat or sleep, repeatedly telling myself that I must have you at all costs. Even if it means getting a divorce, I won't hesitate. He licked his lips like a pervert. Be my woman and I can give you everything you want. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Xingchen and Murong Mingan slammed the main door open and charged inside. They dashed all the way in, but were blocked by bodyguards right at the room's entrance. A bodyguard blocked their way with a grim face. Apologies, second miss, but the master ordered that no one is allowed inside. Anxious and frustrated at being blocked, Murong Mingan barked angrily. Get the hell out of my way, a man of action and few words. Yi Xingchen raised his leg and delivered a savage kick straight to the man's face. Beat it? The bodyguard was knocked out cold on the spot, collapsing to the floor. Seeing this, the other bodyguards quickly surrounded him. Without a second thought, Yi Xingchen flashed his short blade and threatened, out of my way or die. At the other end of the corridor, more and more bodyguards gathered, shouting, Where is he? Quick, stop him. Yi Xingchen scanned his surroundings and ordered Murong Mingan beside him, leaving her momentarily stunned. Get out of the way, quick. You'll only get in the way here. Though annoyed, Murong Mingan knew better and quickly retreated. As the oldest daughter of the Murong family, the bodyguards naturally didn't dare lay a finger on her. Turning all their focus onto Yi Xingchen instead, Murong Mingan stood quietly in the corner watching the fierce battle unfold. Seeing himself heavily surrounded, Yi Xingchen's face darkened completely. Despite the sheer number of bodyguards and thugs, everyone broke into a cold sweat under Yi Xingchen's overwhelming pressure. Sweat dripped down their chins and splashed onto the floor one drop at a time. The very moment the sweat hit the ground, the battle instantly erupted. Yi Xingchen charged forward like a tiger descending the mountain. With a thunderous punch, he violently shattered a man's jaw, then instantly kicked another, sending him flying backward. He nimbly dodged a sudden sweep, immediately ducked to close the distance, grabbed his opponent's face, and slammed him heavily to the ground with a vicious shoulder throw. The excruciating pain made the man let out an agonizing shriek. Ah! Another thug tried to ambush Yi Xingchen from behind, but he nimbly dodged to the side, causing the attacker to lose his balance and stumble forward. That was the exact opening Yi Xingchen was waiting for. He raised his leg and delivered a heavy kick that sent him flying. Just then, a bodyguard leaped down from above, aiming an iron fist straight at his head. Displaying a near-miraculous reaction speed, Yi Xingchen shifted his body to easily dodge the strike, then immediately unleashed a powerful leg sweep straight into the man's ribs. The guy flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the crowd of bodyguards behind him, catching them completely off guard before they could even attempt to dodge. He looked down coldly at the defeated men wailing on the ground. Seeing this, the rest of the thugs lunged forward together, attempting to overwhelm him with numbers. Yi Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of impatience showing on his face as he gritted his teeth. He suddenly burst with speed, weaving through the crowd like a phantom, delivering a fatal blow to each one. Accompanied by dull, heavy thuds, the bodyguards collapsed to the floor one after another. Thinking everything was resolved, Yi Xingchen sheathed his short blade and prepared to leave. Suddenly his foot felt heavy, forcing him to look back. He saw a half-dead guy desperately clinging to his leg. Almost simultaneously, 3 or 4 other bodyguards brandished their weapons and lunged at him in unison, taking advantage of his restricted movement. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black, unlit room, only a thick candle burned quietly. Murong Wu violently grabbed Su Li's chin, forcing her to look up, offering a despicable, vulgar temptation with a smirk. Just say yes and I'll marry you right away. I'll even give you half of the assets under my name. Su Li didn't want to hear any of it. Turning her head away in disgust, she responded with a cold, contemptuous expression. I don't care about your wealth. Murong Wu shook his head, refusing to accept reality. What a disappointing answer, Teacher Su. But there is still a long way to go before dawn, and we have plenty of time to get to know each other. He leaned his despicable face close to Su Li's ear, whispering softly, Tonight I will make you my woman, and no one is going to disturb us. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a tall, upright figure violently kicked the door open and burst inside. Pardon the interruption, Mr. Murong. Suddenly interrupted in the middle of his schemes, Murong Wu froze. The moment he clearly saw the newcomer's face, his expression stiffened. To break the awkward silence, Yi Xingchen spoke up first. The home visit is over. I'm here to take Teacher Su back. Staring at Yi Xingchen's face, which was so dark it looked ready to drip ink, Murong Wu felt an instant wave of unease. Yi Xingchen and Mingan? realizing what was happening. Murong Wu instantly flew into a towering rage. Mingan, what is the meaning of bringing him here? Are you trying to rebel against me? At this moment, Murong Mingan could only keep her head lowered, silently enduring her father's overwhelming fury. Know your place, you are the daughter of me, Murong Wu. If it weren't for me, you and your mother would still be begging for food in some godforsaken corner of the world, and now you dare bring an outsider to ruin my plans? As Murong Wu's words grew increasingly offensive, Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate, driving a heavy fist straight into his face. He then stomped his foot heavily onto Murong Wu, who had collapsed onto the ground unconscious. I have no interest in your family affairs. If you want to argue, go do it at home, but before you crawl back we need to settle the score for you bullying my teacher. His face filled with murderous intent, Yi Xingchen casually pulled out his cold short blade. Should I gouge out your eyes first or cut off your hands? Speak. Which hand touched Teacher Su? Murong Mingan hurriedly rushed forward, grabbing his hand to stop him. Wait, Yi Xingchen, please don't hurt my father. Even though he is in the wrong, please spare him just this once for the sake of being Murong Rong's father. Standing to the side, Su Li also did her best to dissuade him. He hasn't done anything to me yet. Let's leave this place first. Listening to Su Li's pleading, Yi Xingchen froze for a moment. He then stepped forward and swiftly sliced through the thick rope binding Su Li's hands. Gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist, he carefully supported her as they walked out. Before stepping through the door, he didn't forget to look back and cast a venomous glare at Murong Wu on the ground. Meanwhile, Murong Wu was being clumsily helped up by Murong Mingan, instinctively clutching his chest tightly as he coughed violently. Watching everything that had just unfolded, Su Li fell deep into thought. Outside, the night sky was pitch black, and the bright clear moon had quietly hidden behind a thick layer of dark clouds. On the quiet street, Yi Xingchen kept his arm around Su Li's shoulder as they walked side by side in silence. To break the somewhat heavy silence, Yi Xingchen spoke up first. Actually, I had a feeling something like this might happen, and had been keeping an eye on Murong Wu, but I didn't expect that bastard to find an opening anyway. Seemingly seeing through Yi Xingchen's worries, Su Li gently stroked his head to comfort him. Are you worried I'll be angry? Relax, it's already in the past and I've moved on. Then she added with a trace of teasing. Rather than wasting my life on irrelevant men, I might as well live a free and easy life. Once I get old, I'll be counting entirely on you to take care of me. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen grinned, teasing along obediently. Don't worry, teacher. With your exceptional qualities, you will definitely find your true love in the future. Hearing those words, Su Li snuggled into his arms without reservation, murmuring coquettishly, Could you really bear to let me be with another man? This intimate gesture caught Yi Xingchen off guard, and he quickly tried to stop her. Teacher, stop joking around. It'll be bad if anyone sees us. Later, a sudden dead silence fell over the room. Reversing his stance, Yi Xingchen pressed her down onto the soft bed, leaning over her as if he wanted to do something. Leaving Su Li somewhat flustered by his sudden movement, Yi Xingchen spoke with some difficulty. About that, Su Li placed her slender index finger against his lips, cutting off his unfinished words. In this lifetime I will never leave you. Hearing this deep confession, Yi Xingchen stood frozen on the spot as if struck by lightning. Right at this romantic moment, the sudden sharp sound of a glass shattering violently broke the atmosphere. The two simultaneously turned their heads toward the sound. They saw Li shouting, standing at the doorway, her face filled with utter shock. Teacher Su, Yi Xingchen, you two are... Snapping back to her senses, Li shouting turned and fled. Startled, Yi Xingchen scrabbled to his feet to give chase. Teacher Li, wait, let me explain. His gaze locked tightly onto her panicked, fleeing figure ahead. Yi Xingchen smiled bitterly to himself. This girl usually looks so delicate and weak. How on earth is she running so fast? Where is she even heading? Following close behind, Su Li was also anxious, quickly shouting to Yi Xingchen. Teacher Li definitely misunderstood. Xingchen, you chase after her from this side. I'll take a shortcut to cut her off. Yi Xingchen didn't reply, but he felt somewhat helpless. Tisk, judging by her reaction, she definitely thinks there is some secret affair between me and Teacher Su. Damn it, I have to explain this clearly to her. Suddenly a chill ran down Yi Xingchen's spine and his footsteps instantly slowed. 3 flying darts were hurtling through the air straight toward him at extreme speed. Swish, relying on his powerful instinctual reactions, he narrowly dodged the fatal blow in the nick of time. Just then, Bingbing, who had been hiding in the ceiling, leaped down, attempting to launch an ambush from above. Yi Xingchen's defensive senses flared to the maximum. Holding his short blade across his chest, he retreated rapidly. With a sweep of his arm, he made a tricky slash to eliminate his attacker. However, the strike hit nothing but empty air. Leaving Yi Xingchen secretly surprised, Bingbing lowered her center of gravity, lunging at him like a leopard. Before her attack could land, Yi Xingchen pushed off hard with both feet, leaping backward once more. He then grabbed the 3 darts that had just embedded themselves into a wooden pillar, using them to launch a counterattack. Bingbing's delicate short dagger danced in front of her, forming a barrier that deflected all the incoming projectiles. Seizing the gap in her defense, Yi Xingqian shifted his stance and closed the distance, launching a fierce assault. The crisp sound of clashing metal echoed as the 2 blades collided violently. Bingbing quickly pulled back her strength, attempting to break away from this meaningless struggle. She lunged forward once more but only struck empty air. As Yi Xingqian had already dodged to the side, with quick eyes and hands, Yi Xingqian grabbed Bingbing's wrist and pinned her shoulder down, gaining the absolute upper hand. He demanded in a cold voice, "Who on earth are you? Who sent you to kill me?" A faint scent of plum blossoms instantly drifted into his nose. Yi Xingqian's warm, large hand couldn't help but wrap around her slender waist, enjoying the wonderful sensation against his palm. This frivolous gesture made Bingbing speak up, her voice heard for the first time since their encounter. "Brother Xingqian, you are so bad." Yi Xingqian looked down at his defeated opponent in confusion. Released and having regained her freedom, she turned around and grumbled coquettishly, "Getting handsy with me the moment we meet." Seeing a familiar face before Yi Xingqian could even feel happy, he relentlessly interrogated her. "Bingbing, why did you give up being the goddess of ice Ran? Only to run all the way here?" Gently brushing the dust off her leather jacket, she said in a spoiled tone, "Hee, can't the goddess of ice Ran come to see you?" Looking at her arrogant little expression, Yi Xingqian felt a surge of exasperation. "You don't look like you're here to visit me at all. You were clearly trying to take my life." "Under the moonlight," Bingbing said in a coquettish, whiny tone. "When I ran away from home back then, only Brother Xingqian treated me with real care." Her warm, sultry body rubbed restlessly against Yi Xingqian's arm. "But the moment you left, I waited every single day for you to come and marry me, yet so many years have passed and I haven't heard a single word from you. I really couldn't wait any longer. So I came looking for you myself." His anger from the sudden ambush not having fully faded, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but bluntly tease, "How come I don't remember any of this?" This sentence instantly caused Bingbing's face to turn cold. She placed her short blade directly against Yi Xingqian's neck, her murderous gaze locked onto the somewhat guilty-looking man beside her. "Does Brother Xingqian really not remember? I heard that when a person is close to death, they remember everything from their past." The angrier she got, the closer the cold blade pressed against his skin. "Brother Xingqian, do you want to give it a try? Maybe it will help you remember." Yi Xingqian's face instantly paled in terror. No need, I remember, I definitely remember." Finally getting the answer she wanted, Bingbing instantly changed her demeanor, giggling, "Brother Xingqian is so bad always teasing me, but this is exactly how I like you best." Yi Xingqian secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had truly been a second away from losing his head. Not wanting to waste words, he got straight to the point. "But how did you know I was here? You surely didn't come all this way just to see me, did you?" Bingbing offered a mysterious smile, piquing his curiosity. "Does Brother Xingqian really want to know?" Her sweet and gentle words sent a shiver down his spine. "Someone hired me to eliminate you." With a solemn expression, Yi Xingqian pressed, "Who hired you? Who exactly wants my head?" To his surprise, he received a teasing response from Bingbing. "As an assassin, transactions are usually handled through a middleman, so theoretically it's impossible to know the client's identity." Looking playfully at Yi Xingqian, who was desperately suppressing his rage, she added mysteriously, "But since the target is you, Brother Xingqian, I can give you a little insider info." Yi Xingqian held his breath, staring intently at her, only to hear 3 words escape her lips: "The Skull Society." At the mention of this name he fell into deep thought, completely unaware that danger was quietly closing in. HMPH, as expected. I should have dealt with them sooner to prevent today's trouble. Suddenly, Bingbing pinned him down onto the ground, looking perfectly innocent as she said, "Don't overthink it, Brother Xingqian. My assassination attempt has already failed anyway. According to web novel tropes, shouldn't you be taking your assassin captive now?" Remaining perfectly calm, Yi Xingqian asked back with some exasperation, "First, tell me honestly what kind of books you usually read." He turned his head to the side in slight annoyance. "Bingbing, aren't you worried that failing this mission will ruin your reputation?" Despite his clear annoyance, she continued to behave shamelessly. "I am already Brother Xingqian's wife. With you to support me, why would I need to be an assassin or care about reputation?" Incensed, Yi Xingqian shouted back, "I don't have the money to support you." But Bingbing clung to him like superglue. "Whether it's doing the laundry, cooking, cleaning, or warming the bed, as long as it's for Brother Xingqian, I can do absolutely anything." Staring at her sultry figure swaying before his eyes, Yi Xingqian could only plead weakly, "If possible, could you please get off me first?" Bingbing's dirty mind sent a shiver down his spine as she teased, "Brother Xingqian, do you want it right now?" Alarm bells instantly rang in his head, and he hurriedly closed his eyes to play dead as a defense. Right at this critical moment, Su Li pushed the door open and walked in. shattering the romantic atmosphere in the room. It wasn't until she finished explaining the situation outside that she suddenly noticed the highly bizarre position the two were in. I've already explained the misunderstanding to Teacher Lee. You two, what on earth is going on here? Bingbing's movements froze. Sister and Teacher Lee. She let go of Yi Xingchen with a dazed expression. Learning that the newcomer was Yi Xingchen's sister, Yi Xingchen frantically scrambled to explain to Su Li, "Sis, it's a long story." But the dangerous aura emanating from the two women instantly made him shrink his neck back, not even daring to raise his voice. This was turning into a major disaster. He hadn't even cleared things up with Li shouting regarding his previous incident with Teacher Su yet. And now with Bingbing in the picture, how was he supposed to explain? Scratching his head guiltily, Yi Xingchen mumbled under his breath, "Actually, there's really nothing between us." To his utter horror, Bingbing delivered a devastating blow right on the spot, nearly causing his soul to leave his body. "Hello, sisters. My name is Bingbing and I am Brother Xingchen's wife." Yi Xingchen screamed in a panic, "Stop adding fuel to the fire." Su Li and Li shouting standing behind her were utterly stunned, asking in disbelief, "Wife?" After a lengthy explanation, Li shouting finally snapped out of it, letting out a sigh of relief. "So it was just a misunderstanding." Yi Xingchen looked at the two girls with a headache. "How should we settle Bingbing next? We can't just leave her behind." He indeed couldn't leave her behind. Scanning Su Li's worried face, Yi Xingchen said, "We have completely fallen out with Murong Wu this time. I think it's safest for us to return to Jingai City as soon as possible, and we might as well bring Bingbing back with us." Before either of them could speak, he made the executive decision. "Sis, it's best if you return with us too. That old bastard Murong Wu will definitely not let this go." Though her mind was still in a whirl, Su Li instinctively nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go back to my room and pack." Seeing this, Bingbing eagerly followed behind her. "Sister, let me help you," leaving Li shouting awkwardly, avoiding his gaze. "I'm sorry, Yi Xingchen, I misunderstood what happened between you and Teacher Su." Before he could even say a word, she explained, "I already heard from Teacher Su. You two are just like siblings and there is no secret intimacy between you. I'm truly sorry." Seeing her attitude soften, Yi Xingchen immediately seized the opportunity, pulling her into a tight embrace as he coaxed shamelessly, "Even though I do tend to attract some attention, please don't take it to heart. In the end, we are destined to be together." To his surprise, Li shouting suddenly drew a long blade hidden on her person, her cold, murderous gaze locking onto his eyes. "Look at this blade in my hand and dare to repeat those words one more time." Some time later, the blue sky and drifting white clouds appeared far more peaceful than everything happening below. At this moment, inside the Skull Society's headquarters, a heated conversation echoed throughout the spacious villa. "Didn't they say that once the goddess of ice rain made her move, she would resolve the matter in a matter of minutes?" A harsh, icy voice demanded over the intercom. "It's been so long, why is there still absolutely no news?" This made Ma Junji hastily speak up to smooth things over, eager to avoid bringing trouble upon himself. "I guaranteed before everyone that I would take Yi Xingchen's life." The owner of a pair of high-end leather shoes stomped a foot heavily onto the ground. "Wait, if Yi Xingchen were already dead, there should be some new developments from Zifeng's faction." The fury on his fierce face could not be concealed at all, hot air practically spewing from his nostrils. "They are still expanding with grand momentum right now, which means Xingchen is not dead, but the goddess of ice rain is the world's #1 assassin. How could she possibly fail against a wet-behind-the-ears punk?" Because of his own slow-wittedness, Ma Junji gritted his teeth in fury. "Unless Zifeng and the others are deliberately concealing the news of Yi Xingchen's death, but there is no reason for the goddess of ice rain to be completely unreachable." After a brief silence, he suddenly clutched his head and burst into hysterical laughter like a madman. "Damn it, the more I think about it, the more off it feels. Is this goddess of ice rain actually competent? Is she alive or dead? At least give me some sort of reply." Suddenly, a soft knock came from the tightly closed door, and a subordinate quietly brought bad news. "Hallmaster Ma, the president requests your presence." At the thought of Dugu's gloomy face, Ma Junji's face turned paper white. On a warm and sunny day in front of a bustling, somewhat popular bar in the city, Bingbing followed close behind Xingchen, never leaving his side. The moment she saw the sign for the Azure Dragon Bar, she whined with a trace of grievance. "Brother Xingchen, didn't you say you were taking me to the Yulong Bar? Did we go to the wrong place?" Yi Xingchen was also somewhat surprised, pondering quietly to himself. One look and he knew this was definitely the doing of that guy, young Master Feng. Although he had previously told him to tear down the bar, this guy's movements were simply too fast. The Starshine Association hadn't even risen to prominence yet, but he had already started treating himself as a hallmaster. Besides, he didn't remember ever saying he wanted to turn this place into an entertainment venue. Nonetheless, he decided to investigate first. This is indeed the place. Let's head inside. The details are too complicated to explain right now, but I'll explain it to you when there's a chance later. The bar's interior decoration was exceptionally luxurious, and the two sat down together on a prepared bench. Bingbing continued to cling to Xingqian like superglue. Yi Xingqian remained silent for a long moment, quietly scanning the surroundings. Seeing this, Ouyang stepped forward on his own initiative to report the situation to Xingqian. While you were away, we divided the Starshine Association into 4 halls according to your wishes. He then introduced everyone present one by one. Zifeng serves as the hall master of the Azure Dragon Hall, responsible for the association's disciplinary enforcement. Wang Xiaohu serves as the hall master of the White Tiger Hall, responsible for combat missions. Chen Xiaolong beside me serves as the hall master of the Vermilion Bird Hall, responsible for intelligence gathering. Finally, he introduced himself. As for me, I serve as the hall master of the Black Tortoise Hall, overseeing all of the association's funds and commercial operations. Xingqian couldn't help but exclaim in pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that while I was away, the Starshine Association would undergo such a complete transformation. It won't be long before we become the strongest gang in Jingai City, or even the entire country. The underlings standing in the back immediately began to passionately pledge their loyalty. Brother Chen must be joking. Being able to serve Brother Chen is the honor of our lives. With Brother Chen leading the Starshine Association, no one in this world is our match. Suddenly, he raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then got straight to the point with a solemn expression. I have gathered everyone here today because there are 2 important things to announce. He then pointed to the girl who had been clinging to him. First, let me introduce my former comrade. She is the one commonly known as the world's #1 assassin, the goddess of Ice Rain. From now on, the brothers' daily training will be personally guided by Bingbing. Hearing this, several underlings immediately began to jeer. The goddess of Ice Rain? This wet behind the ears brat is really the goddess of Ice Rain? Yet in merely a split second, a freezing cold blade was already pressed firmly against his neck. Bingbing's face was filled with murderous intent as she demanded word by word. Who did you just call a wet behind the ears brat? Witnessing this firsthand, Ouyang was utterly shocked in his heart. What incredible speed! She was clearly sitting right next to Xingqian just a moment ago. Xiaolong also felt the suffocating pressure, the entire atmosphere shifting instantly. Sensing the extremely tense atmosphere, Xingqian quickly reminded her softly, Bingbing, everyone here is on our side. Don't be impulsive. Only then did she instantly retract her murderous intent, throwing herself into his arms to whine. I'll listen to Brother Xingqian. I'll do whatever Brother Xingqian says. Watching her change her attitude faster than flipping a page in a book, Xiaohu secretly grew vigilant. This woman is definitely not simple. To prevent the topic from veering off course, Xingqian cleared his throat to get back on track. Also, regarding Bingbing, there is one more thing I need to clarify to everyone. He directly brought up the previous event. Actually, Bingbing was originally an assassin sent by the Skull Society to kill me. Hearing this, Xiaohu's reaction was exceptionally intense. The Skull Society? Is that true? Xingqian calmly explained further. But unfortunately for them, the Skull Society never would have guessed that the goddess of Ice Rain was actually my former comrade. We are as close as siblings and could absolutely never betray each other. Bingbing seized the opportunity to confidently correct him once more. We're not siblings, we are husband and wife. As your wife, it is only natural for me to help my husband. Everyone present stood frozen on the spot for a full 5 seconds before bowing respectfully in unison. Hello, sister-in-law. Xingqian wished he could plug her mouth right then and there, glaring exasperatedly at Zifeng and the others as he barked. Have you guys had enough? And another thing, young Master Feng, you are clearly several years older than me, yet you actually have the nerve to call her sister-in-law. Don't you feel embarrassed? Zifeng turned his head to the side guiltily. Not embarrassed at all. You are already the president now, so of course you are the boss. He quickly changed the subject to make Xingqian forget what just happened. But if the Skull Society finds out that the goddess of Ice Rain failed her assassination, they will definitely find other ways to deal with you. It probably won't be as smooth sailing then as it is now. The usual far-sighted, calculating look returned to Xingqian's face. I have already given this matter thorough consideration, he stated his plan directly. Young Master Feng, you and the others continue to expand our influence and stabilize the gang according to the original plan. Ouyang, your side will go all out to follow up on all our transactions and gather as much funding and intelligence as possible. Upon receiving the order, the two immediately responded with a loud assent. Finally, he added meaningfully, As for me, I will have disappeared from the underworld along with the goddess of Ice Rain after our battle, with our survival unknown. Hearing this, Zifeng appeared exceptionally excited. So that's how it is, survival unknown? At this point, the slow-witted Xiaohu asked with a blank look. What does survival unknown mean? Xiaolong kindly took the initiative to explain. Come, let me explain it to you. Think about it, if the Skull Society knew Brother Chen was still alive, what would they do? Xiaohu answered subconsciously. They'd find any way possible to kill him. Xiaolong continued to guide him toward the answer. And what if Brother Chen were already dead? Xiaohu thought for a moment and shared his thoughts. If Brother Chen were dead, the Skull Society would definitely take the opportunity to wipe us out completely. Xiaolong smiled triumphantly, throwing out the most critical question. Then what if Xingqian is neither alive nor dead, but rather his survival is unknown? Hearing this, Xiaohu slapped his thigh hard and shouted in excitement. I get it, as long as they aren't sure if Brother Chen is dead or alive, the Skull Society won't dare to act rashly or do anything to us. Watching this unfold with great amusement, Xingqian also smiled and added, since the Skull Society wants to play a thrilling game with me, I'll play with them to the very end, to see who will have the last laugh. That is the second thing I wanted to announce. Time passed day by day, and a few months later, in front of the Flowing Snow nightclub, a property under the Yingfeng Hall, Min Qi was waiting at the entrance with a flattering face to welcome an honored guest. Brother Wu, you've arrived. Where have you been making a fortune lately? Wu Tian sighed with a face full of exhaustion and complained. Don't even bring it up. Lately, the gang has been investigating the whereabouts of some brat, keeping me so busy my feet barely touch the ground. Today I finally managed to find some time to come over and relax. Echoing his sentiment, Min Ji led the way inside, completely failing to notice a mysterious figure that had just flashed past. Investigating some brat, what did that kid do? He then smoothly wrapped an arm around the woman's shoulder as they walked inside. That kid is incredibly bold, actually daring to offend the Skull Society. The president specially hired an assassin to deal with him, but there has been absolutely no news up until now, which is why we have no choice but to continue searching for his whereabouts. Minji seized the opportunity to flatter him, saying, if you ask me, he's just a wet behind the ears kid. How could he possibly fight against the gang? The president is making a mountain out of a molehill. Why waste so much effort on him? Wu Tian did not want to bring up these irritating matters again, and casually changed the subject. In this life, one should enjoy oneself while they can, or be like me, running a business quietly. How has business been these past few days? Any good stock? Minji leaned into his chest coquettishly and whined. Thanks to Brother Wu's care, business has been great lately. We just got our hands on some decent new stock along with quite a few new tricks, guaranteed to satisfy you. Just then a cold hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Appearing out of nowhere, Zheng Yingying barked coldly. Don't move, Wu Tian. She swiftly produced her authoritative police badge and announced in a clear, resonant voice, I am Zheng Yingying from the Major Crimes Unit. We suspect you of smuggling contraband. Please come with us to the station to assist in our investigation. Wu Tian was instantly thunderstruck, freezing on the spot as his mind filled with countless questions. The Major Crimes Unit. Smuggling contraband. Selling these things has always been strictly prohibited on my turf. Could someone be framing me from behind? At this thought, Wu Tian hurriedly darted his eyes around. An underling standing not far away trembled under his gaze, frantically shaking his head like a fan. No, the people in the gang have always been loyal to me. They would never dare stab me in the back. After thinking it over, he turned back to look at Zheng Ying. Judging by this girl's clothing and makeup, she didn't look like a police officer at all. The clever Wu Tian immediately recalled what Minji had just said, and boldly arrived at an extremely absurd conclusion. Yes, that's it. This must be the new stock they arranged. There's no harm in me playing along. Regaining his confidence, Wu Tian responded warmly with a playful smirk. Officer sister, I have always been a law-abiding citizen. There must be some misunderstanding here. Why don't we go inside to have a private in-depth chat and clear things up? Looking at his frivolous face, a trace of disgust flashed in Zheng Ying's eyes. Misunderstanding? We can talk about any misunderstandings once we get to the station. I'll have plenty of time to chat with you slowly then. Wu Tian even went so far as to step closer and flirt. Why go to the police station? Wouldn't it be better if we just went inside to have an in-depth exchange right now? Already, fuming with rage, he asked one last time in a cold voice before taking action. Not going to the station? Are you resisting arrest and obstructing official business? Wu Tian asserted with absolute arrogance. That's right. Not only am I going to obstruct official business, but I'm also going to assault a police officer today. Yet in the next second a dark gun barrel was pressed firmly against his forehead. Don't move. Zheng Ying had completely lost her patience with this rogue. This is my last warning. Come back to the station with us quietly or I'll shoot. Yet Wu Tian still thought this was just part of the entertainment, even calmly lighting a cigarette. Oh, you even prepared such realistic props. I like it, how exciting, without a second word. She struck him squarely in the face with the butt of her gun, completely knocking the dazed Wu Tian back to reality before casting him a look full of utter disdain. Wu Tian collapsed to the ground screaming, yet he still blustered stubbornly. "You actually dare to hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? Daring to strike a hall master of the Skull Society's Yingfeng Hall. On my own turf you must really have a death wish." He then scrambled up from the ground, cursing, and vented all his rage on Minju. "You stupid woman, where did you find such a fierce woman? And you even claimed she was some top-tier new stock. Do you still want to work here?" Minji turned pale with fright, stammering an explanation. "Brother Wu, she really isn't one of ours." Hearing this, Wu Tian vaguely sensed something was off, but still couldn't believe the thought in his mind. "Not one of yours? Then who on earth is she?" Just then, steady footsteps echoed down the corridor. A police officer responsible for the search quickly stepped forward, holding several bags of white powder to report. "Report? Our internal search has uncovered a massive amount of contraband and illegal firearms." Wu Tian was instantly thunderstruck, freezing on the spot with wide eyes, not knowing how to react for a moment. Looking at his face twisted in terror, Zheng Ying announced coldly, "Suspect Wu Tian, now that we have caught you red-handed with the goods, what else do you have to say? Trafficking contraband, illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, plus participating in an organized crime syndicate. These charges are enough to put you away for life." Beyond all expectations, Wu Tian immediately chose to flee, spinning around and running as fast as his legs could carry him. Only an idiot would confess, "Get the hell out of my way, damn it." Yet she continued to stand calmly in place, not bothering to give chase at all. Immediately following, a sharp gunshot echoed. Wu Tian let out a painful shriek at the sound, clutching his wound as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Zheng Ying immediately ordered her subordinates to step forward and escort everyone back to the station, and the officers complied in unison. Once everything was settled, she turned her head, casting her gaze toward the mysterious figure who had been quietly watching everything from the corner. She silently conveyed her thoughts. "The matter has been concluded successfully. You should be satisfied now, right?" As it turned out, Xingchen was the true mastermind behind this entire drama. Concluded? No, the real show had only just begun. Subsequently, he silently turned and left the scene as if he had never been there. Night shrouded the luxurious villa, and the front-page headline of the newspaper reported that Wu Tian had been arrested and shot dead. Upon seeing this news, an angry hand slammed heavily onto the desk, accompanied by a furious roar. "Bastard!" Voices deflecting responsibility kept coming from the other end of the line. "Dugu Ba, this was an order from above, there was nothing I could do. Besides, Wu Tian brought this on himself by carelessly exposing his identity. Even if I wanted to protect him, my hands were tied." Dugu let out a cold laugh, countering with extreme sarcasm, "Chief Zheng, I don't think you couldn't save him. I think you never had any intention of saving him in the first place." Zheng Hong's brow furrowed slightly as he offered a well-intentioned warning. "HMPH, whatever you think is your business. I'm only warning you to spend more effort managing your own gang, and stop letting us catch any more of your slips." Dugu instantly caught the underlying meaning of his words. Gritting his teeth, he questioned in an icy tone, "Are you saying we have a mole in our gang?" The other party laughed aloud, quickly withdrawing after delivering his sarcasm. "Haha, that is a private matter within your gang. An outsider like me has no business interfering." With that, the phone was hung up with a sharp click, leaving Dugu's face completely green with rage. With a sinister look in his eyes, he calculated silently, then barked a loud order to his subordinates. "Someone assemble all the hall masters immediately. I have urgent business to discuss." Meanwhile, in the quiet living room, Xingchen sat face to face with Zheng Hong on the sofa. He spoke first, a trace of apology in his tone. "Uncle Zheng, I've truly caused you trouble this time." The other man laughed to comfort him, telling him not to take it to heart, instead thanking him with great delight. "Not at all, not at all. I have been looking for an opportunity to strike the Skull Society for a long time, but I simply lacked the right opening. Thanks to the intelligence you provided this time, we were able to excise this tumor in one sweep, and even helped Yingying score a major achievement in the process." Immediately following, Zheng Hong's brow furrowed tightly as he inquired with a solemn expression, "But what do you plan to do next? Although the fire has been lit, we have only dealt with a single hallmaster so far. I'm afraid this small flame isn't enough to completely burn down the entire Skull Society." On the contrary, Xingchen continued to look at him with complete composure, promising with absolute certainty, "Please put your mind at ease regarding this, uncle. If my calculations are correct, Dugu Ba should be assembling all of his hallmasters at this very moment to prepare for a purge of internal spies. I will take this opportunity to add another log to this fire." Zheng Hong let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but still carefully warned him, "Adding fuel to the fire is well and good, but you must be extremely careful not to let the flames burn you. If there is anything you need my help with, just say the word." He bowed slightly with great politeness and replied, "Understood." At the end of a gloomy, freezing corridor, inside the basement known as the Skull Society's Purgatory, Duguba had gathered all of his hallmasters in order to ferret out the mole. Aside from his adoptive daughter Dugu Niyu, everyone was detained on the spot without any specific charges. This aggressive move instantly triggered a chain reaction. 3 days later, the underlings of the various hallmasters, eager to rescue their bosses, the rebel forces launched an attack on Duguba, sparking an all-out chaotic brawl within the Skull Society. The entire Skull Society fell into unprecedented chaos. Meanwhile, inside a bar downtown, Yi Xingchen was gathering the members of the Starshine Association for an internal meeting, making intense preparations for a major battle. Xiaolong reported the crucial intelligence he had gathered. "We just got word from our scout that the Skull Society's western territory has been breached. The men of Han Luo, the West City Hall Master, are planning to evacuate their turf." Next, he pointed to a spot on the map, systematically explaining, "I suggest we take advantage of their vulnerability and seize the West City Hall's territory first." Liang Jun immediately interrupted him, pointing out the potential risks. "But if we do that, the Dragon Society and the Tianmen sect will never just sit by and watch. Besides, the Starshine Association has been making quite a splash lately, which must have caught their attention. I'm afraid they might join forces to suppress us when the time comes." Yi Xingchen quickly reassured his companion, "There's no need to worry about that. The Dragon Society and the Tianmen sect are itching for the Skull Society to collapse sooner. Besides, I want to strike fear into them, so they won't dare underestimate the Starshine Association." Then he began to assign tasks. "Young Master Feng and I will lead the men to take the West City Hall. However, simply taking one hall is probably far from enough. With such a golden opportunity, we have to seize a few more of the Skull Society's halls while we're at it to make it worthwhile." Liang Jun chimed in with understanding. "Understood. I'll arrange the manpower to handle the remaining halls." Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Yi Xingchen did not forget to encourage his brothers. "Then let's make our move. Within 3 days we must completely wipe out the Skull Society." Everyone cheered in unison. "Yes." Meanwhile, on the other side, rapid footsteps approached. Han Luo was desperately fleeing with his lackeys to escape the pursuers behind them. One subordinate spotted a glimmer of hope and shouted in excitement, "Boss, the Nebula nightclub is just ahead. Once we get to our own turf, we'll be safe." With that, they scrambled and rushed into the building with all their might. Suddenly, Han Luo came to a violent halt. His eyes flared with alertness as he raised a hand to stop his subordinates behind him. "Wait!" To his complete surprise, Yi Xingchen had already been sitting ahead, waiting for them for a long time, casually playing with a short blade in his hand as a welcoming gift. Although uneasy in his heart, Han Luo blustered with false bravado, "Who are you? Who sent you?" Yi Xingchen replied softly, feigning indifference, "Don't be nervous, Boss Han. I'm just here to discuss some business with you." The moment Yi Xingchen turned his face, the group of thugs was instantly scared out of their wits. At the same time, Zi Feng had already led his men to flank them. Stepping out from behind Han Luo, knowing the tables had turned, Han Luo could only play along with the situation. "What kind of business do you want to talk about?" Yi Xingchen slowly replied, perfectly composed as usual. "Boss Han is indeed a straightforward man. Then I won't beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase. Hand over the Skull Society's confidential files, and I can spare your life." Although Han Luo wanted to save his own skin, he also wanted to take the opportunity to bargain for more leverage, saying coldly, "Sure, but the price is high." Looking at the situation before him, Yi Xingchen let out a disdainful sneer. "Oh, what price?" Yi Xingchen's fingers gently brushed against the cold blade. Fuming with rage, Han Luo gripped his weapon in a death grip, roaring as he lunged furiously at Yi Xingchen. "Your life!" The sheer power of his heavy strike shattered a nearby chair, turning it into a pile of splinters on the floor. But with a swift shift of his body, Yi Xingchen easily evaded the attack and slipped behind him. "Boss Han, the Skull Society is in complete chaos internally right now, and Dugu Ba has long stopped trusting you guys anyway. Why continue to blindly risk your life for them?" Han Luo remained silent, spinning around to launch another furious assault, yet he couldn't even touch a single hair on Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen expertly spun the short blade in his hand as if teasing him. "Even if you kill me today and achieve great things for the Skull Society in Dugu Ba's eyes, you are still nothing but an escaped convict. Your men even participated in the internal gang war. Do you think Dugu Ba would let you off because of this?" Han Luo was completely enraged by these words. He charged forward like a wild gale, yet his strike hit empty air once more. Yi Xingchen listened quietly, and Han Luo finally spoke. "You don't understand what the Skull Society means to me at all. I owe everything I have today to the President's patronage." An unshakable determination flashed in his eyes as he declared resolutely, "Even if I die, I will absolutely never betray the president. If you want the confidential files, go ask the king of hell yourself." Another heavy slash descended, only to leave a gash on the wall. Failing to harm Yi Xingqian in the slightest, moving like a phantom, Yi Xingqian suddenly materialized behind him, pressing his dagger against Han Luo's neck. "Boss Han, you are indeed a man of profound loyalty and righteousness. This junior is truly deeply impressed. Since you put it that way, Boss Han, I will grant your wish today." Then he let out a cold laugh, asking in a playful tone, "Oh right, once you are dead I will take complete control of the West City Hall brothers. How I arrange them then will be entirely up to me, wouldn't you say?" Despite facing a life or death choice, Han Luo remained incredibly loyal. "Yi Xingqian, if you have a problem, aim it at me, don't touch my brothers." While his subordinates were pale with fright, Yi Xingqian replied in a sarcastic, teasing tone, "Boss Han, I'm just a student. I don't understand those rules of the underworld." The corner of his mouth curled slightly, his icy gaze locking onto him. "Boss Han, reasoning only works depending on who you are talking to. We are both unreasonable people, so what is there to talk about?" Fine beads of sweat broke out on Han Luo's forehead, and he forced himself to stay calm as he offered a trade. "If I hand over the gang's confidential files to you, can you promise to spare the brothers of West City Hall?" Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow, seemingly weighing his options. "That depends on whether the files Boss Han provides are significant enough." Han Luo let out a sigh, finally understanding the reason behind it all. "No wonder Dugu Ba is so determined to eliminate you." Then he tossed his weapon onto the ground, asking bluntly, "Tell me, what do you want to know?" The next day, inside Dugu Ba's villa, Dugu Ba was absolutely livid, roaring in a fury. "What did you say? Han Luo defected?" His subordinate turned pale with fright, hastily reporting the latest intelligence. "It is absolutely true. Han Luo and everyone from the West City Hall surrendered to the Starshine Association last night. The Jinling Hall and several other halls have also been completely seized by the Starshine Association's men." Dugu Ba's face turned incredibly grim, his forces suffering catastrophic losses. Lu Gang, the hall master of the Golden Dragon Hall, had surrendered to the enemy. Ma Junji, the hall master of the Blood Slaughter Hall, was completely out of contact along with several other hall masters, while some of the remaining hall masters had lost their lives in the gang's internal war. Suddenly he was violently startled. Niyu approached, standing behind him as she called out softly, "Father." After listening to the whole story, she calmly concluded, "Those brats took advantage of our internal war to lead their men to seize our territories. It seems we indeed have a mole within our gang." Dugu Ba took a puff of his pipe, saying disdainfully, "I never expected a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears brats to dare openly provoke my massive Skull Society. But no matter, the Skull Society's headquarters is heavily guarded and impregnable. Even if they dare attack us, this old man will ensure they never return." With that, he looked at Niyu and ordered, "Assemble all the gang's elites immediately, and prioritize reclaiming the Jinling Hall and West City Hall. Gather the men and set out immediately." Meanwhile, inside a bar downtown, Xiaolong was proposing a strategy with a solemn look. "As for the remaining battle plans, I suggest we focus on stability first." Yi Xingqian gazed into the distance thoughtfully. Despite the tense atmosphere of the meeting, his mind had already been occupied by other thoughts. Dugu Ba has an adoptive daughter named Dugu Niyu, who behaves wildly and uses extremely insidious methods. She is the thorny black rose of the Skull Society. I know about this. Dugu Ba has been constantly sending all kinds of men to her side. Zifeng turned to look at him searchingly. "Xingqian, what do you plan to do?" Yi Xingqian did not answer, merely plodding quietly in his heart. That woman might actually be of some use. Zifeng's loud shout snapped Yi Xingqian back to reality. "Xingqian, Xingqian?" Yi Xingqian looked at everyone around him, calmly ordering, "Meeting adjourned." Xiaolong stood up abruptly, asking back in utter bewilderment, "Adjourned? Everyone is still waiting for you to issue the operational orders." Yi Xingqian took a puff of his cigarette, briefly muttering, "Agreed." Xiaolong's blood pressure spiked with rage, and he screamed in frustration, "Is there really no problem with you making decisions so sloppily? You haven't been listening to the meeting at all, have you?" As if deliberately teasing him, Yi Xingqian asked back, "Then what was the meeting about?" Liang Jun could only helplessly summarize it for him. "Dugu Ba will absolutely do whatever it takes to reclaim the Jinling Hall. The crowd from the West City Hall just joined us, and it's hard to tell whether they are friends or foes. So, Xiaolong suggested we temporarily avoid their edge, prioritize stabilizing our current strength, and launch a counterattack once the timing is ripe and our power has grown." Yi Xingqian closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then immediately voiced his opposition. "Waiting for the right timing is too passive. Besides, I said we would completely eliminate the Skull Society within 3 days. This conservative, cautious path doesn't suit us. Yang Jun was temporarily left speechless, thinking to himself, who was the one who just said agreed earlier? Standing to the side, Xiaolong was also stunned for several seconds. Looking at them, Yi Xingqian calculated silently in his heart. Since the enemy wants to reclaim the Jinling Hall, then we'll just let them have it. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly threw out a bombshell. However, their headquarters, we must take it. That afternoon, the Skull Society dispatched its elite forces to reclaim the lost territories, engaging in fierce firefights with the rebel forces guarding the turf. In a flash, Han Luo took down several enemies. Taking advantage of the empty defenses at the Skull Society's base, Zi Feng led the Brothers of the Starshine Association straight to the heart of their territory, launching a general offensive against their headquarters. Meanwhile, Xiaolong stayed outside to continue fighting, responsible for holding down the enemy's main force. Charging at the front, Zi Feng urged anxiously, "The fire has already opened outside. We must eliminate Dugu Ba as quickly as possible. If the previously rebelled faction fails to hold them off once the Skull Society's elite forces withdraw, we will be caught in a pincer attack." The brother responsible for clearing the path ahead also muttered anxiously, "But this place is so massive, where on earth are we going to find him?" Suddenly, someone in the team shouted, "Dugu Ba is here." His henchmen were intensely targeted and taken out by the Starshine Association's men, with Yi Xingqian and Yang Jun's eyes burning with murderous intent. Dugu Ba didn't find the situation absurd at all, looking as if he had long anticipated this moment. "Are you here?" A sinister sneer curled on his lips as he added, "This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. I haven't seen you in years. I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Is that old geezer of yours still in good health?" Yi Xingqian remained silent for a moment, his mind racing to calculate his moves, before letting out a cold laugh, firing back with extreme sarcasm. "Thanks to Uncle Dugu's concern, our family is living a very free and comfortable life." Dugu Ba took a deep drag from his pipe, his tone calm, but his words exceptionally venomous. "Is that so? What a pity then. This old man prays every day for him to pass away soon." He slowly rose to his feet, gripping his weapon tightly, as a grotesque and terrifying expression surfaced on his face. "But it doesn't matter." Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xingqian, he said with utter contempt, "Once you are dead, Yi Tianlong will naturally show himself. When that time comes, his day of reckoning won't be far off." Unshaken, Yi Xingqian merely asked back coldly, "Uncle Dugu bullying a junior like me like this, don't you really find it embarrassing?" Dugu Ba burst into roaring laughter, scanning everyone in the team as he provoked, "Aren't you brothers of the same gang? Come at me together." Then he looked at the woman standing to the side and ordered decisively, "Niyu, you are not allowed to interfere. I want to slaughter him with my own hands." She immediately bowed her head in response, "Yes, father." In an instant the two entered combat stance. Holding his short blade, Yi Xingqian took the lead, leaping high into the air to thrust forward viciously. Showing extremely fast reactions, Dugu Ba shifted his body to easily dodge the strike. Having evaded this first attack, he mocked with arrogant conceit, "Too slow." Following that, he swung his sword in a sweeping motion toward Yi Xingqian and without halting his offensive, used the momentum to drive a heavy punch toward Zi Feng. Fortunately, Zi Feng blocked it in time. Immediately after, Dugu Ba delivered a savage kick to Yang Jun's abdomen, giving his opponent absolutely no breathing room. The immense power of the kick sent him flying several meters away. Shocked, Yi Xingqian and Zi Feng shouted anxiously, "Yang!" Seizing the opportunity, Dugu Ba closed in from behind, his icy voice echoing in their ears. "You dare look away in the middle of a battle?" Zi Feng whipped his head around, his eyes flaring with alertness. In that exact instant, the katana in Dugu Ba's hand was already raised high, his face etched with a brutal and ecstatic expression. "Are you looking to die?" Yi Xingqian spun around rapidly, throwing 3 flying blades in the blink of an eye. Dugu Ba caught all 3 with a single hand, looking as effortless as if he were playing a game. He then flicked his wrist to send the blades flying back at Yi Xingqian. As the blades whistled toward him, Yi Xingqian acted nimbly, swinging his blade to deflect them all. Relying on his extraordinary sixth sense, he sensed danger closing in from behind. Dugu Ba was hot on his heels with his katana, radiating fierce, murderous intent. At the exact second Yi Xingqian was about to be struck, Zi Feng suddenly rugged forward to block the blow for him. Although the blade merely grazed his skin, his face instantly turned paper white. Yi Xingqian slammed heavily onto the ground, his facial muscles contorting in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, having taken the blow, Zi Feng felt completely numb with pain, unable to move, his face looking worse than a withered leaf. Pointing the tip of his sword at him, Dugu Ba mocked with deep disdain, "HMPH, overestimating your capabilities." Seeing his friend's life hanging by a thread, Yi Xingqian's eyes widened in fury as he screamed hysterically, "Young Master Feng!" Hearing the shout, Zi Feng coughed violently. Although blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, he still forced himself to joke, "I'm fine, just a scratch. I won't die." Seeing that Zifeng actually dared to make light of his deadly move, the veins on Duguba's forehead bulged. A scratch clutching his chest, Zifeng struggled to stand up as Duguba's cold mockery echoed in his ears. I've long heard that Yulong Zifeng is a formidable madman, and seeing you today proves the rumors true. Seeing that the brat actually still had the energy to speak, the old man spat in irritation. You managed to escape when we bathed Yulong Cliff in blood last time. Let's see how you escape this time. Giving Zifeng no room to breathe, Duguba bellowed the classic villain line, Die? Watching the katana descending straight toward his head, Zifeng turned pale with fright. Moving like a flash of lightning, Yi Xingqian charged forward, drawing his blade to block the blow with brute force. The two weapons collided violently, sending sparks flying, with Duguba's blade right before his eyes. Yi Xingqian barked a sharp warning. Duguba, if you want to touch young Master Feng, you'll have to go through me, the president of the Starshine Association. Duguba didn't care at all, violently sweeping aside his short blade. Seizing the opening, he slashed Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian instinctively shuddered violently as excruciating pain instantly surged through his body. Duguba wore a grim, sinister sneer. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Don't worry, your father Yi Tianlong will soon go down to accompany you. Your whole family can reunite in the underworld. Watching Yi Xingqian's life hang in the balance, Duguba smiled radiantly, entirely failing to notice that a silver snake had already quietly appeared behind him. Spotting Niyu's appearance, Yi Xingqian instantly knew victory was assured. He cast a cold, sidelong glance at Duguba. I don't think so. Duguba laughed wildly, his tone filled with utter contempt. Ha ha ha, your two brothers are completely crippled, and your reinforcements are still in a chaotic brawl with my men outside. Who else can save you now? Niyu suddenly materialized behind him, instantly freezing the old man's smile on his face, feeling something being injected into his body. Duguba began to tremble violently. A cunning and triumphant smirk spread across her face as she leaned in and whispered in his ear. Father, you rejoiced too soon. Shocked and enraged, Duguba spun around to strike, making Niyu break out in a cold sweat as she narrowly evaded the blow, his eyes bulging in rage. Duguba roared, Niyu, what did you do to me? I am your father, how dare you plot against me? Hearing this, Niyu covered her mouth and giggled mockingly. Ha ha ha, a creature worse than a beast is actually worthy of being my father? Recalling her mother, though she wore a smile on her face, her heart felt as if it were being sliced by knives. Back then, you killed my mother and forcibly abducted me to use as a tool to please others. There hasn't been a single second where I haven't thought about revenge. My wish of so many years is finally being realized today. Duguba's body was gradually turning numb as the drug took effect, yet he continued to launch vicious curses at the mother and daughter. You little bitch, today I'll send you to the Yellow Springs to meet your whore of a mother first. But heaven did not grant his wish. Before his words could even settle, he suddenly coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Niyu slowly approached this father she despised to the core, triumphantly displaying her masterpiece. This is a lethal poison I specially formulated for you. Do you like it? Niyu looked at her masterpiece and offered a final parting word. Go down to the underworld in my place and take good care of my mother. Duguba, his face covered in blood, struggled to squeeze out his last words. Don't get cocky, we'll meet again soon. I'll be waiting for you. Before his voice even faded, he breathed his last. Ouyang Joan, suspecting that this guy wouldn't kick the bucket so easily, asked doubtfully to confirm, is he dead? Niyu sized up Yi Xingqian and asked gently, Duguba is dead and the Skull Society will soon fall apart. Are you satisfied with this outcome, little brother Yi? She pursed her red lips, reaching out a fair slender hand to gently tilt his chin up. You are really interesting. Judging by the look in your eyes just now, you seem to have seen through the grudge between Duguba and me long ago. Why don't the two of us sit down and have a leisurely chat? Yi Xingqian looked up at the ceiling, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. A group of blood guards crouched on the beams, watching them like hawks, waiting only for their master's command to pounce down and tear them to shreds. Yi Xingqian's face darkened, his voice growing cold. A leisurely chat? I don't think so, Niyu laughed proudly. Don't worry, these blood guards are my most loyal subordinates. Without my command they won't make a move. She sat down beside Yi Xingqian, gently patting his shoulder as she teased. For someone as adorable as you, little brother Yi, how could your big sister bear to kill you? Yi Xingqian turned his face away, rejecting her without mercy. I'm sorry, but although I indeed like beautiful women, I have absolutely no interest in a venomous woman like you. Despite being cold-shouldered, Niyu shamelessly leaned closer, rubbing against him and teasing him like a vixen. That really is a pity. It's not often that a man catches my eye. Yi Xingqian let out a helpless sigh, while she feigned hurt, pouting in a sweet cooing voice. So is little brother Yi planning to kill his big sister? Yi Xingqian shot her a sidelong glance, voicing his concerns. These blood guards only answer to you. and you are the remnants of the Skull Society. This threat is definitely not to be underestimated." A contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of Niyu's mouth. "But do you actually have the strength to kill me right now? Even if your reinforcements arrive, they will already be exhausted. They stand absolutely no chance against my blood guards." Hearing this, Yi Xingqian was instantly left speechless. She pouted her lips and leaned in close once more. "Besides, in a way, this big sister is your savior. After all, I'm the one who got rid of Dugu Ba for you." Niyu wore an incredibly aggrieved expression, her tone dripping with manipulative innocence. "Would you really have the heart to repay kindness with enmity?" Yi Xingqian suddenly snapped out of it. But while his mind was momentarily distracted, she boldly grabbed his hand, squeezing and stroking it as if no one else was there. Yi Xingqian seemed not to notice her skin-crawling physical contact, his mind still racing to calculate the current situation. This woman was right. Head-on confrontation with her right now would bring absolutely no benefit to the Starshine Association. Snapping back to reality, he forcefully pulled his hand back, now damp from her touch, and glared at Niyu. "Since you don't plan to make a move on us, I'll let you off today." She crossed her arms, a trace of coy, lingering playfulness on her face, as expected of the man this big sister chose. "I'm liking you more and more, little brother Yi. Next time we meet, I'll make sure you fall deeply in love with me." With that, she turned back to blow him a kiss with a wink, then gracefully departed with her blood guards. Supporting the injured Zifeng, Ouyang Jun asked with some frustration, "Xingqian, are we really just going to let that vixen go like this?" Yi Xingqian didn't answer, but in his heart, he was already plotting how to deal with that troublesome temptress in the future. As the three walked out of the villa's main entrance, they were met with a yard littered with the corpses of both sides. Yi Xingqian turned to instruct Ouyang Jun, "First, give the brothers who died in this chaotic battle a proper burial. At the same time, spread the word of Dugu Ba's death. Force the entire Skull Society to submit to the Starshine Association. Anyone who objects is to be killed on sight." Ouyang Jun agreed solemnly. Looking at the brothers lying scattered in pools of blood, Yi Xingqian clenched his teeth. "Dugu Niyu, letting you go today doesn't mean you'll stay alive forever." Watching Niyu's group head toward the main gate where a figure was lying in ambush, Yi Xingqian thought to himself, "I might not be able to touch you right now, but that person definitely can." Receiving instructions, a blood guard walked toward the direction where Bingbing was hiding to investigate, but when he reached the gate he froze on the spot. The area was completely empty. He even wondered if the intruder had used some kind of invisibility technique. Niyu was also somewhat puzzled. Her intuition had always been highly accurate, so where exactly was the issue? Suddenly her pupils contracted violently, and she instinctively jerked her head to the side. As it turned out, her intuition saved her life this time. Otherwise, what got sliced off wouldn't have been just a lock of her black hair but her entire head. Her strike missing its mark, Bingbing immediately retreated back into the shadows, doing her utmost to suppress her aura. This failed assassination attempt made her rather annoyed, and her emerald green eyes flickered with a furious light. After surviving a series of chaotic events, Yi Xingqian finally returned to the safety of his home. Just as he was relaxing leisurely on the sofa, his phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed Chen Xiaolong's name. He picked it up with a relaxed tone. "What's up, Xiaolong?" On the other end of the line, Chen Xiaolong's urgent voice screamed, "Xingqian, something terrible has happened." Yi Xingqian's brow furrowed, and he jumped to his feet. A shocking piece of news came through the receiver. The Tianmen sect had launched a sudden attack and the Jinling Hall had already fallen. Meanwhile, Ma Junji stepped through the littered corpses, his footsteps suddenly halting. Zhang Quanglong of the Tianmen sect sat towering and imposing ahead, radiating a suffocating pressure, with several of his trusted confidants standing behind him. Indeed, with a cigarette dangling lazily from the corner of his mouth and an incredibly arrogant demeanor, he was none other than the Hall Master of the Tianmen sect's Divine Dragon Hall, Zhang Quanglong. Their collaboration had gone surprisingly smoothly this time. The two exchanged a complicit glance, both letting out a sinister sneer. Back to Yi Xingqian's side. Listening to the urgent secret report from his subordinate, Yi Xingqian's face darkened with uncertainty. To deal with the Skull Society, the Starshine Association had deployed almost all of its elites. The Tianmen sect chose this exact moment to strike, leaving their empty defenses completely unable to resist. Upon learning that these two madmen had joined forces, Ouyang Jun and Zifeng looked incredibly grim. Clearing his thoughts, Yi Xingqian ordered in a deep voice to the other end of the line. "Understood. For now, focus on handling the Skull Society's affairs. Leave the Tianmen sect to me." Seeing his stance of intending to handle it alone, Ouyang Jun grew anxious. "Xingqian, you're not planning to take on the Tianmen sect all by yourself, are you?" Seeing his silence, Ouyang Jun hurriedly pleaded loudly, "Absolutely not. Your injuries haven't even healed yet. Going after the Tianmen sect now is practically suicide. Hearing his response, Ouyang Jun was momentarily stunned. I never said I was going alone, Yi Xingchen explained to them, looking at his phone. I have secretly raised a hidden squad that I only deploy at the most critical moments. Without a single second of hesitation, Yi Xingchen dialed a secret number. It's the perfect time to let them stretch their muscles and get some action. Let the world know that I, Yi Xingchen, am still alive. Ouyang Jun and Zi Feng listened in complete bewilderment, entirely puzzled. A cold, murderous glint appeared at the corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth as he barked a chilling command. Go. Wipe out the Divine Dragon Hall and take back the Jinling Hall for me. On the other side, Zhang Quanglong rested his broadsword on his shoulder, looking at Ma Junji with appreciation. This time, thanks to Hallmaster Ma's full support, we were able to take the Jinling Hall so effortlessly. Ma Junji didn't dare act high and mighty before this madman, quickly exchanging humble pleasantries. Not at all, not at all. This is all the result of Hallmaster Zhang's courage, strategy, and brilliant leadership. That ragtag crew from the Starshine Association was never a match for you anyway. However, as the Hallmaster of the Tianmen sect, how could Zhang Quanglong not harbor suspicions about Ma Junji's betrayal? But I'm still a bit puzzled. You are the esteemed Hallmaster of the Skull Society's Blood Slaughter Hall. So why did you seek out our Tianmen sect for collaboration? At the most critical moment, instead of protecting your own master, you allied with outsiders to swallow your own brother's territory? Ma Junji replied, his face unchanged. As the saying goes, a high bounty always tempts the bold. The Skull Society only fell to this state today because of Dugu Ba's stubbornness. I am merely following the trend of the times, using the Starshine Association as a pawn to carve out a path of survival for myself. He looked at Zhang Quanglong and grinned, unapologetically revealing his ambition, and added, who wants to be a watchdog ordered around and criticized for their entire life? Hallmaster Zhang, wouldn't you agree? With that, a slight smile played on his lips as he tried to drag Zhang Quanglong into his scheme. Being at someone's beck and call every single day is a terrible feeling. Hallmaster Zhang, when do you plan to replace your boss? Zhang Quanglong let out a cold snort, filled with utter contempt for Ma Junji's treacherous act of selling out his master for glory. Before his words even faded, he suddenly swung his broadsword, the razor-sharp edge grazing right past Ma Junji's neck. If Ma Junji made even the slightest movement, that cold bare blade would instantly take his life. Zhang Quanglong's icy voice fell, immediately causing cold sweat to bead on Ma Junji's forehead. Don't lump me in with the likes of you. Although I agreed to cooperate with you, that doesn't mean I consider you an ally. His face was dark, his words dripping with unmasked sarcasm and murderous intent. Acting duplicitously and betraying your brothers. If I were the president of the Tianmen sect, the first thing I would do is hack a turncoat traitor like you to pieces. I'll spare your dog life this time, but if I ever see you again, before Zhang Quanglong could even finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something off. In the dim, quiet space, heavy and powerful footsteps suddenly echoed, the metal studs on their combat boots tapping coldly against the floor. The newcomer was none other than Wang Gang, the captain of the Starshine Association's Qilin Guards, flanked by two assassins clad entirely in black. Seeing the three aggressive intruders, Zhang Quanglong's face instantly darkened. Oh, looks like we have guests. He shot Ma Junji a cold glare and warned sharply, Scram, get as far away as you can. If I ever see your face again, I will make sure you don't even have a grave to be buried in. Scram. Ma Junji was indeed thick-skinned. Letting out a dismissive snort, HMPH, then I shall eagerly await the day you become the president of the Tianmen sect. Hallmaster Zhang. Having driven away the double-crossing rat, Zhang Quanglong turned to Wang Gang, snapping in annoyance. Who are you people? This place belongs to the Tianmen sect now. If you want to fight, take it somewhere else. Wang Gang didn't want to waste words, stating his business straightforwardly. The Qilin Guards of the Starshine Association, acting under the president's orders, are here to reclaim our territory. Hearing they were from the Starshine Association, Zhang Quanglong's expression changed instantly, his heart skipping a beat. Completely ignoring the expression of a dead man, Wang Gang coldly issued the extermination order. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Without a single wasted word, the Qilin Guards pounced upon Zhang Quanglong's underlings. Moving with incredible speed, their blades rose and fell, instantly taking down and killing several enemies. Realizing things were going south, Zhang Quanglong charged forward, swinging his 9-ring broadsword. Attempting to exploit the advantage of a longer weapon, his broadsword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Wang Gang threw his torso backward, narrowly evading the strike by a hair's breadth. Immediately after, he nimbly lowered his center of gravity, sliding cleanly between the opponent's legs like a shadow. Zhang Quanglong never expected him to use such an unconventional tactic. His eyes darted around frantically. Naturally, Wang Gang wouldn't give him any breathing room. Drawing his dagger, he locked it tightly against the edge of the broadsword. The two sharp blades clashed violently, unleashing an ear-piercing screech of scraping metal. From just a single mistake, a deep, bone-revealing gash was sliced across Zhang Quanglong's chest. He stared in absolute disbelief at the blood gushing from his chest, coughing up a massive mouthful of blood from the sheer impact of the clash. Wang Gang seized his advantage, leaping into the air, delivering a brutal kick with his steel-studded combat boots straight into Zhang Quanglong's cheek. The force of the kick was immense, sending him flying several meters back to crash heavily onto the floor in a pathetic state. Grimacing through the excruciating pain, he scrambled to crawl across the floor, desperately searching for an opening to escape. But before he could even struggle, his path was completely blocked by the other Qilin guards. Looking down at him like a stray dog, Wang Gang let out a cold laugh. He slowly squatted in front of Zhang Quanglong, pressing his icy dagger against the man's throat as he spoke flatly. "Don't move. I have a few questions for you." Zhang Quanglong remained defiant, glaring with wide eyes as he roared, "Kill me if you have the guts. I won't tell you a damn thing. Do whatever you want." Wang Gang's face turned cold, and he drove his dagger deep into the man's thigh, making him let out an agonizing, blood-curdling shriek. Wang Gang warned impatiently, "You will die, that's a guarantee. But only after you answer my questions honestly." Left with no choice, Zhang Quanglong endured the humiliation and excruciating pain, listening to the interrogation in his ear. "Tell me, did Ma Junji orchestrate your attack here?" This question hit Zhang Quanglong right where it hurt, and he lost control, roaring in a fury. Ma Junji is a useless piece of trash who can't even handle a few wet behind-the-ears punks. If it weren't for our collaboration, I would have wiped out your Starshine Association long ago." Meanwhile, at the Starshine Association's headquarters, everyone was anxiously waiting for news from the front lines. Ignoring his own pain, Ouyang Jun quickly bandaged his wounds and hurried over to Yi Xingchen, who was currently on the phone. Yi Xingchen issued his command in a freezing tone. "Since Ma Junji wasn't the one who orchestrated this, we don't need to completely ruin our relations with the Tianmen sect for now. Spare Zhang Quanglong. As for the Jinling Hall's territory, have our men occupy it first. I will arrange for the brothers to take over later." The other end of the line complied respectfully. Hanging up the phone, Ma Junji's repulsive face surfaced in Yi Xingchen's mind once more. A bone-chilling cold radiated from his entire body, with only a single thought remaining in his heart. "Every day this bastard stays alive is a scourge. I must eliminate him as soon as possible." Just as he was calculating how to deal with his opponent, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, disrupting his thoughts. Watching the newcomer smile and wave at him, Yi Xingchen couldn't believe his eyes, standing frozen on the spot in utter disbelief. On the other side, after parting on bad terms with Zhang Quanglong, Ma Junji returned to his hideout in a towering rage. He gnashed his teeth and swore to himself, "That madman actually dared to point a blade at me. Once I take complete control of the Skull Society, the first person I'll deal with is you." But before he could even recover from his grand blueprint, the sight before him dealt him a devastating blow. Looking at the horrific scene scattered across the ground, Ma Junji's pupils contracted violently. Before him, hundreds of his underlings lay lifeless in pools of blood, and even Dugu Niyu lay unconscious among the pile of corpses, leaving him instantly shocked and furious, panic-stricken like an ant on a hot griddle. Ma Junji roared hysterically, "What on earth happened here?" The scene shifts back to the daytime. The sign of the Starshine bar exceptionally eye-catching at the corner of the street. Xiao Tian leaned back leisurely on the sofa holding a wine glass as he praised, "Kid, you indeed have some skill. To actually be able to completely wipe out the entire Skull Society." Yi Xingchen couldn't help but tease, "Xiao Tian, you are usually so elusive, so how do you have the time to proactively seek me out today? Surely you didn't come all this way just to congratulate me on my grand victory?" Seeing his impatience, Xiao Tian didn't bother to beat around the bush, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. "Ha ha, then I'll get straight to the point." He threw a blood-stained dagger onto the table, accompanied by highly meaningful words. "I found this at the place where Dugu Niyu was attacked. Take a look." Yi Xingchen picked up the dagger and examined it closely. As his memories flooded back, his heart tightened instantly. His voice instantly became even colder than the blade in his hand. "This is Bingbing's dagger. How is she?" Xiao Tian explained patiently. "Don't worry, I tested the blood on the blade and it doesn't belong to Bingbing." However, judging from the bloodstains left at the scene, a brutal struggle must have taken place there. As the mastermind behind the plan, Yi Xingchen naturally understood the reason behind it. "I originally arranged for Bingbing to lie in ambush at the scene for the remnants of the Skull Society. The blood on the blade probably belongs to Dugu Niyu and her blood guards, but why would Bingbing?" Xiao Tian voiced his worst suspicion. "Her current whereabouts are unknown, but I suspect she might have been forcefully taken away by her family." Yi Xingchen repeated in confusion. "Her family?" Xiao Tian was somewhat surprised by his reaction. "You didn't know Bingbing actually ran away to become an assassin just to escape her family?" he revealed mysteriously to Yi Xingchen. I heard she comes from an extremely ancient and mysterious assassin clan, mastering all kinds of bizarre techniques and secret arts. As the direct heir of the clan, her family has never given up searching for her whereabouts. Xiao Tian paused, warning with a grave tone, I don't know much about her family, but I advise you not to easily lead your men to look for her. Yi Xingchen set his glass down, replying thoughtfully, All right, I won't interfere in this matter for now, but if you get any news of her, you must notify me immediately. Xiao Tian readily agreed. Putting the matter of Bingbing aside, Yi Xingchen crossed his arms, turning to ask about his formidable enemy. By the way, how much do you know about Ma Junji? Stroking his chin in recollection, Xiao Tian replied, That guy is a top student with 2 doctoral degrees and is extremely cunning. A long time ago, he aligned himself with Dugu Ba and rose to the position of Hall Master of the Blood Slaughter Hall. Why do you want to get rid of him? Yi Xingchen confessed his situation bluntly. This guy has been doing everything in his power to have me killed. If I don't eliminate him, he will become a massive scourge sooner or later. A few days later, soft golden sunlight bathed the outside of the luxurious villa. Lu Dinglong looked with bewilderment at the submissive guy kneeling on the ground before him. Ma Junji, what business do you have with me? Striking a scheming old guard pose, Ma Junji did his best to fan the flames. I heard Brother Lu has long harbored dissatisfaction toward Yi Xingchen, so I came specifically to discuss cooperation and join forces to deal with him. Lu Dinglong wasn't so easily led astray by a few words, sneering, You, even the Skull Society was wiped out by Yi Xingchen. You're nothing but a dog of the Skull Society, so what right do you have to boast about dealing with him? Besides, I heard Dugu Ba still has a daughter. Since he is dead, his daughter should naturally succeed him. Who knows if you're trying to use Dugu Ba's daughter to climb the ranks? Despite the cold sarcasm buzzing in his ears, Ma Junji wasn't angry in the slightest. Instead, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. He patted the box in front of him, suggesting, Brother Lu, you are too suspicious. This is a small gift I prepared specifically for this cooperation to express my sincerity. I hope you won't reject it. After all, what cat doesn't love fish? Lu Dinglong was naturally no exception. However, the moment he opened the box, his expression fluctuated wildly like a changing traffic light. Watching his reaction, Ma Junji burst into a triumphant laugh, introducing without any reservation that this was the severed head of Dugu Ba's daughter, Dugu Niu. Lu Dinglong listened quietly as the other declared his allegiance. What does Brother Lu think? Do you feel my sincerity? Looking doubtful, Lu Dinglong wanted to confirm if this really was the head of Dugu Ba's daughter. Ma Junji affirmed resolutely. Absolutely. Only then did Lu Dinglong's expression soften, exhaling 2 words in relief. Very well. He stood up and spoke his mind. Brother Ma, you have done exceptionally well. I have felt your sincerity. They quickly shook hands and allied. Having achieved his goal, Ma Junji was overjoyed. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Although Yi Xingchen had made quite a name for himself in the underworld at this moment, he still hadn't escaped his fate of struggling hard in school. He strolled casually into the classroom, swaggering as if he were a leader inspecting his territory. Suddenly, a letter caught Yi Xingchen's eye. Curious, Yi Xingchen picked up the envelope, shook it and studied it for a moment. Carrying a gossiping heart, Glasses leaned in and whispered in his companion's ear, Xiaolong, look, Xingchen seems to have received something. Based on my years of experience, this is absolutely a love letter. Burning with jealousy, he instantly shrieked in frustration. Oh my god, why do all the pretty girls fall for Xingchen? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but indulge in a bit of narcissism himself. Who told me to be so handsome, charming and elegant? Everyone swarmed forward, crowding around him to watch him open the letter, all wanting to see which girl had written it. But Yi Xingchen was indeed a notorious jinx. The moment he opened the envelope, he pulled out a stack of photos. Isn't this Lin Yunfei, our student union's league branch secretary? Moreover, although there was a letter inside, it was a threatening note. Lin Yunfei is currently in my hands. If you don't want her to be harmed, come to the Western Warehouse to find me immediately. Lu Dinglong. Zhao Hu frantically pulled out his phone and pressed the buttons in a rage, his mind failing to make the connection for a moment. This is kidnapping and extortion. Let's report it to the police directly. What's the emergency number again? Yi Xingchen calmly reassured him. No need. Since it's an invitation from Lu Dinglong, we should at least show him some respect. We'll use this opportunity to show him what we're made of. Wait, Glasses reacted extremely fast, immediately turning around to run out. All right, I'll go notify Ouyang and the others to prepare. Yi Xingchen took a step forward, locking his arm around Glass's neck as he barked. No, Yi Xingchen explained patiently. Ouyang has feelings for Lin Yunfei. If he finds out about this, he will explode on the spot. He even pictured a melodramatic drama in his head, imagining the scene would turn out like this. Upon hearing his goddess was in danger, Ouyang Jun would roar with murderous intent. Lin Yunfei was actually kidnapped by Lu Dinglong? He would slam the table furiously to vent his rage, then seek out his enemy with a heart full of hatred to fight to the death. Lu Dinglong, I'm not done with you. After imagining this grand drama, Yi Xingchen summarized, "You don't understand, once a guy falls in love he can turn into a mindless beast at any moment." Xiaolong stroked his chin, trying to save some of his brother's image. Ouyang is a calm and rational person after all, it shouldn't go that far, however. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Ouyang Jun pushed open the door and walked in. What are you guys saying about me? Everyone's faces instantly turned pale with fright, stammering simultaneously. Oh, Ouyang. Yi Xingchen reacted quickly. Pulling them into a corner to scheme, he gave the task of smoothing things over to the guy with the thickest skull. Zhao Hu, you explain it to Ouyang. Remember, don't mention a single word about Lin Yunfei. Zhao Hu agreed without a second thought. Leave it to me. I guarantee I won't say Lin Yunfei at all. Yi Xingchen assigned the remaining tasks with satisfaction. Xiaolong, immediately notify young Master Feng and have them bring men to assemble in the West District. With the plan finalized, next came the performance. Zhao Hu covered his mouth and coughed twice, walking up to Ouyang Jun. He indeed didn't mention the name Lin Yunfei, but the words he said almost gave Yi Xingchen a heart attack. Zhao Hu said, Ouyang, Lu Dinglong kidnapped your sweetheart. Afterward, he even gave everyone a smug thumbs up. I didn't mention Lin Yunfei at all, Xiaolong said with a face full of despair. I think Ouyang completely understood what you meant. Yi Xingchen dryly chimed in. I feel the exact same way. Having received this bolt from the blue, Ouyang Jun finally reacted. His face darkened so much it looked ready to drip ink, and he gritted his teeth, saying word by word, What did you say? Lin Yunfei was kidnapped by Lu Dinglong? Right after digesting this news, he instantly lost his mind, spinning around to storm out. Lu Dinglong, you just wait? Zhao Hu scratched his head like a silly husky, still failing to understand why things turned out this way. Didn't we agree not to mention Lin Yunfei? What kind of play is this? Meanwhile, in the nearby abandoned warehouse, a tense atmosphere filled every corner of the air. The Revenge Alliance, which was just established yesterday, had already set their trap, and was now calmly waiting to spring the net. Lu Dinglong still had some doubts in his heart. Brother Ma, will Yi Xingchen really walk straight into our trap just to save a girl he has nothing to do with? Ma Junji smiled slightly, reassuring him, Patience, Brother Lu. Yi Xingchen is extremely loyal and righteous. To save his brother's sweetheart, he will absolutely show up in person. You'd better focus on whether the crowd you brought can actually finish him off once and for all, his pride provoked. Lu Dinglong immediately shot back. Brother Ma, please do not underestimate our chrysanthemum society. He had absolute confidence in this loyal force. As long as Yi Xingchen dared to show up, he would face nothing but death. Just as he finished speaking, a subordinate rushed in frantically to report. Young master, he's here. The two immediately stopped their chatter, spinning around warily at the same time. Lu Dinglong raised his index finger, signaling the Chrysanthemum Society members behind him. His subordinates understood immediately, instantly forming hand seals to completely conceal their figures in a split second, leaving no trace behind. Just as they finished preparing, Yi Xingchen calmly strode into the enemy's headquarters. Lu Dinglong stood up, welcoming this prey who had walked straight into his trap. Yi Xingchen, you actually dare to come alone. You've got some nerve. Yi Xingchen naturally disdained such meaningless chatter, coldly cutting to the chase. The two sides stood off before the warehouse door in silent understanding. Yi Xingchen raised the photo in his hand and spoke first. Senior Lu, I have arrived as agreed. Now release her. Lu Dinglong suddenly let out a cold snort, replying arrogantly, Release her, that depends on whether you have the ability. Yi Xingchen instantly caught the scent of danger, instinctively following the other's gaze. The moment he looked up, he locked eyes with Honglian, descending from above with pure murderous intent. Yi Xingchen hurriedly retreated a step, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Staring at the blade driven deeply into the ground, his heart couldn't help but tighten. The two warily eyed each other, secretly sizing up their opponent's strength. Despite serving different masters, Honglian politely clasped her hands according to etiquette. Honglian of the Chrysanthemum Society, please instruct me. Lu Dinglong had no patience for such nonsense, immediately ordering sharply, Honglian, kill him. Honglian accepted the order without hesitation. Yes, young master. A freezing murderous aura erupted from Yi Xingchen. He slowly lowered his center of gravity, clenching his fists in a combat stance. I don't usually strike women, but since you insist on fighting, I'll play along. Honglian's brow furrowed slightly as she accelerated to her limit. Charging forward with only Yi Xingchen in her sights, the moment she closed the distance, she swung her long sword, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Yi Xingchen leapt into the air, gracefully dodging the strike. With his opponent armed, Yi Xingqian didn't hold back either. Before even landing, he smoothly threw several flying knives straight at her. Hong Lian held her sword horizontally, blocking the wave of deadly hidden weapons with some effort. After finally deflecting all the flying knives, she decisively closed in for close combat. The two clashed back and forth, every single move aiming directly for the vitals. After several of her sweeps were blocked, Hong Lian leaped into the air in a trace of anxiety, driving her sword straight down toward Yi Xingqian's head, attempting to finish him in one blow. However, this seemingly certain strike still missed its mark. Watching from the sidelines, the members of the Revenge Alliance broke into a cold sweat. Though each harbored their own hidden motives, Ma Junji couldn't help but mock, "Brother Lu, your subordinate doesn't seem to be Yi Xingqian's match at all." Sure enough, after narrowly dodging several times, it was Yi Xingqian's turn to counterattack. He used agile footwork to execute a feint, successfully distracting Hong Lian, and pulled off her veil when she least expected it. Yi Xingqian smugly waved the black veil in his hand, full of provocation. Hong Lian bit her lip in fury, hearing his teasing. "For someone with such ruthless moves, I didn't expect you to look so delicate and cute under the veil." Shaking with shame and rage, Hong Lian let out a sharp cry and threw several hidden weapons. With a few nimble twists of his waist, Yi Xingqian easily dodged all the throwing stars spinning through the air. Then, appearing behind Hong Lian as silently as a ghost, he continued his cold mockery. "If you want to fight me, you're still too green," giving her zero time to react. Yi Xingqian ruthlessly delivered a swift, clean strike to the back of her neck. With that, this meaningless fight finally came to an end. Unable to hold herself up, Hong Lian collapsed onto the ground, completely motionless. Yi Xingqian quietly stared at his masterpiece, even kindly offering an apology. "Sorry, beauty, but my time is limited." However, before he could even catch his breath, he was shocked to find that the earlier fight was merely an appetizer. A massive force from the Chrysanthemum Society had already surrounded him before he realized it. He stared coldly into Lu Dinglong's eyes, saying word by word, "Senior Lu, with such a warm reception as your junior, I'm truly flattered. It's both a pleasant surprise and a worry." Unsure whether Yi Xingqian was worrying for himself or mourning for his opponents at this moment, he slowly uttered two words, "Farewell." Before his words even settled, he broke through the encirclement with lightning speed, not forgetting to throw back a playful tease. "I'll take my leave first." Lu Dinglong's face turned dark with rage, immediately pointing at him and roaring, "You think you can offend our Chrysanthemum Society and leave in one piece? After him." Yi Xingqian naturally heard the commotion behind him. He paused slightly, then spun around decisively, unleashing a volley of cold, gleaming flying knives toward his pursuers. The moment the Chrysanthemum Society assassins clashed with this deadly barrage, they fell lifeless on the spot, those hit letting out sharp, agonizing shrieks. But unfortunately, these guys were as numerous as locusts. No sooner had he finished off a few than another massive crowd lunged forward frantically. Within moments, Yi Xingqian found himself surrounded and attacked from all sides. Having learned their lesson, they didn't dare delay any longer, drawing their swords to launch a coordinated attack. Facing a pincer attack from both sides, Yi Xingqian shrank his body, executing a slide all the way to the corner to narrowly dodge the deadly blades in the nick of time. But merely defending was never his style. He pushed off the ground hard, leaping into the air and instantly disappearing from their sight. Two Chrysanthemum Society assassins stared at each other in utter bewilderment, their minds filled with questions. Before they could even react, Yi Xingqian considerately stomped a foot heavily onto one of their faces. This move of using their momentum was absolutely perfect. Treating the man as a stepping stone, he soared over the high wall, then walked down the wall to absorb the impact, landing lightly on the ground. Yi Xingqian smugly gave a thumbs down, full of provocation. The Chrysanthemum Society is nothing special after all. This pathetic chase had left Lu Dinglong and Ma Junji panting heavily, looking like two stray dogs. Lu Dinglong roared hysterically, "Yi Xingqian, I swear you won't survive today. Go, kill him." Receiving the order, the Chrysanthemum Society assassins pounced forward aggressively once more. Yi Xingqian leaned his upper body back, dodging a head-on sword strike. True to his principle of returning favors, he flicked his wrist to return several gleaming throwing stars. Looking at the few hidden weapons remaining in his hand, Yi Xingqian's mind raced, knowing that retreating was his best option right now, and decisively turned to run. However, before he could run far, his steps ground to a sudden halt. Yi Xingqian looked in shock at the towering wall before him. As he spun around, he was met with those Chrysanthemum Society lackeys who clung to him like leeches. Lu Dinglong's sarcastic voice echoed nearby. "You have nowhere left to run, Yi Xingqian." He walked out unhurriedly from behind his trusted henchman. Yi Xingqian lowered his head, a playful, cold smile curling on his lips. He suddenly spun around and, without any warning, slammed a heavy palm onto the wall behind him, laughing coldly. Senior Lu, the ones who have nowhere left to run are you guys, whether because his strike was too powerful or the wall was poorly constructed. With a loud boom, the entire wall collapsed instantly. Witnessing this, the troubled duo of Lu Dinglong and Ma Junji were instantly wide-eyed in shock. And outside the wall, Zhao Hu and a massive crowd of brothers from the Starshine Association had been waiting for a long time. While the two leaders were still frozen in shock, the Chrysanthemum Society assassins noticed something even more despairing. Xiao Hu greeted them casually. "Yo, what's going on here?" Lu Dinglong was instantly frightened out of wits, staring blankly as he looked up, locking eyes with Zi Feng and Xiaolong, whose faces were filled with mockery and coldness. Trembling as he leaned against Ma Junji, he squeezed out with what little courage he had left. We've walked completely into their trap." Ma Junji was also pale with fright, but he forced himself to comfort Lu Dinglong, as if also self-hypnotizing. "Don't worry, brother Lu, the hostage is still in our hands, they won't dare to act rashly." Lu Dinglong was instantly re-energized like he'd been shot with adrenaline, laughing hysterically in his smugness. "Haha, thanks for the reminder, brother Ma. The hostage is still in our hands, so you'd better not make any rash moves." Yi Xingchen leisurely lit a cigarette, reminding him unhurriedly, "Senior Lu, are you sure the hostage is still in your hands?" Lu Dinglong's body stiffened as a voice drifted from the phone inside his clothes. "Senior Lu, this is Chen Xiaolong." Clearly holding all the cards, Chen Xiaolong's tone was exceptionally casual. "We've already taken the hostage to safety. By the way, we also cleaned up a few of your men on the side. Truly sorry about that, hope you don't take it to heart." Standing to the side, Ouyang Jun also added coldly, "Lu Dinglong, you and I are still far from done." Sweating profusely, Lu Dinglong and his fair-weather friend tacitly chose to shut their mouths. Yi Xingchen let out a cold laugh, calmly ordering, "Brothers, give Senior Lu a warm welcome. Don't disgrace our Starshine Association." Completely surrounded, Lu Dinglong lost his composure, frantically urging the man beside him, "Brother Ma, quickly think of something," anxious and enraged. Ma Junji gritted his teeth, wishing he could grind his molars to dust. His mind was in complete chaos, cursing wildly inside. "Damn that Yi Xingchen, how did you manage to escape again?" Radiating pure fury, Ma Junji swore silently, "I swear next time I will make sure you die a horrible death." But while his dreams were grand, reality dealt him a violent slap in the face. Yi Xingchen delivered a powerful heavy punch that sent him flying back. The storm quickly settled, and a new day arrived as scheduled. Everyone gathered once again at the Longsan headquarters to discuss their next moves. Xiaolong stood before Yi Xingchen to report their spoils. "The Chrysanthemum Society's assassins have all been completely eliminated. We suffered 0 casualties on our side. However, Lu Dinglong and another unidentified guy took advantage of the chaos to escape. We have yet to find their tracks." Report complete. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Yi Xingchen mumbled a reminder, "The Chrysanthemum Society definitely won't stop at just this wave of assassins. They will surely send more people to cause trouble in the future. Everyone, do not lower your guard." He paused, then began assigning tasks. "Xiaolong, since Lu Dinglong suddenly made such a major move, there must be a mastermind behind him. Go look into this immediately." Xiaolong quickly raised his index finger to report, "About that, on the way back, Ouyang and I happened to capture a Chrysanthemum Society assassin alive. We might be able to get some answers from him." Satisfied, Yi Xingchen stood up, intending to interrogate the captive himself. The two then walked one after the other toward another secret room not far away. Just then, hiding in the dark, Honglian gently peeled back the waterproof tarp covering her, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. Decisively discarding her cumbersome cover, she leaped up from her hiding place, swinging her long sword in midair as she prepared to deliver a fatal strike from behind Yi Xingchen. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, he keenly sensed the breath of danger and whipped his head around. Barehanded, he clamped down on her wrist, instantly diffusing the sneak attack. Showing absolutely no mercy for the fairer sex, he used her own momentum to slam her heavily onto the ground. With an expressionless face, Yi Xingchen drew his dagger and drove it deep into the floor right next to Honglian's ear with a sharp thud. He asked in a bone-chilling voice, "Do you want to live or die?" Scared out of her wits, she stared at the blade mere inches away and tremblingly spat out a single word, "Live." Highly satisfied with her answer, Yi Xingchen began to lay out his terms. "If you tell me everything you know today, I promise I won't kill you. Do you agree?" With her life hanging in the balance, Honglian didn't dare say a single word of protest, nodding frantically like a chicken pecking at grain to agree. Having achieved his goal, Yi Xingchen smoothly pulled his dagger out of the floor and stood up. He immediately began his interrogation. "Then let me ask you, why did Lu Dinglong suddenly make a move? What on earth happened?" Honglian quickly fell into character, reporting in a weak but highly serious voice, "Reporting to Master, a man named Ma Junji was pulling the strings from behind. Yi Xingchen knit his brows to confirm, having already torn this guy into 10,000 pieces in his mind. It was actually him again, Honglian quickly added. He was by Lu Dinglong's side the entire time today. Master, you might have already run into him. After their previous series of clashes, Yi Xingchen only now had a sudden realization, feeling extremely annoyed with himself. So that guy was Ma Junji all along. If he had known sooner, he would have slaughtered him with a single slash back then. Shaking off the irritation in his mind, he continued to press for details about the inner workings of the Chrysanthemum Society. Honglian lowered her head helplessly. I am truly sorry, Master. Although I have served the Chrysanthemum Society for years, I am only an outer circle assassin. I know nothing about their core secrets. Yi Xingchen fell into deep thought as he processed this information, while Honglian asked timidly from the side, Master, is there anything else you would like to ask? Deciding this intel was sufficient for now, Yi Xingchen let her off. No, not for now. You should rest well first. From now on, I am placing my personal security in your hands. Honglian softly replied, yes, marking her official entry into the Starshine Association. Meanwhile, at the Li family villa, the luxurious mansion sat quietly awaiting its new master. In the living room, Cheng Yang was relaying their current plight with a face full of sorrow. Since the company is facing bankruptcy, I have decided to sell this villa. His tone carried a trace of urgency and haste. The buyer will be here any minute. You all should pack up and prepare. Just as the words left his mouth, the buyer, a man named Heoshin, appeared at the door, impeccably dressed and looking highly respectable. And so, a new day began in the bustling city. Yi Xingchen walked with light steps, slowly entering a luxurious high-end apartment. Poking his head into a room with its door wide open, he called out softly. However, Xiao Ting didn't hear a thing, still carelessly clutching a wine bottle and gulping it down. Ha ha ha, let's drink until we drop. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen walked straight in. The moment Xiao Ting noticed someone entering, she immediately opened her arms and flew toward him, crying out, Xingchen! She threw herself into his embrace, complaining coaxingly, why did you only show up now? However, her childish tantrum came and went in a flash, and before long the room quieted down once more. Looking at the fast-asleep Xiao Ting, Yi Xingchen softly asked the person beside him, Miss Shangshang, what are you doing here? What happened to Xiao Ting? Shangshang didn't hide anything, telling him directly. I received her call the moment I got back to Jingai City today. By the time I rushed over, she was already in this state. She was crying and making a scene earlier, constantly babbling about wanting to see you. Hesitating for a moment, Shangshang voiced her bold suspicion. Although I don't know the exact details, I'm guessing this has to do with the bankruptcy of the Li Group. Yi Xingchen's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out in shock. What? Shangshang laid out everything she knew. You didn't know, under the joint pressure of all the major conglomerates, Xiao Ting's father was forced to sell their family villa. They've already moved somewhere else now. Shangshang then dropped another bombshell. Moreover, the person who bought the Li family villa is Dong Heoshin. Stroking his chin, Yi Xingchen listened in silence. He had thought Xiao Ting was finally rid of him, but who would have thought this guy would cling to her like a relentless lingering ghost? The two of them looked down at the girl who was fast asleep from the alcohol. Yi Xingchen finally broke the silence. Dong Heoshin must have other forces backing him in the shadows. This is definitely no small matter. A cold, murderous intent gradually welled up in his eyes. But I promise you, no matter what tricks he plays, I will make him pay back today's debt twofold. Standing up, he entrusted Xiao Ting to Shangshang. I'll leave Xiao Ting in your hands. When she wakes up, tell her to leave everything to me. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but look back with helpless exasperation to add, and don't let her touch alcohol again. Her tolerance is absolutely abysmal. With the soft click of the door closing, his figure vanished down the corridor. Shangshang pinched Xiao Ting's flushed cheek as she lay on the bed playing dead, asking in annoyance, just how long do you plan on pretending to be asleep? Xiao Ting let out a sigh, listlessly confessing, I woke up right when you guys started talking about my family selling the house. This made Shangshang feel a twinge of heartache, though she found it equally amusing. Shangshang paused, her face flushing slightly as she advised, Yi Xingchen is really a great guy, you'd better cherish him. Although Xiao Ting remained silent, her flushed cheeks completely betrayed her fluttering heart. Meanwhile, in an office elsewhere, Luo Yunde's frantic voice kept blaring from the receiver, Heoshin, you've already crushed the Li Group and taken over their villa, what on earth are you planning to do next? Dong Heoshin leaned quietly against the window, a cigarette between his fingers as he replied nonchalantly, Don't be so impatient, Uncle Da. Crushing the Li Group is merely the first step. As long as we follow my plan step by step, I promise you the Divine Dragon Society will become the undisputed ruler of Jingai City sooner or later. With that, a sharp, cold glint flashed in his eyes as he stared into the distance, muttering, The time has come. As an orange compact car slowly drove into his line of sight, Dong Haoshan sneered and whispered. Yi Xingchen watched closely. The game has just begun. Staring at an out-of-control truck in the distance, roaring and slamming into the car, completely crushing it under its massive wheels, he gloated. Step 2, successfully completed. At the same time, the city central hospital was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Yifei and the others were waiting outside the ICU, their faces etched with deep anxiety. Inside the ward, Yi Xingchen sat quietly by the bedside, staring at the still unconscious Murong Rong. His eyes were a turbulent mix of endless heartache and bone-chilling murderous intent. Just a few days ago, a sudden phone call had completely shattered his peaceful life. Even over the line, Murong Mingyan's panic-terrified voice was clear. Yi Xingchen, get to the hospital right now. My sister, Murong Rong, has been in an accident. Yi Xingchen asked back in utter disbelief. Rong, isn't she currently undergoing treatment abroad? What on earth happened to her? On the other end of the line, Murong Mingyan broke into sobs as she dropped a bombshell like a bolt from the blue. My sister was in a car crash, and they're resuscitating her in the hospital right now. Stunned, he let his phone slip from his hand and clatter onto the floor, though Mingyan's frantic voice kept blaring from the speaker. She didn't tell you she was coming back because she wanted to surprise you. Who could have known? Anyway, Yi Xingchen, just get here quickly. Just then, Xiaolong pushed open the door, suddenly interrupting his thoughts. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he leaned in to report the details he had gathered in a low voice. We've located both vehicles involved in the crash, but the drivers are already dead. They left no suspicious clues behind, so we suspect they committed suicide to escape punishment. Xiao Tian also provided the intel he had gathered. I had autopsies performed on Rongrong's mother, Situ Yuyan, and her stepfather, Li Qingying. It's confirmed that both indeed died in the crash. Yi Xingchen tiredly hung his head, whispering gratefully, Thank you both for your hard work. Sensing his fragile yet icy demeanor, the two immediately shut their mouths in apprehension, only daring to exchange worried glances. In the end, Chen Xiaolong mustered his courage to urge him, Xingchen, you've been keeping vigil here without a single bite of food or a drop of water for days. If you keep this up, your body is going to collapse. It was hard to tell if he even heard them. He simply sat there, motionless as a statue. Suddenly, Murong Rong's brow twitched on the bed and she let out a soft faint murmur. As she slowly parted her eyelids, the nearby monitors showed her vital signs miraculously starting to recover at rapid speed. Witnessing this near miracle, the two stood dumbfounded. Chen Xiaolong didn't waste a single second, immediately bolting out the door drenching in sweat to yell for the doctor. Yi Xingchen, filled with disbelief, tightly clasped her hand, calling her name with extreme care. Rong, seemingly having regained a sliver of consciousness, her lips parted slightly as she let out a raspy, weak whisper. Where am I? The doctor rushed in, performed a comprehensive examination, and announced with relief, Miss Murong is officially out of danger. Now she just needs plenty of rest and she will gradually recover. Yifei quickly rushed to the bedside, saying in excitement, Rong, you're finally awake, you have no idea. Brother Xingchen was nearly driven out of his mind with worry these past few days. Even Yang Jun softened his voice. A rare sight. Yeah, Xingchen hasn't touched a single drop of water since you got here. Thank heavens you're all right. This man, who was a formidable powerhouse in the outside world, had eyes only for her at this moment. Looking with deep heartache at the fragile Murong Rong on the bed, his voice was tender to the extreme. Rong, you're finally awake. Do you feel any discomfort? However, Murong Rong merely blinked her large, clear eyes, staring at him with complete bewilderment, dropping a bombshell that left everyone frozen in their tracks. Who are you? Yi Xingchen's mind went completely blank, and in that instant time and space seemed to freeze entirely. In the dead of night, inside an abandoned warehouse, a lackey was being dragged in like a dead dog, screaming at the top of his lungs, Brother Tian, spare me, Brother Tian, please, spare my life. Yet no one paid his frantic pleas any mind. He was shoved directly into a machine, his life extinguished on the spot. Ahuang lay petrified, his face pressed flat against the icy concrete floor, tremblingly listening to Dong Haoshan gloomily counting his failures. Didn't you swear to me that you had absolutely run her over and killed her? Then what the hell is this? She's clearly alive and well, resting in Jingshan Hospital. He violently grabbed Ahuang by the hair, hauling him up to snarl. You can't even clean up a slip of a girl. Completely ruining my plans, what use is there in keeping any of you alive? Scared out of his wits, Ahuang begged frantically for mercy. Brother Tian, please, just spare us this once. Dong Haoshan violently threw him aside, letting out a cold snort. Forget it. Fortunately, Yi Xingchen is stretched far too thin right now to meddle in this. Since the drivers involved have been taken care of, I'll spare your worthless lives this time. Turning around coldly, Dong Haoshan tossed back a final threat without looking back. Watch Yi Xingchen's every move like a hawk. If you dare screw up my plans again, you'll be dragged out to feed the dogs. Feeling like he had just escaped the executioner's blade, Huang frantically kowtowed, stammering, "Yes, yes, thank you for your mercy, Brother Tian." Torrential rain poured over the hospital, relentlessly dampening everyone's spirits. Yang Jun and Chen Xiaolong tactfully retreated to the corner of the windowsill. Meanwhile, Murong Rong sat on the bed, staring blankly at her two close friends. Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh, lamenting, why did she have to lose her memory at a time like this? Looking at the dejected figure of the man ahead, Yang Jun added, "The one hit hardest is definitely Xingqian. Everything he did before has completely gone down the drain." Just as Yi Xingqian was lost in his thoughts, Murong Rong spoke up coldly from the bed. "Sorry, I want to rest now, please leave." With no other choice, Yi Fei and Guan Ting dejectedly followed the others toward the door. The moment they stepped into the corridor, Yi Fei turned to Yi Xingqian, asking urgently, "Grong, does she really not remember anything?" Yi Xingqian remained silent. There was no need for an answer, as everyone knew the truth, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed the roaring fury within him. Yang Jun and Chen Xiaolong exchanged glances, temporarily speechless. This kind of melodramatic cliché was something they only ever saw in soap operas. They never expected to experience it firsthand. Suddenly the phone in Chen Xiaolong's pocket rang violently. He answered with irritation, "What is it?" But as he listened to the voice on the line, his face fell instantly, and he blurted out in shock, "What did you say?" Subconsciously darting his eyes toward Yang Jun and Yi Xingqian, he ordered resolutely, "Got it. I'll bring the men and head over immediately." Hanging up with a grim face, he relayed the news to the group. "The Divine Dragon Society has launched a sudden offensive, simultaneously targeting several of our venues and territories. The Azure Dragon Hall is completely surrounded, and over half of our brothers there are already dead or injured." Hearing this horrific news, Yang Jun and Xiao Tian stood frozen on the spot. Yi Xingqian's fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white, a suffocating, terrifying, killing intent radiating from his entire body. Meanwhile, the once grand and luxurious Li family villa had been completely rebranded, bearing the name of the Dong family instead. Dong Haoshan sat back leisurely, gently swirling the red wine in his glass. As a sinister smile crept onto his face, he sneered contemptuously, muttering to himself, "Yi Xingqian, on one side your brothers who share life and death with you, and on the other, the woman you love most in this world. What choice will you make this time?" Just then, Luo Yunde's anxious voice came through the phone once more. "Haoshan, are you absolutely sure everything is foolproof on the Heaven Gate Society's side?" Dong Haoshan comforted him in a calm tone. "Uncle Da, rest assured. Everything has been deployed exactly according to plan. Since that Feng fellow actually dared to murder the old hallmaster, it proves he has harbored a treacherous desire to eliminate Yi Tianlong for a long time. There is absolutely nothing to worry about." Hearing his analysis, Luo Yunde finally let out a long sigh of relief, murmuring, "I hope so." Dong Haoshan slowly hung up, resuming his silent calculations. Although a minor, insignificant hiccup had occurred in Step 2, it was ultimately harmless, only serving to make the situation far more interesting. With a slight smirk, he couldn't wait to see the look of agonizing despair on Yi Xingqian's face. He took a sip of his wine and narrowed his greedy eyes, beginning to envision his future of absolute control. As long as he could successfully eliminate Yi Xingqian, the entirety of Jinggai City will be completely within my grasp. Haha, what a near-perfect escape plan. After reviewing every step of his plan one more time, Dong Haoshan set his glass on the desk and declared coldly, "Step 3, checkmate." Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor, Yi Xingqian finally organized his chaotic thoughts and stood up abruptly. Casting a wary glance at Honglian, who was guarding the ward, he stepped forward and commanded, "Honglian, watch over Rongrong 24 hours a day. If anyone tries anything, kill them on sight." Having given her the orders, he turned to the others and said, "There is no time to lose. Gather all our brothers immediately. We're going to wage an all-out war against the Divine Dragon Society." Knowing he had to strike where it hurt most, he chose the most arduous task for himself without a second thought. "I will personally go find Luo Yunde to have a good chat. However much they took from us, I'll make them spit it back tenfold." In the pitch-black storm, the massive luxury villa looked exceptionally eerie. This grim, chilling atmosphere was perfect for doing bloody deeds that could never see the light of day. A group of thugs was patrolling along the tall perimeter wall of the villa, braving the downpour. As they walked, the lead goon suddenly sensed something amiss. He locked his eyes onto a mysterious dark figure looming in the heavy rain, barking, "Who's there? Show yourself." When the figure made no reply, a strong wave of dread washed over him, and he frantically urged, "Something's wrong. Go warn Lord Da immediately." Seeing his subordinates standing frozen on the spot, shaking like leaves, he lost his temper and roared, "Are you all fucking deaf? Didn't you hear me?" But before he could even finish his sentence, his subordinates behind him collapsed in heaps without a word, not even having time to let out a grunt. staring at the Starshine Association members who had materialized before him like specters. His legs turned to jelly in sheer terror. Who the hell are you? Before he could even finish, a cold hand clapped heavily onto his shoulder. Yi Xingchen raised his index finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. His eyes flared with a cold, absolute resolve as he flicked the short blade between his fingers. The poor goon had no chance to resist, only able to watch the cold blade slice across his throat. Coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, he breathed his last in bitter despair. Even in death, his face remained contorted in unspeakable terror. Ultimately, he met the same tragic end as his companions, his cold corpse left lying in a pool of blood under the lashing, freezing rain. With an expressionless face, Yi Xingchen strode toward the villa, calling out to the men behind him, "Clear out all the remaining Divine Dragon Society scouts in the area and block all their exits. Remember, keep it clean. Do not make a single sound," Wang Gang replied in a flat, deep voice. "Understood, President." Yi Xingchen paused in the rain, taking a deep breath. Looking up at the tightly closed double doors ahead, he knew full well that danger lurked inside. Hesitating no longer, he strode up the steps and pushed open the heavy wooden doors. He stepped into the spacious hall with perfect composure despite the heavily armed line of thugs already waiting for him. Yi Xingchen remained completely unfazed, playfully sizing up the room. A burst of hearty laughter echoed from the staircase as Luo Yunde exhaled a puff of smoke, looking down on him with a meaningful smirk. "So you came after all." Yi Xingchen smiled frankly in response. "Looking at your welcoming party, Uncle Da, it seems you've long anticipated that I'd come to have a word with you." Luo Yunde made no attempt to hide his amusement, laughing out loud. "Of course. From the moment you founded your gang at school to your reorganization of the Starshine Association, this old man has been watching your every move. To be honest, I truly think highly of you. I just never expected that in a mere few months you would actually be able to wipe out the entire Skull Society and make the Starshine Association one of the 3 major gangs in Jingai City." Luo Yunde praised Yi Xingchen without holding back. Finding this exploit truly astounding, Yi Xingchen interrupted with some impatience. "Spare me the flattery. Get your men to roll out of my territory immediately. However much I lost, you must compensate me tenfold." Luo Yunde deliberately feigned ignorance. "Ah, that won't do. It seems we still have to sit down and discuss this thoroughly." Of course, by that he meant using their fists before their mouths. Yi Xingchen warily watched the tightening circle closing in on him. He proudly tossed back a line to the other man. "I was just looking for a place to vent." Just as Luo Yunde waved his hand to signal his men to charge, Yi Xingchen unhurriedly finished the second half of his sentence, his timing absolutely perfect. He barked loudly, "I prefer to stomp my enemies under my feet before we talk." Having finished his warm-up, he swiftly moved his hands and feet. With just a few heavy punches, the surrounding lackeys fell in heaps. Not only that, but he also generously gifted them several sharp throwing knives. A share for everyone, each taking a blade straight to the chest. A few guys got highly creative, brandishing wooden clubs in an attempt to ambush him from behind. However, before they could even get a clear look at their target, Yi Xingchen had already vanished into thin air. By the time the thugs snapped back to their senses, they suddenly realized the weapons in their hands had snapped into several pieces, and in the next second they were all sent in unison to report to the King of Hell. Even Luo Yunde had not anticipated this bloody scene. Gnashing his teeth in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire body radiated a sinister aura. Inside another luxurious villa, a man confirmed in a deep voice, "It's me." Immediately after, he shrieked in utter shock, "What? Yi Xingchen is fighting Luo Yunde's men?" Listening to the call with a dark face, Dong Haoshen's eyes grew cold as he flatly handed down his command. "Excellent. Since he chose his good brother, I will gladly take his girlfriend's life." The more he spoke, the more his cruel nature showed through. "Go to Jingshan Hospital immediately and eliminate that brat for me. If anything else goes wrong, bring me your head." Carrying his death order, the underling gently pushed open the door to Morongrong's ward. The corridor lights stretched the assassin's shadow, casting it over the hospital bed. They silently studied her, completely unaware that they had already become Honglian's targets. Meanwhile, inside Luo Yunde's villa, the torrential rain still poured outside, and a chilling dampness filled the air. Piercing, agonizing shrieks rose and fell, blending with the steady patter of the rain. In the spacious living room, Yi Xingchen walked calmly and leisurely among the Divine Dragon Society thugs sprawled all over the floor. Staring at the young man's imposing aura, Luo Yunde was too shocked to speak. He hurriedly turned to beg Yunhan beside him for help. Understanding the cue, the other nodded heavily and leapt down from the staircase. Standing face to face with Yi Xingchen, Yunhan provoked him with deep contempt. "Brat, let me play with you for a bit." With that he cracked his knuckles, the loud pop serving as a warning threat. Assuming a boxing stance, he warned, "You'd better watch out." Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate to curl his finger, gesturing for him to bring it on. Cut the crap, make your move. Completely enraged, Yunhan charged forward with a savage roar, attempting to blow this arrogant kid away with a single punch. Die? Fortunately, Yi Xingqian reacted like lightning, shifting his body to easily dodge the heavy head-on blow. Missing his target, Yunhan immediately launched a relentless storm-like barrage of continuous attacks, yet he couldn't graze his opponent in the slightest. One attacked and the other defended, matching move for move. As the battle neared its end, Yunhan summoned every ounce of his strength to deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, Yi Xingqian caught this thunderous strike steadily with just a single hand, a trace of mockery still playing on his lips. Too slow. Breaking into a cold sweat at the sight, Yunhan froze completely on the spot. What? With perfect composure, Yi Xingqian exerted force in his hand, violently snapping the other's arm, gritting his teeth in excruciating pain. Yunhan silently cried out in alarm. Oh no, but he had absolutely no power to resist. Under Yi Xingqian's absolute physical suppression, he was entirely defenseless, only able to let out an agonizing, blood-curdling shriek. Ah! Pressing his advantage, Yi Xingqian raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick straight to Yunhan's face. The man was sent flying backward, crashing pathetically to the ground. Before his opponent could even recover. He curled his finger, gesturing for him to keep going. Gnashing his teeth at this blatant provocation, Yunhan's lips trembled as he squeezed out a single word. You! Right after, completely losing his mind, he leapt to his feet and roared hysterically, How dare you look down on me? Seething with rage, he swung a wild kick toward Yi Xingqian. But just like before, Yi Xingqian shifted his body slightly and easily evaded it once again, panting heavily from his consecutive misses. Yunhan's heart was filled with shock and doubt. He dodged it again. Could it just be a coincidence? He cursed silently in his heart. Damn it, however, while he was consumed by rage, he completely overlooked the fact that his defenses were wide open. Precisely seizing this flaw, Yi Xingqian raised a leg and delivered a savage sweep kick straight to Yunhan's knee. Because of the immense force behind the strike, accompanied by a sharp crack of breaking bone, his knee joint shattered on the spot, and Yunhan instantly let out an incredibly piercing, agonizing shriek. On my leg! Before his voice even faded, another fatal, heavy punch drove straight into his face, sending blood spraying everywhere. Yunhan rolled pathetically on the ground several times, his eyes rolling back as he instantly passed out on the spot. Casting a downward glance at the defeated opponent on the ground, Yi Xingqian coldly spat out 2 words. Boring. Subsequently, he directed his icy gaze forward. The wildly arrogant display from earlier had frightened Luo Yunde out of his wits, his aging face completely contorted in sheer terror. How is this possible? Watching Yi Xingqian approach step by step, Luo Yunde demanded in a trembling, panicked voice, What do you want to do? Before he could even finish his sentence, Yi Xingqian provided his answer through action. He unceremoniously raised his foot and stomped heavily onto Luo Yunde's head, glaring down coldly as he demanded, Come Uncle Duh, now we can have a proper chat. After completely dealing with Luo Yunde and his gang, Yi Xingqian dialed a number, asking about the attackers with a trace of confusion in his voice. As he walked outside, he listened to the report on the other end of the line. Those guys hadn't uttered a single word about who had sent them even up until their final breaths. At this moment, Luo Yunde was being supported by his underlings, his face covered in a dense network of cuts and bruises. Meanwhile, Honglian, who was guarding the hospital, had already cleanly taken care of the remaining remnants. Report, Master, those people have been completely cleaned up. I'm sorry, but I was unable to pry any useful clues from their mouths. On this end of the line, Yi Xingqian asked with concern, It's fine. How is Rongrong doing now? Honglian turned her head to look at Rongrong, who was resting on the hospital bed. Continuing her report over the phone, the young mistress is resting, everything is fine. Yi Xingqian fell silent for a brief moment before calmly arranging, I will have someone look into the background of those guys. You stay there and continue to protect Rongrong. By the way, clean up those corpses so we don't arouse any suspicion. Honglian replied respectfully, Yes, Master. Just then, having recovered his senses, Luo Yunde put on a different face, plastering on a fake, polite smile as he greeted. Xiao Yi, everything is settled, right? Come please, have a seat. Yi Xingqian sat down casually, teasing with a trace of sarcasm. Uncle Da is too polite. Seeing how severely injured you are, how about I send you to Jingshan Hospital to get checked out? Hearing the words Jingshan Hospital, a flicker of vigilance flashed in Luo Yunde's eyes, and he immediately stepped forward to cut straight to the point. Go to Jingshan Hospital for what? This minor injury is nothing. Let's talk about the business between our gangs this time. Whatever terms you have, feel free to bring them up. In reality, Yi Xingqian was intentionally testing him. Seeing the other party's expression remain perfectly normal upon hearing Jingshan Hospital, Yi Xingqian calculated silently in his heart. It seems that group of attackers has nothing to do with Luo Yunde. Promptly, a hypocritical smile returned to Yi Xingqian's face. Since Uncle De is being so straightforward, I naturally won't push my luck too much either. However, my conditions were made very clear from the beginning. The losses the Divine Dragon Society caused our Starshine Association must be compensated tenfold. When these words were spoken, it felt like a knife violently carving into Luo Yunde's heart. Hearing the demand for tenfold compensation, his heart bled in agony. Luo Yunde forced himself to stay calm, but cold sweat was already pouring profusely from his forehead like bamboo shoots after a spring rain as he bargained hesitantly. Xiao Yi, this tenfold compensation, isn't it a bit too much? Yi Xingqian raised his eyes slightly to look at him, while a cold, gleaming butterfly knife unconsciously slid into his fingers. Uncle De, tenfold compensation is my promise to the brothers in the gang. Either pay up or pay with your life. Choose for yourself. Sensing Yi Xingqian's murderous intent, Luo Yunde hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Yi Xingqian, don't push your luck. Our Divine Dragon Society is still a major gang in Jingai City after all. If we fight to the death here, aren't you afraid the Tianmen sect will take advantage of the chaos to swallow both of us up and let them reap the spoils? Yi Xingqian leaned back against his chair somewhat tiredly, quietly listening to Luo Yunde's lengthy speech, as the other continued, "This is our Divine Dragon Society's turf after all. With just one command from me, you wet behind the ears brat will be heavily surrounded by my men in an instant. The ones you killed today are merely insignificant, low-level lackeys of our Divine Dragon Society." Yi Xingqian waved his hand, carelessly countering, "Uncle De, calm down. If your men really had such godlike capabilities," his next words turned the old man's face deathly pale, "we wouldn't need to be sitting here negotiating today." With that, he gently clapped his hands, and Wang Gang instantly materialized beside him like a ghost, bowing respectfully to him. Yi Xingqian didn't even bother to look at Luo Yunde, cutting straight to the point in an icy tone. "How did it go?" Wang Gang immediately reported in a loud voice, his tone carrying an uncontrollable excitement. "To the president, everything has been completely cleaned up, not a single one left. All escape routes and exits have also been thoroughly locked down." Hearing the report, Yi Xingqian turned his head and stared coldly at Luo Yunde with a threat. "Uncle De, I know exactly what kind of person Feng Tianlong is. He doesn't have the guts to kick a man while he's down. As for this conflict, you'll just have to swallow your pride and deal with it." A moment later, after the negotiations were concluded, the two rose to leave. Yi Xingqian pulled out his phone and dialed a number to ask about the situation elsewhere. "Xiaolong, I've completely wrapped things up on my end. How is the situation on your side?" The reply from the other end came instantly, the tone exceptionally relaxed. "The situation has stabilized and the Divine Dragon Society's men have all dispersed. Although many of our brothers were injured, the Divine Dragon Society paid a devastating price this time." Yi Xingqian nodded in satisfaction and arranged, "Very well, I will send you the compensation list signed and stamped by Luo Yunde right away. Take the brothers and collect this debt as soon as possible." On the other end of the line, Xiaolong confirmed in a low voice, "Understood." Before hanging up, Yi Xingqian didn't forget to instruct, "Also, find out for me what kind of background that crowd who attacked Rongrong at the hospital has." Meanwhile, inside Dong Haoshan's private villa, the sharp sound of a wine glass shattering violently suddenly echoed, accompanied by a furious roaring scream. "Damn it!" Veins bulged on Dong Haoshan's forehead, and he gnashed his teeth in secret, swearing, "Yi Xingqian, you got lucky this time. Next time I will make sure you die a horrible death." A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "Haoshan, this operation has already failed, and the gang has suffered significant losses. I plan to temporarily back down." Dong Haoshan's face turned incredibly grim, clearly extremely unwilling to accept this, yet the person on the phone continued to urge him earnestly, "Take my advice and stop for now. That Yi Xingqian is absolutely not someone you can just easily mess with." Dong Haoshan clenched his fist so hard his knuckles popped, turning pale from the sheer force. The voice on the phone continued to console him. "Besides, the grand assembly of power is about to begin. At this critical juncture, do not cause any more trouble." Dong Haoshan glanced at the date marked with a prominent red circle on his calendar, giving a solemn response, "Understood." In his heart, however, he had already slashed the name Yi Xingqian into 10,000 pieces, resolutely determined to seek revenge for this blood feud. "Yi, enjoy your triumph while you can. One day I will make you see exactly who the final winner is." The next day, bright golden sunlight bathed the grand and majestic Oriental building ahead. A luxury car came to a steady halt in front of the entrance. The door opened and a tall, upright figure stepped out. It was none other than Yi Xingqian and the core members of the Starshine Association. Looking up to study the imposing building before him, he asked to confirm, "Is this the place?" Zi Feng nodded in agreement from the side, adding background information. "Yes, Every previous Grand Assembly has been held here, and this time is no exception. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen fell into deep thought. The Grand Assembly was a prestigious event held every 3 years in Jingai City, jointly initiated by the Chamber of Commerce, the military, the police, the government, and major underworld factions. The original purpose of this great martial competition was to honor a legendary influential figure who once ruled over Jingai City, and the venue had always been set at the Oriental Building. Over time, the assembly had gradually evolved into a Vanity Fair for major tycoons to carve up interests and divide territories. To maintain order, an elder council composed of the 5 superpowers was even established. Yi Xingchen very gentlemanly extended his hand to help a stunning beauty down from the car. Her voice, as melodious as a lark, echoed in his ear. Xingchen. Today, Xiao Ting wore a form-fitting pure white dress that perfectly outlined her graceful, alluring figure. Atop her smooth black hair sat a delicate little tiara, making her look exceptionally noble and elegant. Before stepping inside, Yi Xingchen looked around with a serious expression, instructing, "This is our Starshine Association's first time participating in the Grand Assembly. Everyone, stay sharp and don't disgrace our association." Xiao Ting chimed in proudly, "HMPH, who would dare mess with us? If anyone dares lay a finger on us, we will make them pay double." Seeing the beautiful woman make her stance clear, Yang Jun, standing behind them, quickly smiled and chimed in. "Well said." Yi Xingchen gently took her soft hand and ordered his subordinates in a deep voice, "Let's head inside." By this time, the interior of the building was already a gathering of heroes, with major factions and government officials gathered together early on. Xiao Ting was happily whispering and catching up with her close friend Shangshang, while the 3 men, including Yi Xingchen, feasted on the exquisite refreshments nearby. Just then, a steady pattern of footsteps approached from a distance. Accompanied by a voice that Xiao Ting utterly despised, it instantly caught her attention. "Oh, if it isn't the eldest Miss Li." Dong Haoshan stepped forward with a smug, merchant-like face, his words dripping with provocation and ridicule. "Since your Li family moved out of the villa, I thought I'd never get the chance to see you again in this lifetime. Who would have thought we'd cross paths at the Grand Assembly? What a small world." The more he spoke, the more carried away he became, his shameless face truly repulsive. "Miss Li must feel deeply saddened, right? But it's fine." With that, Dong Haoshan actually took it upon himself to reach out his dirty hand, brutally pinching Xiao Ting's delicate and pretty face, insulting her with absolute arrogance. "As long as you are willing to get on your knees and beg me, I might show some mercy and let your Li family move back into that grand villa." He stared intently into her eyes, his vicious words filled with unmasked humiliation. "After all, I still vividly remember and can never forget those kind gestures you showed me back then." But before he could even finish his sentence, Yi Xingchen lost his patience. Shifting his body to block her, he delivered a brutal uppercut straight to Dong Haoshan's chin, sending him stumbling back several steps, his mouth instantly filled with blood pointing right at his nose. Yi Xingchen roared in a fury, "Take your filthy hands off her. You seized the Li family's business, and now you dare touch my woman? Believe it or not, I will skin you alive right now." Covering his bloody face, Dong Haoshan was about to lash out, but Luo Yunde stepped in from the side to stop the scene. Dong Haoshan could only swallow his rage, tossing back a harsh parting threat. "Yi Xingchen, sooner or later we will settle this score." Watching his pathetic retreating figure with a cold gaze, Yi Xingchen knit his brows, wondering to himself, when did these two get together? Luo Yunde and Dong Haoshan actually colluded, keenly noticing the pointing and whispering from the crowd. Yang Jun leaned in to warn him in a low voice, "Xingchen, isn't starting a fight in this kind of venue a bit too showy? Look, everyone around is staring at us." Yi Xingchen suddenly realized this and turned his head. Sure enough, the nearby elites and nobles were whispering in small groups, "Who is that kid? How can he start a fight in public? How could the Grand Assembly allow such an uncultured thug in? What a disgrace." Completely unfazed, Yi Xingchen replied with some disdain, "Ignore them, they're just a bunch of clowns who only know how to gossip." "That kid, is he Yi Tianlong's world-renowned only son, Yi Xingchen?" Standing on the high balcony, Li Di studied Yi Xingchen from afar, unable to resist seeking confirmation from Zheng Hong beside him. Zheng Hong nodded heavily in agreement. "Exactly. The complete eradication of the Skull Society in such a short time was entirely the work of this kid." Standing nearby, Mo Feng also praised with deep appreciation and respect. "Ruthless and dominant, I like him. This kid's swift and decisive actions are even more impressive than his father's back in the day." Staring at the high-spirited young man, a sudden idea flashed in his mind, and he proposed, "Because of this, ever since Yi Tianlong vanished, the Underworld Elder seat in the Elder Council has remained vacant. I intend, as the police elder, to jointly endorse Yi Xingchen and recommend him to fill this vacancy." Hearing this, Li Di asked in disbelief, "An Underworld Elder? At his age?" Both men stared at Zheng Hong with complex expressions, hoping for a logical explanation. Suddenly, Zhenchen shouted in stern opposition, his stance exceptionally resolute. "Absolutely not." They exchanged glances and fell into a brief silence, which was eventually broken by Li Di. "Chairman," Zhenchen immediately poured out his concerns like a rapid-fire machine gun. "The Divine Dragon Society and Luo Yunde have long coveted this seat. If we casually hand such a heavy responsibility to an outside junior today, I'm afraid it will trigger outrage among the crowd, completely destroying the fairness our Grand Assembly has maintained for so many years." Turning back, he desperately tried to make Zheng Hong change his mind. "I can understand Director Zheng's fondness for this kid, but don't forget, when Yi Tianlong was in power, the only reason he could maintain absolute stability and control over the conflicts among the gangs in Jingai City was entirely due to his iron-fisted and dominant methods. But this kid is not Yi Tianlong after all, and the tycoons of the other factions will absolutely not submit to him easily." Zhenchen pointed out Yi Xingchen's weakness without holding back, using it to back up his argument. He is, after all, too inexperienced, and his leadership credentials are next to nothing. Putting him in that high position and expecting him to lead all the gangs is like trying to make crops grow by pulling them up. It's completely unrealistic. Li Di found his points quite reasonable. After thinking it over for a moment, he decided to postpone the discussion. "The chairman is absolutely right. The position of Underworld Elder carries grave responsibility and concerns the safety of all of Jingai City. Let's put this dispute aside for today and discuss it another day." Meanwhile, in the center of the hall, Yi Xingchen quietly looked up toward the upper floor. Up there, by the railing of the second floor, prominent figures from various other gangs had gathered, whispering in small groups. Just as he was staring lost in thought, a stranger suddenly bumped into him. Wei Shenchao appeared very polite, immediately apologizing to him. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." Sensing that something was off about this man, Yi Xingchen turned to ask his brother Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, do you know who that is?" Xiaolong stopped eating and explained, "I think he's Wei Shenchao of the White Cloud Gang. According to the intel we gathered a few days ago, he's just an ordinary character, nothing special." Standing nearby, Zi Feng chimed in with a hint of disdain. "And here I thought the Grand Assembly was a gathering of giants. I didn't expect a small gang like the White Cloud Gang, which scrapes by on protection fees, to attend as well." Xiaolong quickly stuffed some food into his mouth, chewing as he said, "There are rumors that Wei Shenchao has an extraordinary relationship with Mayor Li. He probably used that connection to secure an invitation to this assembly. But rumors are just rumors. No one knows for sure." However, Yi Xingchen possessed a sharp eye and did not underestimate him just based on a few words. "This Wei Shenchao is extremely powerful. We must eliminate the White Cloud Gang at all costs." Staring at Wei Shenchao's retreating figure, he had already formulated a plan. "Of course, if he can be turned to work for me, that would be even better." Meanwhile, Wei Shenchao continued to bump into other guests in the crowd, repeatedly apologizing politely. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, someone in their group offered a well-intentioned reminder. "Xingchen, the meeting is about to start." He replied, "Yeah, let's go." Just like that, the F4 group rallied their spirits, striking an incredibly cool pose as they headed toward the conference hall. Full of confidence, Yi Xingchen thought to himself, "It's time to let them see what our Starshine Association is made of." Once everyone was in their seats, the doors of the conference hall slowly closed to ensure the confidentiality of the meeting. Before long, Yi Xingchen yawned and complained with sheer boredom, "This meeting is too dull, just listening to that bunch of elders on stage drone on and on." Yang Jun calmly reminded his brother to be patient. "Just wait a bit longer. The vote to elect the Underworld Elder is coming up next." As he spoke, the scene from earlier flashed in his mind. Yi Xingchen sleeping so soundly made everyone want to cover their faces in embarrassment. However, that he could actually manage to sleep in a place like this was truly bizarre. He already had a candidate in mind and planned to vote for Feng Jiating later, while taking a little advantage of him along the way. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a half-open door. Yi Xingchen peeked inside quietly, surprised to spot a familiar figure, Mirang Wu, and along with him was. Seeing this, the others also crowded around to peer inside. The remaining three whispered among themselves, "That's Zhang Zhenchen, the chairman of the Beishan group. If I remember correctly, he's Zhang Tinba's father, and the one next to him is Rongrong's father, isn't it?" The two of them actually knew each other, though they didn't know what was going on, looking at them shaking hands and chatting happily. Inside the room, Zhang Zhenchen inquired with concern, "Brother Mirang, I heard your daughter was in a car accident a few days ago. I hope she's all right?" Standing outside the door, Yi Xingchen faintly caught a few words. His heart sank and he was filled with suspicion. "Car accident? Are they talking about Rongrong?" Mirang Wu looked at him and comforted, "Brother Zhenchen, don't worry. Rongrong just lost some memories she shouldn't have kept anyway. Her physical health is perfectly fine. Zhang Zhenchen felt relieved and immediately changed the subject. Then about the matter we discussed before he could finish, Murong Wu quickly cut in. That matter depends on what day you choose, brother Zhenchen. Zhang Zhenchen waved his hand in disagreement and urged urgently. I don't think this can be delayed any longer. It's best to do it within these next few days. Besides, the engagement banquet for Rongrong and Tianba must be grand and incredibly lavish. The word engagement struck Yi Xingchen outside the door like a bolt from the blue. His eyes widening in shock, Xiaolong seemed unable to believe his ears, stammering in response, "An engagement?" Although Yang Jun also didn't want to believe it. The reality was right before them, leaving him to confirm in a low voice, "And it's with that Zhang Tianba." Standing outside, Yi Xingchen wished he could burst in and slaughter that bastard. How dare he try to steal his woman? Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the Murong mansion, Murong Rong stood alone by the window, silently staring outside. Her mind involuntarily recalled the days when Yi Xingchen had taken such meticulous care of her in the hospital. Accompanying her intense longing, she silently called out that name in her heart. Yi Xingchen. Murong Rong placed her hand over her chest, feeling her heartbeat, filled with confusion. Why does my heart beat so fast every time I think of him? Then her gaze fell onto the sparkling wedding ring on her right ring finger. And this ring, the more she looked at it, the more puzzled she became. Why was she wearing it? Who on earth gave it to her? Although she had tried to take it off many times, the ring remained firmly on her ring finger. Why did it always feel like it could never be removed? Murong Rong turned her bewildered gaze back out the window as if searching for some kind of salvation. Her mother's face suddenly flashed in her mind, and she cried out helplessly in her heart, "Mom, what should I do?" While she was grieving, Murong Mingan quietly entered the room. She said nothing, only keeping her head lowered in silence. The next day inside Yunlong High School, bathed in golden sunlight, although Yi Xingchen was sitting in the classroom, his mind was miles away. Glasses asked with concern, "What's wrong with Xingchen lately? He looks like he's lost his soul all day." Beside him, Zhao Hu fanned the flames, guessing blindly. "He probably got dumped." Guo Jing immediately shot back, "How is that possible? The girls in our school would throw themselves at him. How could he get rejected and heartbroken?" Innocent Zhao Hu suddenly remembered an old incident. Could it be because of Director Tan? Last time Director Tan made him stand until his legs swelled up. That old maid is always walking around with a long face. Seeing things were going south, everyone quickly crowded around to comfort him. "Xingchen, don't keep it all bottled up inside. There are plenty of good girls in this world. Why did you have to fall for Director Tan?" Seeing these jokers let their imaginations run wild, Yi Xingchen broke into a heavy sweat. "When did I ever say I fell in love with Director Tan?" Yang Jun quickly stepped up to shoo them away. "Can you guys stop making a mess here?" Yi Fei, whose mature understanding made one's heart ache for her, stepped forward and said, "Brother Xingchen, I've already heard about Rongrong's engagement." But truly heartbroken, Yi Xingchen merely remained silent, lost in thought. Yi Fei really couldn't bear to see him looking so dejected, and excitedly suggested, "Brother Xingchen, let's go crash the wedding and steal Rongrong back." Then she added in a rapid-fire manner, "Be realistic. Even if Rongrong doesn't remember anything right now, every detail of your past must still be deeply engraved in her heart. We can accompany her and help her find her memories back bit by bit, okay?" Standing behind him, Yang Jun also chimed in, "Xingchen, have you ever heard of a saying?" Before Yi Xingchen could speak, he answered his own question with a universal truth. Two people who truly love each other will never lose their feelings, even if they forget who the other person is. With his head lowered, Yi Xingchen listened intently to every word. "You and Rongrong share such a deep bond. Are you really going to let a minor case of amnesia ruin everything? I believe in you. You will definitely bring Rongrong back." Hearing this, a slight smile finally played on the corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth, his heart completely clearing up. "You're absolutely right. Do they really think a simple case of amnesia can tear me and Rongrong apart?" Hearing this, his two brothers secretly rejoiced. He turned to call out to Xiaolong. Knowing him like the back of his hand, Xiaolong had already pulled out his phone, ready for action, saying smugly, "I knew you'd say that. I've already looked up the exact time and location of the engagement banquet." Yi Xingchen smiled with satisfaction and called over his other close brother. Wiang Jun was naturally no exception. Having long read Yi Xingchen like a book, "I've already prepared everything we need. We're just waiting for you, the main character, to take the stage." Yi Xingchen then turned around and called out the name of the beautiful girl beside him, making her shudder in surprise. "Fei Fei, I promise you I will definitely bring Rongrong back." Yi Fei's beautiful face instantly blushed and she softly replied with shyness, "Okay." This highly dramatic scene left the three male classmates utterly bewildered, standing frozen in place. What just happened? Anyone know? The next morning outside Murong Wu's villa, the driveway was lined with all kinds of luxury supercars. The doors of the Murong mansion were wide open, welcoming guests from all directions. A guest walking in from afar couldn't help but gasp in admiration. "It's exceptionally lively, Boss Murong." At this moment Murong Wu was all smiles as he personally welcomed the guests. "Thank you for coming, please come inside." Meanwhile Murong Rong, clad in a pure white wedding dress, was in her room making final preparations for the upcoming engagement banquet. The makeup artist was busy working on her exquisite, stunning face. Wearing the gown, Murong Rong looked noble, beautiful, and breathtaking. Yet a trace of lingering sorrow remained on her face, and that very ring from back then was still on her right ring finger. Standing to the side, Murong Mingan looked worried and restless. After hesitating for a long time, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Sister, have you really decided to marry Zhang Tianba? Have you really completely forgotten Yi Xingchen?" Murong Rong paused and replied coldly, "My mother is gone. There is no one left in this world who truly cares about me. In that case, what difference does it make who I marry?" Hearing these cold words, Murong Mingian's eyes widened in shock. She could never have imagined her sister would say such a thing. With that, Murong Rong resolutely turned and walked away, leaving her sister anxiously behind. She clasped her hands tightly together as if doing everything she could to protect that wedding ring. Outside the villa, the moment Murong Wu saw Zhang Zhenchen, he quickly hurried forward and complained, "Brother Zhenchen, you really kept me waiting." He then opened his arms and welcomed him warmly. "Why are you alone? Where is Tianba?" Walking forward, Zhang Zhenchen replied, "My precious son is a bit nervous and will be over shortly." As the two were chatting excitedly, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed from outside. Murong Wu couldn't help but wonder, could it be Tianba? A magnificent white supercar came to a smooth halt in front of the gate. However, Zhang Zhenchen felt something was off. "This doesn't look like my son's car." Still, he warmly stepped forward according to etiquette and pulled open the door. "Good son-in-law, you're finally here." However, the voice replying from inside the car left him frozen on the spot. "Father-in-law, you are far too polite." The person who stepped out of the car was none other than Yi Xingchen, gritting his teeth. Murong Wu let out a furious low growl. "Yi Xingchen, why is it you again?" Standing before him, Yi Xingchen shot back righteously. "Why can't it be me? Is there a problem with me attending Rongrong's engagement ceremony?" Fuming with rage, Zhang Zhenchen demanded angrily, "Where is Tianba? My son was clearly right behind me. What did you do to him?" Yi Xingchen smiled slightly, answering with complete composure, "Ah, senior, I'm afraid he won't be able to make it today." Looking at his relaxed attitude, Zhang Zhenchen grew even more furious, wishing he could kill the young punk on the spot. "Yi Xingchen, I know you have backing, but don't think you can do whatever you want. If you know what's good for you, hand my son over right now." Yi Xingchen glanced at the main road and reasoned with him leisurely. "Uncle Zhang, those are heavy words. Didn't you see the massive traffic jam outside? Senior was simply blocked on the way. How can you blame that on me?" At this moment, Zhang Zhenchen and Murong Wu exchanged bewildered glances. Both of their faces were filled with terror and worry, as they could already see a massive crowd of Yi Xingchen's men standing ahead. Knowing it was unwise to force a confrontation, Zhang Zhenchen retreated repeatedly. Fear still lingering on his face, Xiaolong waved his hand dismissively and explained, "Xingchen, their parking spots here are completely full, so we had to park on the main road." Suppressing the rage in his heart, Murong Wu demanded in a harsh voice, "Yi Xingchen, what exactly do you want?" Yi Xingchen made no further effort to hide it, coldly spitting out 3 words, "To claim my bride." Just as Murong Rong was walking alone in the courtyard, a somewhat out-of-control roar suddenly echoed from outside, instantly catching her attention. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." Hearing that familiar voice, Murong Rong silently guessed, "It's father and Uncle Zhang." She immediately turned her head to look toward the noisy crowd gathering outside. At this moment, Yi Xingchen was still arguing righteously with them. "I am indeed this arrogant, what can you possibly do to me?" The moment she saw that tall and upright silhouette, fragments of buried memories instantly flooded her mind. Her hands involuntarily clasped tightly together, and she couldn't help but murmur that name. "Yi Xingchen." Zhang Zhenchen pointed a finger right at Yi Xingchen's nose, threatening through stuttering rage, Do you have any idea what the consequences of offending the Beishan group are?" Never one to fear anything, Yi Xingchen got straight to the point and declared his purpose. "I don't care what kind of Beishan group you are, all I know is that Rongrong is my true love. No matter who you are, don't even think about taking her away from me. Even if the King of Heaven himself shows up, it's absolutely out of the question." Hearing this soul-stirring declaration, Murong Rong's eyes grew moist, tears rolling down drop by drop, her beautiful face flushed slightly, her heart fluttering with a trace of secret joy. "Why, it's clearly a highly overbearing, ordinary romantic line, so why does it bring such a powerful surge of happiness to my heart?" Just then, Yang Jun, who had been peering outside, suddenly spotted a familiar face and shouted loudly, "Rongrong!" Hearing this, Yi Xingchen followed his gaze, finally seeing the person he had been thinking about day and night. Unable to contain his excitement, he called out loudly, "Rongrong! but before he could step forward, Zhang Zhenshin's bodyguards and thugs swarmed forward, surrounding him heavily. Standing outside the circle, Zhang Zhenshin delivered his final ultimatum with false bravado. Yi Xingchen, I'll give you one last chance. Take your men and get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Far from showing any fear, Yi Xingchen declared in an extremely firm tone, I can leave, but I must take Rongrong with me. Anyone who tries to stop me is dead. Hearing this blatant threat, Zhang Zhenshin's aging face contorted completely from pure rage and shock. Just then a figure slowly approached. The newcomer placed a hand on Zhang Zhenshin's shoulder, teasing in a somewhat playful, cynical tone. The young man indeed isn't bad, hot-blooded and utterly fearless of heaven and earth. Zhang Zhenshin instinctively spun around, and when he saw the man's face he couldn't help but gasp. Yang brother Yangsheng. Hearing this name, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be slightly moved as well. As it turned out, he had already investigated this man's background before. Though he appeared ordinary, he was actually an incredibly terrifying top-tier martial arts expert. He absolutely must not be underestimated. Yangsheng sized Yi Xingchen up carefully, keenly noticing the faint outline of a short blade behind his back, and offered a calm warning, Little brother, let's not resort to blades and guns right off the bat. Yangsheng locked eyes with Yi Xingchen, trying to appeal to reason. You came to crash the wedding, but if you let today's engagement banquet be stained with blood, I'm afraid it won't be very auspicious. Yi Xingchen did not answer, merely lowering his head in silence. Standing to the side, Murong Wu also watched with bated breath. Immediately after, he hastily adopted a hypocritical peacemaking stance, saying softly and gently, Xingchen, we all know exactly how deep your feelings for Rongrong are, but you also know her current condition. As her father, I am naturally very worried about my daughter's safety. With that, his tone suddenly shifted, pointing at Yi Xingchen as he challenged. How about this? If you can defeat brother Yangsheng in a duel, it will prove you have enough strength to protect Rongrong. When that time comes, I will naturally step aside and let you take her. But if you lose, you must take your men and get the hell out of here immediately. Hearing this, Yangsheng was startled, sensing that something was slightly off. On the other side, Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate for a second, immediately agreeing, Fine, I accept. Only then did Murong Wu turn to ask for Yangsheng's opinion. Brother Yangsheng, what do you think of this arrangement? Yangsheng scratched his head and pondered for a moment, ultimately giving his reluctant, begrudging consent. Sure, although he felt this might be the most appropriate solution for now, he still grumbled in his heart, what a pain, I still have to fight in the end. If I had known, I wouldn't have stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Yangsheng slowly approached, offering generously. Brother, feel free to pick whatever weapon you like. To keep things fair, I'll fight you empty-handed for a couple of rounds. Yi Xingchen gave a playful smile. Any weapon is fine. Following that, a brilliant smile bloomed on his face as he pulled out a gun, pressing the dark muzzle directly against Yangsheng's forehead. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Yangsheng was so startled by this sudden move that he stumbled backward, crying out in his heart, and filled with deep regret. This kid plays way too dirty. He is too insidious. He stared intently at Yi Xingchen, his mind filled with confusion. He's clearly just a high school student. Where on earth did he get this gun? As if reading his thoughts, Yi Xingchen asked back with a smile. Do you really think I would use a gun to deal with you? Before Yangsheng could answer, Yi Xingchen struck first. His movements were as fast as lightning, seizing the initiative. After all, it wasn't time to use firearms just yet. Yangsheng exerted a great deal of effort just to barely block a powerful kick, only to hear Yi Xingchen say with soaring pride, I will defeat you fair and square with my fists and then take Rongrong away from here. Watching the two lock in fierce combat, a layer of mist unconsciously covered Rongrong's beautiful eyes as she stood to the side. Hearing this, Yangsheng also felt a heartfelt admiration for his proud spirit, letting out a loud shout as he channeled his strength to launch a counterattack. After their palms collided violently, the two used the momentum to pull apart. Yangsheng nodded approvingly. To have such courage at such a young age is indeed extraordinary. Following that, he cupped his hands with great magnanimity, actively asking for the other's name. Brother, I like you a lot. How should I address you? Instead of answering immediately, Yi Xingchen used a fierce offensive as his reply. Fortunately, Yangsheng reacted with lightning speed, dodging nimbly. Yi Xingchen cast a cold glance at him, calmly uttering 3 words. Yi Xingchen. Hearing this, Yangsheng let out a self-deprecating laugh. So you are Yi Xingchen. Before his words even settled, he immediately returned the favor with an exceptionally dominant iron fist. Caught off guard, Yi Xingchen was sent flying on the spot. Even Yangsheng found it somewhat hard to believe. He could never have imagined that he would run into big brother Yi's son here of all places. Yi Xingchen struggled to climb up from the ground rather awkwardly, a trace of blood already dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yangsheng extended his hand, making a provocative gesturing motion, and shouted, The biological son of Yi Tianlong. Just how much real ability do you have today? Let me properly test you. Unwilling to accept defeat, he lunged forward frantically, attempting to throw a direct punch. However, Yang Sheng had easily read his intentions long ago. This punch was indeed not bad, powerful and dominant. Keenly seizing the opening he exposed, Yang Sheng struck him hard in the abdomen with a backhand palm. Unfortunately, because of his carelessness, Yi Xingchen had left himself wide open, riddled with weaknesses, and subsequently took a heavy, solid punch straight to the neck. Unable to parry, he tumbled pathetically to the ground, coughing up a massive mouthful of fresh blood. Cough, casting a contemptuous glance at the miserable wretch on the ground, Yang Sheng mocked that he was still far, far behind his father, Yi Tianlong. In the distance, Murong's heart ached terribly, and she couldn't help but scream his name hysterically. Xingchen, standing in the rear. Yang Jun also could no longer contain himself, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, this scene actually caught Yang Sheng off guard. There are actually so many of them. Finally snapping back to his senses, Yi Xingchen barked in exasperation. Everyone stop right now. As a man of iron-blooded grit with a noble martial spirit, he would absolutely not allow anyone to interfere in this duel. This is a grudge between him and me. Nobody interfere. Then Yi Xingchen turned his head to gaze tenderly at his beloved woman, declaring resolutely, Rongrong, I am definitely taking you out of here today. He continued to state his vow with absolute determination. We will be together for the rest of our lives, and nobody is going to tear us apart. Hearing these heartfelt words, Murong was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She finally remembered everything from the past. Why did her heart keep racing uncontrollably every time she thought of him? Why did she suddenly shed tears for him? Now she finally understood completely. Her mind completely cleared. Murong looked at him with a deeply affectionate and hopeful gaze. Because I truly love him from the bottom of my heart. I believe in you. Yi Xingchen's sheer determination once again brought a look of approval to Yang Sheng's face. As expected of Yi Tianlong's son, this stubborn, unyielding temper of his is naturally the spitting image of his father's. Yang Sheng fell into stance, challenging him fair and square. In that case, let me see if you actually have what it takes to take your beloved away. Yi Xingchen. The two stood facing each other, keenly tracking every micro-movement of their opponent. In the next second, as if in perfect sync, both moved simultaneously. Lunging at each other like two wild gales, Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth, unleashing a fierce assault with everything he had. Yang Sheng refused to be outdone, a look of resolute counterattack flashing in his eyes. Yi Xingchen threw a heavy bunch straight at his opponent's face. Yang Sheng barely blocked it in the nick of time, immediately returning the favor with a highly lethal hook. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yi Xingchen quickly snapped back to his senses, launching a high kick toward his opponent. However, this attack was easily deflated by Yang Sheng once more, making him curse silently in his heart. Damn it, in the split second of vulnerability where Yi Xingchen's old momentum had spent and his new strength was yet to gather, Yang Sheng delivered a savage heavy kick straight to his ribs. Seeing this, the surrounding underlings cried out anxiously, Brother Chen. Meanwhile, the two masterminds on the stage wore smug, cold smirks. At this moment, having just taken a hook, Yi Xingchen took a solid heavy knee strike straight to his handsome face. He was violently sent flying backward, cutting a terribly tragic figure. Pressing his advantage, Yang Sheng leaped forward to deliver the decisive final blow. It's over, Yi Xingchen. At the exact second he was about to suffer defeat, the anxious Murong shrieked in terror. Xingchen, supported by his unshakable conviction, as if awakening his main character armor, Yi Xingchen actually blocked the strike head-on with his bare forehead. This near-insane, suicidal fighting style left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Clamping down tightly on the other's wrist, his mouth covered in blood, Yi Xingchen still burst into a wild, roaring laugh. I've finally caught your opening. He locked his eyes onto Yang Sheng, his gaze filled with gladiatorial, raw, murderous intent, sending a shiver straight down Yang Sheng's spine. Seizing the moment of his opponent's panic, Yi Xingchen used the momentum to deliver a heavy downward smash that broke straight through his defense, immediately following up with a brutal punch straight to Yang Sheng's astonished face, completely shattering the other's internal strength. Exploding completely, Yi Xingchen channeled all his built-up frustration into a storm-like barrage of continuous heavy punches, venting them ruthlessly on his opponent. I'm returning every single word you just said back to you word for word. Under this absolute beatdown, Yang Sheng was beaten black and blue, flying backward like a broken kite to crash pathetically at the feet of those two old geezers. The three instantly rolled into a tangled heap, Yang Sheng staring blankly at the ceiling with glazed-over eyes. Seeing him down, Yi Xingchen still had no intention of stopping, making a move to charge forward to continue the life-and-death struggle. Terrified, Yang Sheng hurriedly threw up his hands in surrender. Stop, 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 I yield, you win. Seeing the other party beg for mercy, Yi Xingqian finally slowed to a stop, exhaling a long, heavy breath of air. In the distance, Murong immediately bolted over and threw herself into his arms, clutching Yi Xingqian tightly as she wept bitterly like a grieved child. His eyes filled with endless tenderness, he gently pulled his beloved woman into his embrace, rubbing his chest. Yangxing struggled up from the ground, praising from the bottom of his heart, as expected of big brother Yi's son. "I've truly been schooled today." However, he let slip a bit too much, muttering to himself, "If he knew you possessed this level of strength today, he would probably be able to rest in peace down in the underworld." Yi Xingqian whipped his head around, his sharp gaze locking onto him as he demanded in an icy tone, "What did you just say?" A short while later at Yi Tianlong's villa, Yi Xingqian hurriedly kicked the main door open and bust inside. At this moment, Yi Tianlong was sitting leisurely on the sofa reading a newspaper, a trace of confusion surfacing on his face as he watched his son burst in so recklessly. Staring at his father alive and well, Yi Xingqian was both pleasantly surprised and utterly bewildered. "Dad, you are actually alive?" Hearing this, Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately barking in irritation, "You brat, are you actually wishing your old man dead? What on earth goes through your head all day?" Yi Xingqian hurriedly explained aloud, "It's not like that, Dad, let me explain." After listening to his son's detailed account, Yi Tianlong finally came to an understanding. "So it was that kid Yangxing who told you." Taking a slow sip of his hot tea, Yi Tianlong said unhurriedly, "While I did tell those old friends back then that if they ever ran into you, they should find a way to take you with them." A look of exasperation crossed his face as he grumbled with pride, "I never imagined my own flesh and blood would actually think I was dead. What an unfilial son." Yi Xingqian scratched his head awkwardly. "Dad, I told you it was just a misunderstanding." Staring at the steaming teacup before him, Yi Tianlong continued with a serious expression, "I've already heard about your clash with Yangxing." At the mention of that name, Yi Xingqian immediately went on high alert. Staring at him calmly, Yi Tianlong asked, "Did you gain any insights from this battle?" Yi Xingqian fell silent for a moment, the details of the fight repeatedly playing back in his mind. Though extremely reluctant, he still had to admit his opponent's strength. Bowing his head in a trace of defeat, he confessed, "Although I went through hell and back to barely defeat him this time, if he had actually been serious back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be standing here talking to you right now." Holding his teacup, Yi Tianlong listened patiently to his son's confession, only speaking up slowly after a moment. "He has always been free-spirited. It's usually very difficult to make a master of his caliber unleash his full strength before you youngsters. However, since you already possess the strength to defeat him, I suppose it is also time to tell you some things about this world." Hearing this, Yi Xingqian was somewhat bewildered, freezing on the spot in a daze. Seeing his son make no reply, Yi Tianlong kept his eyes locked on him as he asked, "You brat, in your understanding, what exactly is true martial arts?" Clearly, unable to keep up with his father's train of thought, Yi Xingqian subconsciously repeated, "Martial arts studies." Looking at his still inexperienced son, Yi Tianlong explained earnestly, "The true world of martial artists is entirely different from the world seen by ordinary people. Those who practice martial arts in this world are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, but those who actually make a name for themselves in the martial world are as rare as hen's teeth. A strength like Zhang Yangxing's is only enough to barely protect oneself and lead an ordinary life in the true martial arts world." Yi Tianlong closed his eyes, expounding the truth of this world to the young man before him. "A true top-tier master could face your entire Starshine association simultaneously and remain completely unscathed." Hearing this, Yi Xingqian was instantly plunged into sheer shock and silence. Slowly opening his eyes, Yi Tianlong warned with a grave expression, "While masters of the martial arts world generally disdain to interfere in the conflicts of the ordinary world, you managed to defeat Zhang Yangxing at such a young age. I'm afraid those with malicious intent have already targeted you in the shadows." Finally, he added a cautious warning, "In the future, you'd better keep your eyes peeled and remain extremely careful in everything." The next day, in the corridors of Yunlong High School, Yi Xingqian strolled absent-mindedly outside the classroom with his hands in his pockets. Yesterday's conversation still echoed in his mind. "Dad, since you are a master, don't you have some divine inner strength or legendary mental cultivations to teach me a move or two?" His father had merely let out a contemptuous laugh at the time, clearly finding such unrealistic thoughts somewhat childish. "Legendary mental cultivations, those flashy useless things are completely worthless to you." Subsequently, Yi Tianlong lowered his head to continue reading his newspaper, not forgetting to drop one final warning before he finished. "If you want to grow rapidly, the only shortcut is actual combat. Only through endless life and death struggles can you truly elevate your strength." Returning to reality, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but rub his temples in agony. muttering in sheer frustration, "Actual combat, in this rule of law society, where on earth am I supposed to find so many fights to have every single day? If I really run into a top master like Zhang Yangsheng again next time, whether I can even return alive would be a question." Just as he was lost in thought, a hand patted his shoulder. His classmate kindly reminded him from the side, "Xingqian, class is about to start. What are you still standing there dazed for?" Yi Xingqian fell silent for a moment, turning his head in some bewilderment. Sizing up the middle-aged female teacher with a somewhat peculiar expression before him, he asked blankly, "Who are you?" A moment later, on the spacious sports field, the female teacher, carrying a warm smile like a spring breeze, enthusiastically introduced herself to everyone. "Hello, classmates. I am your new PE teacher, Li Lin. The previous Mr. Zhang has resigned due to personal reasons, and I will be in charge of your PE classes from now on." The students below immediately burst into a commotion, whispering in excitement, "Wow, this new teacher is way too beautiful." "Exactly. How have I never seen such a good-looking teacher before?" Feeling somewhat suspicious, Yi Xingqian leaned into Xiaolong's ear and whispered, "Xiaolong, when did we get a new PE teacher?" Also looking utterly bewildered, Xiaolong shook his head. "I have no idea either. I only just heard about the change in teachers today." Standing to the side, Yang Jun was clearly indifferent to these trivial matters, preferring to ask about other things. "Xingqian, did you gather any useful information during your trip back this time?" Yi Xingqian instantly fell into deep thought, his brow furrowing slightly. After weighing his options for a moment, he decided to throw out a testing question. "Yang Jun, do you know about the martial world?" Although this term was not unfamiliar, hearing it suddenly escape Yi Xingqian's lips left Yang Jun completely bewildered, freezing in place. "The martial world?" Yi Xingqian took a deep breath, his recent experiences having completely shattered his worldview. "I used to think the so-called martial world was just a fictional setting in wuxia novels, but only now have I realized that it is real, that Zhang Yangsheng is a member of this martial world." At the thought of his father's warning yesterday, a trace of shock still lingered in his heart. "And my dad also warned me that I might have already been targeted by some people in the martial world, telling me to be extremely careful in the future." Just then, a crisp and melodious voice suddenly cut in. "Oh, and where are these martial arts masters right now?" Before Yi Xingqian could even react, he answered offhandedly, "I have no idea either. Who knows, they might just pop up out of nowhere one day." But the moment the words left his mouth, he sensed something was off. He whipped his head around only to see the new PE teacher, Li Lin, standing behind them like a ghost, a highly enigmatic smile playing on her face. "Ms. Li?" Yang Jun and Xiaolong were also utterly shocked. When on earth did she stand there so silently? They hadn't noticed her presence at all. Just then, someone was playing soccer on the other side of the field. A misplaced pass sent the ball hurtling at high speed straight toward Ms. Li, yet facing the oncoming soccer ball, she remained perfectly calm as she continued speaking to Yi Xingqian. "Although I can understand you boys having some romanticized yearnings for the swift and decisive martial world." Seeing this, the three boys standing opposite her cried out in terror, "Teacher, watch your back!" Turning around with some confusion, Ms. Li spotted the hard soccer ball hurtling toward her. With a casual wave of a single hand, she caught the ball steadily in the blink of an eye with astonishing speed. This incredibly shocking display left the three standing before her utterly dumbfounded. The students playing soccer in the distance quickly waved to ask for the ball back. With a flick of her wrist, she easily tossed the ball back to them, calling out, "Be careful next time." Yi Xingqian and the other two exchanged bewildered glances, sheer shock written all over their faces. After snapping back to his senses a moment later, Yang Jun couldn't help but ask the question on everyone's minds, "What did you guys think of Ms. Li's catch just now?" Recalling the details of the catch as they walked, Yang Jun said with absolute certainty, "She is definitely not simple. An ordinary PE teacher could never possess such terrifying skills." Yi Xingqian turned to look at Chen Xiaolong, asking with a trace of expectation, "Xiaolong, did you find any useful information on your end?" Chen Xiaolong let out a sigh, replying in defeat, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I looked into her very carefully today, but I couldn't find any suspicious clues regarding her background and resume." Seeing that they were getting nowhere, Yang Jun quickly suggested, "How about I give the brothers in the gang a heads up later and have them help investigate her in the shadows as well?" However, Yi Xingqian immediately stopped him. "No need, don't make any rash moves for now. Just send a few capable brothers to keep an eye on her in the shadows." Just then, a highly weak voice suddenly drifted from a corner not far away. "My lord!" Yi Xingqian whipped his head around. The moment he spotted the familiar figure, he cried out in shock, "Honglian!" Her facial muscles contorted in excruciating pain. Honglian's legs suddenly buckled as she collapsed. Fortunately, Yi Xingqian was quick on his feet, taking a step forward to catch her steadily. Staring at the crisscrossing, bone-revealing gashes all over her body, Yi Xingqian demanded in a panic, Didn't I arrange for you to secretly escort Rongrong home? What on earth happened? Honglian suspended the tearing pain racking her body, reporting weakly, "This subordinate is incompetent. I was ambushed by assassins from the Chrysanthemum Society. Miss Rongrong has already been forcefully taken by them." This horrific news struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly sending a powerful surge of unease through Yi Xingqian's heart. Meanwhile, inside the Azure Dragon dance hall in the West District, Ma Junji was sizing up his partner with some suspicion, testing him. "Brother Lu, do you think the helpers you brought this time won't be as useless as the last batch?" Lu Dingling immediately sneered as he guaranteed. "Brother Ma, put your mind at ease. The ones I brought out this time are the top elites of the Chrysanthemum Society. There is absolutely no way we will repeat our past mistakes." Casting a glance at Li Lin, standing at the back of the crowd, he said with absolute smugness, "Once this matter is resolved, I will definitely request rewards for you in front of my father. You will surely get your share of benefits." Turning back, he locked a condescending, contemptuous glare on Rongrong, who was bound tightly to the side and unable to move, sneering through gritted teeth. "Once that brat Yi Xingqian comes looking for her, this place will be his grave." Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Yi Xingqian gently stroked Honglian's forehead, comforting her softly. "The doctor said your injuries are not too serious. You just need to rest well for a few days to recover." Sitting to the side, Yang Jian also asked anxiously in a deep voice, "Is there still no word at all from Lu Dinglong's side?" Looking dejected and utterly helpless, Yi Xingqian shook his head. "Nothing yet." Yang Jian couldn't help but sigh from the side. "I really never imagined that bastard would actually use the exact same despicable tactic on us twice in a row." This sentence instantly hit Yi Xingqian's sore spot. The veins on the back of his hands bulged violently, his knuckles popping under the sheer force of his grip. Just then, Xiaolong rushed in frantically from outside, drenched in sweat. Yi Xingqian stood up abruptly, demanding in a panic, "Did you find Rongrong's whereabouts?" Panting heavily, Xiaolong shook his head frantically. Finally catching his breath, he hurriedly pulled a photo from his chest pocket, reporting with a trace of pride, "While I didn't find the person, I accidentally snapped this." On the photo were the familiar backs of two people in deep conspiracy. The moment they clearly saw the contents, their faces fell instantly. Rubbing his eyes to the side, Yang Jun still couldn't believe his eyes. "This is Lu Dinglong and our new teacher, Ms. Li Lin." The three exchanged glances in silence. Though none spoke, they already understood the current situation as clear as day. Just then, the phone on Yi Xingqian's person rang urgently. The moment he picked up, the sickening, icy voice came through the receiver. "Yi Xingqian, long time no see." Veins bulging on his forehead, Yi Xingqian snarled his opponent's name through gritted teeth. "Lu Dinglong." Summoning every ounce of his strength, he screamed hysterically into the receiver, "If you have the guts, aim it at me. This is a personal grudge between men. Don't drag innocent people into it." Meanwhile, inside a public phone booth on a street corner, Lu Dinglong triumphantly gave an address. "HMPH, want to save her? Then get over to the Azure Dragon dance hall. Oh, and don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better come alone." The only reason Lu Dinglong dared to be so arrogant was because he was absolutely certain Yi Xingqian wouldn't dare gamble with his beloved's, his white moonlight's life. "If I find out you are playing any tricks behind my back, I can't guarantee I won't do some highly disrespectful things to your girlfriend." This raw, chilling threat instantly ignited all the fury in Yi Xingqian's heart. Without a second thought, he laid down a death warrant over the phone. "If you dare touch a single hair on her head, I will make your entire Chrysanthemum Society vanish from the face of this earth, leaving absolutely nothing behind." However, Lu Dinglong didn't take his threat seriously at all. Firing back, "Is that so? Then let's see how fast you are." In an extremely arrogant tone, he issued a final ultimatum. "I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't show up in front of me after 15 minutes, I will slash her face with a knife immediately." With that, Lu Dinglong slammed the phone down. Yi Xingqian froze in place for a full 2 seconds, subsequently slamming his phone violently onto the floor out of sheer frustration and rage to vent his fury. And that is where part 1 of our story must temporarily come to a close, right at this breathtaking cliffhanger. Mo Rongrong has fallen into enemy hands, Lu Dinglong has issued a ruthless 15-minute ultimatum, and Yi Xingqian, driven to near madness, has decided to charge alone into the Tiger's Den, the Azure Dragon dance hall, to rescue the girl he loves. Looking back, Yi Xingqian's journey throughout part 1 has been a series of incredibly satisfying transformations. From a reincarnated slacker who just loved to pick fights, he has systematically wiped out the Skull Society, restored order to Jingai, shaken up the imperial capital, and won over countless beauties and loyal subordinates under the Starshine Association. However, this time, the playing field has completely changed. The opponent standing before him is no longer just a common schoolyard bully, but a cunning Lu Dinglong, who has joined forces with the new PE teacher, Li Lin, who is actually the eldest daughter of the mysterious Chrysanthemum Society. Can Yi Xingqian break through the heavy encirclement alone to save Rongrong and bring her back safely? Or will he pay a higher price than ever for this recklessness? More brutal brawls, deeper conspiracies, and the unveiling of the most elite trump cards await you in the next part. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss the next chapter. Once Part 2 is released, a playlist link will be updated immediately in the description or pinned in the comment section below, so you can seamlessly watch the entire series. Thank you for joining BALA Manhua Recaps today. And now goodbye and see you again in the extremely explosive Part 2.